Master, open your mouth and swallow it. The young man lay languidly on the Zeton couch, his pale moon-white robe drenched in cold sweat, his fingertips gripping the intricately carved edge of the bed with desperation. The maid, cradling the delicate youth, held a brown pill in her hand, her slender fingers pressing against his chin, guiding the pill towards his lips with a glint of cunning in her eyes. Cough, cough. The young man's face turned ashen, the harsh sound of his violent coughing echoing within the confines of the chamber, strikingly jarring. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if the world was spinning, dizziness overwhelming him. Where am I? Just moments ago, he had been at the factory assembly line, tightening screws after enduring 2 weeks of night shifts, laboring tirelessly for 12 hours without respite, finally managing to reach the morning shift. Yet here he found himself in this strange place. Simultaneously, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind, granting him a vague understanding of his current predicament. It was certain he had traversed realms. He had arrived in an extraordinary world that had never graced the annals of Earth's civilization, teeming with demons and monsters, akin to the mythical creatures of the classic of mountains and seas, where legends of immortals were not mere fables, and anyone could cultivate their abilities. He had embodied the son of the Minister of Rights of the great Qian kingdom, Xie Yun. This individual was undoubtedly a typical scion of the elite, idling away his days, bullying the weak, reveling in the company of women, and frequently indulging in drunken escapades at brothels and taverns, with others too afraid to voice their discontent. Even the royal offspring regarded him with trepidation. The reason was simple: his grandfather was a sage of Confucianism. The illustrious reputation of his father, the Minister of Rights, was insufficient to curb Xie Yun's arrogance. It was the formidable legacy of his ancestor, the sage who subdued the barbaric demon emperor, that truly afforded him his unchecked freedom. Although Xie Yun was born under the tutelage of the Confucian sage, he found himself stifled, his senses dulled, and unable to even grasp the most rudimentary of breathing techniques. He was, in simpler terms, utterly inept. Yet, this did not tarnish his reputation in the capital of the great Qian dynasty, where he stood with unparalleled pride. With such a dismal start, how utterly useless, Xie Yun lamented, gazing at the enchanting young maiden before him. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. In his past life, he had toiled like a beast, and now, having fortuitously traversed into the role of a second-generation heir, he was determined to indulge himself. With a grandfather revered as a Confucian sage and a father wielding significant power in the political arena, what did he have to fear? Bai Lu, assist me in rising, Xie Yun commanded with a flourish of his hand, resolved to continue his life of opulence. With a nonchalant smile, he added, let the music play on, and the dance continue. However, in the next moment, his maid Bai Lu seized him and dashed out of the Xie residence, heading straight for the city gates. Young master, we must flee. Bai Lu's voice trembled with panic, her eyes filled with dread. Xie Yun's expression hardened as he rebuked her. Preposterous. I am a descendant of the Confucian sage. Even the current emperor would not dare to treat me lightly. Who would presume to force me to flee? To escape merely as a newly arrived son of a powerful official would render him a laughingstock. With a hint of tears in her voice, Bai Lu explained, young master, today while the master was reviewing documents, an overwhelming malevolent energy suddenly erupted, alarming the entire capital. Even the emperor has been informed. Now, rumors are swirling that the CF family has colluded with barbaric demon tribes, conspiring to undermine the great Qian dynasty. Presently, my father is detained in the City of Clouds, his arrest personally orchestrated by the commander of the Jinyui. It is inevitable that my young master shall find himself imprisoned, subjected to unspeakable torment. There is still time to flee, a resounding hum echoed. Xie Yun felt the world spin, his body trembling slightly. He could scarcely believe the unfolding events. If my father is indeed colluding with the demon clan, once the charges are substantiated, it would spell disaster. After all, having traversed the path of a privileged offspring, to be reduced to a mere prisoner would be a cruel fate. Was anyone present at the time? Xie Yun inquired anxiously. He could not fathom that his father would conspire with the demon clan in his recollection. His father was a paragon of integrity, unyielding in his principles, a beacon of righteousness who would never jeopardize his future. This must be a fabrication. Bai Lu pondered for a moment before elucidating. Your grandfather, as the Minister of Rights, was burdened with significant duties, and common folk would not dare to intrude. At that time, there were no witnesses, only an ominous aura that permeated the skies, alarming the entire capital. The most crucial point is that, within the entire residence, your father was the sole occupant. Hence, the situation is a deadlock. Upon hearing this, Xie felt a chill seep into his heart. With no plausible explanation to offer, there existed no other suspect besides his father. It was no wonder that the Empress herself had issued the order for the Genui's commander to lead the arrest. Hood, hood, hood. The ground trembled violently. As the waning moon was devoured by dark clouds, 13 ebony-maned steeds shattered the silence of Zhuke Street. The iron-hoofed horses sent forth sparks of eerie blue flames, and as the flying fish cloaks swept past the green brick walls, the Guardian's bronze bell at the eaves continued to resonate with a low hum. The commanding officer suddenly tightened the reins, his boots striking the saddle as he soared 3 zhang into the air, the sheathed spring knife scraping against the glazed tiles, leaving a trail of golden streaks like shooting stars. Beta demon suppression formation. His thunderous whisper reverberated through the clouds, causing 7 Qinghai horses to rear up and neigh. In the instant that Xie turned his head, 13 dark iron tokens shot through the air, embedding themselves into the surrounding tiles, forming a celestial prison inscribed with the character for capture. The commanding officer's scabbard struck heavily at the center of the ridge, causing the entire roof to erupt, transforming into countless suspended jade blades in the night sky. Young master, run. I will hold them off. Seeing this, Bailu immediately shielded Xie behind her. Why must young master Xie resist? The voice of the Jinui commanding officer pierced through the curtain of rain. Your esteemed father, holding a high position, has yet to resist. Why must a mere scion of privilege seek needless suffering? Xie remained silent, still trying to grasp the situation. Bailu's gaze was vigilant as her fingers brushed against the concealed plum blossom needles at her waist. Suddenly, 3 wolf-tooth arrows whistled through the air. She spun around, wielding her sword, the soft blade coiled around the arrow shafts, flinging them back, followed by a muffled grunt from the eaves. Run! She raised her hand, shattering the lantern under the eaves. Sparks met the rain, transforming into curling blue smoke. Seizing the moment when the Genui's line of sight was obstructed, Bailu leaped into the air, her embroidered shoes landing on the blade for leverage. In the dark alley, 3 tripwires suddenly tightened, a fierce intent to kill surging forth. The Jinui struck with swift ferocity, quickly subduing Bailu. Sharp blades pressed against her neck, reflecting threads of crimson. Not without some skill, but not much. The Jinui commanding officer, Feng Wuxian, chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. What does it matter? Bailu retorted fiercely. As long as the young master remains unharmed, my life is of no consequence. Having risked her own safety to carve a path of blood for the young master, she had now managed to escape the clutches of danger. Young Master Xie. The commander, Feng Wuxian, stared wide-eyed at the graceful youth not far away, his pupils quivering slightly. You actually did not flee? Xie maintained his composure, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he replied, Why would I escape? Feng Wuxian's voice turned cold. The CF family has colluded with the demon clan, committing heinous crimes. Do you truly believe that your grandfather, a Confucian sage, can shield you from the specter of death? Xie asserted with righteousness. Colluding with the demon clan? Who dares to accuse me of such treachery? Do not slander me with your baseless accusations. He pointed a finger at Feng Wuxian, gritting his teeth. Right and wrong will be determined in due course. I stand unrepentant, having never allied with demons. Dare you continue to slaughter the innocent? In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. To hastily flee the capital would present the greatest peril in the eyes of the world. It would signify a guilty escape, solidifying the rumors of the CF family's collusion with the demon clan. Everything that had transpired was a carefully laid trap. Should Xie dare to step beyond the city gates, Feng Wuxian would unleash his lethal intent, sealing his fate, leaving no witnesses to attest to his innocence. At that juncture, they would boldly proclaim that Xie, son of the CF family, had colluded with demons and fled in fear of retribution, only to be slain by the commander himself. What could have been a potential escape route would thus transform into an inescapable dead end. In a mere flicker of thought, Life and death could be decided, such as the intrigue of courtly politics. Who is it that has ensnared my father? A flicker of astonishment flashed in Feng Wuxian's eyes, quickly concealed thereafter, as he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Humph, I never anticipated you possessed a modicum of cunning. I shall regard you with a measure of respect. But what of it? Bring him forth, seize him, and confine him within the dungeons of the Dali Temple, to await his fate." Chapter 2. Where is the system? Come out, now. After the Jinyui escorted Xie Yun away, the maid Bai Lu slowly rose, a ghostly smile playing upon her lips as she leaned against Feng Wuxian, her expression one of alluring charm. "My lord, I have followed your commands and led him to the city gate. Now, shall you fulfill your promise?" Although she was Xie Yun's personal maid, she had secretly become a pawn of Feng Wuxian, strategically positioned beside Xie Yun, waiting for the opportune moment. Today presented a perfect opportunity to annihilate the Xie family. Bai Lu, working from within, had lured Xie Yun to the city gate, where Feng Wuxian would ultimately strike him down. Absurd. Do you truly believe Xie Yun could be slain by me? Feng Wuxian's eyes revealed disdain as he coldly remarked, given Xie Yun's hedonistic, frivolous nature, he would certainly be oblivious to any plot. It must be your subtle guidance that allowed him to escape this time. He attributed all blame to Bai Lu, pondering how a meticulously crafted scheme could be unraveled by such an inept fool in the capital. "My lord, I have not betrayed you, nor have I prompted Xie Yun. Please, you must trust my unwavering loyalty." Bai Lu, suddenly flustered, hurried to explain. Feng Wuxian snorted coldly. Even if he evades this initial peril, it is of little consequence. The true lethal strike awaits. Not only will it ensure Xie Yun's disappearance without a trace, but it will also implicate Xie Qianjue in colluding with the demonic race, condemning him to death. He then inquired, "Tell me, have you fed that demon core to him?" Upon hearing the words, Bai Lu fervently nodded and declared, "My lord, this time there will absolutely be no mistakes. I shall personally administer the demon core into his belly, and that fool will remain blissfully unaware." Feng Wuxian exhaled in relief and remarked, "At last, there is some promise. Once Xie Yun ingests the demon core, he will have no choice but to bear the consequences, and the Xie family shall descend into an irreversible abyss." Bai Lu, with anticipation in her gaze, looked at Feng Wuxian and tentatively inquired. In the next moment, a dagger traced a ghostly blue arc through the air, its tip precisely piercing the hollow 2 inches beneath Bai Lu's throat. A torrential downpour commenced, mingling with droplets of blood that splattered against the cobblestones. The sensation of the blade slicing through flesh resembled the ease of cleaving a ripe persimmon. With a deft twist of his wrist, Feng Wuxian guided the blade along the delicate gap of her trachea. Bai Lu's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpricks, as the metallic tang of iron and sweetness surged within her throat. A crimson thread elongated in the curtain of rain, ensnaring her unuttered gasp. With the muted thud of a heavy object striking the ground, the stench of blood, diluted by the rain, soon became engulfed by the rumbling thunder. 2 imperial guards swiftly approached to remove the body, while the others meticulously wiped the floor, erasing all traces of the act with practiced ease and delicate movements. "Now that the task is complete, you serve no further purpose. You shall perish," Feng Wuxian stated coldly. In his eyes, Bai Lu had never been more than a useful pawn. The promises made were nothing but a jest. Furthermore, to successfully frame Xie Yun and bring down the Xie family, meticulous precision was imperative. Bai Lu represented the uncertain variable. Her demise was essential for Feng Wuxian's peace of mind. For so many years, the Xie family has basked in glory, but it seems the days of prosperity are drawing to a close. In the Dali Temple, while being escorted to prison, Xie Yun suddenly lost consciousness. It was only the following morning that he gradually regained awareness. A wave of excruciating pain erupted from his dantian, as if 1,000 silver needles coursed through his meridians, bursting forth like icy flowers at the ends of each blood vessel. His hands displayed swollen, purplish veins, their serpentine shapes writhing as if they were living creatures, gradually coalescing into a scaly pattern. What on earth is this? Xie Yun bit down on his tongue in an effort to remain alert, yet the metallic tang of his blood only sent his demon core into a violent tremor. A disconcerting crack echoed from his spine, reminiscent of glaciers fracturing in the spring, causing Xie Yun to collapse to the ground, his forehead striking the cold bricks with a heavy thud. Cracks radiated from the point of impact, and the floor tiles of the room momentarily lifted 3 inches into the air before settling back down. Could it be that I truly possessed the bloodline of a demon? At that moment, Xie Yun could not help but question whether he indeed had demonic ancestry, or perhaps nevertheless, The most pressing concern now was how to clear his name. If the Jinui discovered his true heritage, no amount of diving into wells or the Yellow River could absolve him. System. Damn it. Come out. Xie Yun incessantly shouted. As a transmigrator, starting with such calamity, how could he lack a cheat? Was this some sort of jest? Just as he was in despair, someone arrived for a prison visit. At that moment, a guard appeared, a smirk of derision evident on his face. Who could have imagined that the once mighty young master of the Xie family would find himself a mere prisoner, rambling incoherently about his system? A chamber pot, however, was indeed available. A visitor. Who could it be? Xie Yun was taken aback, but his eyes brightened with surprise upon recognizing the visitor, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Second brother. The newcomer was none other than Xie Lin, the second son of the Xie family and Xie Yun's elder brother. Unlike Xie Yun, who was a frivolous youth, Xie Lin took on the heavy responsibility of upholding the family's scholarly legacy as a direct descendant of the Xie lineage. At a young age, he had already surpassed the 6th rank of the Junzi realm. He was enrolled in the prestigious Bailu Academy, a revered institution for millions of scholars across the great Qin dynasty. Xie Lin was regarded as the most talented student of his generation, with the potential to inherit Bailu Academy, achieve the status of a Yaxing, and even fulfill the aspirations of their grandfather, the Confucian sage. The citizens of the capital believed that Xie Lin was the true heir of the Xie family, possessing the bloodline of the Confucian sage. In stark contrast to the younger Xie Yun, who squandered his days in idleness and had yet to even touch the threshold of the 9th rank of the Kaiman realm, bringing shame to the family's scholarly reputation. Xie Lin typically treated Xie Yun with indifference, lacking genuine affection, driven more by familial obligation to protect his naive younger brother. As a paragon of Confucian virtue, how could he tolerate his own brother engaging in misdeeds and oppressing the common people? Yet, he felt powerless, forced to endure Xie Yun's antics and ultimately clean up after him. Brother, are you well? Have they bullied you or subjected you to torture? Xie Lin hurried forward, scrutinizing Xie Yun with concern in his eyes. In that moment, Xie Yun was overwhelmed with emotions. The familial bond he had never experienced in his past life was profoundly felt now, despite being seen as lesser than a pig or dog by outsiders. The connection of blood could never be altered. Xie Lin's concern for Xie Yun is unconditional and devoid of any expectation for recompense. Elder brother, they dare not act against me. The matter of our father colluding with the demon clan remains unresolved, and furthermore, our grandfather is not yet deceased. He is merely occupied suppressing the demon emperor in the wilderness and cannot extricate himself. Xie Yun spoke slowly. If they wish to harm me, they must consider their options carefully. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Xie Lin's eyes. Little brother, when did your reasoning become so astute? You should not be. Ahem. Yesterday, it was reported that our father colluded with the demon clan. The Empress herself ordered his imprisonment in Yunzhong City and commanded the Jin Yi to apprehend the direct descendants of the Xie family. Xie Lin's countenance grew weary, his spirit disordered, as he said, I spent the entire night in worry without a moment's sleep. Only upon the lifting of the ban was I bold enough to come to the Dali temple to meet with you. Xie Yun inquired curiously, Elder brother, why are you unharmed? Has our father's suspicion been cleared? Xie Lin explained, yesterday, the Jin Yi came to Bailu Academy to take people away. But the teachers led hundreds of students to obstruct them, even risking their lives. There is no way I could collude with the demon clan. This is what compelled the Jin Yi to retreat. As a descendant of a Confucian sage, Xie Lin, endowed with remarkable talent, is cherished by the esteemed scholars of the academy. It is inconceivable that he would idly watch the Jin Yi take him away. Otherwise, what would become of the reputation of Bailu Academy? If Xie Lin were indeed colluding with demons, it would imply that the entire student body of Bailu Academy, along with its esteemed scholars, were in league with the demon clan. The Jin Yi could not afford to offend them and thus had no choice but to withdraw. Behind Xie Lin stands the formidable support of Bailu Academy, which ensures his safety. However, Xie Yun is entirely different, devoid of talent and virtue, idling about. And it is merely a matter of time before he is apprehended by the Jinui. Furthermore, Xie Yun represents the sole vulnerability of the Xie family. Have you disclosed anything to them or confessed to any crimes? Xie Lin's greatest concern lies in Xie Yun's lack of intelligence. Fearing that he might be deceived by the officials of the Dali Temple into signing false accusations, which could ultimately implicate the entire Xie family, Xie Yun recounted the events of yesterday in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Xie Lin gasped, astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. When did his younger brother become so astute? Just a hair's breadth. Had Xie Yun dared to step outside the city gates, he would have been met with a cold corpse. while the accusation of their father colluding with the demon clan would have become irrefutable, leading to utter ruin. It was unimaginable that those rascals would resort to any means to bring down the Xie family. Bai Lu has vanished without a trace. I suspect she may already be dead. Xie Lin soon grasped the full scope of the incident. He had not anticipated that Bai Lu was, in fact, their mole. When had she infiltrated them? Was it through coercion? He felt a wave of relief as Xie Yun had momentarily displayed cleverness, turning peril into safety and reversing the situation. As long as Xie Yun refrains from confessing, their father remains unharmed, and with the esteemed reputation of their grandfather, the Confucian sage, the tempest would soon subside. Wait, you just mentioned. Suddenly, Xie Lin seemed to recall something, his pupils quivering. Emotion surging as he grasped Xie Yun's arm, pressing earnestly. Did Bai Lu feed you a pill? Xie Yun nodded, recalling the recent transformations and the ominous trend of demonization that sent chills down his spine. Trembling, he uttered, "Second brother, that appears to be a demon pill." Chapter 3. Deep Blue Enhancement. Martial Arts 9th Rank. Hidden Cards. Xie Yun has been framed. He was ensnared and rendered unconscious, swallowed by a demon pill. Xie Lin, of course, was aware that his brother could never be a demon, for the ancestral bloodline had been passed down to him. His brother was merely an ordinary mortal. However, once one consumed a demon pill, an ordinary person would be utterly defenseless against its corrupting influence. It would not be long before Xie Yun lost his sanity and gradually transformed into a demonic beast. By that time, the Xie family would become the target of public outrage, accused of colluding with the demon race, deserving of condemnation. Cursed fate. Despite countless calculations, who could have foreseen such a sinister plot involving the feeding of a demon pill? Brother, is there any way to eradicate the demon pill within me? Xie Yun inquired urgently, seeking a remedy. Xie Lin sighed softly, expressing his helplessness. There is but one method: to break through to the 9th realm of Confucianism and Taoism, to achieve enlightenment, and to cleanse one's essence and marrow, utilizing the righteous qi within to erode the demon pill inside you. The righteous qi employed in Confucianism inherently restrains demons. This is the primary reason our grandfather was able to suppress the wild demon emperor single-handedly. However, to transcend to the 9th realm before reaching the age of hairbinding is the optimal period for comprehension. Xie Yun has already surpassed this age. To achieve enlightenment now would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, considering his lack of interest in scholarly pursuits, his ignorance renders it utterly impossible to attain enlightenment within 3 days. 3 days? Why 3 days? Xie Yun inquired. In Xi Lin's eyes, a hint of regret flickered as he slowly explained, the emperor has decreed that in 3 days, the chief of the Bureau of Astronomy will personally observe your aura and inquire into your heart. Given your current condition, an overwhelming malevolent energy is certain to be revealed, and there will be no escaping it. I must break through. I will definitely shatter this barrier, murmured Xie Yun. This was, indeed, the only viable solution. After all, having traversed into this second-generation heir's life, how could he possibly meet an untimely demise? It was merely a matter of penetrating the 9th realm of Confucianism and Taoism. His limitations did not imply that his brother was incapable. Brother, do not worry. I shall not allow your demise, Xie Lin said, gazing at his younger sibling with a countenance full of sorrow, feeling a profound sense of guilt. It was his failure to adequately guide his brother that resulted in this predicament. Otherwise, he would not have remained unawakened past the age of maturity. Had he successfully broken through, he would not have fallen victim to such treachery. He attributed all the blame to himself. Regardless of our father or elder sister, we shall not abandon you, Xie Lin lamented. Though we may disapprove of your actions, blood is thicker than water. Our elder sister, with her sharp tongue yet warm heart, upon hearing of your capture, stormed into the Imperial Guards overnight and has now been detained. Has elder sister been captured? Xie Yun inquired anxiously. Xie Yun, the eldest daughter of the Xie family, despite being a woman, held a profound admiration for martial arts. At the tender age of 24, she had already achieved the 4th rank of the Return to Purity realm and served as a pacification envoy for the Imperial Guards. Xie Yun, a person of unwavering principles, harbors a deep-seated aversion towards the idle and inept scions of the capital, instilling fear in the hearts of the young lords. However, when it comes to her own younger brother, she chooses to remain blissfully ignorant. Striking him is out of the question, and scolding him is equally unfeasible. Thus, what other recourse does she have but to evade him? As long as Xie Yun is present, Xie Yun will refrain from making an appearance. Consequently, the young lords of the capital have taken to following Xie Yun, treating him as their talisman of protection. The siblings seldom meet throughout the year, resulting in a rather lukewarm relationship. Upon hearing that the commander of the Jinyue had personally led a detachment to apprehend Xie Yun stormed into the Jinyue headquarters, fervently demanding his release, only to discover that he had already been escorted to the Dali temple. This blunder led to her own detention, rendering her unable to visit him. Due to Xie Yun's esteemed reputation among the populace, known for her disdain for evil and her unwavering integrity, clearing the suspicion against her should be a matter of conscience. Currently, the most pressing issue lies with Xie Yun. Those scheming against the Xie family see him as the sole weak link. The Xie family has dedicated themselves to the service of the great Qian, sacrificing everything, with their grandfather expending his life force to suppress the demon emperor and safeguard peace for the realm. How could they possibly perish at the hands of their own kind? Xie Lin gritted his teeth in fury, a chilling resolve enveloping his heart as he declared, if it truly comes to a matter of life and death, I shall not hesitate to depart from the great Qian, seeking refuge in the southern wilderness or the ancient kingdom of the divine phoenix. Survival alone offers hope. Brother, I believe there is still a way out. Let us not abandon all hope just yet, Xie Yun urged. The foundation of the Xie family, established over centuries, remains firmly rooted in the Grand Dakian. How could one simply depart at will, especially when the southern frontier is a desolate realm, where numerous small nations cling together merely to survive? As for the ancient kingdom of Shenhuang, it was obliterated thousands of years prior, reduced to mere ruins, inhabited only by a scant few, rendering it an unsuitable haven for existence. We have no path of retreat left. In despair, Xie Lin confessed, in truth, our family harbors a monumental secret, one that even elder sister is unaware of. Only father and I are privy to it. A shiver coursed through Xie Yun's heart. How could elder sister be oblivious? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Unlike him, who lacked refinement, she was a true prodigy of martial virtue. The family's clandestine matters could not possibly elude her awareness. If even she was in the dark, then this secret must be something beyond his reach. Could it possibly be related to the demon clan? Xie Yun ventured to inquire. Xie Lin paused, his voice low, and nodded. How did you know? Currently, all events are intertwined with the demon clan. Even a fool could deduce that the secret behind it all is undoubtedly linked to them. The overwhelming demonic aura emanating from Father S. study may very well be the true cause of this mystery. You are still young. Do not concern yourself with this. I shall take care of everything from here on and ensure your safety. Xie Lin reassured, his resolve solidified. Brother, do not rush, Xie Yun implored, anxious that Xie Lin might act recklessly. However, Xie Lin, having made up his mind, offered a few comforting words before turning away. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Xie Yun sighed deeply. It is imperative that I save myself. Martial arts entry loaded. Does the host choose to refine the demon core and transform the martial arts entry? In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from Xie Yun's eyes. Though delayed, it has arrived. It has finally come. The unique golden finger of a transmigrator, capable of defying fate. He shall reverse the situation to save the Xie family. Starting from this moment, as night fell, in the inner court of the Grand Court of Dali, at the third watch, the dome was adorned with a cascade of starlight. The waning moon was engulfed by a cloud dragon, and the heavens split open with a fissure of azure and violet. Yigahan, the Grand Court minister, stood beneath the flowers and moonlight, savoring the beautiful scenery. He took a delicate sip of tea, his gaze revealing an air of tranquility as he slowly spoke. Guests are welcome. Why not sit for a while? Suddenly, a figure floated down from the beams above, landing gracefully in the courtyard. Such remarkable skill, truly deserving of the title of Commander of the Imperial Guards. A formidable figure that instills fear in both civil and military officials. Feng Wuxian scoffed. Do not pretend we are strangers. We both serve that esteemed individual. If we succeed, we can ascend to even greater heights. Yigahan shook his head. I did not agree. You forced my hand. Even if the truth comes to light, I have my reasons to refuse. However, Feng Wuxian took a sip of tea, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Once you board the pirate ship, there is no turning back. Do you still wish to save your son's life? How is my son? Yigahan's heart leapt to his throat, his eyes wide with fury as he fixed a seething glare upon Feng Wuxian, gritting his teeth. You despicable, vile rat, if you have the courage, release my son and come for me. Killing you brings us no advantage. Rather, it is your utility that holds significance. Feng Wuxian laughed recklessly, knowing that as long as Yigahan's son remained in his grasp, this old fellow would not dare to act rashly. Remember our words, do not engage in petty tricks, for they may endanger your son, he warned. Xie has already been detained in the Dali Temple. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to visit him. The day the Qintian supervisor interrogates him marks the end of the CF family. Yigahan sighed, feeling helpless, and said, "What is the necessity of this? The CF family has been unwaveringly loyal to our great Qian. Must we truly force them onto the path of destruction? The ancestor of the CF family is a person I hold in the highest regard. If he were to learn that his descendants were falsely accused from afar, he would forsake everything to suppress you. Such a desire is unattainable." Feng Wuxian replied coolly. That old man is indeed remarkable. But the lifespan of the Confucian saint is not eternal. His time is running short. If he were to forcibly break through the array, he could only hold on for a brief period. At that moment, the Wu family will rise. The Dali Temple's minister seemed to grasp the implications and rose in fury, glaring at Feng Wuxian in shock. "Your true aim is, you intend to defy the heavens at the cost of all the common people," he exclaimed. "You must cease this madness." Feng Wuxian sneered. "Cease? Do you believe we have any path of retreat? Do not be so naive, Lord Yi." Yigahan, upon hearing the words, felt utterly exhausted, his heart heavy with concern for the future of the CF family and the destiny of the great Qian. These individuals had truly lost their minds, completely deranged. In Yunzhong City, as twilight enveloped the bluestone steps, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged beneath a millennial-old pine. His coarse linen robe hung down like solidified clouds. In the bronze incense burner, wisps of blue smoke coiled like serpents, curling around his half-closed eyelids, yet failing to rouse the prayer beads resting upon his knees. This man was none other than the son of the sage of Confucianism, father to Xie Yun, and the minister of rites of the great Qian, Xie Qianjue. With his eyes closed in deep contemplation, he slowly spoke, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "Your Majesty, I hope this message finds you well." Chapter 4. The Empress's Disgrace. Marrying Xie Yun? The sky has fallen. Suddenly, from above, a beam of golden light emerged, illuminating the Empress's unparalleled and resplendent figure. She wore a long scarlet robe that trailed to the ground, adorned with golden-threaded clouds that danced upon the hem like flickering flames. The Empress was breathtakingly beautiful, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes sparkling like stars, exuding an innate aura of authority with every glance. Beneath her high-bridged nose, her ruby lips curved slightly upwards, radiating an undeniable pride. With graceful strides, each step she took was both steady and powerful. The Empress, by Yu Yao, was the 18th sovereign of the great Qian. Ascending the throne 5 years prior, she had garnered the trust of the late emperor, seizing power from her 2 elder brothers and ultimately claiming the imperial seat. With her decisive and formidable methods, she swiftly reformed the court, compelling the aristocratic families and disciples of the celestial sects to submit. Naturally, such ruthless tactics bred discontent among the noble families and officials, leaving behind a profound peril. "Xie Qing, do you harbor any grievances?" The Empress's lips moved slightly, exhaling a fragrance akin to orchids, radiating an undeniable aura of authority that demanded respect. Xie Qianjue's expression remained calm, displaying no fear of the Empress's might, nor the tension that accompanied his confinement. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. Before the sovereign, how could one harbor dissatisfaction? Though he was currently imprisoned, to him, it felt like a paradise removed from the world. He had always preferred tranquil places with few inhabitants. Had it not been for fulfilling his father's promise to assist the Empress in restoring order to the court and consolidating the great Qian dynasty, he would have long since retreated to the mountains to live a carefree life. The demonic blood within you has been stirred by the fragrance of the other shore flower, causing the surge of demonic energy and ensuing chaos. The Empress spoke in a cool tone. "The one who framed you was the assistant minister of rites. By the time I found him, he had already taken his own life out of fear of punishment, leaving no evidence to pursue." Xie Qianjue let out a cold laugh. "Aside from those two, who else in this world knows of the Xie family's demonic lineage? It seems your brothers are also restless." Years ago, Xie Qianjue's grandfather, while journeying for experience, fell in love with a demoness. They bore a son, who was none other than Xie Qianjue himself. Thus, each generation of the Xie family possesses demonic blood, which must be subdued through their own martial cultivation or the righteous spirit of Confucianism to maintain a semblance of normalcy. To the outside world, Xie Qianjue was deemed mediocre, unable to rival his father, the sage of Confucianism, or his sister, Xie Yun. In truth, most of his martial energy was dedicated to suppressing the bloodline within him. Should he unleash his demonic heritage, his realm would skyrocket, potentially placing him at the pinnacle of the entire dynasty. When the third generation arrives, the bloodline of the demon clan is passed down to CLN, which becomes a primary reason for his entry into Confucianism. He must suppress the demon blood within him with the righteous aura of heaven and earth. Xie, however, is indeed no different from an ordinary person. The mastermind behind the scenes has initiated a scheme, using the ethereal flower to manipulate the demon blood within Xie, laying a web of traps and intricate mechanisms aimed at utterly annihilating the Xie family and the Empress. Should the Xie family fall, the Empress would lose her greatest support, plunging the great Qian dynasty into turmoil, with countless demons and monsters rising, heralding a catastrophe for humanity. Yesterday, I dispatched the Imperial Guards to protect Xie. But to my dismay, Feng Wuxing acted in defiance, having long been in league with them, secretly administering a demon pill to him. The Empress spoke slowly. Even Feng Wuxing, who was most favored by the late emperor and had been advised to remain loyal to the Empress, turned out to be their pawn. Now, with Xie having consumed the demon pill, the truth will be revealed when the Astronomical Bureau seeks to discern his heart, which is not good news for the Empress and the Xie family. Xie Qing, are you not the least bit worried? The Empress gazed at Xie Qianjue's calm demeanor, a hint of astonishment on her face as she inquired. If Xie Yun's identity were to be exposed, the foundation of the great Qian dynasty that the Xie family has built over decades would be utterly destroyed. And so what? Xie Qianjue chuckled softly. My Xie family is but a century's legacy, yet your majesty bears the weight of 1,000 years of imperial fortune. Should the dynasty collapse beneath the Nine Nether? Enough. The Empress, unwilling to listen any longer, coldly declared, Rest assured, Minister Xie, I have naturally prepared contingencies. The director of the Astronomical Bureau has assured me that regardless of whether Xie Yun possesses the bloodline of the demon clan, he will conceal the heavenly secrets on my behalf. There is no need for your concern. The mention of the director, that old rascal, seemed to evoke a memory in Xie Qianjue, who sighed softly and shook his head, saying, Your Majesty, this course of action is perilous and should not be undertaken. The Empress replied in a solemn tone, I am the sovereign of a nation, bearing the fortunes of the great Qian. How could he dare to feign compliance? Furthermore, the director's fortunes are intricately linked to the fate of the dynasty. Should he wish to advance, he must stabilize the court. I trust him to refrain from foolish actions. Xie Qianjue sighed again, stating, Your Majesty, you are still too young. The Empress, somewhat irritated by this remark, raised her voice slightly. Then tell me, what alternative do you propose? Xie Qianjue responded earnestly. The simplest solution to the demon core issue is to break through to the ninth realm of Confucianism and use righteous energy to dispel it. This is the most reliable method. The corners of the Empress's lips curled disdainfully. If it were Xie Lin, I would have confidence, but for Xie Yun, I would rather entrust it to the director. What merit does Xie Yun possess? As Empress, I am fully aware, and moreover, his talent has long been the subject of global attention. The likelihood of him breaking through to the ninth realm of Confucianism in this lifetime is exceedingly slim. Not to mention achieving such a breakthrough within 3 days is 100-fold more challenging than seizing the throne from my 2 elder brothers. There is no way I could believe that the frivolous young master Xie Yun is capable of transcending the Confucian realm. Your Majesty, it is too early to say. Xie Qianjue cautioned. Xie Qianjue smiled and said, Years ago, my father predicted that Xie Yun possesses extraordinary fortune, making him the most distinguished among all descendants of the Xie family. When the winds of change arise, he shall transform like a dragon. Do not underestimate him. Perhaps this is indeed the opportunity for his transformation. The Empress could not suppress a smile as she retorted, Xie Yun, you claim he has great fortune. Even if he is your own son, one cannot speak falsehoods with eyes wide open. He believes he can transform into a dragon amidst the winds of change. Your optimism is misplaced. Xie Qianjue solemnly replied, Your Majesty, is it not somewhat inappropriate to look down upon your future consort? At the mention of the word consort, the Empress felt a surge of indignation. The thought alone was a humiliation. Xie Qianjue's entry into this predicament was contingent upon one sole condition, to marry Xie Yun and become his wife. Chapter 5. The Empress's Alliance. Is the Xie family to thrive or perish? Xie Qianjue's involvement in this intricate affair is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. Such a significant cost necessitates a commensurate reward. Ordinary riches, titles, and promotions hold little value for the Xie family. Those are inconsequential to them. Thus, an alliance with the Xie family emerges as the singular solution to this dilemma. In the future, maintaining the stability of the great Qian dynasty will also bear the responsibility of the Xie family. Ultimately, the offspring born of the Empress shall inherit the entirety of the great Qian realm. Strengthening the Empress's hold on the throne serves to fortify the CF family's future power and status. According to conventional reasoning, the responsibility should rightfully rest upon the eldest son of the CF family, Xie Lin, a distinguished disciple of the Confucian Tao, who enjoys the favor of the saint at Bailu Academy and possesses an immensely promising future. He is far more likable than the younger son, Xie Yun. What merit does Xie Yun possess? The entire city is aware of his poor reputation should a union with such a man occur. It might tarnish the royal family's image in the eyes of the populace. One might exclaim, how can such a fellow marry the Empress? Is the empire merely a child's play? However, Xie Lin bears the bloodline of the demon race. If he were to bear offspring, the imperial lineage would be irrevocably tainted, providing grounds for the common people to rebel. The Empress refused to consider a union with Xie Lin, leaving the direct descendants of the CF family with only Xie Yun. Thus, it became inevitable that Bai Yue would be wed to Xie Yun, regardless of her reluctance, for the sake of the great Qian dynasty. She had to make compromises and secretly reached an agreement with the head of the CF family. The day of the wedding would coincide with the eradication of the traitors. As the sovereign of a nation, my word is my bond. If you assist me in removing the obstacles, I shall fulfill my promise. The Empress Bai Yue sighed helplessly and spoke softly. Even if it is Xie Yun, I shall acquiesce. For her, there was no alternative. Even if it meant entering a den of dragons and tigers, she would proceed. After all, her feelings for Xie Yun were indifferent. She would regard it as a political marriage. Once she bore a prince, her promise would be fulfilled, and she could then devote herself to the governance of the realm, leading Great Qian to unprecedented prosperity. Fear not, your majesty. I have faith in Yuner. He will not disappoint you and is undoubtedly the finest choice for a husband. Xie Qianjue smiled faintly, his expression betraying an enigmatic depth. The Empress, skeptical, curled her lips in disdain. In a few days, we shall discern whether it is a dragon or a mealworm. Is Xie Yun truly the most suitable choice for her husband? The illustrious Empress, sovereign of the realm. What man in the world is beyond her grasp? Not to mention, with a visage of unparalleled beauty. Even the daughter of an ordinary eunuch would attract countless heroes to bow in submission. Xie Yun, indeed, has been fortunate. In the Hall of Celestial Observance, the chief astrologer donned a deep purple official robe, embroidered with patterns of auspicious clouds and celestial stars. His eyes were gently closed, and his hands delicately caressed a tortoise shell, as if he were attuning himself to the secrets of the cosmos contained within. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes, their gaze piercing, fingers deftly calculating as he softly recited ancient divinations. He arranged the yarrow stalks into a hexagram, contemplating for a moment before nodding slightly, then inscribing the hexagram and its commentary onto rice paper with vigorous strokes, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Throughout this process, the hall remained enveloped in a profound silence, save for the flickering candlelight that cast a soft glow upon the chief astrologer's focused countenance. Each movement he made was imbued with utmost gravity, as if he were communing with the heavens and peering into the mysteries of the future. It shouldn't be. How could this be? The chief astrologer's countenance grew increasingly pallid, his withered fingers trembling slightly, as his deep-set eyes fixated on the hexagram, revealing an expression of incredulity. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled a weary sigh. Perhaps this is fate. As his voice faded, another voice gradually permeated the hall, heralding the arrival of an ethereal elder. The chief astrologer paused momentarily, then spoke. Scholar Wu, it is a pleasure to see you well. The newcomer was none other than Wu Taishu, the esteemed scholar of the great Qian kingdom, a paragon of Confucian virtue. In this world, there exists only one supreme realm beneath the Confucian sage. 9th rank. Initiation 8th rank. Self-cultivation 7th rank. Establishing destiny 6th rank. Gentleman 5th rank. Great Confucian 4th rank. Half-sage 3rd rank. Sub-sage 2nd rank. Sage 1st rank. Supreme sage extraordinary rank. Confucian sage. Wu Taishu awakened his intellect at the tender age of 3. Began his studies at 5, entered the ranks of gentleman by 12, and ascended to the esteemed position of Great Confucian by 18. Becoming the youngest disciple to excel in Confucianism and Taoism of his time. Undeterred by his achievements, he continued to strive and, at the mere age of 30, broke through to the status of subsage. He then ventured to the southern regions to enlighten the masses, dedicating several decades to rigorous self-cultivation, ultimately attaining the rank of sage at 50. Just as the world anticipated Wu Taishu to become the next Confucian sage, the elder of the Xie family unexpectedly surpassed him, achieving the status of supreme sage ahead of Wu Taishu. The very moment Wu Taishu finally broke through to the rank of supreme sage, The elder of the CF family ascended to Confucian sage, irrevocably extinguishing Wu Taishu's aspirations to attain that title. In this world, only one Confucian sage may exist at a time, as long as a Confucian sage remains. Not even 10 supreme sages can hope to ascend to that revered position. Such is the immutable law of the universe. Though the goal was tantalizingly close, the presence of the Xie elder barred Wu Taishu from advancing further for the entirety of his life. Consumed by a profound sense of injustice, Wu Taishu yearned to alter this fate. Should he break through to the rank of Confucian sage, he would possess the power to reshape the laws of the world, ensuring that all Confucian saints relinquish their aspirations for the title and compelling every sage to endure his tribulations. Thus, only the descendants of the Wu family would have the opportunity to attain the rank of Confucian sage, ensuring an unbroken lineage and eternal legacy. To achieve this breakthrough, there was but one solution: to expel those who occupy the position without merit, allowing him to claim the title of Confucian sage for himself. Thus, the elder of the CF family must perish. His schemes, meticulously orchestrated over decades, have finally begun to stir at this very moment. The framing of Xie Yun was merely the initial step. His true intent was to elevate the CF family to the status of Confucian sages. Ah, old friend. It has been many years since we last met. Do you recall the last time we crossed paths? Wu Taishu inquired with a smile. In all the realm, there are but a handful worthy of addressing the supervisor as old friend, and today, fate has deemed that Wu Taishu is among them. The supervisor sighed softly. 8 years ago, when the new emperor ascended the throne and the late emperor passed away, we exchanged a few words in the hall of heavenly communication. Upon hearing this, Wu Taishu chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Your memory serves you well. I had nearly forgotten. Time indeed flies. It has been 8 years in the blink of an eye. Do you truly not remember, or are you merely feigning forgetfulness?" The supervisor teased. "Do you recall the promise you made before the late emperor?" The late emperor was also an old soul, possessing only mediocre talents, yet he managed to endure for over a century. Wu Taishu remarked nonchalantly. "We have accompanied him for decades. We have been more than benevolent. Must we now extend our remaining years to accompany the new emperor for another century? You old fool. You truly are deluded." The supervisor retorted, immediately on guard. "What do you mean by that, Wu Taishu? Do you harbor treacherous intentions? Let me warn you. I will never betray the great Qian. The supervisor's fate is inexorably tied to the dynasty. As the dynasty flourishes, so too does he, progressing in his cultivation at an astonishing pace. You are indeed pedantic. Do not presume that I am unaware of your imminent demise. Only by transcending to a higher realm can you extend your existence." Wu Taishu spoke plainly, emanating an aura of righteousness, and solemnly declared, "Men aspire upwards, while water flows downwards. The throne is passed around. Next year, it may be your turn. The more swiftly the great Qian declines, the sooner you shall perish. We, the elder generation, fear death most of all. To live is to harbor hope, to pursue loftier realms. Should a wise ruler be chosen anew, reviving the dynasty, perhaps your fortunes may ascend further still." Wu Taishu, you have lost your mind. You are truly mad. The chief supervisor bellowed in a frenzy, his eyes betraying a profound inner turmoil as morality and boundaries wrestled wildly within him. "I'm not mad. I merely ponder the prospect of reaching greater heights. Do you not yearn for this?" Wu Taishu seemed to perceive the chief supervisor's vulnerabilities, deftly maneuvering through his psyche. Even a being as ancient as the chief supervisor, who had lived for over a century, felt the dormant heart stir once more. "Impossible. Impossible," he repeated, unable to accept the notion. If one were to assist the new emperor in reconstructing the dynasty and achieving greatness, the prospects would naturally seem dim. Yet, Wu Taishu paused deliberately, allowing a moment of hesitation before coolly stating, "How about we strike a wager and see how long the new emperor's dynasty can endure? Presently, I have a proposition that will surely not disappoint you, one that may even lead to a breakthrough into the second tier of destiny. Do you dare to accept?" The final words carried a weighty significance. The second tier of destiny. A breakthrough into the second tier of destiny. For Jianzheng, who had yearned for decades, this was the ultimate aspiration. His heart was in turmoil, torn between the moral compass and the destiny of the second rank. How should he decide? "Do you possess a method to help me transcend to the second rank of destiny?" Jianzheng inquired tentatively. Wu Taishu articulated each word with precision, the ancestral lineage of the Wu family. At these words, Jianzheng's pupils quivered. "You truly are mad." Should he cultivate within the Wu family's lineage and absorb its fortune, there existed a substantial probability of breaking through to the second rank of destiny. Not to mention Wu Taishu's audacious scheme. If he were to ascend as a Confucian sage, a formidable being capable of altering the laws of the world, absorbing the ancestral lineage of the Wu family to achieve the second rank of destiny would be a foregone conclusion. At that moment, Jianjing's heart was stirred. What are your terms? Wu Taishu smirked coldly, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes, and stated, I wish to bring disgrace upon the Xie family. On the day of reckoning, you must ensure that Xie Yun's demonic aura is fully revealed. Jianjing's heart trembled as he recalled the desires of the Empress. Indeed, everything behind this was a conspiracy orchestrated by Wu Taishu. That demonic core was his doing. Now, he faced a choice, to assist the Empress or to aid Wu Taishu. Should he support the Empress, it would be reasonable, as Xie Yun had already been wrongfully imprisoned, and the Xie family had devoted themselves to the greater good of Deqian, with their ancestor having sacrificed his life to suppress the demon emperor. This world owed a debt of gratitude to the Xie family. Conversely, if he were to assist Wu Taishu in framing Xie Yun as colluding with the demonic faction, then the Xie family's century-long reputation would be obliterated, and their ancestors' actions against the demon emperor would be dismissed as mere theatrics, effectively aligning them with the demonic forces. At this moment, the fate of the Xie family hung in the balance, determined by a single thought of the supervisor. Wu Taishu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he lightly scoffed. Tell me your choice. Chapter 6. Xie Yun's Moment of Glory. Turning the Tide. 3 days later. During the heart inquiry ceremony, Xie Yun awaited patiently in the Dali Temple prison. The minister of the Dali Temple personally opened the door for him, preparing to escort him to the heart inquiry platform. Young Master Xie, it is time to come out. Yigahan, the minister of the Dali Temple, displayed a mixture of mockery and pity as he remarked, there is no escaping. The heart inquiry platform has been ensnared in an inescapable net. Having relied on your grandfather's lingering influence to intimidate others, today marks your demise. Unfazed, Xie Yun shot him a glare and replied in a deep voice. Is Master Yi so certain that today will be my last? Or have you, Master Yi, already been privy to the underlying secrets? Yigahan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, caught off guard and rendered speechless by Xie Yun's retort. Was this truly the same frivolous young man, once known for his ignorance and bullying? Truth be told, Yigahan harbored a profound dislike for Xie Yun, who flaunted an unparalleled family legacy while the countless victims seeking justice at the Dali Temple had often been wronged by him. Yet, he found himself powerless against Xie Yun, wary of his esteemed background. Now, it seemed that the wicked would indeed face their just deserts. At the heart inquiry platform, as Xie Yun was brought forth by the officials of the Dali Temple, the square was thronged with a sea of onlookers, all eager to witness the spectacle. There existed a fervent jubilation among many, who could hardly contain their delight at the prospect of Xie Yun colluding with the demon clan, believing it was fitting for the malignant presence in the capital to meet a tragic end. Conversely, there were those who championed the cause of the Xie family, asserting that their venerable ancestor had expended his very life force to suppress the demon emperor for the sake of the citizens of Deqian. How could his descendants possibly conspire with the demon clan? Surely, it must be a fabrication. The notion that Xie Yun could conspire with demons was preposterous, after all. He was a scion of the Xie family. While I might believe anyone else could align with demons, I simply cannot accept that the Xie lineage would engage in such treachery. There must be some hidden intricacies to this matter. Although Xie Yun may lack scholarly pursuits and lead a dissipated life, his unwavering loyalty to Deqian is beyond question. How could he be involved with the demon clan? Indeed, is this not akin to the absurdity of pulling down one's trousers to pass gas, an utterly unnecessary act? He possesses status and influence within Deqian. Why would he jeopardize his future by colluding with demons? Most of those defending the Xie family were individuals who had previously benefited from their kindness. They had long since prepared their arguments to exonerate Xie Yun on the day of reckoning, repaying the favor of their patronage. Consequently, the populace experienced a sudden clarity, as if a veil had been lifted, and they rallied in support of the Xie family. It was indeed inconceivable that the Xie family would conspire with the demon clan. Had that been the case, their esteemed ancestor would have long since broken free from the demon suppression lock, upholding righteousness. It must be that Xie Yun has incurred the displeasure of certain individuals, who are now framing him with false accusations. Soon enough, public sentiment overwhelmingly shifted, demanding the release of Xie Yun from the Dali Temple, insisting that the reputation of the Xie family must not be tarnished. These insufferable fools are, as expected, easily led by the nose. The elite Jinyue, led by Feng Wuxian, personally commanded troops to maintain order, casting a disdainful glance at the agitated crowd. Subsequently, He discreetly signaled to certain individuals among the masses. All individuals under heaven hold the Xie family in profound esteem. How could they possibly orchestrate slanderous schemes? As many have articulated, if one were truly intent on framing someone, it would be inconceivable to target the Xie family. Such an endeavor would be self-destructive. Moreover, on that day, an overwhelming malevolent aura erupted from the study of the Minister of Rights, a phenomenon witnessed by the entire populace of the capital. This cannot possibly be fabricated. The benevolence of the Xie family's ancestors cannot be wholly attributed to their descendants. Otherwise, Xie Yun would not exhibit such disgraceful behavior, devoid of the cultivation expected of a scion of Confucius. Furthermore, whether or not there has been collusion with the demon race is not for us to determine. The Hard Inquisition platform will inevitably reveal the truth. If it is indeed found that there is no collusion with the demon race, we shall not hesitate to offer our apologies. Our human race has endured a tumultuous enmity with the demon race for millennia. It is preferable to mistakenly condemn 1,000 than to let one escape. This is all for the safety of the human populace. The speaker's voice rang clear, each word a gem, intertwining Xie Yun's fate with that of humanity, a matter of life and death, thus they could not afford to be negligent. As this individual suggested, what harm is there in a trial? Soon, the sentiments of the populace were once again swayed, as they clamored for a thorough inquiry into Xie Yun. He did not exude the aura of a virtuous man. He was undoubtedly a spy for the demon race. How could a descendant of the Xie ancestors embody such an aptitude? Perhaps Xie Yun was merely a foundling discovered amidst a winter-esque snowfall, his collusion with the demon race a reflection of his true nature. Xie Yun's essence hardly resembles that of humanity. He is likely a descendant of the demon race, and thus, I propose the fire trial to unveil his true form. Upon hearing these words, Xie Yun shuddered. The notion of a fire trial reveals the depth of animosity. It seems that the reputation of his original self has already been subjected to relentless vilification in the hearts of the populace. This is not a favorable omen. After the Minister of Justice dispatched someone to soothe the people's unrest, the chief of the Astronomical Bureau gradually emerged into view, clad in a flowing white robe. Standing upon the Heart Query platform, gazing at the handsome youth. Everyone, please remain silent. Next, we shall have the esteemed chief of the Astronomical Bureau personally inquire into whether Xie Yun is indeed a spy of the demon race. We shall soon have our answer, bellowed the captain of the Imperial Guard. The crowd fell quiet, awaiting the outcome with bated breath. This inquiry into the heart involved the entirety of the Great Qian, capturing the attention of aristocratic families, palace nobles, scholars from across the realm, Taoist sects, and even the holy lands of various sections. Even emissaries from southern nations were dispatched to observe, ready to respond swiftly should any anomalies arise. Why should the Great Qian, blessed with the most fertile lands, allow others to endure hunger and the torment of insects? Such inequity was intolerable. You, young man from the Xie family, do you have anything to say to me? The chief regarded Xie Yun, momentarily lost in thought, as if perceiving the silhouette of the youth's grandfather. In years past, the elder of the Xie family had shown him kindness, yet now he found himself entangled in a scheme against the descendant. Xie Yun slightly cupped his hands and, with a calm smile, replied, I appreciate your efforts, esteemed chief. I have nothing to say. I only ask that you act impartially, regardless of the outcome. I am prepared to accept it willingly. Upon hearing this, the chief felt a tumult of emotion swell within him, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt. He had expected Xie Yun to plead for mercy or to resort to threats and coercion, leveraging the authority of his grandfather to compel him to conceal the demon core within. Did this youth truly remain oblivious to the fact that he bore a demon core? His display of righteousness cast the chief in the light of a scheming rogue. You, my dear lad, do not appear to be as notorious as the rumors suggest, filled with malevolence and folly. Rather, you exhibit a certain audacity. The overseer, steadfast in his inquiry, seldom intervenes in worldly matters. And had it not been for the Empress's request, he would not have taken it upon himself to seek the truth. The tales surrounding Xie Yun portray him as irredeemably flawed and utterly devoid of understanding, akin to a piece of wood beyond refinement. However, my personal experience tells a different story. The youth indeed bears a resemblance to his grandfather, which stirs a twinge of compassion within the overseer. Yet, in pursuit of his own desires, he must resolutely accept the circumstances. I shall pose but a single question, and you must respond with sincerity, the overseer declared. Xie Yun nodded, affirming, I shall engrave it upon my heart. The overseer, somewhat satisfied, thought that were it not for his personal ambitions, He would gladly shield Xie Yun from the divine secrets and navigate the treacherous waters of fate on his behalf. Subsequently, the overseer extended a hand and pressed it upon the youth's brow, causing an invisible, colorless mist to rise slowly. As his aged voice resonated like a great bell in Xie Yun's ears. Xie Yun, have you conspired with the demon race? In that instant, Xie Yun felt as though the very world was spinning beneath him, as if struck by an unseen force. A surge of warmth coursed through him, and his dantian surged violently. He closed his eyes and slowly replied, "No, I have not conspired with the demon race, you fools. The overseer, the Jin Yi Wei Feng Wuxing, the Empress, the citizens of the city." Indeed, it was the familiar flavor. Xie Yun's actions nearly deceived them. In the next moment, the white mist enveloped Xie Yun, swirling around the 3 inches above his head, remaining unchanged. Everyone swiftly realized this meant that Xie Yun had passed the trial of the heart and had not conspired with the demon race. Yet, hidden in the shadows, Xie Lin remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on every movement unfolding in the arena, his expression taut with anxiety. He understood that those individuals would not easily relent in their pursuit of Xie Yun, especially since his brother harbored an unrefined demon core within him. Should this secret be unveiled before the public eye, it would spell disaster for his life. "I knew it. Brother Xie, how could you possibly conspire with the demon clan? Surely, this is a frame-up." Behind him stood several classmates from Bailu Academy, who, upon hearing of the Xie family's plight, felt a profound sorrow and were eager to offer their assistance. At the mere signal from Xie Lin, they would rush forth without hesitation, creating a diversion at the Wenxin platform to seize the opportunity to rescue Xie Yun. Meanwhile, Xie Yun, the young mistress of the Xie family, awaited at the city gate. Once they crossed Juke Street, a path to safety would lie ahead. "The immense kindness shown today shall be etched in my heart. Should you ever require aid in the future, I shall undoubtedly lend my full support." Xie Lin clasped his hands in respect, his eyes brimming with gratitude. The Xie family faced calamity, and his classmates dared to defy the scorn of the populace to offer their aid, a debt of gratitude flowing like an unending river. "Brother Xie, your words are too grave. The Xie family has devoted itself tirelessly for the welfare of the people of Deqian, sacrificing all. Now, when faced with treachery from petty individuals, how can we stand idly by? Indeed, to allow such villainy to go unchecked would be akin to poisoning our own hearts. Brother Xie, there is no need for further words. We shall offer our unwavering support." The students all clasped their hands, resolute and unyielding. Deeply moved, Xie Lin's gaze returned to the Wenxin platform, as Juke Street lay ahead. Clad in a deep crimson attire of the Imperial Guard, the young woman exuded an air of elegance and authority. Her collar was intricately embroidered with golden cloud patterns, and a black leather belt cinched her waist. She wore polished boots that echoed her formidable presence. In her hand, she wielded a long sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Slightly lowered, yet radiating a palpable aura of menace. At the end of Vermilion Bird Street, she stood in the shadow of the city gate. Half her figure cloaked in darkness, while the other half was bathed in the blood-red glow of the setting sun. Xie Yun's gaze was as frosty as ice, as if able to pierce through all illusions, emanating a terrifying presence that instilled fear within a 100-meter radius. None dared to approach her. An invisible pressure filled the air, rendering even the wind motionless. Her very existence hung like a sharp blade overhead, evoking a shiver in all who beheld her. Opposite her stood another commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Rushuang, who was both mentor and friend to Xie Yun, their bond deep and profound. "Ling Yun, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Li Rushuang's eyes mirrored regret as she posed her question, filled with helplessness. "It is not too late to turn back." "Turn back? With what means?" Xie Yun's voice was icy, unwavering. "They are bullying my brother. Why should I retreat?" Li Rushuang implored earnestly. "The truth will be revealed, and the Lord Justice will restore honor to the Xie family. There is no need to take such reckless risks and oppose the world. If Xie Yun were to take Xie Yun away before the eyes of the entire populace, there would be no turning back. I place my trust in you. As well as in Xie Yun, I am certain that there is no collusion with the demon race. Should an unfortunate event transpire, I shall plead with the Empress to spare his life." This was the most prudent course of action devised by Li Rushuang. Yet, to her astonishment, Xie Yun remained indifferent, letting out a cold laugh. "Master, do you still believe that the sovereign has conspired against our Xie family? If the Empress could safeguard Xie Yun, she would not allow him to stand on the Heart's Inquiry platform, subjected to the scorn of 1,000 voices. There are matters you cannot fathom or perceive. Right and wrong, I need not elucidate. Regardless of the circumstances today, I am determined to rescue Xie Yun, simply because he is my brother. Although Xiaoling Yun could not claim to harbor affection for this younger sibling. Indeed, she felt a twinge of disdain for him. As he had brought shame upon the Xie family, she could not forsake him. Ultimately, the bond of blood is profound. Xiaoling Yun would not tolerate any affront to her own brother, not from anyone. In an instant, her long sword was drawn with a swift motion, its brilliance slicing through the stillness of the heavens and earth. An aura of ferocity surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings, causing the very air to tremble beneath her formidable sword intent. Each step she took resonated with the force of thunder, as if the very ground quaked in her presence. That overwhelming momentum resembled a cataclysmic avalanche, instilling fear in all who beheld it, as if she alone could shake the cosmos and instill dread in all directions. Master, stand aside. Today, none shall impede me. The woman was fueled by righteous fury for her brother, her sword aimed at the formidable Li Rushuang. Meanwhile, Wu Taishu of the Wu family remained seated upon his high platform, steadfast as a mountain, calmly awaiting the outcome of the heart's inquiry. Zifu, do you suppose that old fellow will emerge once more? Standing beside him was a middle-aged man, his posture erect, akin to a resilient pine standing proud amidst the tempest of snow and wind. Clad in armor, each plate glimmered with a chilling radiance. This was Wu Zifu, the younger brother of Wu Taishu, a distinguished member of the illustrious Wu family. Wu Taishu, a paragon of Confucian virtue, while Wu Zifu, a martial artist of the third rank in the indomitable realm, served as the Grand General of the cavalry in the Great Qian nation, commanding an elite force of 3,000 soldiers, all loyal to the Wu lineage. I doubt it, Wu Zifu remarked, shaking his head. If it were Xiaoling Yun or Xiaolin, there might be a possibility. However, for Xie Yun, Wu Taishu chuckled lightly and inquired, what do you mean? Wu Zifu elaborated, Xiaoling Yun, the eldest daughter of the Xie family, serves as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, possessing martial prowess of the 4th rank in the Reversion realm. Xiaolin, the eldest son of the Xie family, studies at Bailu Academy and is favored by the sage. Both have boundless prospects and bring honor to their family. Yet, Xie Yun, despite being a direct descendant of the Xie lineage, bears none of the ancestral grace and is nothing but a ruffian, having brought untold misfortune and disgrace upon his family. If my descendants were to produce such a worthless heir, I would never waste my life to manifest. It would be unworthy. You raise a valid point. Yet this highlights the disparity between a crude warrior and a sage of Confucianism. Wu Taishu replied with a soft laugh, his tone turning grave. Were I the Confucian sage Xie, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my lifespan to intervene. Would that not be exactly what they desire? Wu Zifu laughed heartily, exclaiming, I fear that the sage Xie would be reluctant to expend his vitality to break the demon-binding formation. Otherwise, our plans would be in vain. Wu Taishu nodded and said, Thank you, Confucian sage, for suppressing the demon emperor for decades. Now, with your remaining years dwindling, as you approach your final 10 years before departing this mortal realm, every additional year of your lifespan accelerates my ascension to the rank of Confucian sage. Once you pass, I shall rise as the contemporary new Confucian sage, elevating our Wu family to unprecedented heights, immortal and revered by all. His true intention is to draw the attention of the distant Confucian sage, who is suppressing the wild demon emperor thousands of miles away. Sensing the survival of future generations, he will undoubtedly expend his lifespan to break free from the demon-sealing formation. Should he take action, even more of his lifespan will be consumed. With merely 10 years left, how many times can he act? My younger brother remains here. Wishing you success in your schemes. Wu Zifu pondered for a long time, finally conjuring suitable congratulatory words from his limited vocabulary. Wu Taishu shot him a glance, revealing an expression of incredulity. You simpleton. In Cloud City, Xie Qinjue leisurely poured a cup of tea, sipping it slowly, while glancing at the distracted Bai Yuyo. With a faint smile, he remarked, Your Majesty, did you not say that the supervisor has promised you not to expose Yunar's demon core? Why the anxiety? Since Xie Yun ascended the heart query platform, the Empress had been deeply troubled, her enchanting face shadowed with worry, occasionally sighing as if burdened by an unseen concern. The Empress's expression grew grave as she said, I suddenly recalled your words. The supervisor is ambitious and may not align with our interests. If tempted by traitors, how will we resolve this situation? At this moment, the scales of victory rested in the hands of the supervisor. He possesses the ability to reveal Xie Yun's demon core, thereby subjecting the Xie family to the scorn and condemnation of the world, resulting in a loss of trust. Alternatively, He could shroud the truth and assist the CF family in navigating this calamity. The balance between life and death hinges upon his thoughts. Xia Qianjue contemplated for a moment before speaking. There is no solution, so we might as well wait for death. Once Yunner's demonic aura is exposed, the charge of collusion with the demon clan will be established against me, leading to the downfall of the CF family. Perhaps even my father, far away at the Wild's demon lock array, will take his anger out on us, emerging prematurely and plunging the world into chaos. Your Majesty, can you safeguard your throne? The Empress's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of panic as she responded. Did you not say that Xie Yun is a hidden dragon in the depths? Is there no possibility that he could transcend this tribulation through his own strength? Xia Qianjue jested. Your Majesty, did you not express your disbelief in him? A debauched youth, lacking in skills, how could he possibly refine a demon core? The Empress let out a bitter laugh. I was merely jesting with you before. Pray tell, is he truly a hidden dragon in the depths? Did the sage of the CF family truly predict his fate? The Empress entrusted her final hopes to Xie Yun. Even should the supervisor betray them, as long as Xie Yun successfully refines the demon core, no mishaps would befall them. However, this is contingent upon the sage of the CF family having indeed foretold Xie Yun's fate. He could not easily perish, but rather, he is a lurking dragon poised to soar at the right moment. Xia Qianjue laughed heartily. I too was jesting with your Majesty. My father indeed never uttered such words. These are merely fabrications of mine to reassure you. The Empress. One could almost fear the sudden silence in the air. Bai Yutao felt a twinge of despair and let out a helpless sigh. Can you not continue this charade? I am truly isolated and helpless at this moment. Even the last card she held had been shattered. The Empress genuinely could not conceive a way out of this predicament. It turned out that Xie Yun was not a hidden dragon lying in wait, but rather a confirmed wastrel. Relying on him to refine the demon pill was utterly nonsensical. Your Majesty, do not panic. We have not yet reached the worst of it, Xie Qianjue consoled. The Empress grew increasingly anxious. At the hard inquiry platform, Xie Yun felt a warm current surge within him. He opened his eyes to gaze at the overseer and smiled faintly. My lord, shall we proceed? The overseer regarded the youth, pondered for a moment, and nodded gently. Next, he intended to draw out the demonic energy within Xie Yun, exposing it before the citizens of the capital. Even the ancestors of the CF family would be unable to preserve his life at that point. For the final time, close your eyes and feel, the overseer intoned solemnly. He then recited the incantation, releasing an even more extraordinary aura. Before long, the white mist above Xie Yun's head gradually became murky, and a wisp of grayish smoke emerged, resembling a python with its gaping maw, revealing a menacing visage. This scene utterly astonished the citizens of the capital. There it was, a serpent demon. There truly was demonic energy. Xie Yun indeed possessed demonic energy. Could it be that the CF family had truly colluded with the demon race? It could not be. It should not be. How could the Confucian Saint of the CF family stand idly by while his descendants conspired with demons? The populace erupted in chaos, expressing their outrage. Feng Wuxian allowed the uproar to continue unabated, refraining from sending anyone to intervene, a cold smile gracing his lips. At this moment, everything had finally come to fruition. Thank you, Brother Xie. Your words ring true. They have compelled my younger brother to swallow the demon pill, solely to tarnish the reputation of the CF family at this very moment. Let us take action. We cannot allow the censor to continue his reckless behavior. Who would have thought the censor would act with such impunity, disrupting the very fabric of our dynasty? Xie Lin took a deep breath, steeling himself to confront the heart of inquiry platform. Friends, lend me your strength. His classmates echoed in unison. Brother Xie, charge forth. We shall guard your back. Meanwhile, at the Wu family estate, all was well. Upon the heart of inquiry platform, Xie Yun revealed his demonic aura, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the citizens of the entire city bore witness. There was no escaping this predicament. Wu Zifu clenched his fists, invigorated, declaring now, not even the heavenly king can save the Xie family. Wu Taisu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He had awaited this day for a long time. As soon as the CF family showed a crack in their facade, he would find a way to topple the Confucian sage of the CF family. Old man, do not blame me. Blame yourself for breaking through to Confucian sage when you ought not to have done so. In Yunzhong City, the Empress felt as though her heart was reduced to ashes, stripped of all strength and means. She never anticipated the censor would betray her. What could they have possibly promised him that would lead him to forsake his loyalty and side with them? I am deeply disappointed. Ultimately, the Empress could only exhale a resigned sigh, shaking her head slowly. Xie Qianjue closed his eyes, remaining silent. In the next moment, a golden beam of light soared into the heavens, piercing the sky. The earth trembled, and far-off lands, from the wilds to the southern regions, felt its impact. The Empress's pupils quivered in shock as she gazed at the area enveloped by the light, unable to contain her astonishment. This is Xie Yun. Chapter 8. The Emergence of the True Word. The establishment of the 7 ranks of Confucianism and Taoism. A shock to the world. The host has refined the demon core, a special object, gaining the martial arts attribute. Supreme Golden Elixir. White instantly acquires martial arts cultivation, breaking through to the 9th rank of refining essence. Sword Heart Clarity. Gold with each passing incense stick, your swordsmanship talent deepens further. A new task is issued. Publicly declared to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to usher in peace for all ages. Task Reward. Breakthrough to the 7 ranks of Confucianism and Taoism. At the moment when Xie Yun refined the demon core, the 3 inches of gray mist above his head was instantly consumed by golden fortune. Following this, a tremendous aura erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to twist violently, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. The youth's robe fluttered without wind, resonating with a fierce sound, while a faint golden halo began to emerge around him. This halo grew increasingly radiant, gradually coalescing into intricate golden runes that danced around him like shimmering golden dragons. At that moment, a brilliant golden beam surged from the crown of his head, piercing the heavens. Within the beam, the resonant sounds of Tao reverberated, as if the very heavens and earth trembled in response. The entire capital was illuminated by this radiant beam, as countless citizens looked up in awe, rendered speechless by the spectacle. The beam lasted for a brief moment before gradually dissipating. Xie Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with golden light, as if it contained boundless pressure. His aura had intensified several-fold compared to before, transforming him into a figure reborn, exuding a disquieting power with every movement. At last, the demon core had been refined. Xie Yun was filled with euphoric delight. This was precisely the sensation he had yearned for. The malevolent energy within him was entirely consumed, transforming into vital essence that honed his corporeal form, and his martial arts realm naturally ascended, breaking through to the 9th tier of refining essence. Furthermore, the system issued a new task. With merely a single phrase, he could transcend to the 7th tier of establishing life. This was a realm that countless students dreamt of, one that some might never step into throughout their lives, yet he had attained it with effortless grace. He cleared his throat, his gaze burning with intensity, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, each word resonant, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to set a destiny for the people, to inherit the lost teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all generations. No sooner had his words left his lips than the heavens abruptly darkened. The winds and clouds roiled as if the entire firmament were responding to his solemn vow. In that fleeting moment, a surge of righteous energy erupted from within him. Soaring to the skies, Xie Yun's aura surged to unprecedented heights, shattering the shackles of the 9-tier Confucian Tao, as if an invisible force crowned him amidst the cosmos. The heavenly will resonated, showering him with golden light, enveloping him as though a deity had descended upon the world. Within the capital, countless individuals gazed skyward, their faces etched with astonishment. Whether among the powerful in the court or the common folk in the streets, all were awestruck by this sudden phenomenon. Some exclaimed, "This is the resonance of the heavenly will. Xie Yun has broken through to the 7th tier of Confucian Tao." The entire capital trembled with excitement, discussions swelling like a tidal wave. It was indeed a true declaration capable of influencing the nation's fortune. It was hard to believe such words had emerged from Xie Yun's lips. Good heavens! Achieving a breakthrough to the 7th tier of establishing life in one fell swoop, surpassing 3 levels and breaking records. Such a sight had never been witnessed in the annals of Qian's millennia-long history. Xie Yun had set the record for the swiftest ascension in the Confucian Tao. What a noble aspiration it is to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to bestow life upon the people, to inherit the profound teachings of past sages, and to forge a lasting peace for all generations. I merely recite these words, yet an inexhaustible surge of righteous energy flows from within me. From this moment forth, the Xie family is likely to witness the emergence of a second Confucian sage. Standing amidst the resplendent light, Xie Yun's demeanor is serene, yet there lingers an air of authority that seems to overlook the world. His breakthrough signifies not only a personal metamorphosis, but heralds a new chapter for Confucianism across the realm. In this instant, His name is destined to be etched in the annals of history, becoming a legendary tale for eternity. Such a staggering scene was witnessed by Xie Lin. It is beyond imagination, truly unfathomable. This profound declaration emerged from the lips of his younger brother. When did he harbor such grand ambitions? To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to bestow life upon the people, to inherit the profound teachings of past sages, and to forge a lasting peace for all generations. Even he himself would not dare to utter such words. Of course, he could not anticipate the profound truths capable of influencing the fate of a nation. Inspired by these words, Xie Yun seized the moment and effortlessly advanced to the 7th rank of Ming. It is worth noting that he had diligently studied the classics for decades, barely managing to ascend to the 6th rank of Junzi through sheer effort. In the blink of an eye, his brother has nearly reached a level that places them on equal footing. Am I truly a direct descendant of the Xie family? In an instant, Xie Lin found himself questioning his own identity. The disparity between them, as fellow descendants of the Xie family, is astonishing. This level of understanding and innate talent far surpasses his own by a considerable margin. Brother Xie, he exclaimed, my virtuous younger brother shall indeed be remembered through the ages. Good heavens, why did I not conceive this phrase? To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to bestow life upon the people, to inherit the profound teachings of past sages, and to forge a lasting peace for all generations. Otherwise, it would have been I who advanced to the 7th rank of Ming. Such an audacious declaration, truly befitting the descendants of a sage, I concede my defeat with grace. As the words of the 7th grade mantra resonated, rumors dissipated without resistance. How could one who uttered such grandiose truths possibly conspire with the demon clan? The classmates were filled with exhilaration, as if they were witnessing the unfolding of history. Yet, Xie Lin remained ensnared in self-doubt, primarily overwhelmed by astonishment. In Zhuke Street, a golden beam of light soared into the heavens. As a martial artist of the 4th rank, he naturally noticed the changes occurring at the heart-questioning platform, just as Xie Yun and Li Rushuang were engulfed in confusion. A captain from the Jinyue rode in urgently to report, My lord, the examination at the heart-questioning has concluded. Xie Yun has cleared his name, and now the entire city is in jubilation, proclaiming. Before Li Rushuang could inquire further, Xie Yun swiftly approached the Jinyue captain, grasping his collar and impatiently demanding, What do you mean my brother has cleared his name? What has transpired? The captain quaked with profound fear, stammering, Lord Xie. With a single phrase capable of influencing the nation's fate, Xie Yun has transcended to the 7th grade of Confucianism, thereby clearing his name. Li Rushuang gasped. Which phrase? The captain recited, To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the ancient sages, to open peace for all generations. Even as he spoke, he felt the extraordinary weight of these words. The common folk rejoiced, declaring Xie Yun to be the next Confucian sage. Upon hearing this, the heavy burden that had hung in Li Rushuang's heart finally lifted. Her disciple was no longer in peril. Indeed, these words were remarkable. Xie Yun stood in stunned silence, deeply shocked, her expression filled with disbelief, even suspecting that the Jinyue before her was a spy sent by Li Rushuang to placate her. However, the radiant beam that ascended into the heavens moments ago could not possibly be a mere fade. My indolent, uneducated brother, who had previously exhibited no discernible aptitude, now harbors such grand aspirations? What a remarkable declaration, to establish a heart for the world, to secure the fate of the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for eternal peace. Even more astonishing is his sudden breakthrough to the 7th rank of the lifebound. Xie Lin himself is merely a 6th rank gentleman. What transformation has my brother undergone to incite such a monumental change? Chapter 9. Entering the palace to meet the sovereign. The Empress teases, How dare this young lad? And Yunqing, the Empress, taken aback, gazes towards the direction of the heart-questioning platform, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, her beautiful eyes radiate with surprise, and she cannot help but exclaim, 7th rank of the lifebound. He has indeed relied on a single true word to directly break through to the 7th rank of Confucianism and Taoism. He has truly accomplished it. In an instant, sorrow transforms into joy. Xie Yun has genuinely succeeded, not only refining the demon core, but also seamlessly advancing to the 7th rank. This is no trivial achievement of merely progressing from the 9th rank. Rather, he has leapt 3 ranks, becoming the most formidable genius in the history of the Deqian kingdom to achieve consecutive breakthroughs. Even the contemporary sage of Confucius, Xie Yun's grandfather, took 7 years to ascend from an ordinary scholar to the 7th rank of lifebound. Given this, Xie Yun's aptitude for Confucianism is certainly on par with that of his grandfather. The probability of his future ascent to the status of Sage of Confucius stands at a staggering 80 to 90%. Selecting a Sage of Confucius as a consort indeed warrants consideration. From a certain perspective, it seems I have overreached. Historically, no empress has ever had a spouse who reached the realm of Sage of Confucius. The birth of a sage would immortalize her name, allowing Empress by Yuyo to bask in the glory as well. Your Majesty, you have indeed not deceived me. He truly possesses the qualities of a sage. The Empress, in high spirits, relaxed her furrowed brow and smiled. Xia Qianjue was taken aback for a moment, but upon regaining his composure, he nodded and remarked, "As long as your Majesty is pleased." The Empress, naturally delighted, felt that Xie Yun had bestowed upon her an extraordinary surprise, arguably the most significant news since her ascension to the throne. Soon after, she set off to return to the palace. Xia Qianjue could not help but feel a twinge of confusion regarding the changes in his son, Xie Yun, which he could only attribute to one phrase: he has been concealing his talents and biding his time. Little did he know that even he, as the father, was kept in the dark. Xie Qianjue had always believed that Xie Yun's lack of knowledge stemmed from the burdens of their family background, and he wished to admonish him, yet felt utterly helpless, as he was uncertain how to educate a child. The excellence of Xie Lingyun and Xie Lin was entirely self-derived. Yet, Xie Yun was an anomaly. What he witnessed today brought clarity to his mind. This young man has hidden his true depth. At the Wu residence, Xie Yun successfully broke through to the 7th rank of Confucian Tao, his aura soaring like a tempest, exuding a righteous spirit that resonated with the heavens and the earth. The rumors regarding his collusion with the demon clan flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguished in an instant, unable to tarnish his reputation any longer. Wu Taishu and Wu Zifu, upon witnessing this, turned pale, their eyes filled with rage and resentment. Their meticulously crafted schemes now crumbled like a sandcastle, dissipating into nothingness. Wu Taishu clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? He has actually broken through to the 7th rank. Xie Yun's breakthrough to the 7th rank? Who is he? The notorious dandy of the capital, ridiculed for his lack of knowledge, has now uttered words that could sway the fate of the nation." He harbored suspicions that Xie Yun had been possessed by the ancestral spirit of the Xie family, leading to this unsettling scene. Wu Zifu's expression darkened, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he muttered curses under his breath. "This fellow possesses such formidable abilities. Our plans are utterly ruined." If Xie Yun could be convicted and executed in public, the ancestral sage of the Xie family, currently ensnared within the devil-restraining array in the wilderness, would undoubtedly lend assistance. At that juncture, any interference would be justified, draining the lifespan of the sage, and Wu Taisu's ascension to sagehood would soon be within reach. Now, not only had they shattered their deadlock, but they had also exonerated the Xie family from the rumors of collusion with the demonic forces. As a result, Xie Yun had encountered an extraordinary opportunity, achieving a breakthrough to the 7th rank of life fate, with innate talent surpassing that of the ancestral sage of the Xie family. Good heavens, was the Xie family favored by the heavens, producing yet another prodigious talent in Confucianism? Wu Zifu felt a surge of dread. He must perish. Wu Taisu shivered, sensing a looming crisis. He had already been suppressed by the ancestral sage of the Xie family for decades, unable to transcend the sage realm in his lifetime. Now, with another even more terrifying prodigy emerging from the Xie family, the prospect of being surpassed and replaced by a new generation of sages extinguished his hopes entirely. Such an occurrence could never be permitted to repeat itself. Wu Taisu regarded Xie Yun as his foremost adversary, a threat that needed to be swiftly neutralized. Only by eliminating him could he find peace. "You stay here. I shall return shortly," he declared. Wu Zifu proposed, "Brother, allow me to strike down Xie Yun. If I intervene, none will be able to shield him." Wu Taisu shot him a glance, retorting coldly, "Foolishness. We cannot act ourselves, lest we plunge into an abyss of no return. If action is required, we must maneuver others to do our bidding. I caution you, do not attempt to suppress Xie Yun, for such actions will implicate the Wu family." Wu Zifu, feeling discontent, nodded reluctantly as he watched his elder brother depart. At the heart-questioning platform, Xie Yun successfully transcended to the 7th rank of life establishment, exuding an aura of righteous vigor that dispelled the rumors of collusion with demonic clans, causing the common folk to rise in his defense. The overseer was left in a state of bewilderment, as he anticipated the imminent emergence of a demon core. In the next moment, the righteous energy surged skyward, instantly consuming the demonic aura and resonating throughout the city, marking his breakthrough to the 7th rank of life establishment. Could this young man truly be the child of destiny? Or perhaps he has inherited the complete virtues of the sage of Confucianism, for such a feat is inexplicable in a single phrase. He shattered the 3rd rank. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to determine the fate of the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in an era of peace for all generations. Xie Yun possesses such grand ideals and aspirations. At once, the overseer felt a deep sense of inadequacy, as his innermost desires were laid bare before the sage, akin to the grotesque visage of a demon in the depths of hell. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he had consented to Wu Taishu's schemes that would bring calamity to the world. Having lived for over a century, he found himself lacking the enlightenment of a mere youth, reduced to a mere shadow of his potential. Ahem. The overseer coughed violently a few times before proclaiming to the world, Xie Yun has passed the heart-questioning platform, has not colluded with the demonic clans, and is hereby exonerated. With that declaration, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Below, the citizens erupted in a chorus of cheers. Xie Yun is exonerated. From this day forth, I shall take Xie Yun as my master. Did you know that recently, Lord Xie has taken a liking to me? Henceforth, you shall treat this young lady with utmost courtesy and refrain from inciting the ire of my beloved. In the past, those ladies who were once teased by Xie Yun have begun to boast, perceiving it as a mark of honor. How infuriating! Feng Wuxian gazed at the seemingly untroubled Xie Yun, his veins bulging in anger, his face a portrait of fury. Furthermore, having broken through to the 7th rank, Xie Yun's reputation soared. It would be utterly impossible to ensnare him with the same devious schemes in the future. The common folk would never believe that Xie Yun conspired with the demon clan. So close, just a hair's breadth away. At that moment, the sound of urgent hooves resonated through the air, stirring the heavens. A certain eunuch led the imperial guard onto the Wenshin platform. With a voice as thunderous as a bell, he proclaimed, His Majesty summons Xie Yun to the palace for an audience. Depart immediately without delay. Upon receiving the edict, Xie Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It is said that the sovereign is a female emperor. In the imperial garden, surrounded by azure waters and adorned with lush artificial hills, pavilions and towers were arranged harmoniously, resembling a meticulously crafted painting. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrant scent of blossoms that invigorated the senses. Yet, this enchanting scenery could not conceal the solemnity and majesty that permeated the air. As Xie Yun entered the palace to meet the sovereign for the first time, a hint of trepidation stirred within him. Clad in splendid garments, he walked with measured steps. Yet he could still feel the faint perspiration seeping from his palms. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, he gradually ventured deeper into the imperial garden, and in the distance, he glimpsed a figure standing amidst the flowers. The individual was adorned in a long robe of deep black, embellished with golden dragon patterns that shimmered in the sunlight, as if ready to soar into the skies at any moment. She stood with her back to Xie Yun, her posture as upright as a pine tree, her long hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist, adorned with several exquisite jade hairpins, exuding an air of both nobility and aloofness. The aura that surrounded her was as imposing as a mountain, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon her directly. This was none other than the Empress of Deqian, Bai Yao. As the Empress slowly turned, Xie Yun's heartbeat seemed to halt for a fleeting moment. A shiver ran through him, and he hastily lowered his head in reverence, daring not to meet her gaze. The Empress's eyes briefly swept over him, though she spoke no words. He felt an intangible pressure, as if the very air around them had solidified. Commoner, I pay my respects to your majesty. Xie Yun bowed deeply, his voice steady, yet unable to conceal the tumult within. Your majesty, so beautiful. How fearsome must be the power of such a youthful empress. The empress inclined her head slightly, her voice as crisp and clear as an ice spring. Rise. Though her tone was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. To establish a heart for heaven and earth. To establish a destiny for the people, to carry forth the teachings of the ancients, and to open an era of peace for all generations. The Empress regarded Xie Yun with curiosity, inquiring, How did you come to conceive this phrase? Even the sage of Confucianism would find it difficult to comprehend. Else he would not easily transcend the 7th rank of destiny, which speaks volumes of its worth. Xie Yun, a mere commoner, had managed to grasp the essence of the national fortune's truth. It seemed that her future consort was indeed shrouded in mystery. Not even her father had perceived it. The world had been deceived by his remarkable performance. A moment of inspiration struck. Xie Yun casually remarked, I cannot simply claim to be a mere copyist, can I? What a stroke of inspiration. Even now, do you still intend to hide this from me? The Empress stepped forward gracefully, her long skirt swaying gently with her movements, outlining her slender and symmetrical legs, their lines flowing as perfectly as a sculpted masterpiece. Those legs, partially hidden beneath the hem of her dress, exuded an intangible allure that rendered one unable to avert their gaze. Concealing something from the Empress? Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the implication. What did her words truly signify? Had she already uncovered his true identity? Before he could respond, the Empress delicately lifted her slender jade-like hand, her fingertips, as exquisitely refined as carved jade, brushed coolly against Xie Yun's chin. A faint smile, tinged with both mockery and seduction, played at the corners of her lips. Her movements elegant and composed, as if she were toying with a delicate work of art. Subsequently, she gently raised his face, her gaze piercing and discerning, assessing him with a blend of amusement and scrutiny. Her voice, low and languorous, carried an undeniable authority. What? Still unwilling to confess your hidden ambitions? You. Chapter 10. So it was merely a fade? This young man possesses considerable cunning. A realization washed over Xie Yun. It became evident that the Empress attributed her predecessor's folly to this feigned humility. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how a frivolous scion, devoid of knowledge, could suddenly utter words capable of influencing the fate of the nation. This was indeed intriguing, sparing Xie Yun the need to justify the transformation of his character. Clearing his throat softly, he replied, Your Majesty, your insight is truly unparalleled. Even my exquisite performance cannot escape your astute intellect. The Empress smirked, inwardly acknowledging the truth of his words. How could it be otherwise? After all, how else could she ascend to the throne? Indeed, Xie Yun possesses remarkable courage. Embracing the persona of a dandy despite the scorn of society, concealing his true abilities with such grand magnanimity, he is truly worthy of being my consort. My dear minister, your efforts are commendable. Henceforth, there is no need for you to prostrate yourself before me. The Empress spoke. Xie Yun expressed his gratitude to Her Majesty and, after a brief hesitation, voiced his suspicions. The crux of the matter now lies in locating the maid Bai Lu, for she must have administered the demon pill, colluding from within and nearly leading to my demise. During the 3 days spent in prison, he had unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Capturing Bai Lu and subjecting her to rigorous interrogation would reveal the puppeteer behind the scheme, allowing him to follow the trail to its source. Upon hearing this, the Empress sighed in resignation, stating, On the night of your incident, I dispatched individuals to apprehend your personal maid, only to discover that she had perished. Bai Lu is dead. Xie Yun fell silent. He understood the implications of her death. The trail of clues had been severed, and the mastermind remained unscathed. None were privy to their conspiracy, nor could they be apprehended. He had narrowly escaped their clutches, yet could not pose a threat to them. A wave of helplessness washed over him. His strength remained insufficient. Otherwise, no one would dare to belittle him. The reason they targeted Xie Yun was precisely because he was deemed worthless, a mere triviality. The accusations of collusion with the demon race could only fade into obscurity. Xie Yun, I shall provide you with an explanation. Your humiliation shall not go unaddressed, the Empress vowed, offering her consolation tinged with guilt. As the Empress and sovereign of the Qin dynasty, her inability to avenge her subject left her feeling equally constrained. However, there exists no alternative. A single thread pulled affects the entire fabric. Each of her movements is scrutinized by the world, leaving no room for error, lest she plunge into irreversible ruin. The prominent families, led by the Wu clan, cast covetous glances, while the ambitions of two princes stir restlessly. The looming threat of the barbaric demon tribes and the unrest among the southern nations necessitate her to maintain equilibrium among the conflicting forces. With internal strife and external threats, the Empress finds herself weary to the core. Thus, she requires the assistance of the Xie family. Otherwise, the great Qin dynasty would have long since descended into chaos. Though she is acutely aware that Feng Wuxian is one of the manipulators behind the scenes, she lacks the evidence to confront him. Your Majesty, this humble subject understands your predicament. I shall procure the evidence that Feng Wuxian has wronged me, Xie Yun declared, his voice low yet resonant. A glimmer of sharp determination flashing in his eyes. The vendetta from Zhuke Street remains unavenged. Alas, Feng Wuxian has ascended to the 4th rank of the Return to Purity realm, while he, merely at the 9th rank of the Refining Essence realm, is but a trifling presence before him. In the Feng family's residence, within a private chamber, The flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows upon the walls, as though even the air had solidified. Feng Wuxian knelt upon the frigid floor, his knees pressed against the cold surface, his back slightly arched, and his head bowed low. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, cascading down his cheeks to fall upon the flagstones, producing a faint sound. His breath came heavy and rapid, each inhalation laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. The sweat upon his brow soaked his temples, streaming down his jaw. Yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. Wu Tai-su stood with his back to him, hands clasped behind him, his stature resembling a towering mountain, exuding an invisible pressure. The room was hauntingly silent, save for the occasional crackle of the candlelight, which shattered the stifling stillness. Feng Wuxian's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles widening from the strain, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a tremor. This subordinate acknowledges his transgressions. Each word seemed to be forced from the depths of his throat, laden with boundless regret and trepidation. Wu Tai-shu still did not turn around. He merely inclined his head slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly sweeping over Feng Wuxian's silhouette. His voice was low and frigid. Do you understand your transgressions? Can you discern where you have erred? A hint of derision tinged his tone. Feng Wuxian's body quivered slightly, his head bowed even lower, his voice barely audible. I have failed to fulfill my duties, betraying your trust. At last, Wu Tai-shu turned to face him, his eyes blazing, locking onto Feng Wuxian. He approached slowly, each step seeming to tread upon Feng Wuxian's heart, quickening his breath. Feng Wuxian, do you comprehend why I have placed such immense value upon you? A decade ago, the Feng family faced great calamity, and I saved your life. Since then, I have guided you in your cultivation, ushered you into the world of governance, and elevated you step by step to your current position. Now, you cannot even accomplish a trivial task. Pray tell, what purpose does your existence serve? Feng Wuxian dared not raise his eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Wu Tai-shu let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with a touch of helplessness and disappointment. You ought not to have caused me such disillusionment. He paused, his tone suddenly turning frigid. But now, how can I trust you again? Feng Wuxian's body jolted violently, his forehead striking the ground heavily, producing a dull thud. I am willing to atone with my life. Wu Tai-shu's gaze sharpened momentarily, falling into silence for a heartbeat before he sighed, weariness creeping into his voice. Death? What purpose does death serve? What I seek is your loyalty, not your life. Feng Wuxian raised his head, his eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. His voice choked. I am willing to take on the sins of others to achieve merit. I implore you, my lord, to guide me. Wu Tai-shu gazed at him for a long while, and finally waved his hand, his tone imbued with a hint of weariness and resignation. Very well. You have said it yourself. You are willing to bear the sins and do whatever it takes? Feng Wuxian bowed deeply, his voice low yet resolute. I shall strive with all my might. Good. Wu Tai-shu replied solemnly. I require you to kill someone. Although Feng Wuxian sensed impending doom, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Very well. Wu Tai-shu's gaze became profound, a flicker of intense murderous intent shining in his eyes as he spoke each word with deliberate precision. That person is Xie Yun. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuxian's face drained of color, his pupils dilating in shock. His fingers trembled slightly, his throat constricted, and an overwhelming tide of fear surged within him. To kill Xie Yun? What absurdity! Who is Xie Yun? He is the beloved grandson of the Confucian saint from the Xie family. Should he take his life, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Xie family, the emperor, and indeed, the entire realm. His own death would be certain. Yet, he had no alternative. Wu Tai-shu's command was not to be challenged. Lowering his head, Feng Wuxian's voice emerged hoarse and faint. I shall obey. He added, I ask of you, my lord, to look after my wife and children after my demise. Wu Tai-shu replied earnestly, Rest assured, as long as you kill Xie Yun, I will ensure that they want for nothing. With Wu Tai-shu's assurance, Feng Wuxian finally relinquished his last shred of hope. Thank you, my lord. Feng Wuxian clasped his hands and turned to leave the private chamber. The door closed softly behind him, and Wu Tai-shu remained rooted in place, his gaze profound, as if peering through the door to distant realms beyond. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced upon his face, revealing an elusive expression. The room fell into silence once more, the oppressive atmosphere lingering, refusing to dissipate. If only he could eliminate Xie Yun, there would still be a chance. The old man yearned to ascend to the pinnacle of Confucianism. Feng Wuxian pushed open the door to the hall, his footsteps heavy as the weight of the recent command pressed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The cold wind swept past, causing his robes to flutter slightly, imbued with a sense of desolation. At that moment, his wife, Chen Sanyang, approached slowly, cradling a steaming bowl of ginger tea. A gentle smile graced her face, her gaze soft as water, as she spoke softly, "My dear husband, it is chilly outside. Please drink this ginger tea to warm yourself." Feng Wuxian paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to his wife, the coldness and heaviness in his eyes gradually melting away. He accepted the ginger tea, his expression complex, murmuring, "Thank you for your hard work." His wife shook her head gently, reaching out to adjust his collar with a tone filled with concern. "Husband, you have been restless of late. Is there something troubling you? If so, you may share it with me." Feng Wuxian regarded her, a rare tenderness flickering in his eyes. He grasped her hand softly, his voice low yet tender. "It is nothing grave, merely trifles. With you by my side, I find solace." After a moment of silence, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him, and he forced a faint smile, advising, "Sanyang, I am truly glad to have met you in this life. In the days to come, live well, and do not let others mistreat you. The world devours its own." His wife gazed at him, her eyes flickering with unease. She was not naive. She understood her husband's position, that offending others was a commonplace occurrence, and their lives were lived on the edge of a blade. She was aware that this day would come, yet she never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Chen Sanyang grasped his sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. "Is it possible not to go?" Feng Wuxian offered no reply, merely shaking his head gently. He released her hand and strode out of the residence, his silhouette resolute and solitary. Chen Sanyang stood rooted to the spot, watching his receding figure, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. She whispered softly, "Husband." Feng Wuxian did not turn back, nor did he dare to. He understood that this departure would signify a final farewell. By killing Xie Yun, his demise was assured. Yet, for the sake of gratitude for his family, he had no choice. "Xie Yun, though we harbor no enmity, your birth into a prestigious family seals your fate." In an instant, the blade in Feng Wuxian's hand radiated a fierce, murderous intent. Kill. Chapter 11. The eldest sister draws her sword. Revenge for grievances. Jianzhou, linen. Beneath the daylight, the streets of the imperial city should have been bustling with activity and vibrant with voices. However, today, an unusual silence enveloped the place. Dressed in a gray robe and donning a wide-brimmed hat that cast shadows over his cold visage, Feng Wuxian advanced purposefully towards Xie Yun's residence. He intended to strike with lethal precision while Xie Yun was at home. The shops on either side of the street were shuttered, pedestrians were non-existent, and even the slightest chirp of a bird was absent. Feng Wuxian's footsteps faltered slightly as his gaze swept around, a sense of alertness rising within him. He murmured to himself, "Something is amiss, it is too quiet." Suddenly, a crisp sound of hooves echoed from afar, followed by the abrupt appearance of dozens of imperial guards atop the rooftops, brandishing crossbows with glinting arrows aimed directly at Feng Wuxian. At the end of the street stood Xie Yun, clad in a crimson gown, mounted on a magnificent white steed, wielding a long sword, her gaze as frigid as ice, coldly fixed upon Feng Wuxian. "Miss Xie, what is the meaning of this?" Feng Wuxian felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere, observing the surrounding situation, his expression darkening. He queried anxiously, "Is this an attempt to apprehend me?" Xie Yun took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination, unwaveringly locking her gaze on Feng Wuxian. She declared, "You feign ignorance. You have framed my brother. How could I possibly let you go?" Feng Wuxian let out a derisive laugh. "Miss Xie, do not slander me unjustly. I have not wronged Xie Yun. What evidence do you possess? Or do you intend to mobilize the Imperial Guards based solely on conjecture, conspiring against the very commander of the Imperial Guards? Xie Yun, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" His tone escalated, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Having eliminated the maid Bailu, he believed no one would uncover his machinations. Could Xie Yun, driven solely by fervor, truly seek vengeance for her brother? How laughable. The Imperial Guards operate on the foundation of evidence. Without it, would she dare to act recklessly? Moreover, he held a position superior to Xie Yun as the commander, ranking higher than her as the pacification envoy. Even if Xie Yun's suspicions were correct, what of it? To eliminate you, no evidence is required. Xie Yun's icy gaze flickered with a glint of cold light, her sword rising with the wind, unleashing a ferocious intent to kill, aimed directly at Feng Wuxian. She proclaimed, "If you can reveal the mastermind behind this, I may spare your life, though I shall sever your cultivation, and from henceforth you shall live as a mere rustic peasant." She understood that Feng Wuxian was but a pawn. If she could unearth the true orchestrator and expose them to the world, the Wu family would be driven to desperation, revealing their flaws. Feng Wuxing scoffed, I do not comprehend your words. Reveal the mastermind? That would not only condemn me, but also endanger my entire family. I will never divulge the mastermind. Very well, this is your choice. Do not blame me for the ruthlessness of my blade. In an instant, the sky above the imperial city darkened ominously, storm clouds swirling, as if even heaven and earth sensed the impending eruption of terror. On the streets, Xie Lingyun and Feng Wuxing stood in a tense standoff, their auras sweeping the surroundings like a tempest, the air thick with suffocating pressure. Clad in crimson, Xie Lingyun's sword quivered slightly in her grasp, a faint glimmer of cold light emanating from its blade. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, fixated on Feng Wuxing. Her voice deep, yet laced with boundless murderous intent. Feng Wuxing, today I shall show you what true swordsmanship entails. Before her words had fully resonated, she suddenly raised her hand, the sword pointing towards the heavens, and with a low cry declared, sword technique, heavenly transformation of the nine skies. In that moment, the heavens and earth resonated, the winds and clouds shifting. A dazzling radiance of sword light erupted from Xie Lingyun, as if she had fused with the very essence of the universe. Her vital energy surged like a tempest. The aura of a fourth-grade returning to purity realm unreservedly emanating forth, while her sword intent soared towards the heavens. Feng Wuxing's expression grew serious as he sensed the overwhelming sword intent approaching him, stirring a hint of trepidation within his heart. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, slightly raising the short dagger in his hand, its blade glinting with a chilling light. Miss Xie, though your swordsmanship is formidable, it may not triumph over the blade in my grasp. Feng Wuxing declared with a low voice, his own vital energy erupting in response, matching Xie Lingyun's fourth-grade aura with equal ferocity. His blade intent swept forth like a raging wind, the flashes of light from his dagger appearing as if they could rend the very heavens. Although Xie Lingyun held the position of a pacification envoy, her realm was on par with that of a commanding officer. It was primarily her lack of experience that hindered her ability to command respect, resulting in her official rank being inferior to Feng Wuxing's. However, her innate talent far surpassed his. Without further ado, Xie Lingyun's figure flickered, her long sword resembling a dragon as it lunged towards Feng Wuxing's throat. The light of her sword seemed to tear through space, issuing a piercing shriek as it passed. Feng Wuxing's gaze sharpened. He swung his short dagger horizontally, its light, like a rainbow, crashing fiercely against Xie Lingyun's sword light. In that instant of contact, a dazzling brilliance erupted, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, causing the buildings along the street to teeter precariously under the force, tiles cascading to the ground. The Imperial guards observing from a distance were knocked to the ground by the onslaught of energy, their faces pale and their eyes filled with terror. The figures of Xie Lingyun and Feng Wuxing intertwined in midair, their sword light and blade shadows intermingling, each strike imbued with the power to annihilate the world. Xie Lingyun's sword technique was sharp and domineering, the sword light cascading like rain, enveloping Feng Wuxing in an overwhelming torrent. The blade technique of Feng Wuxing was both unpredictable and varied, with the glimmer of his sword flashing like lightning, deftly evading Xie Lingyun's lethal strikes at the brink of danger, only to retaliate with a swift thrust aimed at her vital points. The intensity of their battle escalated, as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was drawn into a terrifying vortex by their fervent bloodlust. Dark clouds churned ominously, and thunder roared, as if even the cosmos trembled at the spectacle of this extraordinary clash. The citizens within the imperial city were stirred by the dreadful commotion, gazing skyward with expressions of fear and astonishment. Whispers floated among them. Could this be a celestial battle? In the imperial garden, the Empress, by Yu, with her icy and exquisite gaze, turned toward the direction of the conflict, murmuring softly to herself, a battle at the pinnacle of the fourth rank. Even Xie Yun took note of the upheaval occurring in the capital. High above the clouds, two remarkably gifted martial artists unleashed the entirety of their lifelong training, resolutely intent on vanquishing one another. Is this the nature of combat among martial masters? Xie Yun felt a profound shock. Having just stepped into the ninth rank of refining essence, he was but a mere novice compared to the two figures soaring above. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on one of the silhouettes, his expression turning to one of horror. It seemed to be his elder sister. On the other side, at the heart of the battle, Xie Lingyun and Feng Wuxing's figures once again intertwined, the moment their swords and blades clashed erupting in a dazzling brilliance. At that instant, Their bloodlust reached its zenith, the formidable force almost capable of rending the entire imperial city asunder. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Xie Yun's eyes as she unleashed a powerful strike with her longsword, the blade's radiance soaring like a rainbow. Aiming directly for Feng Wuxian's chest, the wind howled as Feng Wuxian gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, his short knife raised in defense. The blade flashed like lightning, bracing itself to withstand the blow. With a thunderous crash, both figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and leaving two deep craters in their wake. Blood trickled from the corner of Xie Yun's mouth, yet her gaze remained icy and resolute. Feng Wuxian was equally affected, his chest heaving violently, and his hand that gripped the knife trembled slightly. They exchanged a glance, both eyes brimming with murderous intent. Feng Wuxian, today it is either your death or mine, Xie Yun declared coldly. Those who dared to frame her brother were already as good as dead. She was determined to eliminate Feng Wuxian, sending a stern warning to those who might dare to touch Xie Yun. Feng Wuxian let out a mocking laugh, raising his blade, just as I desire. In his hand, the pitch-black long knife swirled with a torrent of demonic energy, each swing seeming to threaten the very fabric of space itself. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards Xie Yun, the blade descending upon her with a cataclysmic force. Silent destruction blade technique. This strike encapsulated his lifetime of lethal techniques, imbued with boundless resentment and murderous intent. The air ignited beneath his blade, crackling ominously. Xie Yun's expression turned grave as her hair danced wildly in the tempest. In the face of Feng Wuxian's fatal strike, she did not flinch. An aura of death surged around her, her robe billowing fiercely. At this critical juncture, where the tip of the blade would land, an ancient and mysterious radiance erupted forth. The luminous essence, transformed from the words of the sage, collided with Feng Wuxian's dark blade in midair, momentarily dimming the very heavens and earth. On the ground, enormous fissures spread like a spider's web, with the surrounding sand and stones being swept into the air by a formidable shockwave. As a deafening roar echoed, the brilliance gradually faded. Feng Wuxian staggered backward, his face etched with disbelief. His lethal move had been utterly countered by Xie Yun's invocation of the sage's true words. How could she possibly wield such power? Could it be? Meanwhile, Xie Yun's complexion was pale, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze remained resolutely unwavering. Seizing the moment of Feng Wuxian's brief distraction, she moved like lightning, her longsword gleaming with a chilling light, piercing toward his throat like a dancing dragon. Feng Wuxian attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword, imbued with a fierce energy, swiftly penetrated his neck. With a splatter, blood erupted. His head slowly detached, tracing a bizarre arc before landing heavily on the ground. His eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to fathom that he had been defeated by Xie Yun, bested by the background of the sage's lineage. Without the sage's true words, the outcome might have been uncertain. As Xie Yun watched Feng Wuxian's head fall, a sense of vengeance fulfilled washed over her, and a hint of tenderness flickered in her icy gaze. The architect of her brother's betrayal had met his end. She intended for the world to know that anyone who dared to bully her brother would face one fate: death. Just as Xie Yun prepared to display Feng Wuxian's head upon the city walls, a thunderous sound of hoofbeats echoed from afar, accompanied by a menacing aura swiftly approaching, resonating with a voice that rent the heavens, striking fear into the heart of the capital. Xie Yun has slain the commander of the Jinhui, thereby violating the laws of the Great Qian. Swiftly apprehend her and bring her to justice. Chapter 12. The 6 Great Golden Medal Commanders. The 9 Nether Prison. The news of Xie Yun's execution of Feng Wuxian spread rapidly throughout the capital. Standing in the wind, Xie Yun held a long sword, its blade dripping with crimson blood, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Feng Wuxian's lifeless body lay at her feet, the ground stained with blood, the air heavy with the metallic scent of carnage. The first to arrive were the commanders of the Jinhui, who had eyes and ears across the city. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the distance, accompanied by a fierce energy that swept towards her like a tempest. 5 commanders arrived almost simultaneously. These 5 were Feng Wuxian's colleagues, collectively known as the 6 Great Golden Medal Commanders, each possessing a mastery at the 4th rank of the Returning to Purity realm. At the forefront stood the black-robed commander, already at the 3rd rank of the Indestructible realm, renowned for his composure and ruthlessness. As he surveyed the gruesome scene of Feng Wuxian's decapitated form, his usually stoic visage became shrouded in frost, his brow knitting into a frown, disbelief evident in his eyes. What has happened? How could Feng Wuxian fall to your hand? His voice was low and stifled, as if forced through clenched teeth, emanating a chilling aura. Beside him, the gaunt, gray-robed commander gaped, his eyes wide with astonishment. You, Miss Xie, what have you done? Why did you slay Feng Wuxian? What sin had he committed? As he spoke, it seemed as though something lodged in his throat, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. The burly commander, clad in red, with a full beard standing on end in fury, glared and demanded, "Little girl, you had better clarify how Feng Wuxian met his demise here. I expect an explanation, or I shall seek retribution for my brother Feng, even if it means a fight to the death." His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very stones around him. Shi Baimei, the closest comrade of Feng Wuxian, felt his heart nearly shatter at the sight of his fallen friend. The bond they shared was forged in the crucible of life and death when Feng Wuxian had valiantly saved him from a beast tide. Consumed by rage, he could not restrain himself, even in the presence of the young lady from the Xie family, who had the backing of the sage. Li Rushuang, the graceful female commander, whose once radiant visage was now shrouded in a frost-like demeanor, bit her lip lightly, her eyes reflecting shock and anxiety. Lingyun, what on earth has transpired that you would take the life of Feng Wuxian? As Xie Lingyun's mentor and one of the 6 esteemed commanders, she was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. She could not comprehend how her obedient disciple, who had been well just this morning, could have been embroiled in such a calamity by afternoon. Had not the rumors of Xie Yun's collusion with the demon race been quelled? Why then had Feng Wuxian been slain? The final commander, clad in green, snapped his folding fan shut, his gaze sharp as a blade as he scrutinized Xie Lingyun. Today's events were exceedingly peculiar. How could Feng Wuxian so easily fall at your hands? Both were of the 4th rank, the primal return realm, and it was inconceivable that one could vanquish the other in such a brief span of time. What methods, pray tell, have you employed? His tone was calm, seemingly indifferent to the fate of Feng Wuxian, yet more concerned with the hidden cards of Xie Lingyun. The 5 commanding officers surrounded Xie Lingyun, their gazes piercing, as if they sought to see through her very essence. Their inquiries fell upon her like a relentless drumbeat, each question striking heavily against her heart, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Feng Wuxian had ordered my brother to consume a demon pill. Had it not been for my brother's profound comprehension of Confucian and Taoist teachings at a critical moment, he would have long been branded as colluding with the demon clan, enduring a fate worse than death. Xie Lingyun spoke coldly, "This is my reason for slaying Feng Wuxian." Upon her utterance, it was as if a thunderclap had cleaved through the dense clouds. Her words were clear and resolute, each syllable landing like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the 5 commanding officers. Their faces instantly turned pale, pupils constricting as if they had just encountered the most improbable of revelations. The 5 officers' gazes converged upon Xie Lingyun, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Feng Wuxian conspired against Xie Yun? But why? They had never perceived any discord between Feng Wuxian and the Xie family. Moreover, Feng Wuxian was known for his diligence and impartiality, entirely unlike the despicable character who would frame the descendant of a sage. Shi Baimei reprimanded. "You claim Feng Wuxian has framed Xie Yun. Do you possess any evidence?" Xie Lingyun shook her head, replying, "The sole evidence is the maid Bai Lu, who served my brother, and she has already been slain by Feng Wuxian, leaving no witness. Since there is no witness, there is no evidence." Shi Baimei retorted angrily. His dual hammers gripped firmly in his hands, their heads as heavy as iron, the handles wrapped in thick leather. The faces of the hammers glimmered with a chilling light under the candle's glow, as if they could effortlessly shatter any obstruction. "Xie Lingyun, how dare you dismiss me with such absurd reasoning? To murder the commander of the Imperial Guard without evidence, do you not regard the laws of Daqian? Today, I shall execute you, avenging Feng Wuxian and upholding the dignity of Daqian's law." Suddenly, Shi Baimei's footsteps thudded heavily against the ground, each step seeming to cause the earth to tremble. The dual hammers swung in his grasp, creating a howling wind that felt as if his fury had rent the very air. Yet Xie Lingyun remained unperturbed, her long sword flickering lightly, the cold light upon the blade flowing like water. Her gaze was as frosty as winter's breath, laced with a hint of derision. "Shi Baimei, if you do not believe, you may investigate for yourself. I, Xie Lingyun, need not explain my actions to you." At her words, Shi Baimei's rage intensified, raising the hammers high. The heads carved a fierce arc through the air, aimed directly at Xie Lingyun. "Arrogant! Today, I shall show you what true strength is." Before his voice had faded, he launched forward like a fierce tiger, the hammers descending with the might of thunder, bearing down upon Xie Lingyun. The wind from the hammers howled, as if the very air were solidified under his overwhelming presence. However, just as Shi Bai's hammers were about to strike, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang out. Stop. In an instant, a slender figure appeared like a specter between Shi Bai and Xialing Yun. Li Rushuang wielded a slender, flexible sword, its blade coiling like a serpent, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, sweeping over Shi Bai with an undeniable authority in her voice. Shi Bai, the matter remains unresolved. Your impulsiveness only serves to exacerbate the chaos. I trust that Xialing Yun speaks the truth. There is something amiss. Perhaps Feng Wushang truly conspired against Xie Yun. Otherwise, how can we explain that sudden surge of dark mist? At that moment, when the supervisor was filled with doubt, there was indeed a fleeting wisp of demonic energy manifesting as black fog. It was, however, swiftly consumed by Xie Yun's righteous aura, vanishing without a trace. Shi Bai's twin hammers hovered in the air, the rush of wind swirling around Li Rushuang's garments, yet failing to disturb her in the slightest. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a surge of fury. Li Rushuang, the fact that Xialing Yun has slain Feng Wushang cannot simply be overlooked. Li Rushuang's gaze remained icy, infused with a hint of mockery. Shi Bai, if you truly seek justice for Feng Wushang, you must temper your fervor and ascertain the truth, rather than display reckless bravado. Should you persist in this obstinacy, do not blame me for being merciless beneath my sword. Both stood as fourth-grade practitioners of the return to simplicity realm, evenly matched. Should a conflict arise, it would surely lead to mutual destruction. Shi Bai's expression fluctuated. His hammers still raised, yet they remained poised, unfallen. His eyes darted between Li Rushuang and Xialing Yun before he let out a heavy snort, gradually lowering his hammers until their heads struck the ground with a resounding thud. Very well, Li Rushuang. Today I shall grant you this favor. After the incident, I personally visited the Astronomical Bureau to inquire with the chief about the presence of that ominous black mist. The voice of Shi Bai was still laced with suppressed fury. Should your claims prove false, I shall ensure that you and your disciple pay dearly for it. The leader of the black-robed commanders, Lu Qingfeng, pondered for a moment before responding. In that case, you ought not to have taken it upon yourself to slay a commander. Until the matter is fully investigated, I must trouble you to remain in the Nine Nether prison for a while, until I can ascertain the truth and restore your name. As he spoke, he made to apprehend Xialing Yun, but Shi Bai was already poised for action. With Lu Qingfeng, a third-grade imperishable realm master, personally taking charge, Xialing Yun would have no choice but to plead for mercy. Absolutely not. Li Rushuang intervened, her voice resolute. The Nine Nether prison is a place for the most heinous criminals. For Xialing Yun, as a commander of the Jinyue, to be sent there is akin to sending a lamb into a den of tigers. The Nine Nether prison lies deep beneath the capital, a facility designated for the most notorious of cultivators and demons. The atmosphere within is thick with a chilling aura, permeated by the stench of decay and death, while the air reverberates with the anguished cries of the tormented. Most inmates are those apprehended by the Jinyue, harboring deep animosity towards them. Should a member of the Jinyue commit a grave transgression and be imprisoned in the Nine Nether prison, they would invariably perish within 3 days. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Is this principle so difficult to comprehend? Lu Qingfeng reprimanded without restraint, then commanded, Shi Bai, restrain her. I will take Xialing Yun into custody. Shi Bai could no longer contain himself, and swung his dual hammers down towards Li Rushuang with great force. Die all of you. Chapter 13. If heaven and earth are unjust, I shall break the chains. In the imperial garden, a guard hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, his voice low and urgent. Your Majesty, Xialing Yun has executed the commanding officer Feng Wuxia in broad daylight. The 5 chief commanders have already proceeded to the scene and are about to apprehend Xialing Yun. The Empress's fingers halted abruptly, a petal drifting gently down from her touch. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, only to be replaced by an unwavering calm, though a hint of gravity lingered in her brow. She slowly turned, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon the guard. Is this indeed true? The guard bowed his head and replied, absolutely true. The Empress's brow furrowed slightly, a complex expression flitting across her countenance, before she waved her hand dismissively. You may leave. The guard withdrew respectfully, and tranquility enveloped the garden once more, the soft whisper of the wind carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms. Although the Empress was aware that Feng Wuxia was one of the puppeteers behind the scenes, Without any evidence, she found herself powerless against him. Now, however, Xie had the audacity to execute Feng Wuxia in public. Such audacity was indeed worthy of the Xie family's heroine. Yet, the situation had escalated to a perilous degree. The ramifications of this incident were considerable, potentially serving as an excuse for certain individuals to take advantage of the turmoil. Xie, in her capacity as a pacification envoy, had audaciously slain the commanding officer Feng Wuxia without any evidence. Where was the rule of law? This matter should have been deliberated with caution. Eliminating Feng Wuxia was inconsequential. He was merely a pawn. The true priority lay in unearthing the mastermind behind it all. Your Majesty, I beseech you for assistance. Save my sister's life. Xie immediately knelt on one knee, pleading earnestly. The elder sister became ensnared in a deadly predicament to avenge him. Yet he turned a blind eye to her peril. Who could have anticipated that she would indeed slay Feng Wuxia? Truly remarkable. She is undeniably a scion of the Xie family. The Empress gently raised her hand, and a subtle breeze enveloped Xie, lifting him to his feet. With a solemn expression, she stated, I have decreed, before me, one must not kneel. After all, Xie is to be her future consort. It is inconceivable that a husband should prostrate himself before his wife. The man in the Empress's heart ought to be a paragon of strength and dignity. However, only Her Majesty possesses the power to rescue my sister. Xie, isolated and helpless, could conceive of no solution. Ultimately, his strength was insufficient. Fear not. I shall rescue Xie. The loyalty of the Xie family is etched in my memory. The Empress pondered for a moment and instructed, Xie, draft a decree on my behalf. Meanwhile, Shi Baimei engaged in a fierce struggle with Li Rushuang, while Lu Qingfeng, his eyes glinting with cold light, moved like a flash of lightning, swiftly positioning himself before Xie. His twin blades were already drawn, their edges gleaming like frost, exuding an intense aura of menace. In a deep, chilling voice that seemed to echo from the abyss, he commanded, Xie, bow your head at once. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Lu Qingfeng's blade sliced through the air with a thunderous swiftness, aiming directly for Xie throat and heart. His swordplay was as ferocious as a tempest, each strike imbued with an overwhelming force, as if intent on utterly subduing Xie. With a sudden determination, Xie brandished her longsword, its light flashing like a rainbow, clashing with Lu Qingfeng's blades, producing a deafening symphony of clashing metal. However, Lu Qingfeng's swordsmanship was exceedingly fierce. Although Xie possessed exceptional skill with the sword, she found herself relentlessly forced to retreat, her sword light gradually overshadowed by the brilliance of his blades. Lu Qingfeng's onslaught grew increasingly savage, his dual blades sweeping forth like a tempest, intertwining to form an impenetrable net that completely enveloped Xie. His figure flickered like a specter, each strike imbued with lethal intent, as if he sought to utterly rend her apart. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xie temple. Though she valiantly resisted with her longsword, she struggled to withstand Lu Qingfeng's ferocity, her form compelled to retreat step by step. Ultimately, a single blow from Lu Qingfeng sent her staggering back several paces, her sword slipping from her grasp and embedding itself in the ground with a resonant clang. Lu Qingfeng's dual blades now rested ominously against Xie neck, their edges pressed against her skin, radiating a chilling aura. His gaze was as sharp as his blades, coldly fixed upon her, his voice laced with derision. Xie, you have been defeated. With the prowess of a third-tier indomitable realm, Lu Qingfeng subdued Xie with effortless ease. Unwilling to concede, she sought to retaliate but found no chink in his armor, leaving her no choice but to endure as he unleashed the binding celestial chains to ensnare her. Crafted over decades by the former director of the Qingtian Monitor, these chains could imprison a warrior's vital energy, rendering them as feeble as an ordinary person in an instant. The chains coiled around her limbs and body like ethereal serpents, glowing with cold runes, binding her tightly and rendering her immobile, even sealing her internal spiritual energy, preventing it from flowing. When Wuxin conspired to harm my brother? What is wrong with seeking vengeance for him? Xie clenched her silver teeth, her spirit unyielding. The error lies in your misguided approach. Feng Wuxin has erred, and the law of the free nation shall penalize him. You ought not to resort to vigilante justice. Lu Qingfeng spoke with righteous indignation. If everyone were to act as you do, what need would there be for the law? If the law holds any efficacy, why does Wuxin roam freely? Xie words, each a pearl of wisdom, resonated profoundly. With sharp wit, he declared, first, I shall confine you to the depths of the Nine Nether Prison. And once I have unraveled the truth, I shall ensure you receive justice," Lu Qingfeng asserted solemnly. At that moment, a deep chant unexpectedly arose from the shadows, a voice resonating like a mighty bell, imbued with an aura of righteousness. Xie Lin emerged gradually from the gloom, clutching an ancient scroll, its surface aglow with golden characters that seemed to harbor boundless power. His gaze was piercing, and his voice bore an undeniable authority. "Lu Qingfeng, release her." Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly, a glimmer of suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Xie Lin, as a student of Bailu Academy, you ought to uphold the law. Do you too wish to defy the heavens?" Xie Lin remained silent, abruptly unfurling the scroll in his grasp, golden characters cascading forth like a flowing river, transforming into profound Confucian maxims that floated in the air, radiating brilliant light. His voice thundered like a tempest, imbued with an irrefutable command. "The heavens and earth possess righteous qi, and all forms are imbued with it. Lu Qingfeng, you have transgressed divine law by binding a colleague with the celestial binding lock. Today, I shall suppress you with the true words of Confucianism." Before his words faded, he swept the scroll, and the golden maxims surged forth like a tempest, directly advancing upon Lu Qingfeng. The profound words contained an overwhelming righteous aura, as if capable of suppressing all malevolent forces, causing the very air to resonate with a low hum under this formidable power. Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly retreated, his twin blades unsheathed, their gleaming edges slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Xie Lin. With a hint of derision in his voice, he declared, "Xie Lin, do you truly believe that with mere Confucian teachings, you can contend with me?" Xie Lin scoffed, his gaze icy and his tone imbued with authority. "And what of it? I am guiltless in my heart." With another flourish of the scroll in his hand, golden words surged forth like a tidal wave, forming a colossal barrier that effortlessly deflected Lu Qingfeng's blade lights. Lu Qingfeng emitted a cold chuckle, and with a fierce swing of his blades, the lights intertwined like dragons and serpents, emanating an unmatched ferocity as they advanced upon Xie Lin. "You are exceedingly naive." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Qingfeng vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Xie Lin, his blades like lightning, aimed menacingly at Xie Lin's vulnerable back. Forced into a retreat, Xie Lin stumbled back several steps, ultimately being struck by Lu Qingfeng's blade, which sent the scroll flying from his grasp, landing with a soft thud. A sixth-rank gentleman attempting to subdue a third-rank indomitable spirit is as arduous as scaling the heavens. Considering your first offense and your status as a student of righteousness, I shall overlook this transgression this time. Depart swiftly," Lu Qingfeng admonished coldly. Xie Lin felt a surge of turmoil within, his vital energy roiling, evidently suffering considerable backlash. Yet, he remained resolute, advancing toward Lu Qingfeng with unwavering determination. "My sister is blameless. The fault lies with you," Xie Lin bellowed. Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened with fury as his blades radiated a sharp brilliance. Seeing this, Xie Yun hastily interjected, "Xie Lin, return. I am unscathed. He dares not lay a finger on me. Do not act recklessly." Lu Qingfeng cannot even best her. For Xie Lin to attempt to rescue himself from his grasp is akin to striking a stone with an egg. She does not wish to witness her brother's suffering. "Sister, even if it costs me my life, I will save you." Under Lu Qingfeng's oppressive aura, Xie Lin appeared exceedingly fragile, his steps heavy, each one akin to treading upon blades, blood seeping slowly from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. His complexion was as pale as parchment, veins on his forehead bulging, evidently enduring immense agony. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fixed steadfastly upon Xie Yun ahead, his voice low and hoarse. "Sister, you dared to publicly slay Feng Wuxian for the sake of our brother. I too am a son of the Xie family, and have no reason to cower. Since the Jin Yi cannot discern loyalty, I shall shatter this injustice. Even in death, I will not retreat a single step." The solitary figure of the youth exuded a melancholic aura. Lu Qingfeng stood beside Xie Yun, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly sweeping over Xie Lin, and spoke in a deep voice. "Xie Lin, should you perish, it is of no concern to me. You are merely courting death." He merely released a third-grade martial pressure. Xie Lin ventured in of his own accord. "What concern is it of mine?" Xie Lin remained silent, pressing forward step by step. The righteous energy within him was nearly stifled by Lu Qingfeng's overwhelming pressure, each step feeling as if a 1,000-pound weight bore down upon his shoulders. Blood continued to spill from his mouth, his pallor growing ever more ashen, his form swaying precariously, yet he refused to halt. "Xiaolin, retreat," in Xiaoling Yun's voice. There was a hint of urgency. "You are no match for him." Xiaolin raised his head, a trace of tenderness flickering in his gaze. His voice deep and resolute. "I am also a descendant of the Xie family. I will not abandon you, sister." Before his words could fully resonate, Lu Qingfeng's oppressive aura suddenly intensified, descending upon Xiaolin like an invisible mountain. Xiaolin trembled violently, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips, and he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand, continuing to advance step by step. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingfeng's face turned ashen, and he bellowed, "You seek death." Chapter 14. Lu Qingfeng, do you not realize your sins? Release the binding, immortal locks. Xiaolin's energy surged violently, his dantian roiling. Should he take another step, he feared he would perish from the internal explosion. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves echoed from the distance, accompanied by a thunderous command. "Lu Qingfeng, how dare you?" At this, the crowd turned in unison, witnessing a black steed racing like lightning, upon which Xie Yun donned a dark brocade robe, clutching a roll of bright yellow imperial edict, his gaze piercing, his presence formidable. The sound of hooves resonated like thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Xie Yun's eyes fell upon his elder sister bound by the binding immortal locks, and his second brother, who was spitting blood under the weight of oppression. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Lu Qingfeng, a glimmer of icy disdain flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice filled with authority. "Lu Qingfeng, you possess great audacity." The onlookers were taken aback to find that the newcomer was none other than the central figure of the Wuxing platform. The notorious scion of the Xie family renowned throughout the capital, Xie Yun, who had, with a single phrase of Confucian wisdom, achieved a breakthrough to the 7th rank of life establishment. The young master of the Xie family? Lu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with disdain. He had never regarded Xie Yun with any respect, merely a verse from the Confucian Tao, and he believed he could undergo a transformation? Preposterous. To Lu Qingfeng, the mere 7th rank of establishing life was inferior to an ant, were it not for the fear of the Xie family's status as Confucian saints. He would have long since dealt harshly with these naive youngsters. Time and again, they obstructed him in the execution of his duties, presuming themselves to be of consequence. How dare they admonish him from a position of perceived superiority? One day, when the Confucian saint's lifespan is exhausted, I wonder how the Xie family will maintain their standing in the realm. Xie Qianjue, the minister of rites, could hardly stir any significant waves. Though he practiced both Confucianism and martial arts, his talent was mediocre. With a Confucian realm only at the 6th rank of Junzi and a martial arts realm at the 5th rank of returning to void. In Lu Qingfeng's eyes, he was merely a slightly larger ant. Why are you not staying within the Qinghua Tower, but instead, venturing out? Lu Qingfeng secretly mocked. Xie Yun frequently frequented places of indulgence, yet now he had the audacity to appear before him? Even his elder brother and sister behaved with utmost deference. Xie Yun let out a cold snort and proclaimed loudly, "The imperial decree has arrived." Lu Qingfeng receives the decree. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. The onlookers were first taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, and soon followed by gasps of shock. One by one, they knelt. And the once bustling street was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Even Lu Qingfeng humbly knelt before Xie Yun, not daring to make any move. Who could have anticipated that Xie Yun would arrive bearing an imperial decree? What means had he employed to gain the Empress's assistance? I am aware that Feng Wuxian is indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, framing Xie Yun in collusion with the demon clan. Xiaoling Yun's desire for vengeance on behalf of her brother is understandable, and considering her past contributions, I shall not hold her accountable for her actions. As these words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room, with each individual lost in their own thoughts. Could it be that this matter was indeed true? Moreover, had the emperor already been made aware of it? Li Rushuang breathed a sigh of relief with the decree of the Empress. Her disciple would remain unharmed and would not have to descend into the depths of the Nine Hells prison. Sherbime clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to accept the reality that the usually loyal and honorable Feng Wuxian was, in fact, the perpetrator behind Xie Yun's plight. The others quickly came to terms with the situation, as it did not concern them directly. After all, Emir Jinui had perished, and they had witnessed death countless times before. The loss of Feng Wuxian's life was of no consequence to them. Lu Qingfeng knelt upon the ground, hesitating to accept the imperial edict. Xie Yun spoke sternly. Lu Qifeng, do you dare to defy the decree? Lu Qifeng remained steadfast and resolute, his expression unwavering as he replied, Your Majesty states that Feng Wuxian conspired to frame you, but is there evidence to support this claim? Inheriting his father's legacy, Lu Qifeng had joined the Jinyui at a young age, embodying integrity and impartiality. For 10 years, he had diligently served the common people of Deqian, unafraid of authority, treating all equally, including nobles of the palace. If they erred, he would see them punished according to the law. The emperor's crimes were no less than those of the common folk. In the pursuit of justice, evidence was paramount. Without it, no one could circumvent the law. At present, there is no evidence to indicate that Feng Wuxian framed Xie Yun, and thus I cannot accept the decree. To do so would betray your Majesty's trust and tarnish my honor as the commander of the Jinyui. Lu Qingfeng's words were filled with defiance, unwavering in his resolve. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. They were astounded by Lu Qingfeng's audacity to confront the Empress so defiantly. Even in the absence of evidence, her words bore the weight of law. Lu Qingfeng, do you truly refuse to accept the decree? Xie Yun's patience neared its breaking point as he glared coldly at him. Yet, Lu Qingfeng remained steadfast in his stance, asserting, Without evidence, I cannot accept the decree. And if it is later established that this matter is indeed true, how will you justify your actions? Xie Yun inquired. Lu Qifeng replied, his expression unyielding, I willingly accept the consequences. You have stated this yourself, Xie Yun remarked. I have indeed, Lu Qifeng retorted obstinately. With Lu Qingfeng's defiance escalating, tensions reached a boiling point. At that precarious moment, a radiant beam of golden light shot forth from the heavens, unveiling an ancient scroll that soared into the sky. As it unfurled, the scroll emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if the very fabric of the firmament had been torn asunder. It descended slowly, hovering above the assembly, its text shimmering with an almost sentient vitality. Each word and phrase crystal clear. The crowd held their breath, their gaze fixated upon the scroll, with a commanding utterance from the chief monitor. The contents of the scroll cascaded forth like a torrent. I, the chief monitor of the heavenly inspection, hereby declare that upon the hard examination platform, I have indeed sensed a demonic core within Xie Yun, a victim of treachery. If this statement bears any falsehood, may the heavens not tolerate it. The chief monitor himself descended with the scroll, rendering justice for Xie Yun. In that moment, no one dared to question the truth of the matter. It was essential to recognize that the chief monitor had sworn an oath to the heavenly principles. Such a declaration could not be fabricated. Moreover, it was unnecessary. If it were not true, the Empress would not have issued a decree, nor would the chief monitor have invoked the celestial oath. What then? Is there anything else you wish to express? Xie Yun inquired, a sigh of relief escaping him as he fixed a sharp gaze upon the speaker. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the supervisor had intervened. Otherwise, there would have been no means to handle Lu Qingfeng. Now that the evidence lay before them, did Lu Qingfeng still dare to argue? Kneeling on the ground, Lu Qingfeng raised his hands high, respectfully accepting the imperial edict, his forehead pressed firmly against the earth. His voice was steady and resolute. I, Lu Qingfeng, receive the decree. Xie Yun, perched majestically upon his steed, surveyed him with a cold, penetrating gaze, a fleeting, inscrutable expression flickering in his eyes. Witnessing Lu Qingfeng's obedience, Xie Yun inclined his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile, seemingly pleased with the attitude displayed. However, in the next instant, that smile did not reach his eyes, instead radiating a chilling intensity. Lu Qingfeng, Xie Yun began slowly, his voice deep and authoritative, bearing the weight of immense gravity. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? Previously, Lu Qingfeng had openly confessed, and should that be true, he was willing to accept punishment. Now, the moment had arrived. I shall submit to whatever punishment is deemed necessary. Lu Qingfeng did not resist. He respectfully lifted his hands, allowing Xie Yun to decide his fate. With a wave of his hand, Xie Yun commanded, Bring forth the binding immortal lock. I wish to let you experience the sensation of being ensnared. Chapter 15. 3 Strikes to Establish Authority. Avenge my sister. The eldest sister's admiration. Now, with the imperial decree in his grasp, Xie Yun commanded respect even from the commander of the Jinyui, who could do naught but comply. The somewhat effeminate commander casually loosened the binding immortal lock that had bound Xie Yun. Young Master Xie, here is the binding immortal lock you requested, the delicate man said, licking his lips as he gazed at Xie Yun. Xie Yun shuddered involuntarily, a chill coursing through him. He turned around, and the binding immortal lock in his hand shot forth like a serpent, instantly wrapping around Lu Qingfeng. The runes on the chain shimmered, emanating a formidable force of confinement. Yet, Lu Qingfeng remained expressionless, as if the binding immortal lock had no effect on him, standing still with a gaze as frigid as ice. Young man, I advise you to reconsider. Our commander has always been one to punish others. Never has anyone held the right to chastise us. Shi Baimei's tone was laden with menace. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng is the most formidable among our commanders, a third-tier undying realm cultivator, ranking among the elite of the entire Deqian Empire. Are you certain you wish to humiliate him? A mere seventh-tier lifebound realm brat dares to punish a third-tier undying realm commander of the Imperial Guard? Master Xie, should you choose to spare Lu Qingfeng, our Imperial Guard would owe you a favor. In the future, we would gladly comply with any reasonable requests. The gray-robed commander spoke solemnly. After all, the prestige of the commanders was intertwined. Should news spread of Lu Qingfeng being punished by the young dandy Xie Yun, the authority of the commanders would be significantly undermined. Upholding Lu Qingfeng's dignity was tantamount to preserving the face of the commanders. Li Rushuang remained silent. Given that Lu Qingfeng had struck down Xie Lingyun, her beloved disciple, leaving him gravely injured, what value did the face of a mere commander hold? Were it not for the bonds of camaraderie, she would have eagerly wished for Xie Yun to take action against Lu Qingfeng to avenge her disciple's grievances. The effeminate man unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Lu Qingfeng, a faint, derisive chuckle escaping his lips. Our Lord Lu is known for his fairness and integrity. A man of his word. How could he not take his promises to heart? He has just proclaimed that the emperor's crimes are equal to those of the common people. So, when Lord Lu has erred, are you all prepared to shield him? As a fellow commanding officer, I find this utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two commanding officers darkened, their faces turning an ashen hue as they glared intensely at the effeminate man, wondering what had possessed him to make such a statement. Was he truly pushing Lu Qingfeng into the fire? I, Lu Qingfeng, am a man of my word and will amend my mistakes, Lu Qingfeng declared impassively. No matter what means you employ, I shall accept the consequences. At this, Xie Yun uttered a low growl, the words of the Confucian sage transforming into an intangible force, coalescing atop his fist. He stepped forward, unleashing a punch that roared forth like thunder, aimed directly at Lu Qingfeng's chest. Though bound by the Xianshan chains, Lu Qingfeng remained steadfast, his gaze as frigid as frost. Yet, when the punch landed, his complexion drained of color, and his figure wavered slightly, as if he were bearing an immense weight. The Xianshan chains had stifled all the vitality within him, rendering him as vulnerable as an ordinary person, albeit with the physical prowess surpassing that of an adult male. Xie Yun's fist, imbued with the essence of the Confucian truth, struck Lu Qingfeng squarely. This punch is a retribution for my sister, the youth declared, his eyes cold and his tone grave. Not far away, Xie Lingyun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Was this truly a blow of vengeance delivered by her brother? It was a strike against a third-rank commanding officer, unprecedented in history. To her astonishment, there came a day when she could also feel the protective embrace of her younger brother. There stood Lu Qingfeng, unwavering as a mountain, radiating a formidable aura. Xie Yun remained silent, delivering a second punch that bore the profound power of Confucian wisdom, imbued with righteous spirit, striking heavily upon Lu Qingfeng's shoulder. In an instant, Lu Qingfeng's body trembled violently, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, cascading slowly down his chin. His breath became labored, and the veins at his temples throbbed ominously, revealing the excruciating pain inflicted by this blow. 2 consecutive punches would have rendered an ordinary individual unconscious, yet Lu Qingfeng endured, relying solely on his physical fortitude. This punch is a repayment on behalf of my elder brother. Witnessing this scene, Xie Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. My brother has finally matured, capable of upholding the dignity of the Xie family's direct descendants, no longer subjected to the scorn of the world. He had awaited this day for a decade. Enough. Shi Baimei gritted his teeth, indignation mingling with shame. 2 punches have been exchanged, grievances settled. May we now release Lu Qingfeng? Just as the crowd anticipated Xie Yun to cease his assault, a third punch thundered forth. Xie Yun's fist surged like a tempest, the power of Confucian wisdom erupting in full force, striking directly at Lu Qingfeng's abdomen. At this juncture, Lu Qingfeng could no longer withstand the onslaught. He let out a muffled groan, his body slightly hunched, his complexion as pale as parchment, the blood from his lips flowing more profusely, staining his garments. His gaze turned steely, betraying an unmistakable anguish. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Xie Yun had actually made Lu Qingfeng spit blood? What madness is this? This man is a peak master of the third rank in martial arts. Fewer than 10 individuals in the entire world could inflict harm upon him. Yet this insignificant 7th grade individual dares to commit such an act of rebellion, a grievous transgression? What of the Confucian sage, his grandfather? How much longer can he endure? Lu Qifeng is in the prime of his life, and may yet ascend to the 2nd grade harmonization realm. Even the Confucian sage could find himself challenged. Have you lost your senses? Do you not understand the wisdom of leaving a thread of connection for future encounters? The Xie family is doomed. Shi Baimei felt a sense of relief as he witnessed this scene. The more ruthlessly Xie Yun struck, the deeper the enmity forged with Lu Qingfeng. When the sage eventually falls, it will herald the demise of the Xie family. In the final blow, unable to restrain himself, he muttered an apology. A faint smile graced Xie Yun's lips, devoid of any remorse. With 3 strikes concluded, the gray-robed commander swiftly liberated Lu Qingfeng from the shackles of the immortal binding. In an instant, the power of the 3rd grade indestructible realm erupted from within him like a volcano, his vitality surging as if an inexhaustible force coursed through his veins. Simultaneously, his body trembled violently, his previously pallid complexion regained its flush, and the blood at the corner of his mouth vanished beneath the onrush of life force. His wounds healed with a visible rapidity. Even the tears in his robe began to mend in the swell of his vitality. Lu Qingfeng's aura surged dramatically, resembling a slumbering beast suddenly roused, a pressure akin to a mountain enveloping the surroundings. He fixed a cold gaze upon Xie Yun, his eyes betraying no emotion, yet emanating a chilling intensity that sent shivers down the spine. The air around them seemed to freeze in that moment. Even the sound of the wind grew faint. It was evident that he was poised to retaliate. In the next heartbeat, a frail yet resolute figure stumbled forward to shield Xie Yun. Xie Yun's complexion was as pale as parchment, with traces of dried blood lingering at the corners of her mouth, clearly indicating her grievous injuries. Her steps wavered slightly, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. The longsword she clutched trembled gently, yet it unwaveringly pointed towards Lu Qifeng, refusing to yield. If you wish to harm my brother, you must tread over my corpse first. Although Xie Yun's voice was frail, it resonated with an undeniable determination, akin to an unyielding barrier standing between Xie Yun and Lu Qingfeng. The atmosphere grew tense and charged, just as everyone anticipated Lu Qingfeng to reclaim his dignity. He merely clasped his hands together and, with a somber expression, slowly remarked, "The lesson imparted by young Master Xie today shall be etched in my heart." With that, he turned and departed. Shi Baimei and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Was this all? They had expected Lu Qingfeng to take action, and their anticipation for the unfolding drama was abruptly dashed. With Lu Qingfeng's departure, the spectacle came to an end, and the remaining commanders swiftly vanished, leaving only the 3 siblings of the Xie family behind. On the way, Shi Baimei hurried after Lu Qingfeng, perplexed, and inquired, "My lord, you were so easily letting that boy go? He caused you to spit blood. When have you ever endured such humiliation?" The effeminate man interjected, "Shi Baimei, are you questioning the integrity of our lord? To speak and act with honor is merely one of the many commendable virtues he possesses. Your repeated attempts to provoke our lord into transgressing his principles are suspicious." Pausing, he coldly huffed, "Or do you intend to incite discord, seeking to manipulate our lord into inflicting harm upon the Xie siblings, ultimately drawing the wrath of the sage of Confucianism, leading to mutual destruction while you sit back and reap the benefits? Lu Qing, you..." Shi Baimei suddenly broke into a cold sweat, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Qing, indignantly retorting, "You insufferable fop, refrain from making baseless accusations. I am merely considering Lord Lu's interests. What do you know?" "Silence!" Lu Qingfeng commanded sharply. The 2 promptly closed their mouths. He sensed that the remnants of the noble aura within him harbored a trace of vital energy, and a strange, cold smile crept upon his lips. "How intriguing. Sister, you must take this healing pill at once." Xie Yun produced a golden pellet from her bosom and eagerly handed it to Xie Yun. "This is the sacred medicine gifted to me by His Majesty before his departure. I anticipated that you would clash with Lu Qingfeng and would surely sustain injuries. Once consumed, it will restore you to normalcy in 3 days." Xia Lingyun shook her head and stepped back, saying, "This pill is bestowed upon you by His Majesty. I cannot accept it. Save it for your own use. Given your penchant for trouble." Cough, cough. Xia Lingyun let out a faint cough, her complexion growing increasingly pale, her body trembling slightly, nearly unable to remain upright. Xia Yun implored, "Sister, please just take it. I promise not to cause any more trouble in the future. Saving it for you is paramount. It could save your life in a critical moment." Xia Lingyun resolutely replied, "This injury is but a trifling matter for me. I shall recover in a few days. So do not fret." Xia Yun, feeling helpless, was interrupted as Xia Lin extended his hand, eager to claim the pill, since elder sister will not take it. "And younger brother refuses it, I shall accept it, for I too have sustained considerable injuries." Xia Yun was about to decline when suddenly his eyes brightened, and he casually remarked, "Very well, if elder sister does not wish to eat it, I shall give it to second brother." Upon hearing this, Xia Lingyun immediately seized the elixir and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a warm current surged within her, restoring the flush of color to her cheeks. She pouted and said, slightly irritated, "Second brother, this is a gift from younger brother to elder sister. I shan't offer it to you." Xia Lin feigned regret and replied, "Alas, younger brother has grown up, bestowing fine gifts upon elder sister while neglecting to prepare something for second brother." Xia Yun promptly assured, "I shall certainly remember next time." Xia Lin waved dismissively and declared, "I'm not envious. From now on, it shall all be for elder sister." Humph. The three siblings conversed for a brief moment when Xia Yun's expression suddenly turned grave, his words caught in his throat. Xia Lingyun, perceiving his demeanor, patted his shoulder and smiled, "Younger brother, do you have something you wish to express? We are family. There is no need for formality. Speak openly." Chapter 16. The Clarity of the Sword's Heart. Mastery of swordsmanship at an unprecedented pace. Xia Lingyun's slaying of Feng Wuxing would undoubtedly stir contention within the court, and the Wu family's influence might take the opportunity to strike. Therefore, the Empress intended to dispatch Xia Lingyun on a mission to evade scrutiny, planning for her to return to the capital after some time. In their daily lives, elder sister was engaged in duties with the Jinyui. Second brother immersed in his studies at Bailu Academy, while Xia Yun idled at home. Just as the three siblings had finally gathered, they were once again to part ways. Xia Lingyun stood still, a gentle breeze caressing her garments, carrying with it a hint of farewell's chill. She turned around, her gaze falling upon her two younger brothers, Xia Lin and Xia Yun, a fleeting glimmer of unmasked sorrow flickering in her eyes. Xia Lin pressed his lips tightly together, his expression brimming with concern and reluctance. Xia Yun, on the other hand, lowered his head, his demeanor steeped in sadness. This was the first time Xia Lingyun felt the warmth of her younger brother's affection, an overwhelming surge of emotion stirring within her. From a young age, Xia Lin had been a source of reassurance, effortlessly mastering every endeavor he undertook. At a tender age, he had embarked on the path of Confucianism, later enrolling in the Bailu Academy, where he garnered the favor of the sages. It was only her younger brother, Xia Yun, who instilled in her a constant sense of dread. His lack of ambition was compounded by his reckless behavior, associating with a band of disreputable companions. The thought of an unforeseen incident struck fear in her heart. How could she explain it to their parents? Blood ties are more than mere words. Though she appeared indifferent towards Xia Yun, she had discreetly dispatched individuals to follow him, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. After all, Xia Yun had managed to offend nearly half of the aristocratic families in the capital. How could he possibly remain unscathed? Now at last, Xia Yun had turned over a new leaf, showing concern for his sister, understanding the bigger picture, and shouldering the responsibilities of the Xia family legacy, yet separation loomed ahead. A sense of reluctance enveloped her. "Rest assured, sister, I will look after our younger brother and ensure he is not bullied." Xia Lin stepped forward, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "This journey to Jinzhou is not about the mission. Your safety is paramount. Even if the task remains unfinished, I want you to return alive," Xia Yun earnestly admonished. Xia Lingyun smiled gently, patting her brother's shoulders as she spoke. "Do not worry. There is no one in this world who would dare to harm me. As long as you both take care of yourselves, I shall be at ease." "Good." After speaking, Xia Lingyun rode away from the capital. Watching her graceful silhouette fade into the distance, Xia Lin wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and smiled, saying, "With matters settled and my father's name cleared of collusion with the demon tribe, it is time for us to bring him home." Xia Yun nodded, feeling a tinge of anxiety. In Yunzhong City, Xie Qianjue paced back and forth in his chamber, his hands clasped behind his back, his fingertips trembling slightly. Yun'er is coming, he mused, a frown creasing his brow, revealing a blend of emotions, anticipation, unease, and a lingering sense of guilt. Throughout his life, Xie Qianjue had toiled for the Xie family, striving to secure the stability of the Daqian dynasty. Despite having 3 children, he felt he had failed in his paternal duties. His eldest daughter, Xie Lingyun, and second son, Xie Lin, had never disappointed him. Both were of exemplary character and remarkable talent, excelling in martial and scholarly pursuits. He had assumed that his youngest son would similarly thrive, yet he had instead become a pariah in the capital, a frivolous scion with no ambition. By the time he regretted not guiding him properly, it was too late. In Xie Yun's eyes, their relationship was fraught with lessons unlearned and oppression. Their differing opinions often led to heated disputes, creating an atmosphere of discontent. To avoid Xie Yun, Xie Qianjue frequently stayed out late, unwilling to face the son whose anger seemed to consume him. Yet, guilt gnawed at him. Xie Yun was the child who had received the least companionship. Had he provided proper guidance and led him onto the right path, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Would he harbor resentment towards me? Xie Qianjue murmured to himself, his voice tinged with unmistakable worry. Alas, he sighed, filled with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Xie Qianjue's body stiffened slightly, and he quickly adjusted his collar, attempting to appear more composed. However, his fingers trembled involuntarily, betraying the tension within him. "Father." The voice of Xie Lin came from outside, clear and gentle. Xie Qianjue took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound calm and steady. "Come in," he said, though his tone was a few degrees lower than usual, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Soon, Xie Lin pushed the door open, with Xie Yun following closely behind, his expression grave. "You have arrived." Xie Qianjue gestured for them to take a seat, encouraging them not to be too reserved. "Father, I apologize for your suffering." Xie Lin observed his father's condition intently, his eyes slightly reddening, a flicker of surprise appearing within him. He had not expected that his father, imprisoned in Cloud City, appeared somewhat more robust. This hardly resembled the condition of a suspected captive. However, that was a relief. The stone that had weighed heavily on his heart finally fell away. "Ah, younger brother. Come and greet father," Xie Lin exclaimed, pulling Xie Yun forward. "You were just clamoring to see father. Why are you now too timid to speak?" Xie Yun glared at Xie Lin, feeling a sense of betrayal. When had he ever uttered such words? It was astonishing that his elder brother, a dignified gentleman of the 6th rank, would resort to such benevolent falsehoods. Cough, cough. Xie Qianjue's face flushed with embarrassment, and he felt a surge of secret delight. Who would have thought his youngest son missed him so dearly? It seemed there was hope for mending their father-son relationship. "Yin, you have done well this time. Your father feels proud of you." "Father." Xie Yun's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if something were lodged in his throat. He had never experienced such a tense sensation before. The middle-aged man before him was both foreign and familiar, sharing the same blood that could never be severed. It was all due to his father's wise teachings. "Xie Qianjue." "Apologies, father. Over the years, I have indeed neglected your feelings." A deep sense of guilt enveloped Xie Qianjue. Xie Yun paused momentarily, taken aback. At that crucial moment, Xie Lin intervened to mediate, saying, "Father, younger brother. Mother is still waiting for us at home. We should return quickly to spare her the worry." Xie Yun nodded in agreement, urging, "Father, let us go home." A flicker of emotion passed through Xie Qianjue's eyes, followed by a gentle sigh. He extended his hand as if to pat Xie Yun's shoulder, but hesitated in midair, ultimately letting it fall slowly. He merely uttered a single word, "Good." His voice was low, tinged with a hint of remorse. It seemed that Yun was still unwilling to forgive him. In the courtyard of the Xie family, Xie Yun wielded a long sword, his figure like the wind, exuding a fierce aura amidst the flashing sword light. His swordsmanship was swift and precise, with each move imbued with profound inner strength. Wherever the sword tip reached, it seemed to tear through the very air. Fallen leaves were cleaved in two beneath his blade, scattering with the breeze. Xie Yun's gaze was sharp, as if he and the sword had become one, showcasing extraordinary martial prowess. Possessing the golden trait, sword-hard enlightenment, he was a rare prodigy in the martial arts, a talent unparalleled in a millennium. This extraordinary physique seemed destined for the sword, with heart and blade in harmony, and intention resonating with the sword. Yet, just as he was wholly absorbed in his practice, a fleeting glance caught the silhouette of his father appearing in the corridor. His expression shifted abruptly, and in an instant, he retracted the fierce aura he had exuded. The sword in his hand drooped casually, swaying lazily as he feigned nonchalance, even deliberately stifling a yawn, as if the previously displayed swordsmanship had merely been a frivolous jest. As his father approached, Xie Yun respectfully inquired, "I see you, father. May I ask what brings you to my courtyard?" In his recollection, Xie Qianjue had never set foot in his courtyard, which was precisely why he indulged in his sword practice with such freedom. Xie Qianjue contemplated extending a few words of concern, perhaps offering insights if Xie Yun expressed interest in swordplay, but was taken aback by the directness of his father's approach, which bore the semblance of a dismissal of visitors. A twinge of regret washed over him. "There is a matter," he began, then clapped his hands together, commanding, "Come forth." Summer Cicada. Chapter 17. Summer Cicada? I implore you. The servant girl remains my first. The maid Bai Lu, who had previously betrayed Xie Yun, now lay beneath a mound of earth, the grass on her grave rising 3 meters high. As a scion of a wealthy family, how could one not have maidservants attending to him? Such news would tarnish the reputation of the Xie family. Therefore, Xie Qianjue deliberately selected a group of astute and clever young women, ensuring they possessed not only pleasing appearances and the ability to read the room, but also a diligent work ethic. Most importantly, their backgrounds had to be impeccable. This time, Xie Qianjue meticulously investigated the identities of all the maidservants, confirming the absence of any potential spies before permitting them to serve his son. Such an incident must never be allowed to transpire again. As Xie Qianjue's voice faded, a girl of approximately 15 or 16, slender and delicate like a budding willow in spring, gracefully appeared in Xie Yun's line of sight, clad in a simple yet elegant dress. Her garments fluttered gently in the breeze as she approached Xie Yun with a light step. Bowing her head slightly, her hands neatly clasped before her, she respectfully curtsied and spoke in a voice as sweet as a babbling brook. "I am Xia Chan, the servant. I have come to greet the young master." Xie Yun, raising his gaze, let his eyes rest upon Xia Chan, a flicker of barely perceptible approval shimmering within them. The young girl was indeed quite charming. Had she belonged to his previous life, she would undoubtedly have been a household name as a delightful child star. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formalities," he replied with a gentle nod, visibly pleased. Xie Qianjue, noticing the satisfaction in Yun'er's eyes, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that his son might reject the unsuitable maid, which would have further strained their relationship. "Xia Chan, from this day forth, she shall be your personal maid. There are other maidservants attending to their duties, and they will all relocate to the western chamber by evening to attend to you exclusively." Then, turning to Xia Chan with a serious demeanor, he instructed, "Remember, from now on, his words shall be your decree. You must obey his every command, regardless of the conditions. Do you understand?" Xia Chan nodded. "I comprehend, my lord." Seeing her response, Xie Yun refrained from saying more, for such was the custom of the era, an acknowledgement that equality was not a given in this world. He could only adapt to the customs and tend to those in his service from his own perspective. "Yun'er, were you practicing your swordsmanship just now?" Xie Qianjue wished to showcase his father's prowess. If Xie Yun truly desired to cultivate his swordsmanship, he could impart his techniques. Xie Yun's expression shifted slightly, momentarily believing that his talent for swordplay had been uncovered. After a brief sigh of relief, he smiled and remarked, "I was merely passing the time, engaging in a bit of practice. I hope I have not caused you any embarrassment, father." Upon hearing this, Xie Qianjue felt a wave of disappointment but dared not say more, merely nodding and replying, "Very well, I shall not disturb your rest." With that, he turned away, leaving behind a solitary figure, his brow creased with additional lines that accentuated his age. Xie Yun always sensed that his father had something to convey, yet he remained silent, prompting a soft sigh from him. In the courtyard, only the master and servant remained. Xia Chan approached quietly, her head slightly bowed, hands clasped before her. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Young master, do you have any commands? I am capable of all tasks: washing, cooking, bathing, changing clothes, serving tea, massaging shoulders, and warming the bed." The young woman's eyes flickered, avoiding direct contact, revealing a hint of trepidation, as if fearful that her words or actions might offend. As she spoke, she suddenly knelt with a soft thud, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gently implored, if the young master has any needs in that regard. I humbly ask for your kindness, for this is my first time. She understood that, as a servant of a prestigious family, her status was virtually non-existent. In the eyes of her master, she was even beneath a mere dog. Most young masters were cruel by nature, quick to resort to violence, mercilessly beating or abusing their servants as a means of venting their frustrations. Were it not for that unfortunate incident, she would not have found herself in such a plight. Arriving in the capital utterly alone and on the brink of starvation, she nearly succumbed to the cruel streets. Were it not for Xie Qianjue's compassion, he offered her a morsel of food and a refuge from the storm, saving her from the frigid grasp of that bitter winter night. In her struggle for survival, she found herself relegated to the role of a servant, relying on her striking beauty and discerning nature, along with her ability to read, eventually becoming the maid of the young gentleman before her. Upon hearing of Xie Yun's notorious reputation, Xia Chan felt as if she had walked into a lion's den. The young master of the Xie family was known throughout the capital as a frivolous and inept scion, a reputation that had spread far and wide among the city's denizens. Even the simplest minds understood that he was a turbulent force to be reckoned with. How had she, through a twist of fate, become his maid? At the moment the news reached her, the young girl felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, as if all hope had been extinguished, falling from the depths of hell into yet another perilous situation. However, when she finally laid eyes on him, a sense of calm washed over her. Xie Yun possessed a handsome visage and an amiable demeanor, exuding an aura of righteousness that belied his infamous reputation. Moreover, he had recently achieved the rank of a 7th-grade scholar, garnering the admiration of learned individuals. Still, a shadow of trepidation lingered within her. Fear that beneath his charming exterior lay a heart consumed by base desires, ready to unleash torment upon her. She could only kneel in supplication, praying that Xie Yun would show her mercy, granting her a little more time to prepare herself mentally for the uncertain future ahead. Xie Yun, taken aback by her words, was bewildered. How did we shift to matters of the warm room? I never suggested such things. This is slander. Please, rise and calm yourself, he said in a low voice. The summer cicada believed that Xie Yun would not acquiesce, her hands tightly clutching the hem of his garment, tears cascading down like pearls severed from their string. Her voice trembled, imbued with a hint of despair and pleading. Young master, I beseech you, I am not yet prepared. I shall adapt swiftly, I implore you. Xie Yun gazed down at her, his brow furrowed, a flicker of helplessness and compassion flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand to gently rest upon her shoulder, his tone low and soothing. Rest assured, I currently harbor no such intentions. Instantly, Xia Chan was overwhelmed with joy, her tears continuing to flow, yet her heart felt a slight release of tension. Thank you, young master. I am eternally grateful. Xie Yun's consent exceeded her expectations, and not daring to overstep, she promptly rose to massage his shoulders, a look of ingratiation adorning her face. Where do you hail from? Xie Yun inquired with curiosity. Xia Chan pondered for a moment, pressing her lips together. I am from Taiyuan in Jingzhou. Xie Yun, perplexed, recalled that Jingzhou was remote, bordering the ancient kingdom of Shanhuang, a place sparse in population. How could she have ventured to the capital? Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. She was now his maidservant, and there was no need to dwell on the past. He only knew that from the moment Xia Chan became his maid, no one would dare to bully her again. A fortnight later, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. Xie Yun stood in the courtyard, the long sword in his hand glinting with a cold light under the sun. The youth wielded his sword with the grace of the wind, the shadows of his strikes intertwining. Though his moves were fierce, they bore a hint of chaos, each swing seemingly infused with a sense of confusion and reluctance. Though Xie Yun possesses a keen insight into the essence of swordsmanship and executes his techniques with remarkable speed, his approach lacks a coherent structure. Each strike appears isolated, failing to create a seamless offensive flow. To advance further, he must acquire a genuine swordsmanship technique. Otherwise, continued practice would be futile. Xie Yun realizes the absence of a true sword art in his repertoire. Given his current level, he cannot grasp the subtleties between techniques and must build upon the foundations laid by his predecessors, refining and adapting them to ultimately discover his own path in swordsmanship. The greatest challenge now lies in how to obtain such a technique. Should he approach his father? However, his father is not well versed in swordplay, holding only a 5th-tier rank and possessing mediocre skills, likely lacking any valuable teachings. Moreover, inquiring too readily might expose his intentions. Perhaps his elder sister. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yun resolves to wait until his sister returns to the capital, hoping she might procure some extraordinary sword techniques for him to study. At that moment, Xia Chan, adorned in a moon-white silk gown, glides towards the courtyard like a celestial being, cradling a freshly made osmanthus cake in her hands. "Young master, would you like to take a moment to sample the newly steamed osmanthus cake?" The sweetness of her voice lingers like honey as she places the porcelain dish upon the rosewood table. "This has been simmering for 3 hours," she adds, her gaze fixed on the stove. Having exhausted himself from practice, Xie Yun sets down his wooden sword and picks up a piece of osmanthus cake to savor. Presently, only Xia Chan is aware of his proficiency in swordsmanship. As his devoted maid, she cannot evade the truth, and he must candidly express his desire to pursue the art of the sword. Xia Chan is not taken aback. Rather, she finds the young man even more charming. Who wouldn't he admire a dashing youth who resolves dilemmas with a single decisive strike? Consequently, Xie Yun's image in Xia Chan's eyes undergoes a profound transformation. Xie Yun is not at all like the arrogant and tyrannical scion of a prominent family. Rather, he exudes a warmth that is deeply human, demonstrating a remarkable empathy towards those around him. His demeanor is gentle yet imbued with a hint of authority. The two do not merely embody the relationship of master and servant, but rather resemble intimate confidants, akin to siblings who share everything without reservation. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Xie Yun shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed. Xia Chan bit her lip and, emboldened, cast a playful glance at Xie Yun. "Young master, would you care to sample me? I assure you, I am far more delectable. Do you still make osmanthus cake?" Xie Yun inquired with curiosity. "Of course. My mother taught me how," she replied, only to be suddenly overtaken by a wave of bittersweet emotion, her eyes brimming with an unspeakable sorrow. Xie Yun, sensing the shift, quickly redirected the conversation. "Then, how about you prepare it for me next time, Xia Chan?" With a firm nod, she replied, "The young master will surely enjoy it." Suddenly, the heavens seemed to split open, revealing a brilliant ray of dawn, as if the celestial fabric had been gently torn apart by divine hands, unveiling an infinite radiance. The light cascaded down, enveloping the earth in a sanctified golden hue. In that fleeting moment, a crimson phoenix soared forth from the radiant glow, its wings ablaze like flames, each feather shimmering with dazzling brilliance. It circled gracefully in the air, embodying both elegance and majesty. Abruptly, the phoenix lowered its head, its gaze piercing and unwavering, fixating on the ground below, and with clarity, it proclaimed a name. The voice resonated like a celestial melody, imbued with profound authority and a call to destiny. As if heralding a significant mission or fate, Xie Yun receives the decree. Chapter 18. The Divine Phoenix of the Ancient Kingdom. The Holy King's Invitation. 100 talented individuals. What decree is being received? Xie Yun stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Could it be the Empress's? Before he could respond, the divine phoenix spread its wings, its feathers shimmering like rosy clouds, enveloped in resplendent golden light, as if all the ethereal energies of the cosmos converged upon it. It poised majestically upon the clouds, its eyes as profound as the stars, and slowly uttered a melodious proclamation. Its voice resonating like celestial music in the heavens above. By the mandate of heaven, the divine phoenix proclaims, "Today, there is Xie Yun, gifted with extraordinary talent and remarkable lineage, destined to receive the heavenly decree and enter my divine phoenix trials. This rare opportunity arises once every decade. I implore you to hasten forth and embark on the path to immortality. Should you attain the great Tao, you may ascend to the 9 heavens, shining alongside the sun and moon, and sharing longevity with the cosmos." As the phoenix concluded its speech, the golden light surrounding it abruptly withdrew, and the radiant hues of its feathers coalesced into its mouth. With a resounding cry that echoed through the firmament, it gradually began to dissipate, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that swiftly descended, gently landing in Xie Yun's palm. As the luminescence faded, an ancient and mysterious token materialized. The token, resembling jade yet exuding a metallic chill, bore swirling patterns of a phoenix on its surface, vividly alive as if it could take flight at any moment. At its center, an inscription in archaic script boldly proclaimed, "Enter the 6th rank gentleman realm." The characters were robust and vigorous, each stroke seemingly imbued with the essence of the heavens. subtly radiating golden light. Xie Yun grasped the token tightly, feeling a warm, yet overwhelming force surge from his palm into his body, resonating with the very fabric of the universe, sending a tremor through his spirit. What on earth is this? That phoenix just transformed into the token in my hand? Furthermore, what does the inscription mean? Enter the 6th rank gentleman realm? He is currently at the 7th rank of Confucianism, with some distance yet to traverse before reaching the 6th rank. However, what gives the token the authority to demand his advancement to the 6th rank? What consequences might he face should he refuse? Furthermore, upon hearing the term divine phoenix, it is evident that it pertains to the ancient kingdom of the divine phoenix. It appears this is not a decree from the current empress. With a cold chuckle, Xie Yun prepared to casually discard it. Yet unexpectedly, Xia Chan intervened, urgently advising, "Young master, do not. This artifact is of great value and possesses the power to alter destiny." Xie Yun paused, a look of astonishment crossing his features, as he incredulously inquired this? This token has the ability to defy fate? How so? Subsequently, Xia Chan elucidated the origins of the token. This token, known as the Divine Phoenix Token, was personally crafted by the sacred king of the ancient kingdom of the Divine Phoenix. Xia Chan's voice flowed steadily, tinged with reverence, as she explained that every decade, the sacred king forges a mere 100 tokens, distributing them to the most exceptional prodigies across the realm. These prodigies are invariably individuals of extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength, hailing from the great Qin dynasty, the southern territories, celestial sects, and even the primal wilderness tribes. Regardless of race or nation, all may partake in the divine phoenix trials. As Xie Yun gazed at the token in his hand, a stirring within him arose. It was indeed crafted by the sacred king of the ancient kingdom of the divine phoenix, which explained the peculiar sensation coursing through him, even causing his vitality to surge. Xia Chan, with a glimmer of yearning in her eyes, remarked, "The divine phoenix token is not merely a token of trust. It symbolizes the qualification to enter the divine phoenix trials, the trial grounds, a realm shrouded in mystery within the ancient kingdom of the phoenix, can only be accessed through the acknowledgement of the Holy King, granting one the esteemed qualification to enter the phoenix blood pool." The mere mention of the phoenix blood pool ignited a fervor in Xie Yun's eyes as he whispered to himself, "Is this not the very treasure trove of opportunities where protagonists soar to greatness in fantastical tales?" Xia Chan's voice seemed to carry a hint of mirth. "Indeed, the phoenix blood pool is the most treasured gem of the kingdom of the phoenix, said to harbor the bloodline power of the phoenix clan. To enter it presents a chance to defy fate, undergo metamorphosis, or even awaken ancient bloodlines, paving the way to unrivaled paths of greatness. Even for those indifferent to the phoenix blood pool, one may pose a request to the Holy King, be it rare artifacts, elixirs of profound efficacy, or sacred tomes of cultivation. Nearly any wish can be fulfilled. The kingdom of the phoenix once stood as a legendary realm at the pinnacle of existence. Its former splendor, akin to the phoenix soaring amidst the 9 heavens, radiated brilliance that illuminated the ages. The ancient kingdom sprawled across vast territories, where mountains and rivers bowed under its majestic presence. The cities rose in grandeur, and the palaces shimmered in opulence, as if crafted by the hands of deities. The denizens of the kingdom of the phoenix possessed the ancient power of the phoenix flowing through their veins, gifted with extraordinary talents, and the strong were abundant. Even the children could effortlessly harness the ethereal energies of the world, their cultivation speed surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Yet, time is relentless, and all that flourishes must eventually decline. After enduring countless years of glory, the kingdom of the phoenix could not escape the cycle of fate. A cataclysmic disaster swept through, gradually diminishing the kingdom's power, shrinking its territories, and causing the fall of its champions, leading to the waning of even the phoenix blood pool's might. Once a formidable force that commanded the world, the ancient kingdom of Shanhuang has gradually faded into the mists of history. Nevertheless, it remains one of the most formidable powers. Its profound heritage immeasurable, even in decline, it is not to be underestimated. What do the characters above signify? Xia Chan patiently elucidated. To enter the Shanhuang trial, one must undergo the test of the Holy King, and the challenge is the condition inscribed above. Xie Yun suddenly comprehended. In other words, he must transcend to the 6th rank of the Junzi realm to qualify for the Shanhuang trial. "Young master, do you wish to partake?" Xia Chan inquired. "To obtain the token signifies one is among the most gifted prodigies of this era. Will my sister go?" Xie Yun asked with curiosity, for in his heart, his elder sister, Xie Yun, possessed unparalleled talent. Xiao Chan shook her head. Alas, she cannot. The Shunhuang trial imposes age restrictions. Participants must be between 18 and 20 years of age, exceeding which disqualifies them. Xie Yun pondered thoughtfully. I see. However, he already possessed supreme constitution and a clear sword heart. As long as he acquired a swordsmanship technique, his cultivation would progress rapidly, negating the need to risk entering the Shunhuang trial. By the way, who was the champion of the last Shunhuang trial? He asked, intrigued by who could rise above the 100 prodigies of the contemporary world. Xia Chan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she pronounced each word. It was none other than Her Majesty the Empress, by Yu. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun was taken aback. It was her. In the next moment, the maid Dongji rushed in, exclaiming, Young master, the Empress summons you. You must enter the palace immediately. Chapter 19. Entering the palace for an audience, bullying the Empress? Delightful. The Empress summons? In one moment, he receives the token for the Divine Phoenix trial. And in the next, he is summoned by the Empress. If these two occurrences are not related, Xie Yun would never believe it, even unto death. However, he pondered how his participation, or lack thereof, in the Divine Phoenix trial could possibly concern the Empress. Could it be that his leisurely existence as a wealthy heir could disrupt her governance? Nevertheless, since the Empress herself had summoned him, he had no choice but to comply and make his way to the sacred Qian Hall. Upon entering the sacred Qian Hall, Xie Yun beheld the Grand Empress of Deqian seated majestically upon her elevated throne, adorned in an opulent robe embroidered with golden dragons and crowned with a diadem of jewels. Her expression was solemn, and her gaze was as frigid as frost. Her fingers rested lightly upon the armrest of the dragon chair, pressing slightly, as if she were deep in contemplation. Commoner Xie Yun pays his respects to your majesty, he announced, executing a slight bow, maintaining an air of composure. As his words echoed, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to crystallize, each breath feeling laden with gravity. Xie Yun remained uncertain of the Empress's intentions, thus he could only await in silence. The Empress then raised her hand slightly, signaling for the maidservants beside her to withdraw. The maidservants, with their heads bowed and movements graceful yet swift, retreated as if fearful of disturbing the oppressive ambience. As the grand doors of the hall slowly closed, only Xie Yun and the Empress remained within the vast expanse of the sacred Qian Hall, where the silence was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have been unmistakable. The Empress's gaze sliced through the air like a blade, surveying Xie Yun from her lofty vantage, as though intent on unraveling his every thought. Xie Yun immediately felt the weight of her invisible pressure constricting his heart. Yet he stood tall, resolutely meeting the Empress's scrutinizing stare with unwavering conviction. It must be said that the Empress's beauty is truly breathtaking. Her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters glistening with frost, her nose elegantly sculpted, her lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms, and her skin surpassing the purity of snow. Beneath her golden robes, one can faintly discern her long, graceful legs, their lines both elegant and powerful, as if imbued with boundless majesty and strength. The slightly open collar reveals a hint of a profound ravine, stirring the imagination. The Empress leans slightly forward, her gaze piercing, locking onto Xie Yun, and slowly speaks. Xie Yun, I have heard that you have received the token for the trial of the ancient Phoenix Kingdom. Is this true? Xie Yun's heart tightened, feeling an invisible pressure, as if the very air had thinned. Indeed, the Empress had come due to the trial of the ancient Phoenix Kingdom. He could only wonder what her true intentions were. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, I have indeed received the token for the trial of the ancient Phoenix Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Empress raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of inscrutable light flashing in her eyes as she leaned back into her dragon throne, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest, producing a deep, rhythmic sound as if she were contemplating something. After a moment, she spoke again, her voice still icy. In that case, what are your intentions regarding this? I wish to hear your thoughts. Xie Yun raised his head, his gaze resolute and composed, his tone respectful yet unwavering. Your Majesty, I do not wish to participate in this trial. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze, as if even the air had ceased to flow. The Empress's gaze sharpened abruptly, piercing Xie Yun like a blade, her voice laced with a hint of chill. Oh, why is that? Xie Yun felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, he remained resolute, standing tall as he replied solemnly. This humble subject is aware of his insufficient strength. The trials of the divine phoenix ancient kingdom are fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Although I do not fear death, I would much prefer to remain by your majesty's side, alleviating your burdens and offering my humble service. Trials? That is inconceivable. It is said that the divine phoenix ancient kingdom summons the strongest prodigies from across the realm, the offspring of noble families, who are backed by substantial familial support. Even in the face of danger during the trials, they possess means to ensure their survival. As for the prodigies of the immortal sect, they are bestowed with protective treasures by their elders, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Furthermore, the wild demon clans possess inherently robust bloodlines, their physical forms rivaling treasures, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. Though I am endowed with unparalleled fortune, akin to a system's flaw, my previous self was utterly ineffective, a mere waste. I could only defy fate and break through to the 7th rank of destiny. My martial arts realm has only just reached the 9th rank. While the trials may present splendid opportunities, life holds greater significance, Xie Yun mused. He was not one to cower in fear of death, yet he would not willingly throw his life away. The trials of the divine phoenix ancient kingdom, undoubtedly replete with supreme fortunes, are ultimately reserved for those prodigies. Should I recklessly venture forth, I might not even taste the broth, instead becoming a stepping stone for others. Moreover, why abandon the comforts of being a wealthy heir to court danger and strife? Surely, such reasoning is questionable. Upon hearing these words, the Empress slowly rose, her long robe trailing elegantly behind her. With measured and graceful strides, she approached Xie Yun, gazing down upon him with an air of commanding authority. Her voice, deep and deliberate, carried an undeniable weight. Xie Yun, do you comprehend the magnitude of the opportunity presented by the trials of the divine phoenix ancient kingdom? To successfully navigate these trials grants one access to the divine phoenix blood pool, where the supreme bloodline may be awakened. It is widely acknowledged that the chance of awakening the supreme bloodline upon entering the blood pool is quite limited. However, I possess a method to elevate this probability to 60%. Are you truly willing to relinquish this chance? At her words, Xie Yun's body quivered slightly, revealing a look of astonishment. The Empress, indeed, had a means to enhance the odds of awakening the supreme bloodline from the divine phoenix blood pool to 60%? What an extraordinary concept. Even among the citizens of the divine phoenix ancient kingdom, the probability of awakening the supreme bloodline from the blood pool scarcely exceeds 1%. Only members of the royal family might surpass a 30% likelihood. The Empress's capability was nothing short of remarkable, astonishing beyond measure. If her claims bore truth, it could indeed sway Xie Yun's heart. To possess an additional supreme bloodline would elevate his strength, enabling him to safeguard himself and his family amidst the chaos of the world. Should adversaries ever come seeking revenge, or if he were to fall victim to treachery, would he merely stand by, helplessly watching everything slip away while lamenting his inability to protect it all? Even a fool would recognize the allure of such a benefit. Even if one provokes no one, the possession of a precious treasure could incite merciless violence from others. The rule of the jungle, survival of the fittest, applies universally. The awakening of the supreme bloodline from the divine phoenix blood pool varies according to individual constitution, seamlessly integrating with one's martial talents, thus enhancing their prowess. The Empress spoke slowly. Indeed, the cost required to elevate the probability by 60% is substantial. Even I find it somewhat overwhelming. However, as long as you are willing to participate, I am prepared to make that sacrifice. Xie Yun, perplexed, inquired, might I ask why your majesty is so generous towards a humble subject? Just as the Empress had articulated, the exorbitant cost associated with increasing the odds of the divine phoenix blood pool by 60% raises the question, on what grounds does Xie Yun warrant such an immense sacrifice from the Empress? Xie Yun could not be so naive as to believe that the Empress was infatuated with his appearance, caught in the throes of youthful infatuation, willing to go to any lengths to assist him. The Empress's extensive efforts, even at great expense, must surely yield some benefit. Yet, Xie Yun could not fathom the answer. The Xie family has shown unwavering loyalty to the great Qian. I am deeply moved. I will assist you this once. As a gesture of gratitude, the Empress stated, her expression devoid of emotion, her icy eyes betraying no tumult. In truth, the Empress's actual motive was to ensure that her future consort would be formidable, rather than merely a languid heir, reclining at home. Currently, only Xie Qianjue was aware of the impending union, while Xie Yun remained blissfully ignorant. Assisting Xie Yun equated to aiding her own cause. Presently, the Empress and Xie Yun were like grasshoppers bound together by a single string. Should misfortune befall the Empress, Xie Yun would fare little better. Possessing formidable strength was essential for self-preservation in these turbulent times, to secure a place of refuge. Xie Yun felt a surge of silent frustration. Did the Empress perceive him as a fool, easily deceived? The rationale she had provided was certainly not merely due to the loyalty of the Xie family. There must be other hidden motivations at play. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your graciousness. I am fully aware of my limited abilities and do not wish to squander Your Majesty's resources, ultimately resulting in nothing. Xie Yun clasped his hands and spoke earnestly. I humbly request that Your Majesty selects another worthy minister. The Empress glared fiercely at Xie Yun, taken aback by his stubbornness. This was an opportunity coveted by many. Yet this young man had the audacity to refuse without a moment's hesitation, unyielding in his stance. When had a sovereign ever been rebuffed in such a manner? It infuriated me. However, the Empress managed to contain her emotions, taking a deep breath to mask her feelings from Xie Yun. As long as you agree to participate in the Divine Phoenix trial, I shall grant you a single wish. The Empress had never experienced such humiliation, going to great lengths to appease a man. The corners of Xie Yun's mouth curved slightly as he inquired, any wish, even if it entails. His eyes narrowed, involuntarily wandering over her exquisite figure, the flowing robe trailing behind her, her posture as upright as a pine tree, and her long legs partially concealed beneath the hem, her skin as pale and delicate as fresh cream. The Empress sensed Xie Yun's lascivious gaze, a flicker of indignation and embarrassment flashing in her eyes. She was on the verge of fury but quickly regained her composure, repeatedly reminding herself to remain calm. For the sake of the great Qian dynasty, she must endure this slight. It was imperative that Xie Yun participate in the Divine Phoenix trial, awakening his unparalleled bloodline and achieving transcendent martial prowess. Only then could they secure a foothold, ensuring the Xie family's legacy for centuries. Everything else, including her own physical form, paled in comparison to the significance of the great Qian dynasty. If the lecherous husband truly desires it, then... The Empress pressed her crimson lips together, seemingly resolved, and nodded. Any request, as long as you are willing to participate in the Divine Phoenix trial and attain the pinnacle, awakening the supreme bloodline. At this moment, it was Xie Yun's turn to be astonished. He had deliberately revealed a lascivious demeanor, intending to dissuade the Empress, for his demands were not pure and even somewhat sordid. How could a dignified Empress, a figure of immense worth, permit a mere commoner without rank to covet her? It would be entirely justified to execute him on the spot, or even annihilate his entire clan. Yet, astonishingly, the Empress agreed. Had she lost her senses? Chapter 20. The Empress's bottom line. Any condition is acceptable, even if it meant paying a tremendous price. She was willing to allow herself to gaze upon her golden form with lustful eyes, just to have him participate in the Divine Phoenix trial. What was the Empress's true objective? At this moment, Xie Yun had no grounds to refuse. He could only go with the flow and accept her terms. If he truly faced life-threatening danger, he could simply surrender. This strategy allowed for both advance and retreat. Very well, I shall comply, Xie Yun replied solemnly, then added, I hope Your Majesty does not place too much expectation upon me, as I may very well disappoint you. In a world where the strongest 100 prodigies gathered, standing out among them to become the most distinguished was akin to reaching for the heavens. If Xie Yun were granted a few more years to develop, with his martial prowess steadily advancing and his dual cultivation of both martial and scholarly arts, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. But at present, the prospects seemed bleak. The Empress was well aware of this truth and did not press him aggressively, insisting that he must seize the top position. She merely wished for him to do his utmost. She merely gambled, hoping that Xie Yun could bring her hope. Bring hope to the Xie family, and bring hope to the Qian. Beyond that, she had no alternatives. The only support she could rely on was her husband. By the way, I still do not know what trial the Divine Phoenix Ancient Kingdom has set for you. The Empress suddenly recalled, her curiosity piqued. Simultaneously, she silently prayed that it would not be excessively challenging. If there were no threshold even to qualify for the trial, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. The Divine Phoenix trial, held once every decade, bestows the Divine Phoenix token upon 100 extraordinary individuals, yet only about 60% ultimately succeed in completing the task. This implies that nearly half of the participants fail to fulfill the trial's requirements and are eliminated outright. The trial's challenges are tailored to each individual, devised by the High Priestess of the Divine Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, based on the most suitable conditions for the talented to engage. Should one fail to even complete the task, participating in the trial would only result in elimination. What a waste of time that would be. Xie Yun answered truthfully, The sixth rank of the Confucian path. At this revelation, the Empress's expression shifted, her pupils trembling slightly. The sixth rank of the gentleman's realm? The difficulty was even more stringent than the conditions she faced in her own time. It is worth noting that only a month remained before the divine phoenix ancient kingdom's trial commenced. To reach the sixth rank of the Confucian path within such a short span was an almost insurmountable task. The cultivation of the Confucian path emphasizes gradual progress. The sixth rank not only necessitates a profound accumulation of knowledge, but also requires breakthroughs in one's mindset and insights into the principles of the universe. Even those with exceptional talent often require years, if not decades, of arduous practice to attain this level. Xie Yun had only recently transcended to the seventh grade of life a fortnight ago, and now, with a month left, he aspired to break through to the sixth grade of gentleman. Even the venerable Confucian sage of the Xie family could not guarantee success. Could it be that Xie Yun lacked even the qualification to enter the divine phoenix trial? Your Majesty, is it truly that arduous? Observing the momentary daze in the Empress's expression, Xie Yun couldn't help but ask with curiosity. The Empress, gazing at the naive Xie Yun, let out a gentle smile, declaring, "It is indeed difficult, yet I shall not hold you accountable. This is a condition set forth by the High Priestess of the Divine Phoenix, and it does not concern you." Speaking of which, Xie Yun was also a victim. How could such a bizarre challenge exist? Your Majesty, I am willing to take a chance. A proud smile graced Xie Yun's lips as he proclaimed, "Do not forget. I am a genius who has broken through 3 stages in a single day, ascending directly to the 7th grade of life, unparalleled in history. A month's time is ample." Having promised the Empress, he would give it his all. The Empress suddenly became enlightened. In Xie Yun, she discerned a glimmer of the Confucian sage's demeanor. Since Xie Yun had already surpassed historical precedents, achieving the miraculous in a month to reach the 6th grade seemed plausible. The illustrious Empress found herself feeling inferior to this mere husband. A sense of retreat beginning to take hold. "Very well, I am willing to accompany you in this endeavor." The Empress abruptly realized that if Xie Yun wished to achieve a breakthrough in such a short span, the only way would be to journey to the Bailu Academy and seek the guidance of the sage. The Bailu Academy is a revered sanctuary of Confucianism, gathering numerous eminent scholars, with its sage standing at the pinnacle of Confucian thought, possessing unparalleled wisdom and cultivation, immersed in the environment of Confucian disciples. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Tomorrow, you shall proceed to the Bailu Academy for your studies. Striving to achieve the rank of a 6th-ranked gentleman at the earliest opportunity, commanded the Empress. Xie Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "As you command." Just as he was about to take his leave, he suddenly heard the Empress's voice calling from behind, "Hold on." Instantly, he halted, turned, and bowed respectfully, though a sense of confusion stirred within him. The Empress slightly raised her hand, signaling him to forego further formalities, and then gently clapped her palms together. From the shadows of the hall, a figure emerged silently, akin to a specter, materializing before Xie Yun. The woman, garbed in dark red attire, bore a sword at her waist, her gaze as piercing as frost, emanating an aura of formidable intensity. A delicate silver mask concealed much of her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as profound as a frigid pool. Although her true visage was obscured by the mask, the chilling presence she exuded was palpable, as if she were enveloped in an invisible frost, deterring any approach. "This is the Phoenix Guard, my trusted confidant," the Empress spoke in a measured tone, her gaze fixed upon Xie Yun. "From this day forth, she shall be responsible for your safety until the divine Phoenix trial concludes." The woman knelt before Xie Yun with a single knee, her demeanor icy as she proclaimed, "I am at your service, my lord." Xie Yun gestured for her to rise, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. He was acutely aware that the dragon, Phoenix, Tiger, and Xian guards were the Empress's most trusted protectors, holding a status of unparalleled significance. These 4 elite guard divisions, named after the dragon, Phoenix, Tiger, and the mysterious, epitomized the supreme authority and majesty of the imperial power. The Dragon Guard oversaw the imperial city's security, the Tiger Guard was tasked with border defense and warfare, while the Xian Guard specialized in covert operations. The Phoenix Guard is the most enigmatic faction, shrouded in whispers of their elusive movements and unpredictable methods, dedicated to overseeing officials and executing clandestine missions. Now, their leader has boldly appeared before me, ready to be commanded at will. Regardless of the outcome, this is my choice. You need not feel burdened, the Empress reassured. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to ensure I do not disappoint you," Xie Yun replied earnestly. Good. The Empress nodded, acknowledging Xie Yun's sense of duty. Recognizing his determination to strive rather than languish. The Phoenix Guard thrives in shadows, seldom exposed to light. Typically, they operate covertly in protection, and should the need arise, you may establish a secret signal for her to appear. Xie Yun comprehended, and after a moment of contemplation, he articulated clearly, the Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The little chicken stews with mushrooms. The Empress. The Phoenix Guard. It is hard to fathom that this is the same individual who once aspired to establish the heart for the world, to grant life to the common folk, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to usher in peace for generations. The Phoenix Guard felt an overwhelming urge to flee. She had anticipated a mission from the Empress to eliminate treacherous ministers or quell the chaos of the wild, but to her dismay, she was tasked with protecting the notorious scion of the capital, Xie Yun, as the leader responsible for monitoring officials and executing secretive missions. She was well aware of the affairs of the world and the hidden truths. It was said that one night at Qinghua Tower, he summoned 3 courtesans, causing the bed to collapse under their indulgence. Such a lecherous rogue was the one she was meant to safeguard. It felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around her. Was it too late to escape? Would it be inappropriate? Xie Yun awkwardly scratched his head and inquired. The Empress remained silent, while the Phoenix Guard helplessly nodded, entirely at the behest of their master. She was aware that Xie Yun was incapable of devising a meaningful code, and persisting in this endeavor would only lead to misunderstandings, perceived as an attempt to suppress the young ruffians, an endeavor fraught with futility. Very well, let us demonstrate once, she proposed. I shall say the first line, and you shall respond with the second. In the vast and empty hall of the sacred Qian, Xie Yun cleared his throat, immersing himself in his own world, and proclaimed with formidable fervor, the Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The Empress turned away, unable to bear the sight. The Phoenix Guard bit her lip fiercely, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, resembling one subjected to rigorous training. She managed to emit a low, reluctant voice, slowly uttering, little chicken, stewed with mushrooms. Insufficient in vigor, once more, came the command. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Little chicken stewed with mushrooms. Your voice is too faint again. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The Phoenix Guard, nearly on the brink of despair, shouted, little chicken stewed with mushrooms. Outside the hall, the maids and eunuchs wore expressions of shock and bewilderment, glancing towards the sacred Qian hall, filled with confusion. What is this? Little chicken stewed with mushrooms. The following day, news of Xie Yun's impending enrollment at the Bailu Academy swiftly spread throughout the city. It was well known that Xie Yun was an idler, firmly entrenched in the image of a young ruffian. Yet now, Confucian sages were clamoring to become his mentors, including even the esteemed Ming Sheng, one of the 3 meridians. His elder brother, Xie Lin, upon hearing the news, awaited early at the courtyard gate, accompanied by a group of curious Confucian disciples, eager to witness the unfolding events. At that time, the profound saying regarding the nation's destiny left all Confucian disciples in awe, evoking a deep admiration within their hearts. One might ask, how many individuals in this world could embody such greatness? Only one, Xie Yun. He has arrived. Chapter 21. Enrolling at the Bailu Academy. A glimpse of true genius. Little brother, congratulations on your enrollment. From this day forth, we shall be both brothers and classmates. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Xie Lin said with a respectful gesture. Although there was no need for formalities among brothers, it was essential to uphold decorum in public. Xie Yun was taken aback by the grand reception he received, as nearly half of the students from Bailu Academy gathered to welcome him. Naturally, most stood at a distance, filled with curiosity, silently observing the spectacle. Xie Yun reciprocated the gesture and returned the salutation. Xie Lin nodded and then introduced him to his 2 companions behind him. This is Gu Yuanming, a favored disciple of Master Ming, currently at the 7th rank of life establishment. Upon hearing the introduction, Xie Yun turned to gaze at the young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s. His features were striking, bright eyes, a noble nose, and lips curled into a subtle smile. He exuded the charisma of an elegant gentleman, with an unmistakable aura of distinction. Xie Lin lowered his voice, revealing, his background is quite remarkable. It is said he was the legitimate son of the Gu family from Liangya, but due to familial misfortunes, he fell into obscurity. He was later taken in as a disciple by Master Ming, which allowed him to enter the academy. Gu Yuanming was not only well-versed in knowledge, but also excelled in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Xie Lin continued, Particularly noteworthy are his essays. Even Master Meng speaks highly of them. Last year, when the imperial envoy visited the academy for an inspection, his piece titled On the Trends of the World left the envoy thoroughly impressed. Brother Gu, I am honored. Xie Yun respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, inwardly reflecting that this was indeed the quintessential protagonist archetype, a family fallen into decline, later entering the sanctuary of a sage, diligently cultivating himself, ultimately comprehending the true essence of Confucianism. Young Master Xie, you are too kind, Gu Yuanming replied, clasping his hands with a smile. I have long admired your esteemed name. Today's encounter has proven your reputation to be well-deserved. You are truly a prodigy, one who has spoken the prophetic words of the nation. I do not deserve such praise, Xie Yan humbly retorted. How can one not deserve it? Gu Yuanming chuckled. To enter the 7th rank is a realm that countless scholars yearn for. I have labored for years to attain my current standing, while you are the genuine genius. Xie Yun, flattered by the compliment, quickly waved his hands in modesty. Following this, Xie Lin introduced him to the second of his esteemed classmates, Song Jingyi. Like Gu Yuanming, Song Jingyi was also a disciple of the Ming lineage and one of its most accomplished students. At a young age, he had already surpassed the 6th rank of gentleman, possessing remarkable talent in the Confucian way. In contrast to Gu Yuanming, Song Jingyi hailed from a humble background, his family having been farmers for generations. His father, a man of integrity, wished for him to follow in his footsteps. However, Song Jingyi had a passion for learning and, disregarding his father's opposition, dedicated himself to the scholarly pursuit of the sage's teachings. Ultimately, he attained the 9th rank of enlightenment, earning his father's understanding, and from that point on, he ascended steadily, gaining admission to the Bailu Academy, becoming a genius on par with Xie Lin. Brother Song, I am honored. Xie Yan once again clasped his hands in greeting, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Song Jingyi was exceedingly courteous to Xie Yun, and they exchanged pleasantries. This implies that Xie Yun, who speaks of the nation's fortunes, possesses an appealing exterior yet harbors a superficial essence, lacking substance. He may merely be a figurehead, wielding a mere 7th rank authority. I perceive Xie Yun as one who exaggerates his capabilities. Even if he can articulate the truths of the nation's fortunes, it is likely a fleeting moment of inspiration. The pursuit of higher realms of understanding is utterly beyond his reach. Nevertheless, it must be noted that his elder brother, Xie Lin, is aligned with Meng Sheng and has forged a friendship with Song Jingyi, a member of the same lineage. With their assistance, even a fool could achieve some enlightenment. Not far away, a group of elegantly dressed young gentlemen scrutinized them with disdainful glances, clearly regarding them with contempt. Observing this, Xie Lin promptly suggested, "This is not the place for reminiscing. Let us proceed inside. I have already arranged accommodations for you, which you may occupy tonight." Very well, Xie Yan replied, eager to avoid any disturbances on his first day at the academy. He nodded in agreement. Along the way, the two companions elucidated the particulars of Bailu Academy, granting him a comprehensive understanding of the institution. Bailu Academy is divided into 3 branches. The first, led by the esteemed Confucius, advocates for education that is accessible to all, challenging the aristocracy's monopoly on learning and positing that regardless of social standing or wealth, every individual deserves the right to education. The vice president, Meng Sheng, promotes the cultivation of an indomitable spirit through inner refinement and moral practice, aiming to elevate one's ethical stature. Lastly, Vice President Sun Xing emphasizes a governance model that harmonizes propriety and law, recognizing the guiding role of moral standards while underscoring the necessity of legal constraints to achieve societal order and stability. Contrary to Mencius, Xuanzi posited that human nature is inherently evil, suggesting that any goodness present is merely artificial. However, he maintained that through education, environmental influences, and individual effort, one could transform malevolence into virtue, thereby underscoring the significance of learning and education. The group of students who were pointing fingers at Xie Yun were indeed disciples of the Xuanzi lineage. Most of them hailed from royal families, aristocratic clans, and the descendants of celestial sects, possessing esteemed status and inherently believing themselves to be superior, viewing the common folk as born to serve them. They revered the doctrine of bloodlines, asserting that one's lineage determined future accomplishments from the moment of birth, relegating individuals such as merchants, servants, courtesans, and beggars to a life of perpetual degradation, regardless of their efforts, due to their inferior blood. This was intolerable. After all, Xuanzi was a sage. How could he condone such behavior? Xie Yun felt a surge of indignation. Xie Lin speculated that this might be related to the philosophies espoused by Xuanzi, cautioning against the arbitrary interpretation of a sage's thoughts. Absurd, Xie Yun replied with resignation. Let us tread carefully. This is Bailu Academy, and the sage possesses an omniscient gaze that perceives all. Xie Lin advised, then shifted the topic. Newly enrolled disciples may only align with the lineage of Mencius or Xuanzi. Only after attaining a profound understanding of Confucian and Taoist teachings may one seek to study under Confucius. The Xuanzi lineage was comprised of individuals who looked down upon others. Although Xie Yun shared the same Confucian bloodline, which granted him a high status in their eyes, he felt no affinity with them. Thus, Xie Yun chose to study under Mencius. I too am a disciple under the esteemed Ming, and my teacher holds me in high regard. My classmates trust me implicitly, and in matters of knowledge that confound them in the future, they may freely approach me, for I shall speak without reservation. Song Jingyi stated solemnly. Gu Yuanming patted Xie Yun on the shoulder, a smile playing on his lips. Brother Song is nothing more than a bookworm. Should you choose to remain in his company, you will find it dull and tedious. It would be far more delightful to share wine and revel in merriment with me. Brother Gu, do not lead my younger brother astray. He bears significant responsibilities, Xie Lin interjected. Moreover, your talent is not inferior to ours, with diligence and eagerness to learn. You could easily transcend to the 6th rank of gentlemen and join the esteemed Kong school. Why squander time? Gu Yuanming waved his hand dismissively. Lacking interest, all my actions are in harmony with the will of heaven. If it were meant for me to break through, I would have done so long ago. If not, then I am powerless to change it. Rather than striving and toiling only to reap no rewards in the end, I would prefer to go with the flow and indulge in the pleasures of this world. Brother Gu, your reasoning is flawed. Song Jingyi began to counsel. But Gu Yuanming interrupted. There is no need for your persuasion. My mind is made up. With that, he took a deep swig from the wine flask at his waist, laughing heartily as he departed. Song Jingyi expressed his regret. Brother Gu possesses a wisdom that surpasses mine, with but a modicum of effort. Attaining the 5th rank of scholar would be effortless. Alas, his mindset seems misguided. Xie Lin pondered. Perhaps he remains ensnared by the sorrow of the Gu family's past, convinced that all is dictated by fate, which led to their decline and subsequent inertia. Xie Yun's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. Soon after, Xie Lin led Xie Yun to the dormitory, where they would remain for a month at the Bailu Academy, until the breakthrough to the 6th rank of Junzi. Chapter 22. The World's Greatest Sword, the 9 Heavens Sword Technique. In the Wu family's living room, the aroma of tea wafted gently, enveloping the ancient hall. Wu Taisu, dressed in a blue robe, bore a gaunt visage, his eyes deep and enigmatic as tranquil pools, lightly caressing a jade ring with an air of serene authority. Wu Zifu donned dark armor, his expression reflecting a fierce and menacing intent, grasping a long spear. Casting occasional glances at the young Wu Haotian standing in the hall, his gaze revealing a hint of approval. Wu Haotian, a direct descendant of the Wu clan, particularly of Wu Zifu's lineage, displayed extraordinary talent in martial arts, having reached the 6th rank of the Gathering Spirit realm at merely 19, thereby becoming one of the most formidable young prodigies of the Daqian kingdom. Clad in a white attire, he bore an ancient long sword at his waist, its scabbard adorned with subtly swirling runes, exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. At that moment, Wu Haotian held a crimson token in his hand, intricately carved with the image of a phoenix poised to take flight, remarkably lifelike. The surface of the token shimmered with fiery patterns, radiating a searing energy. Wu Taisu spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Haotian, this upcoming phoenix trial is of utmost significance. To seize the top position, you must be thoroughly prepared. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Though you have entered the 6th rank of the Gathering Spirit realm, do not let your guard down. Wu Zifu nodded slightly, continuing. With only a month remaining, you must fulfill the requirements of the Phoenix token to earn the right to participate in the Phoenix trial. To cultivate the 9 Heavens sword technique to the 6th level, one must truly comprehend the essence of the sword path, with combat serving as the swiftest shortcut. Moreover, mastering the 9 Heavens sword technique to its 6th level offers immense benefits, of which you are undoubtedly aware. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fervor ignited in Wu Haotian's eyes as he tightened his grip on the token, solemnly declaring, "Rest assured, grandfathers, Haotian shall not disappoint. Although the wilderness is fraught with peril, I am fully prepared to carve a path to the heavens with my sword in hand. The mere 6th level of the 9 Heavens sword technique is but a stepping stone on my journey of growth." The title of champion in the Phoenix trial rightfully belongs to me, Wu Haoyan. Wu Taishu and Wu Zifu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting satisfaction. Wu Haoyan is not only a direct descendant of the Wu family, but also a beacon of hope for its future. At such a tender age, he has already grasped the essence of the sword, akin to a personally instructed disciple in the sacred grounds of the immortal sect. This Phoenix trial may very well be the first step towards his ascendance. Suddenly, Wu Haoyan furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Grandfathers, it seems that Xie Yun has also qualified for the Phoenix trial, despite his lack of scholarly pursuits. The awakening of his Confucian talents raises the question, could he become an adversary in my quest for supremacy? A person capable of breaking through 3 realms in a single day cannot merely be a superficial waste. Only practitioners comprehend the tremendous effort and sometimes life-threatening dangers involved in transcending each tier of cultivation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xie Yun spoke the truths of national fortune and established himself in the 7th rank of life. Such a prodigy cannot be dismissed as a mere scion of privilege. Wu Haoyan could never accept that notion. Thus, there exists but a single interpretation. He has been concealing his true abilities, shrouding himself in mystery. This individual possesses a profound depth of character. Upon hearing these words, Wu Taisu's jade ring momentarily faltered in his grasp, before he let out a cold laugh. His gaze brimming with disdain. Xie Yun? Merely a trivial clown. How dare the insignificant Xie family contend with the esteemed Wu family? Even if he has attained the qualifications for the Divine Phoenix trial, it would merely be an act of self-humiliation. Wu Zifu's eyes were deep and contemplative as he remarked. Xie Yun, though he possesses some talent, harbors nefarious intentions and is unlikely to achieve greatness. Hao Tian, there is no need for you to concern yourself with him. In the Divine Phoenix trial, the true adversaries will be those prodigies emerging from the various powerful factions, not these petty individuals. In their eyes, Xie Yun remains the same waste. To aspire for a miraculous transformation overnight is nothing but a foolish dream. Even should he elevate himself to the 6th-tier gentleman, what of it? Can he truly rival the seasoned elite, Wu Haotian, who has mastered the 6th-tier gathering spirit realm and the 9-heaven sword control technique? Wu Taisu snorted softly, as if recalling something, and slowly spoke. That lad Xie Yun has recently entered the Bailu Academy. Though Bailu Academy is renowned as a sanctuary for gentlemen, it is merely a gathering place for those seeking to inflate their reputations. Does he believe that by entering the academy he can rid himself of his sinister aura? How laughable. Nevertheless, his sudden enrollment in Bailu Academy for training, based on past experiences, suggests it may be related to the conditions of the Divine Phoenix trial, perhaps in pursuit of breaking through to the 6th-tier gentleman realm. Your words resonate deeply, Wu Zifu replied with a cold smirk, a flash of icy light in his eyes. In that case, let us not hesitate to create a bit more trouble for him. Do not forget, the grandson of the elder brother, Wu Yunfei, is at the 6th rank of the Junzi realm, the esteemed senior disciple of the Sun Sheng lineage, gifted with extraordinary talent. Is it not easy to cause him trouble? Wu Taisu nodded in agreement. Wu Haotian, standing to the side, flashed a cold glint in his eyes and said in a deep voice, if Xie Yun cannot even qualify for the trial, it will indeed spare me considerable trouble. However, should he manage to pass by sheer luck, I would not hesitate to personally annihilate him in the wilds. Regardless of whether Xie Yun is a concealed genius or a true failure, he shall be reduced to mere dust before me, utterly crushed. In this world, the only true genius is Wu Haotian. Wu Taisu smiled with satisfaction, his tone laced with pride. Haotian, you possess such resolve. It is commendable. He then commanded, bring forth a message to Yunfei. At the Bailu Academy, in Xie Yun's dormitory, the aroma of wine filled the air, and laughter resonated throughout. He and Gu Yuanming exchanged cups, reveling in the moment as if all worldly worries had been cast aside. Immersed in the joyous intoxication of camaraderie, Xie Yun completely forgot the purpose of his visit to the Bailu Academy, dismissing thoughts of sage-like knowledge. Indeed, nothing is more gratifying than the pleasures of drink. And his bond with Gu Yuanming grew ever closer. When Gu Yuanming learned that Xie Yun had actually attained the qualification for the Divine Phoenix trial, he halted abruptly, his cup in hand, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The Divine Phoenix trial is an opportunity coveted by countless cultivators, accessible only to those of exceptional talent. Once, it had been a sacred place he yearned for, imagining himself among the strongest prodigies of his generation, seizing the top position and basking in glory. Regrettably, a decade ago, He was merely a child just over 10 years of age, lacking the qualifications for the Divine Phoenix trial. Brother Xie, may I inquire about the requirements for your Divine Phoenix trial? Gu Yuanming asked curiously, observing Xie Yun's calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of any pressure. Could it be that he had already secured the qualifications for the trial? After a moment of contemplation, Xie replied, to enter the 6th grade Junzi realm. Gu Yuanming was taken aback. The 6th grade Junzi realm? If I am not mistaken, Xie Yun is currently at the 7th grade lifeline. To transcend to the 6th grade Junzi, he must comprehend a deeper essence, and thus, he has yet to meet the criteria for the Divine Phoenix trial. So, what has he been doing these days? Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over him. My apologies, Brother Xie. I had presumed you had already obtained the trial qualifications. I did not anticipate. Gu Yuanming promptly set aside his cup. Determined to take all these matters into his own hands, and earnestly said, as long as Brother Xie has not broken through to the 6th grade, I would never dare to interrupt. Please, Brother Xie, treat the Divine Phoenix trial with the seriousness it deserves. It is a rare opportunity for us to ascend to immortality, and I cannot afford to delay you. Even a fool would recognize the benefits of entering the Divine Phoenix blood pool. As a friend, he could not allow Xie Yun to languish in complacency while dragging him down into despair. Xie Yun, taken aback, hastily advised, Brother Gu, there is no need for such concern. Advancement to the 6th grade is not merely a matter of rote memorization. Do you not also advocate for following the natural order? Even if I were to devote an entire month to diligent study, it would be arduous to grasp the true essence of the 6th grade. Perhaps it would be more liberating to embrace a carefree attitude, as there might still be a glimmer of hope. Gu Yuanming declared with a solemn expression, I can act in accordance with the will of heaven because I am unencumbered and free from attachments. Even if I cannot transcend my current limitations, I feel no pressure. Yet you, a scion of the Xie family, bearing the trial token of the Divine Phoenix, have an immeasurable future ahead of you. Heaven has bestowed upon you the finest lineage. How can you so casually abandon it? The Gu family had fallen, leaving him as the sole survivor. What was the point of striving when his loved ones were no longer present? He had lost his motivation. In contrast, Xie Yun was different. He had family, and his every action could influence the entire capital. Gu Yuanming did not wish to see Xie Yun descend into self-despair. Helpless, Xie Yun could only watch as Gu Yuanming gathered his belongings and prepared to leave, a sense of loneliness inevitably rising within him. Just as Gu Yuanming was about to step over the threshold, Song Jingyi suddenly appeared, startling Gu Yuanming into a state of confusion. If Song Jingyi discovered that he was leading Xie Yun into self-destruction, a lecture would be inevitable. However, Song Jingyi completely disregarded Gu Yuanming and approached Xie Yun. His expression tense and his eyes filled with deep concern as he inquired, Brother Xie, do you have a maid named Xia Chan? Xie Yun's heart jolted, an ominous premonition surfacing within him, and he exclaimed in panic, what has happened to her? Chapter 23, Dare to insult my esteemed maid? Seeking death. Xia Chan carefully navigated the bluestone path of the White Deer Academy, holding a plate of osmanthus cake. The morning sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon the porcelain dish in her hands, while the sweet fragrance of the cake wafted gently in the breeze. The girl's heart raced, her fingertips tingling with coolness, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. Young Master Xie Yun had a fondness for osmanthus cake. However, the versions available in the market were rather unsatisfactory. Hence, she vowed to prepare the finest osmanthus cake for him on her next occasion. After several days and nights of trial and error, and recalling the methods taught to her by her mother, she finally succeeded in creating a delicately sweet osmanthus cake, one that she believed young master would surely enjoy. Yet, ever since he secured the opportunity to partake in the Divine Phoenix trials and relocated to the Bailu Academy, he had not returned home. Thus, she yearned to personally deliver the first bite of her creation to him. As she stepped through the gates of the academy, her footing barely steady, a sudden cacophony reached her ears. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a group of scholars approaching along the corridor, their eyes fixated upon her, adorned with mocking smiles. Oh, whose servant girl is this? The leader, Qing Xian, fanned himself with his folding fan, his tone laced with frivolity. Since when has Bailu Academy allowed maidservants to intrude so brazenly? The other scholars displayed expressions of amusement, reveling in the spectacle. They were all students from the Su Sheng lineage, each boasting a prestigious lineage and formidable family background, reigning supreme across various states, with no one daring to defy their will. Thus, they inherently looked down upon those of lower status, viewing maidservants as little more than refuse. The audacity of her presence in Bailu Academy was a source of incredulity. At that moment, their long-suppressed malice surged forth, and they encircled Xia, their faces betraying their derision. Bao Pengtao, the son of the governor of Qizhou, possessed a notoriously violent disposition from a young age, indulging in debauchery and callously disregarding human life. In an effort to reform his son, the Qizhou governor invested considerable resources and cultivated connections to secure his admission to the Bailu Academy for studies. After 2 years of training, however, he remained stagnant at the 9th rank, failing to progress. As the summer cicadas paused, Xiaqian's fingers tightened slightly, the edge of the porcelain plate pressing painfully against her palm. Lowering her gaze, she attempted to navigate past them, only to be obstructed by Bao Pengtao stepping directly in her path. "What are you in such a hurry for?" he sneered, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "A mere maid dares to venture into the Bailu Academy? Do you think this is a place you can freely enter? Do not presume that just because your master has gained entry, you can act with impunity. Once outside the academy, he will kneel before me. Now, reveal your master's identity. I wish to inquire how he manages his servants." Xiaqian's complexion drained of color, her fingertips trembling slightly, causing the osmanthus cake in the porcelain plate to quiver as well. Biting her lower lip, she felt a surge of bitterness and a profound fear envelop her. Unfamiliar with the regulations of Bailu Academy, she realized that as a lowly maid, she was unworthy of entry. Having committed a grave error, she feared the repercussions that might befall her young master, potentially leading to shared punishment or even expulsion from the academy, a fate that would forever prevent her from atoning for her young master's loss. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Xiaqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pleaded, "I promise I won't do it again. Please, let me leave." "Leave?" He Qingxian stepped forward, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Do you think Bailu Academy is a place you can enter or exit at will? If you reveal your master's name, I shall seek him for retribution, and you shall be free to depart." "I possess no master. I merely stumbled into the Bailu Academy. I implore you, cease your inquiries," Summer Cicada pleaded, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Stubbornness proves fruitless. You squander your opportunity." Bao Pengtao cast a glance at the osmanthus cake in Summer Cicada's hand, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He extended his hand, took a piece, savored it thoughtfully, and nodded, declaring, "It is indeed delightful. Everyone, come and taste." Upon uttering these words, the others surged forward to snatch the osmanthus cake from Summer Cicada's grasp. Despite her futile resistance, she was pushed to the ground, her delicate hands stained with crimson blood. This maid possesses commendable culinary skills and is pleasing to behold. A veritable beauty. If taken home and cherished, she would surely ascend to paradise. Why not accompany me, and I shall ensure your future is free from want." Bao Pengtao clapped his hands, looking down upon Summer Cicada with fervor in his gaze, grinning as he proposed, "Little girl, why not join me? If you agree, I promise a life of opulence and splendor." Summer Cicada bit her lip fiercely, glaring at him defiantly, and retorted, "Impossible. I already have a master. I would never follow you." In her heart, Xie Yun was the epitome of perfection, unmatched by anyone else. As for the man before her, Bao Pengtao, he bore no difference from the cruel offspring of officials she had encountered. He resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, instilling dread within her. And yet, what of it? Bao Pengtao disdainfully remarked, "Do you know who I am? The son of the governor of Qizhou, with the entire region under my father's dominion. If I so desire, I can possess everything this world has to offer. You have no idea how many women yearn to ascend to my bed, but have been denied the opportunity. And now, with a chance to bring glory to your family laid before you, do you dare to refuse?" Xiaqian shook her head vigorously, resolutely refusing to yield. Bao Pengtao, increasingly enraged by her defiance, suddenly raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick to her abdomen. Caught off guard, Xiaqian was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing harshly to the ground. Instantly, a searing pain pierced her chest, and a metallic taste flooded her throat as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her pallid cheek. Her breaths came in shallow gasps, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes reflecting a deep anguish. Her chest ached painfully, her head felt heavy, as if she were on the verge of slumber. Yet, she remained resolute in her thoughts, reminding herself that stepping into the Bailu Academy would implicate the young master. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the coppery taste of blood rising in her throat, bracing herself against the ground, her fingertips digging deep into the earth as she endeavored to rise. However, her body felt as though it had been crushed. Just as she managed to lift herself halfway, She collapsed back to the ground, utterly spent. Unwilling to succumb to defeat, she summoned every ounce of strength, inching forward with painstaking effort. Even as her palms were scraped raw against the coarse terrain and her knees bled from the friction, she seemed oblivious to the pain, her gaze fixated on the glimmering light beyond the Bailu Academy, her sole beacon of hope. She had to escape the Bailu Academy. She could not perish within its confines, for that would endanger the young master. The vision of Xia Chan began to blur, and a buzzing sound filled her ears. Yet she resolutely refused to cease her struggle. Behind her, the mocking laughter of Bao Pengtao and his companions echoed. The number of onlookers grew, their eyes fixated on the grim spectacle before them, yearning to intervene. However, upon witnessing the presence of Bao Pengtao and his ilk, fear washed over them. They were a cohort of privileged offspring, scions of influential families, and held no standing to provoke such figures. Even those of comparable lineage amongst the students refrained from intervening. Instead, they wore expressions of amusement, as if they were spectators to an entertaining spectacle, finding solace in the misfortunes of another. Whose servant could be so unfortunate? Although commoners were generally barred from entering the Bailu Academy, there remained a window of time, albeit brief, during which one could linger if justified. Unfortunately, fate had conspired against her, placing her in the path of these ruthless offspring of the elite. Even if the servant were to be harmed, it would merely result in a monetary compensation. Yet, if they feared the identities of Bao Pengtao and his cohorts, they might not even possess the means to pay. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Someone appeared to recognize Xia Chan's identity. Recently, whenever the young master of the Xie family, Xie Yun, ventured out, this very maid had been by his side. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, and his body trembled, unable to regain composure. These individuals were about to face dire consequences. While they may have possessed some familial prestige, rendering them untouchable within their provinces in the grand city of Deqian, there were certainly individuals of even greater prominence. And Xie Yun happened to be one such figure they could ill afford to offend. In terms of debauchery, Xie Yun was renowned as the foremost troublemaker in the capital. In terms of lineage, grandfather is a sage, the foremost in the world. My father serves as the Minister of Rights. My eldest sister is the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard. My second brother is a favored disciple of the Confucian sage. And my sixth brother is a gentleman of the 6th rank. When it comes to lineage, few can rival Xie Yun. These individuals have truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Oblivious to their impending doom, the students who are aware of the truth do not intervene, but rather observe in silence, awaiting the unfolding drama. Bao Pengtao remains enraptured in his own sense of superiority, watching the struggling Xia Chan with malicious intent, contemplating how to further complicate her plight. If she can still crawl, why not break a leg? With that thought, he raises his foot, poised to stomp down with ferocity. Xia Chan's face betrays her fear, her eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. She was so close. Just a little more, and she could have escaped from the White Dew Academy, thus sparing the young master from disgrace. I am truly sorry. Yet, in the next moment, as Bao Pengtao is about to shatter Xia Chan's leg, a figure appears like a bolt of lightning, extending a hand to deliver a thunderous strike. The force is overwhelming, propelling Bao Pengtao several yards away. Stumbling, his face pales abruptly, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Who dares to lay hands upon him? Is it a death wish? As he raises his gaze and meets Xie Yun's eyes, a haze of confusion envelopes him. Although not a native of the capital, he is well acquainted with Xie Yun's notorious reputation. This man is more extravagant than the most debauched scion, and no one in the capital would dare to provoke him. Before Xie Yun, he is nothing. How could he have drawn the ire of such a figure? Master Xie, what is the meaning of this? We bear no grievances. Why have you attacked me? Xie Yun's cold gaze emanated an overwhelming intent to kill as he spoke each word with deliberate clarity. What a splendid affair devoid of grievances or enmity. Henceforth, I shall ensure you pay the price. Chapter 24. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Double the retribution. Upon hearing these words, Bao Pengtao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered momentarily immobile and utterly bewildered, his thoughts swirling chaotically until he witnessed Xie Yun approach the maid. In that instant, enlightenment washed over Bao Pengtao, his heart surging with tumultuous waves of realization and an overwhelming sense of dread. That maid was, in fact, Xie Yun's attendant? How could this have not been revealed sooner? Had he known of her connection to Xie Yun, he would not have dared to provoke him, even if given 10 lifetimes. Now, there was no remedy for his regret. Xie Yun's expression darkened, his eyes seemingly churning with tempestuous thunder. Yet he forcibly suppressed the storm within, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles paling under the strain, the veins on the back of his hands pulsating like gnarled roots. At this moment, even his breath grew labored, each inhalation stifling the seething fury that threatened to erupt from within. He could not bear to witness the woeful state of Xia Chan lying before him. Had he arrived just a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. Xie Yun slowly crouched down, his gaze fixed upon Xia Chan, and the blaze of anger in his eyes was momentarily replaced by a flicker of compassion and concern, only to be soon shrouded by a deeper chill. His fingers gently brushed against Xia Chan's cheek, the touch icy. Xia Chan. His voice was low and hoarse, as if forced from the depths of his throat, trembling with suppressed emotion. I apologize for my tardiness, my dear. I am sorry, my lord. I have brought you trouble. The summer cicada completely forgot the pain in her body. The moment she laid eyes on the young master, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. With concern, she spoke. I merely wished to deliver osmanthus cake to you. I was unaware that entering the White Deer Academy would bring you trouble. I would never let my misfortune implicate you. As she spoke, she struggled against the pain, extending her hand to crawl forward, only to be gently halted by Xie Yun, who enveloped her in his embrace. The boy's gaze traversed her disheveled garments and pallid complexion, the chill in his eyes intensifying, as if he could freeze everything around him. His chest heaved violently, the fury within him akin to a caged beast, relentlessly battering against his reason. Cicada, you are truly foolish. What is the White Deer Academy to me? Xie Yun said with a bitter smile. And those few beasts, what are they? Even their father would dare not breathe before me. Why should I fear them? It dawned on Xia Chan the true weight of Xie Yun's name and just how formidable he was. I have caused you worry, young master. Xie Yun inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt from his chest, his fingers gently brushing through the girl's hair, an action tenderly contrasting with his expression. Do not fret. I will ensure that those beasts pay the price. Subsequently, he administered healing elixirs to Xia Chan moments later. As her complexion regained its rosy hue and she managed to stand, Xie Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful that the beasts were not particularly strong and that the high-grade elixirs could effect a swift recovery. Young master, I feel much better, Xia Chan said, lowering her head. Her face slightly flushed. Very well, Xie Yun nodded in satisfaction. However, the icy glare in his eyes once again ignited into a fierce blaze of wrath, fixating on Bao Pengtao and his companions. You wretched beasts, come over here. Upon hearing this, Bao Pengtao and his associates trembled in fear, desperately attempting to flee. As if driven mad, they scrambled backward. Yet, they were blocked by Gu Yuanming and Song Jingyi, who sneered coldly. Thinking of escaping? Have you sought our permission? Get lost. Scram. Bao Pengtao shouted, pointing at the two men. How dare the scion of a fallen aristocratic family and a mere commoner from the countryside obstruct my path? Do you believe I won't make you regret it? With a piercing gaze, Song Jingyi advanced with the swiftness of the wind, delivering a powerful kick to Bao Pengtao's back. The force was so tremendous that it sent him crashing to the ground, rolling helplessly several times before coming to a halt at Xie Yun's feet. The others were similarly dispatched by Gu Yuanming, falling like discarded sacks, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. Song Jingyi cast a chilling glance at them, his voice laced with disdain. A bunch of useless fools. Do you think you have the right to be arrogant? Xie Yun looked down at Bao Pengtao, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice low yet imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. Not only did you bully my personal maid, but you also indulged in the osmanthus cake prepared specifically for me. Tell me, how should I ensure your demise? Bao Pengtao's complexion turned ashen in an instant, as an invisible force bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. Trembling, he shuffled forward a few steps, his voice quivering. Young Master Xie, I was wrong. I truly did not know she was your maidservant. Had I been aware, I would not have dared to lay a finger on her, even with 10 times the courage. I implore you to grant me a chance for redemption. I am willing to apologize to her and offer 100 taels of gold and 100 acres of fertile land. Just name your condition, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it. He and his companions, He Chengxian and others, had long since shed their earlier arrogance. Their eyes filled with terror as they repeatedly knelt and begged for mercy. The onlookers were astounded, marveling at the spectacle before them. Who could have imagined that the once arrogant young scions would find themselves in such a position of supplication? Wasn't Bao Pengtao the one who had been so brazen? Now he resembled a wilted eggplant, his courage shattered. To witness such a scene of their kneeling in desperation was a sight that would leave one without regrets for a lifetime. Indeed, it is true that only a villain can temper another villain. In the presence of a formidable adversary, the once proud young lords were rendered insignificant. The common students and citizens who had suffered under Bao Pengtao's tyranny applauded in glee, eager to step forward and deliver a few slaps to alleviate their pent-up grievances. Yet, Xie Yun remained unmoved, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Come here." Terrified, Bao Pengtao trembled uncontrollably, crawling and kneeling before Xie Yun, his forehead touching the ground as he pleaded, his voice laced with tears. "Please spare me. I swear I shall never dare again." Xie Yun scoffed lightly, and with a swift movement, unleashed a thunderous strike, his fist slicing through the air, aimed directly at Bao Pengtao and his companions' faces. With a series of sharp cracks, the teeth of Bao Pengtao and his companions fell from their mouths, blood oozing from the corners. Immediately, Xie Yun unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving them battered and bruised, their faces swollen like buns, their eyes darkened and disheveled. Completely defenseless, Bao Pengtao and the others could only huddle and wail in agony. "Those who dared to insult this young master's maid and devoured his osmanthus cake shall pay dearly today, as a warning to others." Bao Pengtao and his companions clutched their mouths, groaning in pain, their words muffled, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Blood dripped through their fingers, staining their garments, rendering them a pitiful sight, akin to stray dogs, stripped of their former arrogance. Furthermore, those who sought to cripple Chon'er shall face retribution, an eye for an eye, blood for blood, doubled. Xie Yun's gaze was cold and resolute as he abruptly lifted his leg, delivering a blow as forceful as a mighty hammer to Bao Pengtao's knee. The sound of two sharp cracks echoed, and Bao Pengtao's legs broke in response, the sound of splintering bones sending chills down the spine. Following this, Bao Pengtao let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. His legs contorted at unnatural angles, blood rapidly soaking through his trousers. He pointed at Xie Yun in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Xie Yun, you are mad. How dare you harm your classmates at Bailu Academy? The dean will not let this go. I will have you expelled from the academy." The others, witnessing this horror, were filled with terror, attempting to flee while incessantly pleading for mercy. "Young Master Xie, we did not lay a hand on her. It was all Bao Pengtao's doing. Please spare us. The academy has rules against harming fellow students, or else we shall be expelled. I trust you would not court danger by acting against the teachings of the sages. My father is the Minister of War and shares a profound bond with your esteemed father. I beseech you to grant me mercy for the sake of our families." In this moment, they have exhausted every conceivable means to halt the rampage of this notorious troublemaker. Yet, Xie Yun remains unmoved, his form gliding like a specter, striking with unparalleled swiftness. He unleashes a flurry of blows, his kicks fierce and unerring, shattering the legs of the remaining few one by one. Their anguished cries echo through the air as they collapse, their shattered limbs a gruesome sight, flesh torn and bones piercing through skin, exposing stark white marrow. They writhe in agony on the ground, faces ashen and drenched in cold sweat, utterly unable to rise, reduced to despairing moans, creating a scene of utter desolation. The onlookers, witnessing this, are gripped with horror, exclaiming in disbelief, for he is indeed the most notorious troublemaker in the capital, daring to break the legs of his classmates at the Bailu Academy. The prohibition against harming fellow students was a decree established by Confucius himself. Xie Yun pays no heed until, at the moment when the last of the brutes begs for mercy, a figure clad in a simple, flowing robe appears. The hem fluttering with the wind, his step steady yet graceful, standing resolutely between the two parties. His countenance is striking, his eyes deep and luminous, as if concealing boundless mysteries. An aura of immense yet gentle power surrounds him, embodying the righteous spirit unique to a scholar of the 6th rank. With a low voice, he speaks steadily. "That is enough." These two simple words carry the weight of formidable righteousness. It is none other than Wu Yunfei. The Wu family stands as a formidable force, able to match the Xie family, and Wu Taishu is heralded as the next Confucian sage. At the moment when the sage of the Xie family transcended, it marked the opportunity for the ancestral figure of the Wu family to ascend to the status of the foremost noble house of the Deqian dynasty, rendering the Xie family to bow in submission. Wu Yunfei stood shoulder to shoulder with Xie Lin, being the most favored disciple of the sage Sun, possessing the rank of a 6th-grade gentleman. Now, only Wu Yunfei could possibly thwart Xie Yun. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished to witness the direct descendants of the Xie and Wu families confronting each other so audaciously. This spectacle was becoming increasingly intriguing. Upon hearing the words, Xie Yun recognized the identity of the youth before him, yet he remained undaunted. The righteous energy of Confucianism surged within him, enveloping him in a resplendent golden radiance. With a swift movement, Xie Yun approached the beast with an ethereal grace, muttering incantations as he rapidly formed seals with his hands. A torrent of righteous energy converged at his fingertips, transforming into two robust pillars of energy, infused with the might of thunder, crashing fiercely against the creature's legs. The very fabric of space twisted in the wake of these pillars, and the beast stood powerless against the overwhelming force. In an instant, its legs were shattered. The sound of breaking bones resounding painfully in the air, and it collapsed to the ground, its face paling to a ghostly white from the agony. In that moment, Xie Yun had severed the legs of a disciple from the lineage of the sage Sun before Wu Yunfei's very eyes. He then cast a cold gaze upon him and remarked with a smirk, "How about that?" Chapter 25, A Discourse. The sage Confucius takes the stage. The Empress expresses concern. A provocation, a flagrant provocation. Those surrounding gasped in shock, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension. Truly, he was a chaotic force of nature, daring to break the legs of that individual in the presence of Wu Yunfei. While others cower in fear of Xie Yun's status, Wu Yunfei remains undaunted. The Wu family is destined to produce the next generation of Confucian saints, while the Xie family is bound for decline. Xie's grandfather was a Confucian sage. Yet Xie Qianjue failed to inherit his father's illustrious lineage, leading a life of mediocrity, overshadowed even by his own offspring, a truly lamentable fate. Indeed, had Xie Qianjue possessed even half of his father's talents, the Wu family would not have subtly gained the upper hand. The situation has become untenable. For Xie Yun is still too young. Not only the onlookers, but also the students of the Bailu Academy feel a pang of sympathy for him. This time, Xie Yun is not the notorious scion of privilege, but rather stands as a paragon of justice, punishing the likes of Bao Pingtao, who are met with applause from the crowd. However, due to his transgressions against the rules of Bailu Academy, he is poised to face consequences. Xie Yun, do you recognize your error? Wu Yunfei scoffed, adopting an air of superiority. Xie Yun dismissed him with disdain. Recognize my error? What error could I possibly have? It was clearly you who erred first. I merely acted to rectify it. You ought to be grateful to me. The severing of your teeth and legs today is already the lightest punishment, had it not been for the director's esteemed reputation. My past inclinations would have easily led me to eliminate them altogether. The crowd did not find Xie Yun's words to be mere bravado. Given his previous demeanor, he was indeed capable of such actions. What harm is there in eliminating a few signs of privilege? As long as the Confucian sage of the Xie family still draws breath, no mere jester can stir the waters. The sharpness of his teeth revealed him to be the same unruly devil as before. This young master thought he had reformed, yet he remained unchanged. Wu Yunfei's expression was stoic, his tone laced with restrained fury as he declared, "Today, if you do not acknowledge your faults, I shall take it upon myself to punish you on behalf of the dean." With that, he stepped forward, his figure darting like lightning. Swiftly closing the distance to Xie Yun, he struck out with a palm, the force akin to a dragon, imbued with righteous energy, aimed directly at Xie Yun's chest. In a moment of panic, Xie Yun raised his hand to meet the blow. The two forces collided, erupting in a deafening roar, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he was a sixth-grade gentleman. "Do you think you are worthy to punish me on behalf of the dean?" Xie Yun retorted. Wu Yunfei remained silent, forming a hand seal and chanting. Heaven and Earth's righteous energy, suppress the evil. As his words resonated, a colossal azure pillar of light materialized in the sky, pressing down upon Xie Yun. Gritting his teeth in resistance, Xie Yun found the weight of that righteous energy as heavy as a mountain, nearly robbing him of breath. "Will you acknowledge your faults?" Wu Yunfei demanded coldly. Xie Yun smirked, his own righteous energy surging forth as he shouted, "Acknowledge my faults? Preposterous! What wrong have I committed? Wu Yunfei, you have gone too far." In that moment, Xie Yun understood that employing Confucian methods against Wu Yunfei was futile. Only by harnessing the power of martial arts, manifesting the brilliance of his sword heart, and unleashing the full might of his dual cultivation in both Confucianism and martial arts could he hope to contend with him. Thus, he resolved to fight. Without regard for the troubles that might arise from revealing his martial talent, he called forth his sword. However, before Jianlai could finish his words, a voice resonated throughout the Bailu Academy like thunder, stirring the hearts and minds of all present. "If the two of you wish to argue, let it be settled through the means of Confucianism. The victor shall dictate the rules of Bailu Academy." As the words fell, the intangible pressure surrounding Xie Yun vanished without a trace. and even his injuries healed as if they had never existed. His consciousness ascending to new heights. He could not help but marvel at the formidable power of a sage's words. It seemed to be the voice of Confucius himself, intervening in the matter. Confucius had not graced the world with his presence for a decade, secluding himself to cultivate. Yet today, due to the dispute between Xie Yun and Wu Yunfei, his words could be heard. Confucius was one of only 2 supreme sages in the world, ranking 3rd, surpassed only by the high priest of the Wu family. A sense of apprehension enveloped Xie Yun. He had just been subdued, and now Confucius had intervened. Was this to lend him support? If so, why not resolve the conflict directly instead of allowing Xie Yun to debate with Wu Yunfei? It was well known that Wu Yunfei had devoted over a decade to studying the classics, thoroughly versed in the ways of the sages, and his realm was higher than that of Xie Yun. To pit them against each other in debate seemed a recipe for Xie Yun's own misfortune. It appeared that Confucius favored the Wu family. The students murmured amongst themselves, unable to discern the true intention behind the sage's intervention. If he sought to assist the Xie family, why did he not terminate the dispute outright? Instead, he set Xie Yun on a path fraught with disadvantages, making defeat at the hands of Wu Yunfei a foregone conclusion. Conversely, if he were aiding the Wu family, why then intervene at such a crucial moment, granting Xie Yun a sliver of hope? Otherwise, today would have spelled disaster for him. Xie Yun. Wu Yunfei's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic delight. Confucius himself has spoken, urging us to settle our differences through the means of Confucianism. I eagerly anticipate the moment when you, Xie Yun, will be forced to bow your head in apology after your defeat. In his eyes, the moment Confucius uttered those words, Xie Yun was already destined to lose. Though he may not possess the brilliance of the disciples of the sage, he stood as a paragon among the second-generation students, while Xie Yun was merely the tail end of the pack, utterly unworthy of surpassing him. Such aspirations were mere folly. How had the situation escalated to this point? Song Jingyi was filled with anxiety, his expression clouded with concern. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke urgently. What if I beseech our teacher, Master Meng, to intercede with Confucius and request the cancellation of this debate? I shall accompany you. Gu Yuanming nodded, his tone grave. Our combined presence might carry weight. Perhaps the teacher will acquiesce. It was unthinkable for Xie Yun, who had barely scratched the surface of his studies, to engage in a debate against Wu Yunfei. The consequences could range from a humiliating admission of defeat to a catastrophic shattering of his Tao heart, resulting in a fall from grace. Neither outcome was one they wished to witness. Moreover, Gu Yuanming understood that Xie Yun possessed the divine phoenix token, necessitating a breakthrough to the 6th rank to qualify for the trials. Should his Tao heart collapse during this debate, he would irrevocably lose his chance. Dear brothers, there is no need for such concern, Xie Yun calmly asserted, a sense of confidence radiating from him. Once I ascend to the 7th rank, why should I fear a mere waste who has toiled for over a decade to reach the 6th? Though he spoke with bravado, the debate was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to a shattering of one's Tao heart. Song Jingyi pondered. Perhaps I should plead with our teacher to fight in place of Xie Yun. That approach has merit. I believe it is worth a try, Gu Yuanming agreed. Gu Yuanming's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed. Before Xie Yun could decline, Song Jingyi swiftly made his way towards Mingxing's residence. Brother Xie, buy us some time until we return, Gu Yuanming advised as he patted Xie Yun's shoulder, then turned to leave. Xie Yun sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Young master, what shall we do? Xia Chan asked in a fluster, filled with guilt. It is entirely my fault. If I had not dared to come and deliver the osmanthus cake today, this trouble would not have arisen. It is all my mistake. Xie Yun comforted her, saying, Xia Chan, there is no need for self-reproach. Since the young master has appeared in this world, he has never feared anyone. How could I be daunted by a mere boy from the Wu family? Just watch and see how he will ultimately falter. Wu Yunfei urged, do not waste time. Even if you dawdle until tomorrow, it will not alter the outcome of the debate. There exists a designated area within the academy for disciples to engage in debates, known as the debate peak. Let us proceed there to compete. Xie Yun nodded nonchalantly. Very well. Upon the lofty edifice of Bailu Academy, an elder sat cross-legged, his garments fluttering gently in the breeze, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. His gaze was profound, transcending layers of mountains to pierce the distant horizon, seemingly capable of penetrating the sea of clouds to glimpse the cyclical nature of all things. He was none other than the present-day sage, the head of Bailu Academy. Confucius bore a serene and transcendent demeanor, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by the mundane, as though he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, existing in the world yet detached from its worldly affairs. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing his long beard to sway lightly. Gazing upon the untamed wilderness, he murmured softly, "Zijing, this is all I can do. Should I overstep, I fear it may provoke displeasure from that esteemed individual, though I am not intimidated by him. His reckless nature could inadvertently lead to unnecessary complications. Since he is your descendant, I have faith that he will not be outdone by that individual's progeny." With a hint of resignation, Confucius sighed, "Only 10 years remain. Our time is limited. I hope that young one can bring us the hope we seek." In the Empress's chamber, golden silk curtains embroidered with phoenix patterns hung gracefully, while the flickering candlelight danced within the glass lanterns, casting a resplendent and solemn glow throughout the room. The Empress sat regally upon her phoenix throne, adorned in a dark-hued robe embroidered with golden clouds, her crown resting atop her head. Her features were exquisite, yet radiated an unassailable authority. Clutched in her hand was an ancient tome, her gaze tranquil as if lost in profound contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of hurried yet graceful footsteps echoed from outside the chamber. Shortly thereafter, the commander of the Phoenix Guards knelt on one knee, bowing his head to report, "Your Majesty, there is urgent news from the Bailu Academy." The Empress lifted her gaze slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she replied, "What is it?" The Phoenix Guard's voice was low yet clear. "Young Master Xie Yun and Wu Yunfei have engaged in a dispute within the Bailu Academy. The altercation began when a maid delivered osmanthus cakes, and the son of the governor of Qizhou, Bao Pingtao, insulted him. In a fit of rage, Xie Yun retaliated, breaking his teeth and injuring his legs. Subsequently, Wu Yunfei intervened to quell the situation, prompting Confucius to appear and suggest that the two settle their differences through a philosophical debate. They have now proceeded to the summit of discourse. Upon hearing these words, the Empress momentarily paused, her gaze sharpening with a sudden intensity, revealing a trace of shock and gravity upon her brow. Engaging in a philosophical discourse with Wu Yunfei, a figure of the 6th rank, was a perplexing decision. Why would he consent to such a challenge? Chapter 26. Listen closely. This young master has only just begun. For the sake of a mere maid, one would recklessly engage in debate with Wu Yunfei. Was it truly worth such a risk? Although the Empress held a disdain for the Wu family, it was undeniable that their direct descendants possessed extraordinary talents, perfectly inheriting the gifts of their forebears. Wu Yunfei was on par with Xie Lin and had long since solidified his standing at the 6th rank, ready to break through to the 5th rank with merely a suitable opportunity. Such a profoundly skilled youth, Xie Yun, like a fearless young calf, resolutely agreed to the intellectual contest. Should he falter, he could suffer the loss of his reputation, or worse, the collapse of his resolve and a regression in his cultivation. The conditions for passing the Divine Phoenix trial were exceedingly arduous. Why would the sage Confucius personally intervene? The Empress furrowed her brow, her expression grave. She found it incomprehensible that the relationship between the sage Confucius and the Saint Xie resembled that of brothers in the past. The Saint Xie had even offered guidance to the sage Confucius, leading to the latter's rise as the 2nd greatest sage in the world. Yet, he did not terminate the dispute and instead proposed a debate. Was he intentionally setting a trap for Xie Yun, or did he harbor faith in him? Even the Empress found herself in uncertainty. This matter was of great importance. Go to the debate peak to observe the situation. If necessary, halt the discourse. Do not allow the situation to escalate further. The Empress spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. "I shall not permit Xie Yun's resolve to shatter." The minister acknowledged the command. The Phoenix Guard accepted the decree and quietly withdrew, prepared to intervene at any moment during the debate. Should Xie Yun find himself at a disadvantage, I would promptly declare the Empress's summons for Xie Yun to enter the palace forthwith for an audience, without delay. Should he resist, I would resort to binding him with the celestial restraint. The orders of the Empress must be executed without fail. Within the Wu family residence, Wu Taisu and Wu Zifu were seated in the study, savoring tea and engaging in philosophical discourse. Outside, the autumn breeze was cool, stirring a few fallen leaves that gently tapped against the window pane. Upon receiving the news, Wu Taisu glanced at Wu Zifu, a flicker of barely concealed delight crossing his features, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he spoke in hushed tones. "Zifu, are you aware? Yunfei has seized the opportunity and is about to engage in a debate with Xie Yun, a matter initiated by Confucius himself. Even the head of the CF family cannot intervene now. This is the president of the White Deer Academy, the supreme sage of Confucianism. Should the ancestor of the CF family appear, perhaps they would afford some courtesy to halt this inequitable debate. Yet, what authority does a mere minister of rights possess to contravene the sacred words of the sage? At these words, Wu Zifu's hand trembled slightly, causing his teacup to sway, reflecting a sudden brilliance igniting in his eyes. He set down the cup, leaning forward slightly, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Is it true? That scoundrel Xie Yun is to debate with Yun Fei? This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. After a moment, he added, puzzled, why would Confucius himself intervene to allow him to debate Yun Fei? Isn't that akin to pushing Xie Yun into a pit of fire? The close ties between the Xie and Kong families in years past, now favoring our Wu family, is truly rather amusing. Wu Taishu nodded slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of coldness. Xie Yun is inherently fragile and lacks a solid foundation. If Yun Fei seizes this opportunity to strike at the vulnerabilities in his Dao heart, Xie Yun is bound to face defeat. A flicker of ruthless determination passed through Wu Zifu's eyes as he scoffed. People strive to ascend, while water flows downward. Perhaps Kong Xing has discerned that the future world belongs to a particular family, and upon this realization, he has turned to the Wu family, which is quite understandable. Wu Taishu nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Since Kong Sheng has extended goodwill towards our Wu family, we must not neglect him. Once Wu Yunfei shatters Xie Yun's Dao heart, I shall personally visit to express my gratitude. With that, he rose slowly and approached the window, gazing at the distant landscape where autumn winds swirled fallen leaves. His tone carried profound implications. As long as we can dismantle Xie Yun's Dao heart, rendering him a mere shell of his former self, the CF family will be thrown into disarray, and opportunities will inevitably present themselves. Among the CF family's three sons, the eldest sister possesses an indomitable presence in the fourth rank of martial arts, making her impervious to attack. The second son, Xie Lin, is a favored disciple of Confucianism, residing in the Bailu Academy under the protection of three sages, thus equally formidable. Only Xie Yun stands as a mere mortal, the greatest flaw in the CF family's defenses. Our previous schemes were initiated with Xie Yun, though the outcomes fell short of our aspirations. Wu Zifu also rose and stood beside Wu Taishu, his gaze directed toward the horizon, his voice low yet resolute. This time in the discussions of Dao, Yun Fei need only a gentle push to bring about his complete collapse. At that moment, it shall be the most opportune moment for our Wu family. Bailu Academy. The Dao discussion peak rose majestically, the twin peaks opposing each other, resembling two swords piercing the heavens. On the summit's lofty platform, enveloped in swirling mists, it resembled a celestial realm. Xie Yun and Wu Yunfei each ascended their respective peaks, their garments billowing elegantly, exuding an aura like a vibrant rainbow. Their gazes, sharp as lightning, met across the expanse, though words remained unspoken. An unspoken dialogue resonated in the air, rich with meaning. Xie Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene, as a gentle breeze subtly encircled him, blending him with the cosmos. In contrast, Wu Yunfei's eyes blazed like torches, his presence formidable, emanating a latent power akin to thunder, suggesting he could summon the forces of nature at any moment. Beneath the Taoist peak, the atmosphere grew charged with anticipation, as numerous Confucian disciples paused to witness the unfolding spectacle, eager for the drama to ensue. One was Xie Yun, a descendant of the contemporary sage, while the other was Wu Yunfei, heralded as the next generation's sage. Both were extraordinary, their realms closely matched. One, a seventh rank, had recently broken through, proclaiming the true essence of the nation's fortune, while the other, a sixth rank, had spent over a decade immersed in diligent study, ultimately achieving enlightenment. The outcome of this philosophical contest seemed predetermined. Xie Yun, wishing to challenge Wu Yunfei, appeared somewhat lacking in depth and momentum. Yet, this was a misconception. Xie Yun's innate brilliance far surpassed that of Wu Yunfei, granting him the potential for a formidable counterattack. Should Xie Yun experience a sudden epiphany, vanquishing Wu Yunfei would not be beyond possibility. However, such aspirations were but folly, having already surpassed the third rank. It would be against natural order to expect excessive breakthroughs into the sixth rank without decades of dedicated effort. The multitude of Confucian disciples engaged in fervent discussions, sharing their insights. Most believed that victory in this contest would belong to Wu Yunfei, while a minority, enamored by Xie Yun's proclamation of national fortune, held faith in his ability to conjure a miracle. Silence. Should the clamor persist, you shall be expelled from Taoist Peak. An elderly man clad in a white robe floated gracefully into the sky, his garments billowing as he spoke in a deep voice. It was the Sage of Ink. Here to preside over the discourse today, Mo Shifeng, a half-saint of the Confucian school and a teacher at the White Dew Academy, addressed the two participants. At the behest of the Academy's head, I shall oversee today's discussion. Please, feel free to express yourselves. I shall not interfere. The Sage of Ink stated calmly before stepping aside. At this moment, it seemed as though only Xie Yun and his counterpart remained in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Young Master Xie, you shall propose the topic for today's discourse. Do not accuse me of taking advantage of my position, Wu Yunfei said, filled with confidence and disdain. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yun suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. Task initiated. Achieve victory in the discourse to earn the reward of breaking through to the 6th rank of gentleman. Xie Yun's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. Excellent. This is akin to a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. Should I win this debate? Not only would I restore my reputation and severely humiliate the Wu family, but I would also facilitate my breakthrough to the 6th rank of gentleman. Fulfilling the conditions of the Divine Phoenix token, a double triumph. After a brief pause, Xie Yun slowly inquired, then let me ask you, is bloodline significant in this world? In your eyes, does it determine one's status and worth? The students of the Bailu Academy erupted in astonishment, expressing their sympathy for Xie Yun. Had he lost his senses? How could he dare to debate Wu Yunfei on the matter of bloodlines, which evidently dictated one's superiority or inferiority? Wu Yunfei could not help but laugh at the foolishness displayed before him. How could such ignorance exist in the world? One who did not even grasp the most fundamental principles yet dared to engage in discourse with him. Bloodline is a universal truth of heaven and earth, a profound virtue of humanity. Since ancient times, distinctions of nobility and commonality, as well as the order of elder and younger, have been determined by bloodlines. The sages established rites and music to clarify the differences in rank and to affirm the rightful positions of sovereign and subjects, all rooted in lineage. Thus, it is stated in the rites, there is affection between father and son, righteousness between ruler and minister, distinction between husband and wife, order between elder and younger, and trust among friends. These 5 principles arise from bloodlines and must not be disregarded. In ancient times, the abdication of power from the Qin and Han dynasties and the succession of the Tang dynasty were all transmitted through bloodlines to rectify the realm. This signifies the esteemed nature of bloodlines, which are continuous and unbroken. As for the common folk, despite their diligent efforts, their humble bloodlines render them incapable of ascending to the esteemed halls of society. This is the way of heaven, beyond the realm of human alteration. In today's world, some may evaluate individuals based on their talents and virtues. However, even with great merit, if one lacks a noble lineage, it is ultimately challenging to gain the people's allegiance. Just as plants may bloom and bear fruit, without deep roots they cannot thrive. Similarly, a person's abilities may shine, yet without noble blood, their status remains lowly. Hence, it is said, lineage is the foundation of nobility and commonality, the basis of height and depth. Wu Yunfei eloquently articulated these truths, referencing classical texts, leaving the audience in genuine admiration. The Confucian disciples present nodded in agreement, exclaiming, well said. Indeed, bloodlines inherently dictate status. Otherwise, the inheritance of tradition would not solely rest with the descendants of emperors, but would extend to beggars on the streets. Wu Yunfei's words silenced Xie Yun, leaving him at a loss for words. With the victor clear, Xie Yun's folly lay in choosing to argue with Wu Yunfei on the very bloodlines that have long been accepted, a choice that could only lead to his own misfortune. Even the sage of Mo expressed continual praise, his gaze reflecting admiration for Wu Yunfei, a prodigious student of the esteemed Sun, demonstrating such profound understanding at a young age, promising a future of limitless potential. To challenge me? Wu Yunfei gazed at the silent Xie Yun amidst the surrounding jubilant cheers. His heart resolutely concluded that Xie Yun was utterly helpless. As the time dwindled, Xie Yun would inevitably face defeat and be compelled to submit an apology. Xie Yun, there are merely 10 breaths remaining. Should you fail to devise a solution, surrender and admit your loss, he taunted. Xie Yun remained silent, contemplating for a moment, then took a deep breath and declared, Wu Yunfei, lend me your ear and listen closely. This young master has yet to concede defeat. Chapter 27, Born with Talent. Surely it shall be utilized. Even wealth spent shall return. A 6th-rank gentleman, stubborn as a mule. Wu Yunfei scoffed derisively. In the next instant, A resonant voice reverberated through the heavens, captivating all hearts. Xie Yun slowly began. In the expanse of heaven and earth, there exists no distinction of nobility or baseness. Such distinctions arise from circumstances and are defined by rights and laws. If one were to judge superiority by bloodline, how could the abdication of power from the Qin to the Han dynasty have been passed on to the worthy rather than to their offspring? Why did the Duke of Zhou establish rights that prioritized virtue over kinship? Thus it is proclaimed, nobility and baseness are not determined by bloodlines, but are indeed the fruits of virtue. In ancient times, the king of Tang, born of humble lineage in the fields, possessed extraordinary talent and virtue, ultimately becoming a renowned figure of his era. If judged by bloodline, such individuals would have faded into obscurity. How then could they etch their names into the annals of history? Hence, it is stated, bloodline is insufficient to determine one's nobility. It is virtue that serves as the foundation. Observing the world today, there are those who take pride in their bloodlines, yet their actions are corrupt, their virtues lacking. Despite occupying high positions, they are ultimately scorned by society. Conversely, individuals from modest backgrounds, through diligent study and cultivation of virtue, may emerge from humble beginnings. Yet with lofty aspirations and pure conduct, they shine brightly. Thus, it is reiterated, nobility and baseness are not a matter of bloodline, but rather the inclinations of the human heart. The way of heaven is impartial, only virtue serves as its ally. If one were to judge nobility by bloodlines, how would the talents of the world find their place? If virtue were the measure of worthiness, then all people could strive for greatness. Thus, I assert, bloodlines are merely superficial connections, while virtue serves as the foundation for one's existence. The distinction of nobility should be determined by virtue, not confined to bloodlines. Xie Yun stood upon the high platform, his expression grave, his voice resonant like a thunderclap. As his words echoed, it seemed as though the heavens and earth quivered, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The Confucian disciples below, upon hearing his proclamation, exhibited expressions of astonishment, each lost in the profound wisdom of Xie Yun's words. Such is the essence of Confucian philosophy, and Xie Yun's comprehension of it is truly remarkable. Even the sage Mo, who has long upheld the principles of universal love and non-aggression, appeared solemn, a flicker of astonishment crossing his brow. He could not help but commend, truly. You are a descendant of the sage Xie, capable of drawing analogies and gaining the upper hand. With such statements, Wu Yunfei is likely unable to refute you. At that moment, Wu Yunfei was equally shaken, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Unable to contain himself, he abruptly rose and exclaimed, "No, this is sophistry. At birth, one's bloodline determines their rank. How can one act contrarily and defy the natural order? Xie Yun, you too are a descendant of the Confucian sage. What right do you have to speak from their perspective? Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten that the blood of the sage flows within you? Otherwise, how could you stand before me today to engage in discourse?" In response, Xie Yun let out a cold laugh. Indeed, the blood of the Confucian sage flows within me. But prior to this moment, I possessed no exceptional talent, indistinguishable from the ordinary, and was deemed a waste by society. If I truly inherited everything from my grandfather, how could they possibly belittle me? If, as Wu Yunfei asserted, Xie Yun embodies the lineage of our ancestor, then from the very moment of his birth, he should be endowed with exceptional talent, rather than being utterly ignorant, which contravenes the natural order. No, no. In a fit of frenzy, Wu Yunfei roared, desperately seeking to counter Xie Yun's claims but found his thoughts eluding him. Xie Yun's expression remained impassive. What is amiss? Inferior beings are born as such. Observing Wu Yunfei's obstinacy, a flash of brilliance ignited in Xie Yun's mind. His eyes shimmered as an overwhelming aura of righteousness erupted from him, exuding a vague yet palpable sense of dominance over the world. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. I am destined to be of use. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return. Upon utterance of these words, the very fabric of reality shifted. The once clear sky was suddenly engulfed by tumultuous winds and swirling clouds, thunder rumbling ominously, as if the universe itself responded in harmony. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Xie Yun and illuminating him as though a deity had descended upon the earth. The righteous energy within him surged forth, manifesting as resplendent radiance that soared towards the heavens, seemingly intent on tearing apart the firmament. The gathered crowd was left speechless, Confucian scholars prostrating themselves, murmuring, "These are the words of a sage, the heavens resonate." Xie Yun once more summoned a cosmic phenomenon. He triumphed. Xie Yun emerged victorious. What a remarkable proclamation. I am destined to be of use. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return. How exhilarating. I foresee that from this day forth, none shall dare to assert that lineage determines one's worth or status. Even the usually composed Master Mo's expression changed dramatically at this moment, his eyes flashing with astonishment as he murmured, "This youth can evoke a celestial phenomenon with a single utterance. Could it be that he is destined by heaven?" Beside him, Wu Yunfei was equally shaken, his face as pale as parchment. Once self-assured in his own scholarly prowess, he believed no one could surpass him. Yet he was taken aback by how Xie Yun's words could incite such extraordinary occurrences in the heavens and earth. His legs weakened beneath him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground as he murmured, How is this possible?" Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, Xie Yun's aura suddenly surged, as if he had shattered some invisible restraint. The righteous energy within him surged forth like a roaring river, instantly breaking through the 7th grade life-affirming bottleneck and ascending into the 6th grade gentleman realm. A resounding, clear bell-like sound seemed to echo throughout the cosmos, resonating in the ears of all present. Xie Yun's presence deepened, as if he had merged with the very fabric of the universe, every gesture exuding a supreme majesty. In that moment, the world trembled. As his words resonated, the sage atop the lonely mountain, Kongxing, underwent a swift transformation in demeanor, his brows knitting in astonishment. He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing like lightning towards the direction of the debate peak. There, upon the summit, the celestial phenomenon erupted. Dark clouds swirled, thunder rumbled ominously, and a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the peak as if the universe itself were in harmonious resonance. The righteous energy soared into the skies, transforming into a resplendent brilliance that pierced through the clouds. Kongsheng gazed for a moment, a look of comfort and admiration gradually appearing in his eyes. The words of this youth had indeed provoked a celestial phenomenon, with righteous energy surging forth. He gently closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to the vast and majestic aura of the universe around him. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his gaze. Indeed, it is a profound truth that I was born with purpose. Even if I were to scatter a fortune, it shall surely return. No wonder it can evoke such celestial phenomena. I am utterly convinced. This youth's state of mind has transcended the mundane, pointing directly towards the Tao. The sage Confucius lightly stroked his beard, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that the CF family is poised to produce another paragon of Confucian virtue. That old fellow is bound to be restless. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Wu family, a glint of sharpness flashing in his profound eyes. In the imperial palace, the Empress stood atop a grand pavilion, her resplendent dragon robe billowing gracefully in the wind. Her features were exquisite, yet a trace of gravity lingered in her expression. She gazed into the distance towards the philosophical peak of the White Deer Academy, where the skies darkened ominously, clouds roiling with thunderous roars. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, righteous energy soaring upwards as if to rend the very fabric of the sky. A slight furrow appeared on her brow, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes as she murmured to herself, "What tremendous celestial phenomena are unfolding towards the White Deer Academy? Could it be that Wu Yunfei has attained enlightenment on the Tao?" Instinctively, her fingers tightened within her sleeves, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She had already felt apprehensive about the discourse between Xie Yun and Wu Yunfei, and now the emergence of such heavenly signs must indicate that Wu Yunfei had grasped a pivotal moment, potentially breaking through to the 5th rank of Confucianism. It was likely that Xie Yun had encountered misfortune, his resolve shattered. Should Xie Yun be rendered powerless, the future of becoming the Empress's consort would subject him to countless threats, covert assassinations, and he would possess little means of self-defense, easily becoming a sacrificial pawn. Alas, I have done all I can. The Empress felt a deep sense of regret. How wonderful it would have been had she compelled Xie Yun to enter the Bailu Academy. The discourse of Tao might have been avoided, and Xie Yun would have remained safe and sound. Even if he had not ascended to the 6th grade gentleman, he would not have had to risk his life in the Divine Phoenix trials. I am indebted to the CF family. Xie Yun's heart was shattered because of her, and the Empress would not shirk her responsibility. At that moment, a shadow quietly appeared behind her, kneeling on one knee and respectfully proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Phoenix Guard has come with news." The Empress sighed softly, not wishing to hear about Xie Yun's dire circumstances, and waved her jade hand dismissively, "Withdraw. For I am not in the mood today. Your Majesty, this news is imperative for you to know." The Phoenix Guard spoke swiftly, granting the Empress no opportunity to respond. "Your Majesty, atop the Tao summit of Bailu Academy, a phenomenon was instigated by Xie Yun. With his words, heaven has endowed me with talent for a purpose. Even if a fortune is squandered, it will return. He summoned the righteous chi, effortlessly breaking through to the sixth-grade gentleman, shaking the world. Tick-tock. The air suddenly grew silent, and a heavy stillness enveloped the imperial palace. The Empress's pupils trembled, her beautiful eyes revealing profound disbelief. Xie Yun? It was he who triggered the celestial phenomenon? And he ascended to the sixth-grade gentleman? The Phoenix Guard solemnly nodded. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. Thus I hasten to convey this good news to your majesty. The Phoenix Guard was a confidant she had personally nurtured, and the Empress naturally trusted her words. Yet, in that moment, it was difficult to fathom that such a celestial event was indeed instigated by Xie Yun. Did this not imply that Xie Yun had triumphed in the discourse, causing Wu Yunfei to falter? Was she mad, or was the world itself in madness? Xie Yun possesses an astonishing talent in Confucianism and Taoism, having remarkably stirred the heavens and the earth twice within a mere fortnight, effortlessly breaking through to the sixth rank of gentlemen. What does this signify? Xie Lin and Wu Yunfei, both scions of Confucian saints endowed with exceptional gifts, took nearly 20 years to achieve the same rank. Yet, Xie Yun accomplished this feat in just half a month. At this moment, she finally believed the words of Xie Qianjue, who claimed that Xie Yun was a dragon concealed in the depths. Her husband is indeed extraordinary. A gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze, as she softly murmured, every talent is destined to be of use. Wealth squandered will return. What a beautiful verse! It deserves recognition, indeed. The Empress beamed with delight. The Phoenix Guard nodded and inquired, Your Majesty, what gift do you wish to bestow upon Lord Xie? The Empress, with her golden words, declared, Whatever he desires, grant it to him. The Phoenix Guard trembled at her words. The Empress seemed exceedingly generous towards Xie Yun. Their relationship appeared somewhat peculiar. Chapter 28. A tremor across all spheres. The collapse of the Tao heart. Wu Taixu was engulfed in boundless joy, his eyes sparkling with delight, as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Filled with contentment and pride, it would not be long before news arrived that Xie Yun's Tao heart had shattered, marking his failure in discourse. At that moment, it would be the Wu family's opportunity to ascend once more to the pinnacle of Confucian sanctity. Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot up from the direction of the Bailu Academy, piercing the heavens. The world transformed dramatically, as if enveloped in an infinite glow, leaving one in awe. This is, Wu Zifu exclaimed in astonishment. The celestial phenomenon stirred by the Confucian declaration of truth. Could it be? Yunfei. Today, Wu Yunfei engaged in a profound discourse with Xie Yun, a man who has cultivated himself for several years to attain the sixth rank of gentleman. Poised on the brink of breaking through to the esteemed fifth rank of sage with just a single fortuitous opportunity. At the tender age of 22, a sage of the fifth rank is a rarity in this world. Wu Taixu, filled with astonishment, felt a radiant spark ignite in his eyes. It must be Yunfei. I have long observed his overflowing integrity. He stands on the threshold of the fifth rank. Should he utter words of truth that resonate with the heavens, he will undoubtedly ascend. Splendid. Wu Zifu exclaimed heartily, Congratulations, elder brother. For a youth like Yunfei to achieve the fifth rank of sage is indeed remarkable. A testament to the saying that the student surpasses the master. Surely, our Wu family shall flourish in his wake. However, just as they prepared to welcome Wu Yunfei's triumphant return, a servant hurriedly approached, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, and he whispered with trepidation, Master. News has just arrived. Xie Yun has broken through to the sixth rank. He has triumphed. Wu Zifu. Wu Taixu. The atmosphere plummeted. As though they had plunged into an icy abyss, the spies daring not to exhale, their spines chilled. Wu Taixu's countenance froze abruptly, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a flicker of disbelief and shock, nearly causing the teacup in his grasp to slip from his fingers. After a moment of silence, he gently set down the cup, inhaled deeply, and murmured in disbelief, Xie Yun has triumphed? How could this be? Wu Zifu, consumed by fury, turned a deep shade of indigo, slamming his palm upon the table, causing the teacups to leap and spill tea. His voice thundered with indignation. Speak. Are you privy to the secrets of the Xie family? How dare you deceive us with falsehoods and sow discord among us? The scout, intimidated by Wu Zifu's formidable presence, turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Trembling, he replied, I would not dare deceive the two masters. The news of Xie Yun's victory has spread throughout the streets and alleys, claiming that he has unveiled the sage's true words. breaking through to the 6th-grade gentleman, overpowering Wu Yunfei, and achieving triumph. Wu Tai-Su's heart quivered, a foreboding sense of calamity dawning upon him. He began to trust the scout's words even more. Otherwise, with his saintly realm, there was nothing that could disrupt his state of mind. Surely, something had transpired with Yunfei. Subsequently, the scout relayed all the information he possessed with utmost honesty. Upon hearing this, Wu Zifu erupted in rage. Absurd. Preposterous. Are you suggesting that the celestial phenomena were instigated by Xie Yun? Do you think me so easily deceived, or that such celestial events can be summoned at will? By what right does Xie Yun provoke the heavens twice in a single day? Wu Tai-Su inhaled deeply, his gaze steady as he regarded the fuming Wu Zifu, and spoke in a calm tone. Zifu, take a breath. The events have transpired. We must now consider how to respond. As the contemporary second sage of Confucianism, Wu Tai-Su quickly regained his composure and rationally accepted the reality. Wu Yunfei's tightly clenched fist trembled slightly, the flames of his fury still burning within his eyes, yet gradually loosening under Wu Tai-Su's watchful gaze. He gritted his teeth, still engulfed in resentment and astonishment, but ultimately bowed his head in resignation, his voice hoarse. Elder brother, I understand. Let us not act rashly. I shall personally visit the Bailu Academy. Wu Tai-Su replied in a low voice before departing. Song Jingyi and Gu Yuanming walked side by side, hastening towards the direction of Lundafeng, their steps heavy, their expressions tinged with a sense of helplessness and regret. Memories of Meng Sheng's refusal weighed upon their minds, casting a shadow of deep concern upon their faces. With a soft sigh, Song Jingyi lamented, without Meng Sheng's intervention, our journey is destined to be in vain. Xie Yun can rely solely on himself. Gu Yuanming nodded in resignation, worry etched across his brow. How difficult it is to surpass Wu Yunfei. Even in his presence, the likelihood of victory in the debate does not exceed 50%. Wu Yunfei, the most favored disciple of Master Sin, enjoyed his master's affection and possessed profound Confucian knowledge. Just as their spirits were sinking, a sudden and violent disturbance erupted from the direction of Lundafeng. Both Song Jingyi and Gu Yuanming looked up simultaneously, their faces paling in an instant. What is happening? Could it be that the debate has concluded, and Wu Yunfei has broken through to the 5th rank of Confucian scholar? Gu Yuanming's eyes flickered with despair at the thought. Wu Yunfei's ascension to a great scholar would signify Xie Yun's certain defeat. Such a vast disparity would inevitably shatter his resolve and diminish his realm. We must hurry. The two exchanged a glance, sensing the gravity of the situation, and quickened their pace toward Lundafeng. Upon reaching the summit, they were utterly struck by the scene before them. The peak lay shrouded in an oppressive silence. Wu Yunfei stood atop the peak, his form swaying precariously, his complexion as pale as paper, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, staining the front of his garment. His gaze was vacant, as if he had lost focus, no longer able to perceive the brilliance and confidence of his former self. Opposite him, Xie Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene, an aura of overwhelming righteousness circulating around him, akin to a celestial being. The outcome was clear. Wu Yunfei's defeat was irretrievable. Under Xie Yun's fierce assault, his resolve crumbled completely, his realm plummeting like an avalanche, descending from the 6th-grade Junzi to the 7th-grade Liming. The righteous energy within him dissipated, his breath chaotic, and the oppressive force of the 6th-grade Junzi vanished, leaving only despondency and despair. Had Xie Yun triumphed? What had transpired just moments ago? Song Jingyi and Gu Yuanming were utterly bewildered, immersed in the euphoria of victory. It was not until they heard the phrase, "Heaven-born talent must have its use. Wealth squandered will return," that enlightenment dawned upon them. Xie Yun possessed the gift of a Confucian sage. Chapter 29. The strongest sword technique in the world. Xie Yun's comprehension in 3 breaths. On that day, atop the peak of the Taoist discussion, Xie Yun faced Wu Yunfei in a climactic duel, invoking a celestial phenomenon with the exclamation, "Heaven-born talent must have its use. Wealth squandered will return." This breakthrough propelled him beyond the 6th-grade Junzi realm, making him the youngest 6th-grade Junzi of his time. He simultaneously set a record for the fastest breakthrough to the 6th-grade Junzi in history, earning the title of an unprecedented figure, one that would remain unmatched for millennia to come. Xie Yun's Confucian aptitude was truly formidable, having invoked celestial phenomena twice in succession. Who else could achieve such a feat? With Xie Yun's momentum, the prestige of the CF family gradually overshadowed the Wu family. As long as Xie Yun was preserved, after decades of diligent study of the classics, he would become the youngest Confucian sage in history. Now, the streets buzzed with rumors that Xie Yun would be the second Confucian sage of the Xie family. Most critically, Xie Yun not only transcended to the 6th rank of the Junzi, but also simultaneously broke through to the 8th rank of the martial Dao's Qi refinement realm. At that moment, after defeating Wu Yunfei, the system notified him of the completion of a hidden task, granting him a martial Dao attribute. He chose Taishang Golden Elixir, breakthrough to the 8th rank of Qi refinement. The primary reason for selecting the Taishang Golden Elixir was that his current martial realm was too low, despite possessing innate talent. The lack of substantial vital energy hindered his combat prowess. Once his Confucian and martial Dao realms aligned, his fighting capability would be unimaginable. The pressing concern was to swiftly enhance his martial strength. As night fell, the rooftop was shrouded in inky darkness, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. And a gentle breeze whispered, bringing a hint of coolness. Xie Yun stood on the rooftop, grasping an ancient swordsmanship manual titled 9 Heaven Sword Technique. He turned the pages, his gaze sweeping over the profound sword techniques, and was profoundly shaken. The exquisite swordsmanship exuded an overwhelming aura that seemed to surge through the words, leaving him in awe. With thoughts racing in his mind, the sword technique is formidable. Xie Yun sighed. Only with a clear sword heart could one begin to grasp the subtleties of such a technique, indicating that if this sword technique were cultivated to the 9th level, its power would be extraordinary, capable of cleaving the heavens and vanquishing divine demons. At that moment, a cool voice emerged from behind him. Master Xie, do you wish to learn swordsmanship? Turning around, he beheld Feng Wei, clad in black, her cold gaze piercing through as she spoke. Casting a glance at the 9 Heavens sword technique in his hand, she furrowed her brow slightly. Her tone calm, yet imbued with a hint of caution. This sword technique is potent, a treasured skill of the Qingshan sect. It may be too profound for you. The path of swordsmanship requires a gradual and methodical approach, beginning with the most fundamental techniques to establish a solid foundation. I suggest starting with the most elementary sword techniques to familiarize oneself with the art of the sword. If one possesses a natural talent for swordsmanship, one may naturally aspire to cultivate the 9 Heavens sword art. After Xie Yun triumphed over Wu Yunfei, the Empress was elated and agreed to fulfill any condition proposed by Xie Yun. The Phoenix Guard initially presumed that Xie Yun would make some unreasonable demands. What if he desired her maidenhood, given her enchanting beauty that surpassed most women? Aware of her allure, she pondered how an ordinary man, smitten by desire, could resist her charms while she remained in close proximity to Xie Yun, whose mind was undoubtedly clouded with lustful thoughts. If the Empress commanded her to surrender to Xie Yun, how would she respond? With a heart full of trepidation, she approached Xie Yun for clarification and received her answer. Xie Yun, with an impassive expression, solemnly inquired, "Does the Empress truly agree to my every request?" The Phoenix Guard shuddered slightly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and nodded in affirmation. Overjoyed, Xie Yun then stated, "I desire the strongest sword technique in the world." The Phoenix Guard was taken aback, contemplating. Is this a strategy of feigned retreat? How could the young master of the Xie family, known for his flirtations, not covet her form, obliging her master as command? The Phoenix Guard relayed the request to the Empress and subsequently obtained the unparalleled sword technique, the 9 Heavens sword art, a treasure of the esteemed Qingshan sect. Renowned as one of the top 3 martial arts in the world and the foremost technique in swordsmanship, in this world, the Qingshan sect, the Xingyu Palace, and the Wu Ji Gate stand as the most formidable sects, possessing such immense power that they could easily obliterate small feudal states, showing no fear even towards the Grand Deqian dynasty. The 9 Heavens sword technique is notoriously difficult to master. Even though she has managed to break through to the 4th rank of the pure return realm, her comprehension of the 4th layer remains tenuous, with the 5th layer still far beyond her reach. The most crucial factor in cultivating the 9 Heavens sword technique is innate talent in the way of the sword. Even a practitioner at the lowest 9th rank of the refinement realm, if exceptionally gifted, can ascend to the highest 9th layer, although it pains him to admit it. Xie Yun possesses extraordinary talent in the Confucian lineage, a potential akin to that of a Confucian sage. However, the challenges of mastering sword techniques will concurrently increase. For Xie Yun, even grasping the 1st layer of the 9 Heavens sword technique would require a lifetime of dedication. Thus, it would be unwise to squander his Confucian gifts by diverting his focus to martial arts. Feng Wei does not understand Xie Yun's approach. Upon hearing her words, Xie Yun is not incensed by her condescension. Rather, he relishes the sensation of being the sole sober individual amidst a world of inebriation. As he speaks, He utilizes the system to meticulously replicate the contents of the Nine Heavens sword technique, intending to later animate it vividly through the system's capabilities. He expresses his intent to return it, stating to the Empress, "I no longer wish for it." Feng Wei takes the sword technique with a sigh of relief, grateful that Xie Yun has come to his senses and refrained from forcefully cultivating the Nine Heavens sword technique. In this divine phoenix trial, all that is required of you is to do your utmost. Even if you do not secure the top position, the Empress will not hold it against you. For it is known that they are all prodigies who have cultivated for over a decade, possessing profound realms and intricate skills. You have only just broken through to the 6th rank of the gentleman realm, already setting a historical record that will echo through the ages. It is rumored that Wu Haoyan, the young scion of the Wu family, has already achieved the 6th layer in the untamed wilderness, displaying unparalleled combat prowess. This news was only learned today. The Empress's greatest concern has indeed come to pass. Is the 6th level of the Nine Heavens sword technique particularly formidable? Xie Yun inquired with curiosity. Feng Wei slowly elucidated, it is indeed formidable. Those who can break through to the 6th level are hailed as prodigies of the sword path. The most crucial aspect is, what? Xie Yun pressed. If one cultivates the Nine Heavens sword technique to the 6th level, they will become a direct disciple of the Qinshan sect, possessing abundant power, status, and resources, with a position that soars to the heavens, rivaling that of aristocracy. The 6th level of the Nine Heavens sword technique serves as a watershed between mortals and sword path geniuses. The swords of the Qinshan sect are regarded as the strongest in the world. Each direct disciple is destined to become a pivotal figure in the martial arts realm. Anyone who becomes a direct disciple of the Qinshan sect will be personally visited by the sect's various peak masters, welcomed into their ranks, and, in some fortunate cases, gain the favor of the sect leader, thereby ascending to great heights. The fact that Wu Haotian has broken through to the 6th level of the Nine Heavens sword technique signifies that he is not only a scion of the Wu family but also carries the additional identity of a direct disciple of the Qinshan sect. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the Empress felt an overwhelming weight on her spirit, her countenance turning pale. Should she endeavor to eliminate the Wu family in the future, she would undoubtedly encounter resistance from the Qinshan sect, leading to an irretrievable situation. At this moment, Xie Yun finally comprehended the immense value of the Nine Heavens sword technique. By the way, how long did it take you to cultivate the Nine Heavens sword technique to the 1st level? Xie Yun asked. Feng Wei was momentarily taken aback. Why do you ask this? Despite her curiosity, she ultimately answered truthfully, after a moment's contemplation, a year. Xie Yun. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Feng Wei felt humiliated and hurriedly explained, I managed to cultivate to the 1st level in just 1 year, surpassing 90% of the swordsmanship prodigies in the world. Please do not look down upon me. Furthermore, even the current leader of the Qinshan sect, the world's foremost sword immortal, took 7 days to cultivate the Nine Heavens sword technique to the 1st level during his youth, breaking historical records. Yet, seeing the disdain in Xie Yun's eyes, Feng Wei felt as if he were being ruthlessly humiliated. Xie Yun let out a bitter smile, displaying an awkward expression, and said faintly, I see. Then Lord Feng Wei is indeed remarkable. However, the last part of his sentence was barely audible, almost only heard by himself. I only took 3 breaths. Chapter 30. 3 Significant Gifts. The Shadow Guard has met with the young master. A month later, the Daqian dynasty, along with the immortal and prestigious families, as well as the various nations of the southern wilderness and the barbaric demon tribes, would all head to Jinling to participate in the divine phoenix trials. The imposing and magnificent Xie family mansion had a carriage parked at its entrance. Drawn by a steed as red as fire, its muscular form sculpted to perfection, unmistakably a sweat-blood horse. Xie Yun stood beside the carriage, his eyes deep and contemplative. His father stood under the porch, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with concern. He gazed at his son, feeling both familiar and foreign. Familiar in that he was his son. Foreign in that he had never accompanied him, allowing him to indulge and bear the reputation of a wasteful and debauched young master. Now, having undergone a profound transformation, he remained oblivious to the hardships Xie Yun had endured in silence. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges during the trial of the divine phoenix, surrender immediately. Your father places no value on rankings. Nothing is more precious than your life. Xie Qianjue's tone was gentle, his eyes betraying profound concern. He wished to impart further words of wisdom, but hesitated, ultimately conveying his feelings through a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a warm smile. Father will await your return at home. Xie Yun understood the weight of paternal love, akin to a mountain. He yearned to bridge the emotional distance between them, but found himself at a loss, resorting to silent gestures of affection. I shall remember. And I implore you, Father, to take care of your health. Xie Qianjue nodded solemnly, and then withdrew a sword from behind him. This sword, which I have named Gentleman, I fashioned for you after noticing your interest in swordplay. I commissioned its creation as a fine weapon, and today, I present it to you. As Xie Yun accepted the sword, his fingers grazed the scabbard, and he felt a wave of warmth emanating from it. Slowly, he drew the blade, revealing a glint of cold light. Its edge was as clear and sharp as autumn water, radiating an imposing brilliance. Delicate patterns adorned the blade, exuding a faint, ethereal glow. What a magnificent sword! He exclaimed. Possessing the sword heart clarity physique, he understood better than anyone the essence of an extraordinary sword. The gentleman's sword surpassed all blades he had ever encountered, even outshining the Tianyu sword wielded by his elder sister. It was worth noting that she was a formidable warrior of the 4th tier, a master of the return to simplicity, and her chosen sword was naturally extraordinary. Yet, it still fell short of the prowess exhibited by the gentleman, sword in his grasp. Father, how does one forge such an extraordinary sword? Is there some secret you possess? Thank you, Father. Xie Yun is in need of a reliable weapon, and he graciously accepts this gentleman's sword in accordance with your wishes. Between us, there is no need for such formality. Xie Qianjue smiled faintly, lightly clapping his hands, an action casual yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Come forth. Upon his command, the air suddenly thickened, as if time itself had momentarily paused. In the next instant, figures emerged from all directions, appearing abruptly before the crowd. Clad in pitch-black armor that glinted with a chilling sheen, they bore long spears that stood like a forest, their tips sharp and exuding a palpable aura of menace. Each visage was obscured by the iron armor, revealing only a pair of cold, merciless eyes that sent shivers down one's spine, reminiscent of an abyss. Their movements were synchronized, the resonance of metal clashing echoing like a war drum, reverberating through the heart. A formidable aura of slaughter enveloped them, as if an invisible tempest swept through, rendering the surrounding atmosphere heavy and oppressive. They swiftly arranged themselves in formation, their actions crisp and decisive, before kneeling in unison. Their spears standing at their sides, bowing their heads in reverence, their voices deep and harmonious. We pay homage to our sovereign. This proclamation thundered in the ears, imbued with unwavering loyalty and authority. Xie Qianjue stood before them. His demeanor remained calm, yet his gaze was as unfathomable as the abyss. He raised his hand slightly, signaling for them to rise, his movements exuding the poise and dominance of one in power. From this moment forth, he shall be your new master. Regardless of life or death, you must safeguard his existence, for this is the very essence of your being. They gazed upon Xie Yun and, once again, knelt in unison, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the young master. We pledge our lives to heed the young master's command. Their voices were harmonious and powerful, akin to 1,000 horses galloping in synchrony, reverberating through the air and sending shivers through the soul, leaving one's ears ringing. Xie Yun was profoundly moved by this display of loyalty, his expression one of astonishment. Xie Qianjue elucidated. The Shadow Guards are an elite force meticulously cultivated by our CF family. Each warrior possesses the prowess to match 10 foes on the battlefield. This contingent of 72 is the Armée de la Armée, with all having ascended to the 6th tier of the spirit-gathering realm. Leading them is the Shadow Guard, Xiaoxian, who has transcended to the 5th tier of the void-returning realm. Our journey to the Divine Phoenix ancient kingdom is fraught with peril. Should any foolish adversaries arise, they shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun's heart quivered. All of them are at the 6th tier of the spirit-gathering realm? What an extraordinary investment. It is worth noting that even his second brother, a prodigy of Confucianism and Taoism, spent nearly 2 decades to break through to the 6th tier of the gentleman realm. The martial path is even more treacherous. Each advancement requires life and death struggles, and those who survive to break through are truly rare talents. Furthermore, he had barely managed to ascend to the 8th tier of the Qi refining realm through the system's miraculous intervention. Thus, the sight of 72 impeccably aligned experts at the 6th tier of the spirit-gathering realm was enough to sweep through legions. Is this the profound heritage of the Xie family? It is utterly terrifying. Father, perhaps, it would be best to have them return. Xie Yun, with gentle refusal, recognized the undeniable significance of the Shadow Guards. They were the trump card of the Xie family and could not accompany her to the ancient kingdom of Shenhuang. Xie Qianjue remained silent. If the young master forbids us from following, we shall immediately take our own lives. The shadow guards, exhibiting no hesitation, swiftly drew daggers from their waists and pressed them against their throats, their eyes reflecting a chilling resolve, as if they would sever their own heads in the next moment. In their eyes, the sole purpose of existence was to protect the young master. If they were deemed unworthy of this duty, what meaning did life hold? Xie Yun was taken aback by the guards' actions, having never witnessed such fearless protectors, willing to embrace death at a mere command. Truly, they were a ruthless lot. Very well. I shall accept you, she conceded with a reluctant nod. Only then did the shadow guards sheath their daggers, emanating an air of fierce determination as they encircled the young master. Without needing to ponder, Xie Yun knew it was her father's design, anticipating her reluctance and orchestrating a scheme of no return. Father, I shall take my leave. Please take care of yourself. Xie Yun deeply bowed to her father, her movements slow and laden with the sorrow of parting. Xie Qianjue stood a few steps away, his hands trembling slightly, a hint of age creeping onto his pale cheeks. Wait, my child, there is one more thing I must entrust to you. Chapter 31. The Empress's Thoughts? A vow of life and death together. The Empress stood atop the towering imperial city, her gaze fixed upon the northern city gate. In her beautiful eyes lay a profound abyss, tranquil yet rife with undercurrents. Her fingertips gently rested upon the frigid stone balustrade, as the cold wind swept by, lifting a few strands of her hair, revealing a beauty that could captivate a nation. The Phoenix Guard quietly approached, kneeling on one knee, and whispered, Your Majesty, Master Xie Yun has departed the city. The Empress nodded slightly, her expression serene, yet unable to conceal a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes. She spoke softly, Ensure his safety. He must not meet with any misfortune. The Phoenix Guard acknowledged her command and was about to withdraw when he noticed the Empress's gaze lowered, as if she were murmuring to herself before he left. Did he impart anything to you? The guard hesitated momentarily, then respectfully replied, Master Xie said he would exert every effort and would not disappoint your Majesty's expectations. Is there anything else? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. A faint smile played at the corners of the Empress's lips, yet her eyes reflected a hint of helplessness and melancholy. After a brief pause, she sighed softly and murmured, Very well, let him go. However, you must ensure his safety. Do not let him encounter even the slightest mishap. Furthermore, inform him that I value his life above all. He must not be reckless. Even if he does not enter the divine Phoenix blood pool, I possess means to awaken his supreme bloodline. The Phoenix Guard solemnly acknowledged her, intending to take his leave. Yet, with a lingering concern, the Empress quickly added, Has he not sought the ultimate art of the Qingshan sect, the Nine-Heaven Sword technique, recently? The guard nodded in affirmation. The Empress, with unwavering authority, instructed, Then go to the royal treasury and retrieve an extraordinary sword to present to him for protection. The Phoenix Guard gently declined, saying, Your Majesty, before his departure, Master Xie Qianjue personally gifted Master Xie Yun a gentleman's sword. The swords in the royal treasury are inferior to the one he possesses. What more could he desire? I can provide everything. The Empress found herself at a loss, as the esteemed sovereign lacked even a parting gift. After some contemplation, Feng Wei realized that he seemed to want for nothing. With the illustrious background of Xie Yun, he could afford any treasure imaginable, be it an exquisite sword or shadowy guardians. All that could be conceived was at his disposal. Through a month of acquaintance, Feng Wei's perception of Xie Yun had transformed, shedding the image of a reckless scion to reveal a figure of unparalleled brilliance. Not only was he profound in thought and endowed with extraordinary talent, but his demeanor also transcended that of an ordinary person, possessing the qualities of a sage. Such an astonishingly gifted youth commanded admiration. The Empress, too, was similarly struck. She had never encountered such a dashing young man. What expression would she wear if he were to perish in the trials of the divine Phoenix? Even she could not fathom the answer. Yet, born into royalty, she found herself constrained. As the Empress of Deqian, a ruler of a nation, Xie Yun must possess the strength to protect himself. Otherwise, he would become her greatest vulnerability. If Xie Yun were weak, her throne would be precarious. Thus, it was imperative for him to grow stronger, for he had his own path to forge. The trials of the divine Phoenix were merely stepping stones towards a greater destiny. Empress, it is cold. Please return to the palace. Feng Wei observed the Empress, who appeared lost in thought, sensing a subtle disquiet. She remained rooted to the spot, her gaze distant, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts, ultimately coalescing into a silent sigh that was swept away by the biting wind. I shall return to the palace, she declared. And in the next moment, She offered a slight bow to Feng Wei. Feng Wei was taken aback by the Empress's actions, promptly kneeling on both knees and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please do not. You are a treasure beyond measure. How can you bow to a mere subject? I am unworthy." In the face of this scene, Feng Wei's mind went blank. In terms of identity and status, the Empress was the sovereign of the great Qian nation. In terms of strength and talent, she alone could vanquish Feng Wei 1,000 times over, rendering Feng Wei unqualified even to draw her sword. Yet now, for the sake of a certain individual, she was being honored with a bow. "I entrust you with the safety of Xie Yun. I can rely only on you." The Empress lingered for a moment, radiating a wave of purple aura and celestial light. Feng Wei's gaze grew heavy as she made a solemn vow. "If he dies, I shall perish as well." As night fell, Wu Taisu stepped upon the dimly lit wooden floor, his footsteps echoing in the vast hall. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive gloom, the chill cutting as if with a blade, and the air was saturated with a mingling scent of decay and blood. In front of him stood a towering statue, shrouded in shadows, its countenance fearsome and ghostly, with eyes like torches that seemed capable of piercing one's soul. He halted, raising his gaze solemnly towards the statue. His voice deep and respectful. "Master of the Moonshadow Tower, Wu Taisu has come to pay his respects." Before his words could fully dissipate, a low, distant laughter emanated from behind the statue, ethereal and elusive. The voice, cold and hoarse, seemed to arise from the depths of the underworld. "The Wu priest of the great Qian? The Holy One graces us with his presence. Yet I am unable to appear in person. I hope for your understanding. In the presence of the second most revered Confucian sage in the realm, even the master of the Moonshadow Tower dared not show the slightest negligence." Wu Taishu's expression remained unchanged as he slightly bowed, his tone imbued with humility. "It matters not. This saint is indifferent. I have come here with but one purpose, to kill, and again to kill." His voice, frigid and laced with an overwhelming intent to slay, resonated with fury. Since the debate at the Bailu Academy, his beloved grandson, Wu Yunfei, had seen his Tao heart shatter, plummeting to the 7th tier, and even now lay ensnared in the heart's demons conjured by Xie Yun, living in perpetual gloom. Wu Yunfei had once been the scion he cherished most, destined to potentially transcend into a sage, yet unexpectedly fell victim to a calamitous fate, serving as a stepping stone for that young rascal Xie Yun to ascend to the 6th tier. At that moment, Wu Taishu's murderous resolve reached its zenith. Were it not for the consideration of the Confucian saint of the Xie family and the thousands of kin of the Wu clan, he would not hesitate to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Xie family. However, he ultimately steadied himself with reason. To slay him would bring momentary satisfaction, yet the repercussions would be insufferable. Only when Xie Yun departed from the capital could he plot his schemes. Although it was likely that Xie Yun's cultivation level might lead to his demise in the Divine Phoenix trial, Wu Taishu could not afford to wait that long. This young man was graced with extraordinary fortune, and his recent behavior had become increasingly peculiar. Should he encounter another great opportunity, it would become ever more arduous to eliminate him. To preempt the protraction of troubles, Wu Taishu personally visited the Moonshadow Pavilion. Those who approached him were invariably intent on murder. The proprietor smiled faintly, remarking, "To have the esteemed Wu Saint grace us with a visit. I am curious to know whom you wish to slay." Before Wu Taishu could respond, the proprietor added, "At Moonshadow Pavilion, we never inquire about the reasons. We only consider the price. Can you afford it?" The proprietor's voice echoed throughout the vast hall, imbued with an invisible pressure. Wu Taishu retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, unfurling it to hover in midair. He spoke solemnly, "Is this price sufficient?" A moment of silence enveloped the air, only to be pierced by the owner of the Moonshadow Pavilion's deep chuckle. "Intriguing. This item indeed carries weight. Now, do tell, who is the target?" A flicker of coldness passed through Wu Taishu's eyes as he slowly uttered 2 words, "Xie Yun." Chapter 32. To assassinate Xie Yun? He is a descendant of the Confucian sage. This will require additional compensation. The atmosphere suddenly plummeted into a deathly silence. After a prolonged pause, the owner of the Moonshadow Pavilion sighed lightly, a hint of sorrow entwined in his voice. Xie Yun is, after all, the grandson of the Confucian sage in this realm. While the priest Wu's desire to eliminate him was understandable, the significance of Xie Yun's identity was paramount, even surpassing that of royal progeny. If one wishes to take his life. He hesitated, then spoke with an undeniable tone, "It is insufficient. Additional payment is necessary. The item you possess does not warrant Moonshadow Pavilion risking the ire of the Confucian sage to undertake the assassination of Xie Yun." The owner of the Moonshadow Pavilion was taken aback. Xie Yun's value could easily place him among the top 3 on their assassination list. The Confucian sage is his grandfather, a father of mediocre standing yet holding tremendous power, and 2 exceptionally gifted siblings poised to rise, should they flourish. They could jeopardize the position of the Moon Shadow Pavilion. The potential energy backing Xie Yun is monumental. Moreover, not long ago, Xie Yun had already ascended to the 6th rank of Confucianism, a prodigy unmatched in his celestial gifts. The sage of the Bailu Academy would not easily witness the demise of Xie Yun. The target was not merely a genius, but one of considerable background and lineage. The Moon Shadow Pavilion would not be so foolish as to assassinate an individual capable of bringing calamity upon their organization. Otherwise, one might as well declare, I wish to assassinate the current Empress of Deqian, name your price. As for the Empress of Deqian's stature, even if the Moon Shadow Pavilion possessed tenfold courage, they would not dare to undertake such an assassination, unless they sought their own demise. Nor would they consider targeting the leader of the Qingshan sect, the master of the Xingyue Palace, or the head of the Wuji Gate. Such actions would be tantamount to courting death. If I possess such formidable power, why would I remain merely the master of the Moon Shadow Pavilion? I would have long since claimed dominion over the world, rendering your opinions irrelevant. Wu Taishu seemed to have anticipated the master's reaction and continued to produce another scroll from his sleeve, upon which was inscribed a line of black characters. What if we add this item? The master fell silent once more. Observing this, Wu Taishu urged, I understand your concerns regarding the Xie family as sage. He suppresses the wild demon emperor with his own body, his essence depleting rapidly, leaving him with little time. Even if he were to emerge, he may not be able to subdue you. Forcing the activation of the righteous aura and invoking the calamities of heaven and earth would only hasten his demise. By then, I shall be the sole sage in this land. As for your anxieties regarding the descendants of the Xie family, they are negligible. Once I break through to the rank of sage, it will be the time for the Xie family to face annihilation. Such a lucrative transaction. Is it not something the esteemed master of the Moon Shadow Pavilion can calculate? This time, the host did not hesitate and replied, Very well, I shall undertake this task. He requested Wu the priest to await good news and assured him that when the time was ripe, he would dispatch the esteemed assassin of his establishment to personally claim the head of Xie Yun. The Moon Shadow Pavilion categorizes its assassins into 4 distinct ranks: the unremarkable assassins, who are tasked with eliminating ordinary individuals or those below the 7th rank; the bronze assassins, capable of taking down those of the 6th rank; the silver assassins, who can eliminate opponents of the 5th rank; and finally, the gold assassins, who form the backbone of the Moon Shadow Pavilion. Their formidable reputation is forged by their prowess. Each one a heartless specter of death, seasoned in battle, capable of vanquishing those at the 4th rank of the reversion realm. Beyond this, it is nearly impossible to slay a 3rd-rank opponent without the host's direct intervention, a course of action fraught with significant consequences and entangled fates. Since inheriting the Moon Shadow Pavilion, the host has not accepted any contracts that required his personal involvement. To take action would signify a seismic shift in the world's balance, a calamity from which no one could escape. It is prudent to proceed with caution. Employing a lackluster gold assassin may prove unwise, as Xie Yun may very well be guarded by formidable experts. Wu Taisu cautioned, Rest assured, I am a professional when it comes to killing. The host replied with a light chuckle, his tone brimming with arrogance. Wu Taisu, upon hearing this, clasped his hands and solemnly stated, Then I shall await your promising news, and when the time comes, I will present my gifts in kind. In his eyes, a fierce killing intent ignited. Xie Yun, how dare you ruin my grandson's future? I shall see you torn asunder. In the great Qin dynasty, Jinzhou, in the study of the Prince of Jin, the flickering candlelight danced. The prince sat at his desk, idly toying with a white jade ring, its surface glistening with a subtle sheen under the candle's glow. His gaze settled upon a confidential letter laid out before him, and a faint, cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. That old man, indeed, could not maintain his composure. Your Highness, came a soft call from outside the door. Enter, he commanded. A guard clad in black swiftly stepped inside, kneeling gracefully before speaking. Your Highness, news has arrived from the capital. Xie Yun has departed for the ancient kingdom of Shenwang. Before his departure, Xie Qianjue gifted him 3 items, a sword, 72 shadow guards, and a scroll. The Prince of Jin narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, revealing a trace of disdain. A mere 6th-grade Confucian gentleman dares to participate in the trials of Shenwang. Truly, it takes one with audacity to surprise me. No wonder the Empress, who once ascended to the throne through her formidable means, was so remarkable. Taking a deep breath, the prince spoke in a hushed tone. Dispatch 24 Tianqun guards to follow him discreetly. Remember to conceal your identities. When the moment is right, masquerade as the bronze badge assassins of the Moonshadow Pavilion and wait for the opportune moment to strike. If someone seeks to kill Xie Yun, I shall lend my assistance. The guard hesitated and replied, Your Highness, while the Tianqun guards can contend with the 72 shadow guards, Xie Yun, being a direct descendant of the Xie family, is likely to have formidable protectors by his side. Attempting to assassinate him would be akin to walking into a trap. Most noble families and feudal lords have their own trained guards, whose strength is formidable. They are dedicated practitioners of martial arts, fiercely loyal. The shadow guards of the Xie family and the Tianqun guards of the Prince of Jin. According to the ranking of strength, there are 4 tiers. The first tier includes the Empress's Dragon Guard and the Divine Phoenix Guard. The second tier consists of the Qin King's Celestial Guard and the Jin King's Sky Guard. The third tier encompasses the Wu family's Heavenly Guard and the Southern Region's Gu God Guard. The fourth tier comprises the Xie family's Shadow Guard and the Wang family's Sword Squires. These represent the 8 great guardians of the realm. As for the remaining families and imperial guards, they are deemed inconsequential. The Jin King's Sky Guard ranks in the second tier, in terms of individual prowess. A single Sky Guard is capable of contending against 3 to 4 Shadow Guards. The king stated, Wait for the opportune moment. There will be those who will act against the experts surrounding Xie Yun. The Jin King coldly remarked, Remember, before you strike, you must disguise yourselves as assassins from the Moonshadow Pavilion. In the event of death, leave no trace. Destroy the body at all costs, ensuring no evidence remains. Do you understand? The guard was momentarily shaken, realizing it was the Moonshadow Pavilion. In an instant, he came to his senses and nodded, saying, I shall remember this. And please rest assured, my lord. The Jin King gazed towards the capital with a cold smirk, saying, My dear sister, if the Xie family falls, how long can you endure? The Jin King's expression gradually turned fierce as he declared, That position should belong to me. Chapter 33, The Saintess of the Starry Moon Palace. If I encounter Xie Yun, I shall personally execute him. 3 days have passed since leaving the capital. Xie Yun traveled in a carriage, accompanied at all times by 72 shadow guards, the procession moving northward in a grand manner. The carriage swayed gently, with the wind outside whispering softly, stirring up wisps of fine dust. In Xie Yun's hand was a delicate scroll, which he slowly unfurled, his gaze calm and profound. This item is the final gift bestowed upon him by his father before his departure, containing information regarding most of the prodigies involved in the upcoming Phoenix event. For Xie Yun, who is unfamiliar with this world, it holds even greater value than the previous 2 gifts. The scroll features ink strokes that delineate each name with precision, as if every stroke encapsulates boundless power and brilliance. Wang Xianxian, the direct disciple of the Qingshan sect, he murmured, gently tracing those 3 characters with his fingertips. Wang Xianxian, unparalleled among his peers, has never known defeat in his lifetime. By the age of 17, he had already comprehended the 6th level of the 9 Heavens sword control technique, gaining renown throughout the martial world, his swordsmanship ethereal and transcendent. He is hailed as the future of the Qingshan sect, and the most formidable seed in this year's Phoenix trial, a powerful figure that all prodigies fear. Next, his gaze fell upon another name, Luo Yueyin, the saintess of the Star Moon Palace. This name seemed to carry a hint of chilliness. Luo Yueyin, an unparalleled genius of the Star Moon Palace, practices the Star Moon Dream God technique, which can lure one into dreams and, unbeknownst to them, kill without a trace. For reasons unknown, every time he encounters the name Luo Yueyin, a strange flutter arises within him, as if stirred by an ineffable emotion. Young master, this time Luo Yueyin will also participate in the Phoenix trial. You shall finally witness the goddess's grace, exclaimed the maid Xiachan, her eyes brimming with anticipation, hands clasped tightly. However, her expression turned grave as she added, But do be cautious not to act recklessly and provoke Luo Yueyin. I fear it may bring you misfortune during the trial. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flicker of confusion as he said lightly, Why would I ever act rashly towards Luo Yueyin? Goddess? My goddess is none other than Sanya. Ahem. Why should Luo Yueyin be deemed the goddess of this young master? Xiaochan gazed blankly at Xie Yun, then extended her delicate hand to his forehead. Parting her red lips, she murmured, Strange, the young master does not appear to be ill. Xie Yun smirked and waved his hand dismissively. This young master is of the 6th rank in Confucianism. How could I possibly fall ill? Surely, You are concealing something from me, so do enlighten me. Xiao Chan pouted, explaining. It was clearly the young master's doing. How could the maid be at fault? What on earth transpired? Is there some enmity between me and Luo Yueyin? Xiao Chan nodded earnestly. It is a matter of life and death. Luo Yueyin once declared that if she were to encounter that scoundrel, she would personally eliminate him. Xia Yun. He cautiously inquired. Is that scoundrel she speaks of? Me? Xiao Chan nodded solemnly. Of course, it is the young master. In this world, who but you could humiliate the saintess of the Star Moon Palace and remain unscathed? There are few who could boast so. Her words carried a tone of pride. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun was left dumbfounded, sensing an unsettling intuition. What on earth had transpired between him and Luo Yueyin? What could possibly provoke the esteemed saintess of one of the top 3 sects to utter such indignant words? Young master, you haven't truly forgotten everything you did to Luo Yueyin, have you? Xiao Chan felt a wave of surprise. Xia Yun, filled with trepidation, nodded and asked, What? What exactly have I done to Luo Yueyin? Subsequently, Xiao Chan recounted the truth. 3 years ago, Luo Yueyin emerged like a comet, her extraordinary talents catching the eye of the Grand Elder, who took her under his wing. She later comprehended the star and moon illusion divine technique, achieving remarkable mastery, which led the palace master to designate her as the Holy Maiden. At that time, Luo Yueyin had already become the object of desire for men across the realm. Her exceptional gifts, noble lineage, and breathtaking beauty rendered her enchanting. Any man who laid eyes upon her would fall hopelessly in love, consumed by thoughts of her. Ultimately succumbing to despair, paintings of Luo Yueyin fetch prices in the thousands of gold taels. To escape the chaos of the mundane world, Luo Yueyin chose to don a veil, fearing that revealing her true face would incite turmoil. During that period, Xia Yun stood out as her most fervent admirer. His obsession stemmed from both his status and his exceedingly bizarre actions in her honor. For 30 consecutive days, he penned letters of fervent adoration to Luo Yueyin, each filled with scandalous and shocking content. When these were gently rebuffed by Luo Yueyin, he resorted to naming his maid after her, subjecting her to incessant humiliation, and compelling the maid to emulate Luo Yueyin for his amusement. Furthermore, he spread malicious rumors, claiming that Luo Yueyin had already lost her virtue and that he had taken advantage of her. Enraged, Luo Yueyin was poised to execute Xia Yun on the spot. Had it not been for her master's intervention, he would have met his demise. Ultimately, after negotiations between their respective elders, Xia Yun was compelled to apologize profusely and was sternly warned to refrain from disrespecting the Holy Maiden of the Star and Moon Palace. Upon hearing the entire account, Xia Yun was left in a state of utter desolation. He could not fathom how the original owner of his body, after indulging in the pleasures of brothels, would dare to set his sights on the Holy Maiden of the Star and Moon Palace. Was he truly out of his mind? The Starry Moon Palace is undoubtedly one of the most formidable sects in the world, standing alongside the Qingshan sect and the Wujiman. This individual, emboldened by an illustrious lineage, dares to provoke the sect's Holy Maiden? The audacity is appalling, so much so that even he cannot bear to witness it. Ultimately, he leaves a tangled mess for others to resolve. How will he confront the Holy Maiden of the Starry Moon Palace? He feels a twinge of fear. For when the trial arrives, Luo Yueyin might seize the opportunity to strike him down. Even the grandest of aspirations would offer no justification. Alas, Xia Yun lets out a deep sigh, resigned to accept his fate. He can only tread cautiously, hoping to avoid an encounter with Luo Yueyin. Next comes the third notable genius of the sect. From the Wujiman, it is Yang Qingfeng. Xia Yun's brow furrows slightly. Yang Qingfeng, the esteemed elder brother of the Wujiman, possesses unparalleled combat prowess, his fists and palms seemingly capable of shaking mountains and rivers. He has single-handedly battled the experts of 3 major sects and emerged unscathed. His reputation formidable. His strength is not to be underestimated. At his current level, unless fortune smiles upon him, victory appears elusive. Young master, they are unlikely to target you. Your primary concern should be the Wu family, Wu Haoyin. Xiao Chan remarks gravely. This individual is the brother of Wu Yunfei, possessing extraordinary martial talent. At the 6th rank of the Gathering Spirit realm, and adept in the art of swordsmanship. Recently, he slayed a 5th-tier beast in the wilds and grasped the 6th level of the 9 Heaven sword control technique. He has now joined the Qingshan sect as a direct disciple. Xia Yun's expression remains inscrutable as he inquires softly, Who else? Xia Chan, puzzled, responds, What do you mean, young master? Xia Yun offers a wry smile. In this trial, who else among my enemies should I be wary of? Xia Chan nodded and recited a series of names. Among them were the son of the lord of Haoyue Mountain and members of the Qishan Qinghu clan. Furthermore, Chapter 34, The Stench of Wine and Meat at the Red Gates, while frozen bones litter the roads. Xie Yun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Aside from Luo Yuan, the saintess of the Star Moon Palace, and Wu Haotian from the Wu family, who were recognized as contenders with the potential for greatness. The remaining 8 or 9 were merely prodigies from their respective clans. What kind of misdeeds had this scoundrel committed to attract such attention? Nevertheless, there was no turning back. Should they choose to provoke, this young master would gladly respond. Xie Yun maintained a stoic expression, allowing a faint smile to escape his lips. Xia Chan pouted in agreement, saying, "Of course, one must consider who the young master is. The world is abuzz with rumors of your scholarly talents. Little Chan, as I traverse the martial world, I place great value on modesty. Henceforth, refrain from such declarations to avoid inciting envy from others." Xie Yun's lips curled slightly. As if recalling something, he casually inquired, "Isn't the area ahead Jingzhou Taiyuan your homeland?" Upon hearing this, Xia Chan pressed her lips together, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. After a moment of silence, she timidly nodded. In response to the young master's query, "Taiyuan indeed is my hometown. A year ago, I departed from Taiyuan, and through a series of unforeseen events, I found myself in the capital. What delights does Taiyuan hold? Pray, show this young master around," Xie Yun mused, considering that, given the current pace, they would reach Jinling in 3 days, with 4 days remaining before the deadline. There was ample time to accompany Xia Chan in exploring her homeland. The summer cicada lowered its head, seemingly burdened by unspoken woes, its pallor deepening as it stammered, "I shall say no more. Let us rest in the city for a night, and continue our journey tomorrow." Xie Yun did not wish to press the cicada for further revelations and sighed softly. Since the cicada was reluctant to divulge its troubles, Xie Yun, a man of understanding, saw no reason to exacerbate its pain. Having ventured far from home and nearly perished from hunger in the capital, it was evident that the cicada harbored some unfortunate tale. As dusk descended, the sun hung low on the horizon, casting a blood-red hue across the sky. Xie Yun gently lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing towards the direction of Taiyuan City. Before elegantly dismounting, he gestured for his 72 shadow guards to set up camp and prepare for an overnight respite, resuming their journey at dawn. "Young master, do you intend to stay in the city for the night?" At that moment, the leader of the shadow guards, Xiao Xian, approached upon seeing Xie Yun disembark. He knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against his left chest, performing a standard salute of the shadow guards. Xie Yun held a favorable impression of this leader. Throughout their travels, Xiao Xian had selflessly taken on the role of coachman, dutifully obeying his commands without complaint. Xie Yun nodded. "I wish to explore the city, after all. It is little Chai's homeland. You shall camp here for the night, and await my word before proceeding tomorrow." He was mindful that bringing all 72 shadow guards into the city might incite unrest. He preferred to remain inconspicuous. "Understood, my lord," Xiao Xian replied, his voice low yet respectful, imbued with unwavering loyalty. Xie Yun inclined his head slightly, allowing his gaze to linger on him for a moment before saying, "Rise. Ensure heightened vigilance tonight." "Indeed," Xiao Xian replied in a subdued tone. Shortly thereafter, Xie Yun guided Xia Chan into the heart of Taiyuan City. After a short incensus time, as they entered the city, a heavy weight settled in Xie Yun's heart. The streets, which should have been bustling with life, were eerily desolate. The common folk appeared gaunt and ragged, shuffling down the avenues, their eyes filled with despair and numbness. Occasionally, faint moans echoed through the air, the sounds of the starving, who lay helplessly by the roadside, unable to rise. A pervasive stillness enveloped the atmosphere, as if the entire city mourned in silence. Xie Yun involuntarily slowed his pace, a wave of sorrow washing over him. How could it be that under the diligent governance of the great Qian Empress, there existed such abject misery among the populace? Just as he resolved to press on, an elderly man, bent with age, suddenly obstructed his path. The man's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, his eyes clouded. And with a trembling voice, he implored, "Young sir, I can see you are a stranger. You must leave at once. If you delay any further, you may find it impossible to depart." A tightness gripped Xie Yun's heart, and as he opened his mouth to inquire, he noticed the old man, in a sudden fright, hastily retreating as if he had seen something dreadful. When he turned to question the passers-by, they all scuttled away in avoidance. Helpless, he looked to Xia Chan beside him and asked, "What on earth is happening? How has Taiyuan City fallen to such depths?" Why do the people suffer so? Xia Chan's complexion paled, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes as she whispered, "What you do not know, young sir, is that all of this is the doing of the Taiyuan governor. He wields his power with an iron fist, ruling with tyranny and impunity. Not only did they seize the lands and possessions of the common folk for their own gain, but they also increased taxes year after year, leaving the people without any means of survival." She paused, her voice growing increasingly somber. Once, the populace could barely make ends meet. But now even the last grain of food has been extorted by the authorities. The granaries in the city are filled to the brim, yet they refuse to open their doors for relief, instead selling the grain at exorbitant prices that the people cannot afford, forcing them to starve to death. Those who dared to resist were either captured for forced labor or beaten to death. Fear permeated the city, and no one dared to utter a word. At one point, she was nearly sold by her own kin to the governor's mansion. Each recollection of her past experiences haunted her like a nightmare, entwining her heart. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and a flame of anger ignited in his eyes. How can such corrupt officials act with impunity? Does the court remain unaware? Xia Chan let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head. The court is thousands of miles away, indifferent to this remote locale. Moreover, the governor colludes with the powerful in the capital, and who would dare to challenge him? The common people have long since lost hope, helplessly watching their kin perish and resorting to cannibalism. Xia Yun was shaken, his face reflecting horror. The Empress of Deqian governs with wisdom, administering with benevolence and ensuring that her edicts resonate far and wide, resulting in a tranquil realm where all citizens sing her praises. Who could have imagined that beneath the emperor's feet lay a city akin to a ghost town, where the populace resorts to cannibalism? A chilling contrast to the flourishing prosperity under the Empress's rule? Young master, I am aware that your heart is burdened by the plight of the common people. Yet the governor of Taiyuan has deep roots here, with significant influence in the court. Should we act recklessly, we may invite trouble, Xia Chan said slowly. There are merely 4 days remaining until the Divine Phoenix trial, and we cannot afford to delay. Otherwise, we may miss the opportunity, jeopardizing your future. Xia Chan certainly wished for the young master to rectify the issues plaguing Taiyuan, but as his servant, she must prioritize his interests above all else. If his future were to be compromised, who would bear the consequences? Xia Yun surveyed his surroundings, his heart heavy with sorrow. The streets were lined with the fallen. Skeletal remains strewn about, and the living appeared pallid, their eyes sunken, resembling mere specters. The faint cries of children were like delicate threads in the air, while the sighs of the elderly weighed heavily, akin to mountains. The atmosphere was thick with the sin of death, and even the wind carried a biting chill, stirring up the dust as if mourning for this city of despair. Suddenly, a tempest of wrath surged within him. Would this young master fear trouble? Preposterous. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual. Now that I have arrived, I cannot remain an indifferent observer. I shall seek justice for the people of Taiyuan. Chapter 35. With spirits burning in my throat, this young master shall take lives. The Yuan family estate stood amidst a backdrop of azure bricks and dark tiles, its towering walls and deep courtyards exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur. The maid, Xiao Chun, hurriedly traversed the corridors, her steps quick yet tinged with anxiety, the hem of her skirt fluttering as she clutched a handkerchief tightly, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. She rushed towards the chamber of the esteemed matriarch, Sun Wenqiu. The matriarch sat languidly on the soft couch by the window, an account book cradled in her hands, her brow furrowed as she muttered curses beneath her breath. This wretched lot. The Yuan family provides for your every need, and yet you dare to demand wages. Suddenly, Xiao Chun burst in, flustered and breathless, exclaiming, "Madam, it's terrible. I just saw her on the street. She has returned, right here in Taiyuan." The matriarch's expression soured, her eyes narrowing as she scolded the maid sharply. "Xiao Chun, has the master not taught you decorum? What a disgraceful display. Slap yourself for your foolishness." Before she could catch her breath, Xiao Chun, her eyes wide with fear, raised her hand and struck her cheek with a resounding slap, then knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. The matriarch, a glimmer of triumph in her gaze, slowly inquired, "You mentioned her. Who is she?" Xiao Chun, with a tone of grievance, replied, "It's that vile woman's child, Xiao Chan." Upon hearing this, Sun Wenqiu's account book fell to the ground with a loud thud, her expression one of shock, her voice trembling. "What? That wretched girl. She dares to return. Are you certain you saw her in Taiyuan?" Xiao Chun nodded fervently. "Madam, even if she were turned to ash, I would recognize her. It seemed she was accompanied by a striking young gentleman. The matriarch scoffed coldly. I see. So that's why the insolent girl has returned. She has a powerful ally. Does that young gentleman have any guards with him? In the realm of illustrious noble families, it is customary for the sons of elite lineages to be accompanied by martial attendants. Take, for instance, Master Wang, the son of the governor, who is invariably flanked by two 8th-tier experts in the gathering spirit realm during his outings. Upon reflection, Xiao Chun shook her head, stating, I did not observe any guards. She was merely in the company of that young master. The matriarch scoffed. Without even a respectable guard, how dare they come to Taiyuan City to flaunt their influence? Do they truly consider themselves to be the debauched scions of the capital's prestigious families? In her eyes, only figures such as Baoping Tao, the son of the chief prefect, could be deemed worthy heirs of top-tier families, always accompanied by 7th-tier experts on their journeys. With a deep breath, the matriarch commanded sternly, quickly, go inform Master Wang. Tell him, that wretched girl has returned. He must hurry to capture her. This time, we cannot allow her to slip away from Taiyuan City. Xiao Chun promptly nodded. I shall do so at once. The matriarch's face brightened with joy at the prospect of presenting the wretched girl to the governor's son, which would undoubtedly elevate the Yuan family's status in Taiyuan City. Most importantly, it would yield silver notes, a lucrative endeavor indeed. Speaking of that girl filled the matriarch with resentment. The master had once engaged in a night of indiscretion with a maid, resulting in the birth of a girl named Yuan Chan, who later adopted her mother's surname. Although she was the daughter of the family head, under the matriarch's influence, Xia Chan's standing within the Yuan household was even lower than that of a lowly maid. Last year, when Master Wang visited the estate, he took a fancy to the demure and innocent-looking Xia Chan, thus proposing to acquire her. What manner of identity and character does Master Wang possess? This man slaughters without a flicker of an eye in the city of Taiyuan, devouring his victims without leaving a trace. Should Xia Chan fall into his clutches, her fate would be akin to living death. To sell Xia Chan would yield a handsome profit, a double gain indeed. Therefore, the matron consented with alacrity, awaiting young Master Wang's arrival to make the purchase. However, on the appointed day, it became evident that the wretched girl had fled. Due to her ineptitude, the matron faced young Master Wang's wrath, her cries echoing incessantly, leaving her haunted by memories of dread. Today, that wretched girl dares to return. Does she truly believe that I, Sun Wenxiu, am a soft target, easily bullied? At the Laifu Inn, young master, darkness has descended. Xia Chan stood beside Xie Yun, gently kneading his shoulders with a worried expression, slowly inquiring, do you truly intend to visit the governor's residence? Xie Yun raised his cup and drank deeply. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat like molten fire, igniting his very veins. His eyes turned slightly red, glimmering with a cold light, as if blades danced within the depths of his pupils. The mingling of the scent of alcohol and the aura of killing surged within him, akin to a myriad of soldiers galloping through his veins. The opulence of the wealthy is foul with decay, while the streets are littered with the bones of the frozen dead. In that brief utterance lies the essence of Taiyuan City. The feasting of noble families has reached a stench. While the roads are strewn with the corpses of the starving populace, some even resorting to cannibalism, transgressing the laws of nature and humanity. Yet, who compels them to such desperation? If survival itself is fraught with difficulty, what purpose do these rules serve? They can be overturned with a mere kick. Today, he shall seek justice for the people of Taiyuan. With spirits invigorating his bloodlust, it seems only through the shedding of blood can the fury within him be quelled. He drinks not merely for intoxication, but for the intention of taking a life. This marks Xie Yun's first act of murder since his arrival in this world. Yet he bears no guilt in his heart. This killing is for the heart, for the people, for the world, just as he articulated. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to secure the fate of the populace, to continue the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for eternal peace. Let us proceed to the governor's mansion. Xie Yun's gaze was piercing, his voice frigid as he slowly rose. However, an unexpected commotion erupted from below the inn. The cacophony of hoofbeats and footsteps reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly and dust to swirl. The soldiers, like a dark cloud descending upon the city, swiftly encircled the inn. Clad in iron armor, they formed a formidable line, sealing every door and window so tightly that not even a bird could escape. A young nobleman, adorned in luxurious silks, entered the inn with an air of indifference, flanked by two 8th-grade masters of the spirit-gathering realm, both of whom possessed hawk-like eyes and emanated an aura of ruthless intent. The patrons within the inn were struck with fear, as if the very air had solidified. From this moment forth, without this young master's permission, not even a fly shall escape, Master Wang declared with a calm demeanor, his tone leaving no room for dissent. In Taiyuan City, no one dared to defy his orders. Xiao Chun, did you say you saw her enter this inn? The maid nodded. Young Master Wang. How could I deceive you? I witnessed that wretched girl follow a man into this establishment. Enraged, Master Wang cursed vehemently. Damn it! How could I be inferior to those wild men outside? To risk life and death to flee from me, that truly is a wretched girl. Yet, I did not expect you to dare return. It aligns perfectly with my intentions. Falling into my hands, you are indeed unfortunate. He gazed at the officials and commanded, whoever manages to locate her shall be handsomely rewarded. Today, I am quite eager to witness how you will escape. Chapter 36. Even your father dares not bark in front of me. How did this fearsome figure arrive here, leading troops to besiege the inn so thoroughly? Hush! If he hears us, do you still wish to keep your life? The citizens trapped within the inn whispered among themselves. Their eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Yet their hearts had grown numb, having long accepted the tyrannical behavior of young Master Wang. The Wang family, with their formidable influence in Taiyuan, held the power of life and death. Anyone daring to defy the commands of this father-son duo could easily foresee their grim fate. Fearful of the governor's status, the populace lamented their plight. It was rumored that this turmoil stemmed from a mere maidservant. What unfortunate soul had caught young Master Wang's eye, sealing her doom? Typically, any woman whom he coveted would scarcely survive 3 days. It seemed to be the little cicada from the Yuan family. Had she not already fled the city? How could she have returned? Truly bewildering. Xia Chan's background was tragic. Born out of wedlock and subjected to the oppression of the matriarch, she often went hungry and cold, relying on the kindness of neighboring villagers who provided her with bread and buns, or else she would not have lived past her 10th year. In the eyes of the community, Xia Chan had always been regarded as family. A year prior, the matriarch had intended to sell Xia Chan to the Wang family, but she refused and fled under cover of night. Little did she know, she had returned to Taiyuan City, stepping straight into the jaws of a tiger. The brothel madam, upon witnessing the scene, could not bear to see Xia Chan endure such torment. She revealed her bosom, pressing her 2 pale mounds against young Master Wang's chest, and shyly implored, Young Master Wang, Xia Chan is still young and naive. Although I am somewhat older, I possess many skills that will surely satisfy you. Why not spare her? Suddenly, a spray of blood arced through the air as the madam's head fell, her eyes trembling, refusing to close in death. The 8th grade guard had dispatched her with a clean stroke. What filthy creature dares to press against me? Young Master Wang sneered in disgust. I relish in the destruction of budding flowers. The old hag has more tricks than I do. She deserves her fate. The surrounding townsfolk glared at young Master Wang with gritted teeth, their fists clenched, their eyes filled with a fierce determination. Had it not been for the 2 8th grade guards at his side, even the dozens of soldiers present could not have restrained them. To kill him on the spot would have been a mercy. Wang's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the crowd, fully aware of their thoughts. Then, a slight smirk graced his lips as he spoke in a low voice, imbued with an undeniable authority. If Xia Chan does not appear within 3 breaths, not a single soul here shall remain alive. Before his words had fully settled, the surrounding soldiers drew their swords in unison, their blades gleaming like snow. Reflecting the faces of those stricken with terror, the townsfolk stood frozen, their eyes brimming with despair and fear, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, their breaths growing heavy in the face of the cold steel. The air felt as if it had solidified, the cold glint of the blades silently proclaiming the impending approach of death. A breath, 2 breaths, until 3. The summer cicadas remained absent. Young Master Wang's gaze grew increasingly frigid, as if he had foreseen all that was to transpire. He gently waved his hand, and the soldiers' blades were poised menacingly at the defenseless citizens, as if blood would soon stain this land. Kill them all, leave not a soul alive. His words were devoid of emotion, icy and detached, as if the common folk were but ants in his eyes. At this critical moment, a sudden thud echoed from the 2nd floor inn. The crowd looked up to witness a soldier plummeting from above, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless upon impact. Immediately following, a figure leapt from the inn window, landing gracefully. Xia Yun appeared, cradling Xia Chan in her arms, coming into view. Xia Chan, what folly is this? You should not have come out. You've allowed this beast to prevail. The citizens exchanged resolute glances, silently vowing that should young Master Wang attempt to forcibly take Xia Chan, they would risk their lives to uphold justice. The Wang family had gone too far. Young Master Wang, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Upon seeing Xiao Chun felt a wave of relief, pointing at the young girl. Slap. Young Master Wang retaliated with a swift strike, disdainfully retorting, "Is that how you refer to her? You wretched thing, get out." How could he tolerate a maid's insult towards the woman he desired? Was he not the esteemed young master of the Wang family? Xiao Chun's face was left swollen from the blow, yet she dared not harbor resentment towards young Master Wang, directing all her anger solely at Xiao Chun gradually. Young Master Wang's gaze settled upon Xiao Chun, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. She was even more stunning than he remembered. Standing gracefully like a bud poised to bloom, exuding a delicate beauty intertwined with a hint of defiance. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his tone laced with amusement. "Xiao Chun, it is a stroke of fortune for you that I, the young master, have taken an interest in you. Yet you dare to flee on your own accord. Refusing fine wine will only lead to punishment wine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun furrowed her brows, her eyes brimming with disdain and fury. "Young Master Wang, we share no connection. I am now merely a servant of the young master. A despicable scoundrel like you is utterly unworthy of conversing with me." Young Master Wang's expression darkened abruptly, the mirth in his eyes transforming into icy contempt. His gaze fell upon Xie Yun, and with a mocking sneer, he spoke with an undeniable threat. "You dare to take my servant? Sever your own arms and deliver her to me. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall not take a single step beyond the borders of Taiyuan City today." Before his words had fully settled, the surrounding soldiers drew their swords in unison, their blades gleaming like snow, radiating a chilling menace. An atmosphere of impending bloodshed enveloped the air, as if at any moment this land would be stained crimson. He could not fathom how Xiao Chun could possibly have any formidable backing. Even if she possessed some abilities, what of it? A fierce dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Wang family had entrenched itself in Taiyuan City for decades, wielding immense power. Even with connections in the capital, a mere word could ruin this young man, leading to his disgrace and downfall. What could he possibly use to contend with the young master? It was utterly laughable. Xie Yun retorted coldly, "Trash. Even if your father were here, he would not dare to bark in front of me, let alone you." Young Master Wang fixed his gaze upon Xie Yun, scrutinizing him closely, yet failing to discern the identity of the youth, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Who are you?" he inquired. Xie Yun responded with a smile. "What do you think? Do not think that this young master fears you." Young Master Wang declared, waving his hand with authority, "Kill him. Leave no trace. Remember, that girl is to be spared for me." Chapter 37. Identity Revealed. He is the grandson of the sage. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Upon receiving the command, the officers lunged at Xie Yun like wolves, their blades flashing and intertwining in a dance of cold light. Yet, Xie Yun moved like a specter, his motions swift as the wind. He deftly sidestepped the incoming blade, seizing the weapon from one officer's grasp with a fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, several officers had fallen, caught off guard by the brilliance of his technique. Xie Yun's movements were as graceful as a flowing river, each strike executed with impeccable precision, leaving a trail of incapacitated foes in his wake. Witnessing this, young Master Wang's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic crossing his features. This fellow possesses considerable strength. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, intending to summon his two 8th rank guards, only to find Xie Yun closing in like lightning, the blade in his hand gleaming ominously, aimed directly at his throat. In an instant, the cold edge of the knife pressed firmly against his neck, poised to claim his life with the slightest cut. Feeling the chill of the blade, young Master Wang's complexion turned pale, terror washing over him as he trembled and pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, spare me. Do not hold my petty transgressions against me. As long as you agree to spare my life, I can forego the cicadas of summer and ensure your safe departure from Taiyuan City. What do you say? Is this not a lucrative deal?" Xie Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head in refusal. "It is not worth it. I merely wish to kill you." Young Master Wang exclaimed, "What madness is this? Without any grievance or enmity, why must you fight to the death? If you were to take my life, my father is the local governor, and you would not escape unscathed." Seeing that Xie Yun was impervious to persuasion, young Master Wang resorted to threats. "If you have any sense, you will release me, and we shall let this matter rest." Xie Yun remained steadfast in his resolve. "I still desire to kill you." Young Master Wang was at his wit's end. He had never encountered Xie Yun before, nor had he wronged him in any way, leaving him bewildered as to why this man was so intent on his demise. With both soft and hard tactics failing, Young Master Wang blinked, signaling his two eighth-rank bodyguards to spring into action. In an instant, the two bodyguards surged forward like arrows released from a bow, their blades gleaming menacingly, intent on ending Xie Yun's life. Yet, Xie Yun's expression remained as tranquil as still water, showing no signs of concern for their approach. Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted as a shadow enveloped in a bone-chilling aura descended. The leader of the shadow guards, Xiao Xian, appeared, his cold gaze radiating a fierce murderous intent. He moved with ghostly agility between the two bodyguards, brandishing two short blades that glimmered ominously. In the blink of an eye, both bodyguards were pierced through the chest, blood gushing forth as they fell lifeless to the ground, while Xiao Xian stood tall and imposing, resembling a grim reaper. I pay my respects to the young master. Xiao Xian bowed respectfully, his voice steady. Very well. Xie Yun nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the young master in his hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. So what now? Do you have any trump cards left? Reveal them all. The young master stared at Xiao Xian, clad in shadow armor, his pupils suddenly quivering in shock. This is the Shadow Guard. The CF family's Shadow Guards rank fourth in the realm, with the lowest-ranking guards at the 6th tier, and the leaders having surpassed the 5th tier. It was evident that the aura of bloodlust emanating from the Shadow Guard before him had indeed broken through the 5th tier, boasting terrifying combat prowess far beyond what two 8th tier guards could withstand. The one capable of commanding the Shadow Guard must be a direct descendant of the CF family, leading to the inevitable conclusion that the young man before him was none other than Xie Yun, the young master of the CF family. The young master gasped, his breath heavy, as despair engulfed his heart. He could never have imagined that Xia Chan could top the ranks of the city's young rascals, being the scion of the Confucian sage and the son of the esteemed minister of rites. Each of these identities was enough to annihilate him instantly. Even in the presence of his father, he felt as insignificant as an ant. At least you have some understanding, Xie Yun remarked with a smile. The young master immediately lost any desire to resist, crying out for mercy. Young master, you are the true heir. I am but a false one. I did not recognize your presence in Taiyuan City. I have offended you, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. At that moment, he was truly despondent. His identity and strength were no match, leaving him with no choice but to bow his head in acknowledgement of his errors. Xie Yun seemed oblivious to his pleas for mercy, his gaze icy and a palpable aura of malevolence radiating from him. He was consumed by thoughts of the suffering endured by the people of Taiyuan and the injustices inflicted upon the summer cicadas. This wretch could not be allowed to live. It would be a travesty against the heavens. Today, I shall act as the hand of justice. Without a trace of hesitation, Xie Yun's blades swiftly descended, slicing through the neck, and blood gushed forth in torrents. Young Master Wang stared wide-eyed, letting out a cry of despair. You will face divine retribution. Xie Yun, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. A creature like you has escaped divine wrath. I am guiltless. With that, he declared, die. Ultimately, young Master Wang succumbed to his injuries, lifeless. The surrounding populace fell into a deathly silence. The son of the Taiyuan governor, the local tyrant, had met his end? He was truly dead? In that moment, the citizens gazed at Xie Yun with a mixture of awe and trepidation. This youth was a figure even young Master Wang feared. If he chose to intimidate them, who would come to their aid? After discarding the blade, Xie Yun surveyed the desolate and tragic scene of the townsfolk and slowly uttered a few words. From this day forth, the Wang family is no more. Let the yellow sky rise. The people of Taiyuan shall no longer cower before tyranny. Should any bureaucrats defy this, they will beat drums to voice their grievances. I shall personally ensure their justice. With these words, the citizens erupted in fervor, the previously stifled atmosphere shattered, and the crowd surged like boiling water, their clamor reaching the heavens. They had finally emerged from the shadows. The Wang family is no more. Let the yellow sky rise. At long last, a young man had stood up for their cause. After decades of oppression, the people of Taiyuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Witnessing this, Xie Yun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, this matter is far from concluded. Xiao Xian, command the 72 shadow guards to enter the city. This young master intends to establish his authority. Xiao Xian's body trembled slightly, and he immediately nodded in compliance. I shall obey. The officials hastened into the governor's mansion, their faces ashen, and knelt to report, My lord, the young master has been murdered. Before the words could fully escape their lips, the teacup in the governor's hand shattered upon the ground, porcelain shards scattering. What? My son is dead. You dare to curse my child? The governor, incensed, was about to execute the officials. As the governor of Chizhou, no one had ever dared to defy him in his own domain. Yet unexpectedly, the officials presented a severed finger belonging to young Master Wang. Trembling as they explained, "My lord, what I speak is the truth. The young master is truly deceased." The governor gazed at the finger, his body swaying as if struck by lightning, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost, disbelief and sorrow flashing in his eyes. "My son is truly dead." He could not fathom that someone would dare to kill his own flesh and blood within his territory. Is this person not a madman? Tell me, where is the murderer? The officials replied, "The Yuan family." Good. The governor bellowed in a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Dispatch orders to assemble 1,000 elite troops at once. This grievance shall not go unavenged. I swear not to rest until I have exacted my revenge. Today, I shall cleanse Taiyuan in blood. Let all pay the price for my son's demise." Chapter 38. The corrupt officials must die. Slay them all. Leave not a single one alive. The entire Yuan family estate was enveloped in an oppressive silence, stifling and suffocating. The servants of the manor knelt in a row, their knees touching the ground. Heads bowed in silence, fear and unease etched upon their faces. Even the head of the Yuan family was no exception, kneeling at the forefront. His usual imposing demeanor replaced by trembling limbs, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and his hands tightly gripping the edges of his garments. His gaze was filled with dread, occasionally daring to steal a glance at the young man seated imperiously above. The youth's expression was indifferent, his cold eyes emanating an unsettling aura of oppression. Beside him sat a woman he recognized, Xia Chan, the youngest daughter of Yuan Jiqing. Of course, he had never regarded Xia Chan with any respect. After all, she had endured years of humiliation and oppression at the hands of the matriarch without receiving any aid, turning a blind eye to her plight. In truth, he harbored disdain for her as well. Although she bore half of his bloodline, the greater portion was tainted by the lowly heritage of a servant. As the esteemed head of the Yuan family, a figure of considerable standing in Taiyuan City, he could not permit his lineage to be sullied. The servant had committed a grave transgression by concealing the birth of a child from him, and the inevitable consequence could only be death. Initially, he believed that Xia Chan had perished after fleeing Taiyuan City, but to his astonishment, she not only survived but thrived. Accompanied by a noble young gentleman of illustrious lineage, the young man was clearly no ordinary individual, flanked by martial experts, instilling a sense of dread within him. "Channer, it brings me joy to see you return alive," he thought. Yuan Jiqing covered his face and wept bitterly, tears and snot mingling, wishing he could kneel at Xia Chan's feet and beg for forgiveness. "It was that wretched woman who forced my hand and my heart. You have always been my most cherished daughter. Yet, that vile woman whispered in my ear daily, leading me astray, and I gradually became estranged, failing to fulfill my duties as a father. I truly deserve condemnation. Channer, I implore you to forgive your father, grant me another chance, and I shall care for you henceforth, ensuring you endure no suffering. From this day forth, I shall sever ties with that wretched woman, allowing her to experience the bitterness of solitude." Yuan Jiqing's performance was so convincing that, had one not known his true nature, they might easily be deceived into believing he had reformed. Xia Chan gazed at her father, her expression tranquil, yet a tide of complex emotions surged within her. In her youth, before her mother's passing, she too had knelt at her father's feet, pleading for him to grant her mother one final wish. Yet, he had responded with cold indifference, devoid of any emotion. If she must die, then let her die. She is of no consequence. From that moment, Xia Chan harbored no expectations for the indifferent man before her. Now, witnessing him kneeling in self-reproach, she could not help but find it somewhat amusing. If her mother-esque spirit could witness this scene, would it be a moment for laughter or for tears? "Little Chan, do not be deceived by the beastly visage of this man," Xie Yun scoffed, having expected Xia Chan to soften, given that the man before her was her biological father. Such a creature, unable to control his baser instincts, wreaks havoc wherever he goes. Xia Chan maintained her calm demeanor and replied softly, "I shall abide by the young master's wishes." She had long been utterly disillusioned with the man before her, her father, harboring not an ounce of affection. "Xia Chan, you cannot treat me this way. I am your father." Yuan Jiqing's complexion turned ashen, his voice rising in desperation. Xie Yun's gaze was devoid of warmth as he waved his hand dismissively. "Since you cannot control your lower instincts, allow me to take charge." As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Xian materialized behind Yuan Jiqing, his eyes fierce and unyielding. "No, please, don't come any closer," Yuan Jiqing screamed. his expression one of sheer terror as he fled in a frenzy. Xiao Xian paid him no heed, advancing directly toward him and delivering a fatal blow, severing the man's most vital connection. Yuan Jiqing grimaced in agony, howling in pain. Xie Yun could hardly bear to witness the scene. Once Yuan Jiqing was dealt with, Xiao Xian stepped forward to report, "Young master, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished. That woman has been." Xie Yun nodded, inquiring, "Is she still breathing?" "Yes," came the reply. "Well done," Xie Yun remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The woman Xiao Xian referred to was none other than the matriarch of the Yuan family, the very architect of Xia Chan's humiliation, as she bore no relation to him. Xie Yun felt no remorse in his actions. He commanded Xiao Xian to shatter Sun Wenxio's legs, rendering her mute, thereby ensuring her indiscreet tongue would be silenced. As for why he chose not to end her life, he understood that sometimes living could be more torturous than death itself. He intended for Sun Wenxio to repay 100-fold the sins she had inflicted upon Xia Chan, forcing her to spend her days in penance. Time is of the essence. It should be about that moment now, Xie Yun murmured softly. Before the echoes of his words could fade, the sound of galloping hooves reverberated from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the deafening clatter of clashing armor. The ground trembled violently. With a resounding crash, the gates were forcefully kicked open, splintering the wood into fragments. Thousands of elite soldiers surged into the Yuan family estate like a relentless tide, swiftly dispersing to encircle the three individuals within. Blades were drawn, their cold gleam flashing ominously, the atmosphere tightening like a drawn bowstring. The governor followed closely, stepping into the estate. With a sweeping glance, he spotted the corpse dangling from the beams above. It was the lifeless body of his son, whom he had yearned for day and night, now cold and rigid, trampled and humiliated like mere prey. The governor's pupils constricted abruptly, as though struck by a heavy blow to the chest, his breath momentarily stilled. Immediately, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from his eyes, sweeping through the entire estate like a tempest. He bellowed, "Who did this?" The surrounding soldiers, sensing the governor's fury, tightened their grips on their weapons, poised to rend the three individuals into pieces at a single command. Yet, Xie Yun remained as steadfast as a mountain, seated high above with a look of disdain. Casually remarking, "What is the matter? Do you have a problem?" The governor's gaze locked onto Xie Yun, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained wrath. And then he caught sight of Xiao Xian beside him, instantly overwhelmed by a heavy sense of pressure. This man is formidable. Damn. Who is he? Struggling to contain his fury, he questioned each word with deliberate intensity. "Who are you? I bear you no grudge. Why have you cruelly slain my son? Speak the truth, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." Upon hearing this, Xie Yun expressionlessly remarked, "My identity is of no consequence. As for the motive behind the slaying of your son, the rationale is quite simple. I found him displeasing. How does that strike you?" Xie Yun shrugged his shoulders, adopting an innocent demeanor, as though he were the true victim. "Lord Prefect, is this answer to your satisfaction?" Chapter 39. The Slayer, Descendant of the Sage, Xie Yun. The prefect stood in stunned silence, his gaze fixed intently on the youth before him. He had never encountered such audacious arrogance in a boy. This individual surpassed his own son in sheer audacity. Even if his son were to commit murder, he would at least provide a justification, however flimsy. Yet this youth had extinguished his son's life solely because he was irked. Who was he? The prefect of Taiyuan City, backed by influential figures in the capital, who would otherwise not dare oppress the common folk or assume the role of a local tyrant. He had the power to decree life and death at will. However, now, the death warrant lay heavy upon him, and he found himself on the brink of despair. Such blatant disregard for the law, such defiance of celestial justice. The prefect trembled. His voice nearly choked with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Xie Yun and declared, "To so brazenly flout the laws of the land and take lives at whim today, I shall not concern myself with your identity. I will see you executed to uphold the law of the realm. I will personally report to the sovereign, announcing your crimes to the world, so that all may revile you. Do you understand the gravity of your transgressions?" His voice reverberated like thunder across the heavens, embodying justice itself, each word resounding with conviction, each phrase a blade aimed directly at Xie Yun's heart. But was the reality truly as he proclaimed? Even Yuan Jiqing, who harbored hatred for Xie Yun, found the situation absurd. The prefect, a paragon of law and order? The governor professes a deep concern for the world. Yet what of the countless citizens of Taiyuan City who have perished from starvation? Are they merely dead? Upon hearing this, Xie Yun let out a cold laugh. his gaze fixed upon the governor as if he had already seen through the facade of hypocrisy. "Governor," he began, "what a stirring oration you deliver. Yet, I must ask, is the law of the land you speak of truly the law of the people, or merely a reflection of your own interests?" The governor's expression shifted slightly, his fingers trembling more visibly, yet he maintained the guise of righteous indignation, his voice no longer resonating with the same force. "Preposterous. I shall not allow you to question my actions." Xie Yun's laughter echoed, his eyes sharp as daggers piercing the governor's heart. "Governor, as you stand poised to take my life today, is it truly in the name of upholding the law, or is it merely a desperate attempt to conceal your own transgressions? You know well the deeds you have committed, the lives lost because of you, the families shattered in your wake. Enough." Each word from Xie Yun was like a precious gem, igniting the governor's fury. He raised his hand, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, and with a grimace, declared, "Right and wrong need no elucidation from me. Know this, you and your companions are destined to die today. Execute them." With that command, thousands of elite soldiers surged forth like a tide towards Xie Yun and his companions, blades glinting, the air thick with the stench of imminent death. The governor appeared to relish the sight of impending doom, eager to witness Xie Yun's demise, envisioning his body left to rot, a feast for wild dogs. Yet, in this moment of peril, Xie Yun merely smiled coldly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Let them all be slain, leave not a single one alive." His voice was cold and calm. In an instant, 72 sixth-grade shadow guards materialized like phantoms. Their forms flowed like the wind, their movements remarkably swift where they passed. Soldiers fell without even a scream, collapsing in silence. Though the elite soldiers were well-trained, they appeared as lambs ready for slaughter in the presence of these shadow guards, utterly powerless to resist. Within moments, the hall was awash with blood, cries of agony echoing incessantly. Of the thousands of elite troops, scarcely one remained, while the rest were barely clinging to life, on the brink of death. In stark contrast, the 72 shadow guards emerged unscathed, not even a drop of blood staining their attire. The governor watched in horror as his thousands of elite soldiers vanished in the blink of an eye, an unprecedented fear surging within him. His legs trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his throat constricted. "How is this possible? Who are you?" Instinctively, he took several steps back, attempting to flee from this hellish scene. However, Xie Yun's gaze had already locked onto him. The moment the governor attempted to move, Xie Yun's figure appeared before him like a specter, his speed utterly astonishing. Wishing to escape? Xie Yun scoffed. The governor opened his mouth, fear evident as he shouted, "You cannot kill me. I am an official of the court. Even if I have committed a capital crime, it is not for you to carry out my execution. Deliver me to the court of judicial review. I must." Before he could finish his plea, Xie Yun, wielding his official blade, flicked his wrist, and the blade's glimmer flashed like lightning across the governor's throat. The governor did not even have time to scream before he collapsed, his blood instantly staining the ground. "Since the law cannot bring you to justice, I shall take it upon myself." The murderer, Xie Yun. As Xie Yun journeyed northward to participate in the trials of the ancient Shenhuang kingdom, news of his slaying the governor of Taiyuan swiftly spread throughout the capital. An undercurrent of unrest surged as numerous ministers seized the opportunity to denounce him, claiming that Xie Yun had wantonly murdered a court official and was scheming rebellion, thus deserving of extermination. Over half of the officials conspired against the Xie family, seeking to undermine their position within the Great Qian. It was only when the Empress declared to the realm the multitude of transgressions committed by the governor of Taiyuan, presenting hundreds of reasons for his inevitable demise, and clarifying that Xie Yun acted under imperial decree in accordance with national law, that public opinion began to settle. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, the Empress scrutinized the documents with a furrowed brow, remarking with a hint of concern, "Are you not the least worried?" Xie Yun's affair nearly cost him his position. At that time, a multitude of court officials submitted petitions urging the Empress to strip Xie Qianjue, the Minister of Rights, of his title and label him a rebel, hoping to ensnare him entirely. Yet, Xie Qianjue offered no response, continuing to fulfill his duties as usual. Over time, many came to regard him as a soft target. It was laughable that the Xie family, renowned for their scholarly prowess, produced such a seemingly feeble individual. "The virtuous will clear themselves. I need not justify myself to them," Xie Qianjue stated with a faint smile. "When the time is ripe, the rumors will dispel of their own accord." The Empress began to doubt whether Xie Qianjue truly remained indifferent to all matters, whether accused of colluding with demonic forces or plotting rebellion. He consistently maintained an air of detachment. Had anyone dared to slander her, they would have met their demise 1,000 times over. Xie Yun shall arrive in Jinling in 3 days, with Qizhou being the next destination. The Empress spoke with a heavy countenance. Even Xie Qianjue felt a subtle tremor, a flicker of concern evident in his profound gaze. The governor of Qizhou, Bao Weilin, is a timid individual, lacking the audacity to take decisive action. He is cautious in his endeavors, refraining from actions that could lead to self-inflicted hardships without certainty of success. Even if Yun were to bear a grudge against his son, it would not compel him to resort to schemes of obstruction. As long as my father still draws breath, he lacks the courage to do so. The Empress chuckled softly, gradually articulating, though Bao Weilin may not be a man of great accomplishments, he possesses depth and cunning. Otherwise, he would not hold the position of a governor. The world perceives him as adept at navigating the political landscape, yet they remain oblivious to his vengeful nature. Those who have crossed him have invariably met with tragic ends, their lives extinguished in the streets. Xie Qianjue maintained he would not dare. The Empress paused for a moment, her words resonating like thunder. Bao Pengtao is dead. Do you believe he would not dare? The day Xie Yun arrives in Qizhou will coincide precisely with the 7th day following Bao Pengtao's death. Chapter 40. My son is dead. Right and wrong need no explanation. Bao Pengtao is dead? How could this be? He ought not to have perished. Yun merely severed his legs, a light punishment. How could it lead to death? Furthermore, this world abounds with miraculous elixirs. How could the esteemed governor of Qizhou lack resources? The Empress appeared to discern Xie Qianjue's bewilderment and began to elucidate. As far as I know, Bao Pengtao succumbed to the demons of his heart, which were born from Xie Yun. Upon his initial return to Qizhou, Bao Pengtao found everything to be in order, with no significant troubles. However, subsequent events led to his emotional unraveling, and he succumbed to his inner demons 6 days prior. Meanwhile, Xie Yun was but a day away from his arrival in Qizhou. Upon hearing this, Xie Qianjue's expression darkened with concern. The death of Bao Pengtao was a matter of grave importance. Had he merely suffered the loss of his legs, the situation could have been managed without dire consequences. Bao Weilin was no fool. Bao Pengtao had brought his downfall upon himself with his arrogant disposition, making calamity an inevitable outcome. Yet losing his life meant the complete eradication of any remaining threshold. With life extinguished, would one still engage in pretense? Should anyone dare to harm Xie Yun, Xie Qianjue would pursue vengeance at any cost. Death was merely the simplest form of retribution. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Xie Qianjue narrowed his eyes, a profound gaze suggesting he sensed a deeper intrigue. It felt as though Bao Pengtao's demise was orchestrated by a hidden conspiracy, regardless of any underlying machinations. The fact remained that Bao Pengtao was indeed deceased. The Empress remained composed, slowly stating, "Moreover, I have heard that certain old schemers are once again stirring, intent on disrupting the state of affairs in the realm. Xie Qing, there is a matter I find perplexing." A tremor coursed through Xie Qianjue's heart as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Your servant will speak candidly." The Empress then inquired, her tone icy. "If someone were to bully Xie Yun using their might to overpower him, what would you do? Would you remain silent as always?" At her words, Xie Qianjue's gaze sharpened, a flicker of brilliance igniting within his eyes before he swiftly concealed it, adopting a faint smile as he replied, "Your Majesty, from whence does this information arise?" The Empress let out a soft snort, remarking that the world is well aware that her greatest support lies with the Xie family. Should the Xie family fall, she would be left without allies and inevitably be marginalized. Thus, there are those eager to topple the Xie family. Among their 3 sons, Xie Yun is the most vulnerable and thus an easier target. While he remains in the capital, no one dares to act against him. However, as he ventures outside the capital towards the ancient kingdom of Shenwang, all manner of malevolent beings eagerly await their opportunity. They have long anticipated this day. Naturally, some elderly schemers are unable to restrain themselves and seek to profit from the turmoil. Although the Xie family boasts a sage of Confucianism, they are currently preoccupied with suppressing the demon emperor in the wilderness and have no intent to protect the Xie heirs unless it comes to a point of mutual destruction. Those lurking in the shadows do not dare to act recklessly. As for the second generation of the Xie family, Xie Qianjue is seen by the public as expendable. Though he is the descendant of a Confucian sage, his talents are mediocre, relying solely on his position as the Minister of Rites to maintain appearances. Should a real confrontation arise, he could easily suppress them. "You have concealed yourself too deeply, were it not for the late emperor's own words." Even I would have been oblivious to your hidden talents. The Empress is acutely aware of the terrifying potential Xie Qianjue possesses, yet he remains shrouded in mystery. Xie Qianjue is nearly a hexagonal warrior, possessing the bloodline of the demon race, with a formidable physique. Simultaneously, he cultivates both Confucianism and martial arts to suppress the vitality of the demon blood within him. At the moment he fully unleashes his strength, the demon blood within him is of great significance and must not be easily revealed. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Qianjue explained, to which the Empress sighed softly. I understand. The Wu family. Brother, when will the Moonshadow Pavilion take action? Wu Zifu exclaimed, unable to contain his impatience. He sighed, in a couple of days. Once they arrive at the ancient nation of Shenhuang, the opportunity for assassination will be utterly lost. Eagerly, he added, let me go instead. In merely 3 breaths, I could eliminate him. Wu Tai-su cast a sidelong glance at him, responding with irritation. Have you forgotten my warning? We absolutely must not act. You must understand. If Xie Yun were to perish, chaos would undoubtedly ensue across the realm. When the Confucian sage emerges from seclusion, who could withstand his wrath? As the supreme sage of Confucianism, he comprehends the dreadfulness of a transcendent sage. As for Xie Qianjue, he is but a minor storm in comparison. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow oriole lies in wait. Do you comprehend this? Upon hearing this, Wu Zifu displayed an awkward expression, chuckling softly. I see now. Your foresight is truly admirable, brother. After a brief pause, he inquired again. Nonetheless, when will they truly make their move? A cold smile crept upon Wu Tai-su's lips as he replied, the governor of Qizhou, Bao Pengdao, is dead, and Xie Yun will arrive in Qizhou tomorrow. The weight of this revelation even struck Wu Zifu, the brash one, with the gravity of the situation. How did he die? Wu Tai-su's expression remained tranquil. How he died is of little consequence. What matters is, he died because of Xie Yun, and that is sufficient. At this revelation, Wu Zifu's face lit up with joy, unable to suppress his laughter. Excellent. Though Bao Weilin is more cunning than brave. How could he remain indifferent when his own son falls before an enemy? When the time comes, should Xie Yun pass through Qizhou, he will undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Qizhou governor. Coupled with the assassins from the Moonshadow Pavilion, his demise is a certainty, accompanied by merely 72 shadow guards. What can even the most skilled of allies do? The gold medal assassins of the Moonshadow Pavilion are not singular in number. Furthermore, the shadow guards rank only as the 4th tier of protectors, far from elite status, and they could easily perish beneath the hooves of 1,000 charging steeds. Wu Tai-su smiled enigmatically. Do you believe we are the only ones wishing for his demise? Wu Zifu seemed to recall something, his pupils quivering slightly. He exclaimed in shock, Brother, are you suggesting that individual will also take action? Wu Tai-su nodded. If not now, then when? This moment presents the optimal opportunity to subvert the authority of the Empress. In a chaotic blend of fish and dragons, one can thrive amidst the turmoil. The more the merrier. When faced with the righteous fury of the Confucian sage, we shall possess the strength to contend. Wu Zifu was elated, declaring with fervor, by tomorrow, Xie Yun is certain to meet his end. Young master, we will reach Qizhou in half a stick of incense. The wheels rolled on as Xia Chan surveyed the terrain, calculating the time, and spoke. Xie Yun nodded, a slight frown creasing his brow. Qizhou seemed somewhat familiar. A strong sense of foreboding stirred within him, as if something awaited him ahead. Xia Chan, filled with remorse, said, That day at the Bailu Academy, the one you crippled, Bao Pengtao, is indeed the son of the Qizhou governor. Xie Yun's eyes brightened as he recalled the incident. Indeed, it was true. However, even if he were to shatter Bao Pengtao's legs, as long as the governor of Qizhou is not a fool, he would not dare to act recklessly. The trivial matter of 2 legs in exchange for the wrath of the sage of Confucianism is hardly worth it. At that moment, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Xian entered, his expression grave, and reported, Young master, scouts ahead have brought news that Bao Pengtao is dead. Today marks his 7th day. Chapter 41. Entering the city of Qizhou. This night is anything but peaceful. Xie Yun fell silent for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Bao Pengtao had previously insulted Xia Chan and subsequently severed his legs as a form of punishment, yet he did not take his life. Why then is today significant as the 7th day of his death? Xiao Xian explained. His demeanor serious. Ever since Bao Pengtao had his legs broken and returned to Qizhou to recuperate, his father, Bao Weilin, gathered numerous rare herbs and treasures. Initially, all seemed well, But soon he became increasingly deranged, ultimately succumbing to his inner demons 7 days ago. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun inquired, "If he died from his inner demons, what relation does that bear to me? Is it permissible for Bao Pingtao to humiliate others, yet when faced with a formidable opponent, he is to be punished?" Xiao Xian spoke somberly. "If Bao Pingtao had died from ordinary inner demons, it would indeed have no bearing on you, young master. However, in his final moments, he called out your name. Xie Yun, is this fellow a homosexual? Even in death, he must linger on such thoughts. Yet, the truth remains that his death is indeed connected to him. Young master, perhaps we should take a detour," Xiao Xian said with concern. "For I have an ominous premonition about entering the city today." Xie Yun contemplated for a moment, then resolutely stated, "There is no need. We shall continue our journey northward along Qizhou, which directly leads to the ancient kingdom of Shenhuang. With only 1 day remaining until the commencement of the Shenhuang trials, any detour would render us incapable of arriving within the stipulated time. Qizhou is our sole option. Moreover, how could a scion of the Confucian sage and the son of the minister of rites of Dai Qian be compelled to take a detour by the governor of Qizhou? If word of this were to spread, it would be a source of ridicule. The offspring of the Xie family must not be inept." "Understood." Xiao Xian nodded gravely. He had no authority to decline the young master's command. Even if the path ahead were fraught with peril, it was the duty of the shadow guards to consider such matters. After 1,000 days of training soldiers, the moment of deployment had arrived. Even at the cost of their lives, they must ensure the young master's safe passage to the ancient kingdom of Shenhuang. With Xie Yun's command, the caravan advanced towards the gates of Qizhou City. In less than half an incense stick's time, they reached the city gates. Xie Yun presented his credentials and entered the city with ease. This time, he did not station the 72 shadow guards outside the gate. Instead, they accompanied him closely. Within the city, a palpable atmosphere of somberness and sorrow enveloped the surroundings. White banners adorned the streets, and paper money danced in the wind, resembling countless gray butterflies spiraling in the air. The sounds of weeping and wailing rose and fell, mingling with the mournful notes of the Swana, casting a heavy pall over the entire city. Today marked the 7th day of mourning for Bao Pingtao, and the citizens were steeped in grief, the air thick with an oppressive heaviness. A slight smirk played at the corner of Xie Yun's mouth as he let out a soft hum. This scene felt somewhat contrived. Xiao Xian quietly approached, lowering his voice. "Young master, I have observed multiple spies watching us. Should we take action to eliminate them?" Xie Yun maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, subtly surveying his surroundings. He was acutely aware that at this moment, Qi Prefecture was rife with undercurrents, and rash actions could lead to dire consequences. The best course of action was to remain unyielding amidst the chaos. No need. Killing them would serve no purpose. This is Qi Prefecture, not the capital. There is no shortage of such spies, and even the common folk on the streets could act as informants, monitoring our every move. "Then what shall we do next?" Xiao Xian inquired. "Let us find a suitable location, Xie Yun replied with a slight smile, casually stating, "Fish. Like Jiang Taigong fishing, those who are willing will take the bait." Within the residence of the prefect of Qi, white banners hung throughout the estate, and in the center of the morning hall stood the spirit tablet of Bao Pingtao, enveloped in swirling incense and flickering candlelight, casting shadows upon sorrowful faces. The servants bowed their heads in tears, moving hurriedly, as an oppressive gloom seemed to envelop the entire estate, rendering the air thick and heavy. To one side of the morning hall, a richly dressed woman dabbed at her tears with a silk handkerchief, her sighs incessant. Her brows conveyed a fierce defiance and resentment, and though her voice was low, it carried a sharp bitterness. "Bao Weilin, you are truly incompetent. You cannot even protect your own son. Yet you aspire to be a prefect." Her words, though softly spoken, were loud enough for those around to hear, steeped in indignation and mockery. Meanwhile, standing before the spirit tablet, Qi Prefecture's prefect Bao Weilin remained silent, resembling a stone statue. He appeared emaciated, his visage haggard, and his sunken eyes stared vacantly at his son's memorial tablet, seemingly impervious to the cacophony of weeping and reproach surrounding him. "I care not. You must avenge my son. He cannot have died in vain." The noblewoman glared fiercely at Lu Qingfeng, her persistence unyielding. "Is it a crime for my son to have humiliated a maid of the Xie family? What of it? The son of the illustrious governor of Qizhou should not be overshadowed by a mere servant girl. Such scum, my son could have countless if he wished. How dare he shatter my son's legs?" leaving him with a lingering torment that led to his untimely demise. I will not stand for it. If you do not seek vengeance, I shall dash myself against that pillar, causing you to lose both wife and child. With that, the noblewoman made a move toward a nearby pillar, only to halt just before impact. Not enough force. I shall try again. She bit her lip, hesitating momentarily, until the young man, adorned with an air of nobility, interjected, "Aunt, please do not act rashly. Father will find a way." The noblewoman glared at him, her expression ferocious, and pointed a finger in scorn. "Balshwanya, do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Now that your elder brother is gone, the vast family estate rests solely upon your shoulders, and you must be reveling in it. Spare me your feigned compassion. Begone." Despite the reprimand, the youth named Balshwanya did not retort, seemingly accustomed to the noblewoman's scorn. With a calm demeanor, he slightly bowed and replied, "Aunt, please take care of your health. Your elder brother in the afterlife would not wish for you to come to harm." Balshwanya, the half-brother of Bao Weilin, lacked any innate talent for cultivation. To the eyes of all, he was merely a good-for-nothing who could only bury himself in books, unable to cultivate the righteous aura of grandeur. Consequently, he was not favored within the Bao family, nor was he by his father. Bao Weilin's greater concern lay with Bao Pengtao, who, alas, was already deceased. Enough. At last. Bao Weilin could no longer tolerate the brazen behavior of the noblewoman and could not help but exclaim, "Do you think this official does not yearn for revenge? But what means do I possess to achieve it? Xie Yun is surrounded by formidable experts, and even if I were to mobilize the elite forces of the entire state, they would pale in comparison to his 72 shadow guards. Moreover, with just a single command, he could extinguish my life." The disparity in power was so vast that Bao Weilin dared not act recklessly. A glint of sharp brilliance flickered in Bao Xuan's keen eyes, and he leaned close to his father's ear, whispering softly. Upon hearing his words, Bao Weilin's body trembled violently, his expression one of disbelief. "Is this true?" Bao Xuanya nodded earnestly. "Indeed." After a pause, he let out a cold laugh and added, "Father, Xie Yun and his entourage have arrived in Qizhou City and are currently residing in Qingfeng Garden. Tonight presents the optimal opportunity." Chapter 42, Superior Cultivation Technique, Madman's Bloodthirsty Formula. As night fell, the expansive Qingfeng Garden appeared to be severed from the world, enveloped in an aura of tranquility. The moonlight flowed like water, cascading upon the bluestone path and casting dappled shadows, adding an air of mystery to the secluded courtyard. In the attic, Xie Yun sat gracefully upon an intricately carved wooden chair, his demeanor serene as he grasped a fishing rod, quietly observing the lake's surface, awaiting a bite. Beside him, the maid Xia Chan deftly poured tea, her movements skillful and respectful, her eyes reflecting warmth and attentiveness. However, the atmosphere within the attic was strikingly divergent on either side. To the left stood a sword-wielding woman, her posture erect, her countenance as frosty as the winter's chill, her gaze imbued with an unassailable nobility and coldness. To the right was the shadowy leader, Xiao Xian, emanating an aura of fierce vigilance, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, ever alert to the surroundings. The entire attic resembled a harmonious painting of motion and stillness, with Xie Yun at its center, poised and in command of the unfolding tableau. The reason for his stay at Qingfeng Courtyard was due to the fact that all inns in the city were fully booked that night, leaving only Qingfeng Courtyard with available accommodations. Such an obvious scheme was met with Xie Yun's calm consent, driven by two reasons. Firstly, there was no alternative. Only Qingfeng Courtyard remained, unless his party preferred to spend the night on the streets. For someone accustomed to opulent residences, a restful night's sleep was of utmost importance. Secondly, it was due to the system's mission. Mission triggered. The host's agreement to stay at Qingfeng Courtyard grants a random reward. Without hesitation, Xie Yun acquiesced, recognizing that rapid advancement and a qualitative leap could only be achieved through the powerful advantages provided by the system. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the superior martial art Bloodthirsty Madness technique. What an extraordinary acquisition. The Bloodthirsty Demon technique is an exceptionally formidable and perilous martial art, centered around the concept of enhancing one's vitality through the consumption of blood, thereby empowering the practitioner to grow increasingly formidable in combat. By absorbing the blood of foes or oneself, it transforms into a potent source of life force, significantly augmenting combat prowess in a short span. The longer the battle endures, the more blood absorbed, leading to continual enhancements in strength, speed, and recovery capabilities for the practitioner. However, this technique comes with both advantages and disadvantages. It imposes stringent demands on the practitioner's mental fortitude and physical constitution. A momentary lapse in control could plunge one into a frenzied state of bloodlust. Should the practitioner fail to regulate the quantity of blood consumed, they risk being overwhelmed by the malevolent energies within, potentially succumbing to madness or even exploding from within. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yun reached a resolution. Possessing the supreme constitution of sword-heart clarity, he is inherently more suited to the path of the sword. Currently, he is practicing the nine-heaven sword control technique, akin to simultaneously mastering two distinct arts, which could dilute his effectiveness. Moreover, the side effects of the bloodthirsty demon technique are exceedingly severe. Should he ever lose control, he could transform into a mindless beast, rendering him incapable of confronting himself. Thus, this technique is most appropriately tailored for the shadow guards, whose willpower inherently surpasses that of ordinary individuals, allowing them to practice it with remarkable efficiency. This may indeed be a method crafted specifically for them. The reason the Xie family shadow guards are ranked fourth in the world is precisely because their cultivation techniques lack prominence. Genuine secret manuals are unlikely to be leaked easily, resulting in a disparity among the various guards. Should the shadow guards collectively train in the bloodthirsty demon technique, their combat effectiveness would experience a monumental surge, potentially rivaling that of the esteemed Qianlong guards and Tianfeng guards. Once tonight has passed, the day of transformation for the shadow guards will arrive. At that moment, you shall forge the shadow guards into the most formidable protectors in the world. Quest activated. The host successfully survives tonight and receives a supreme golden pill. Xie Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. The supreme golden pill. Such a valuable treasure. A singular one possesses the power to unconditionally elevate his martial realm by an entire tier. After consuming 2 supreme golden pills in succession, he had remarkably advanced through the 8th rank of Qi refinement within the span of a month. Should he ingest another, he would ascend to the 7th rank of spirit refinement, merely a step away from the 6th rank of spirit gathering. At that juncture, with the Confucian 6th rank Junzi realm and the martial 6th rank spirit gathering realm, endowed with a clear sword heart and the cultivation of the 9-heaven sword control technique, he could achieve true invincibility within his realm, slaying foes beyond his level. To grow stronger, I must hasten my ascent. A gleam of determination flickered in Xie Yun's eyes as he pondered silently. Perhaps he indeed harbored the chance to contend for the title of trial champion. How long have you been following me? Xie Yun inquired, casting a glance at Feng Wei, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ever since he entered the Qingfeng courtyard, Feng Wei no longer concealed herself, revealing her presence. Since you departed from the capital, I have not left your side, Feng Wei replied candidly. She had been tasked by the Empress to ensure Xie Yun's safety and was not to reveal herself unless absolutely necessary. Given the precarious situation tonight, she had no choice but to appear to intimidate any lurking threats. I killed the governor of Taiyuan City. What was the Empress's reaction? Xie Yun sipped his tea, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Feng Wei succinctly responded, well done. Had you spared him, I would not have forgiven him either. The governor of Taiyuan has subjected the common people to unbearable oppression, committing heinous crimes that the heavens cannot overlook. As for my father, is he well? Xie Yun inquired with genuine concern. It has been several days since Lord Xie last attended the morning court, and his presence has been sorely missed. Feng Wei, having received intelligence, spoke slowly. Xie Yun nodded slightly, sensing that his father was concealing something from him. Do you think the magistrate will take action tonight? Xie Yun asked with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Wei nodded, asserting, it is likely. Xie Yun chuckled softly and teased. Dare to make a wager? What? Feng Wei raised an eyebrow, puzzled. I wager whether the magistrate dares to kill me. Xie Yun smirked lightly, saying, I bet he wouldn't dare to take my life. What do you say? Feng Wei scoffed softly, feeling that Xie Yun was somewhat naive. If it were solely the magistrate's faction, he indeed might refrain from acting. But if there are other forces involved, it would be difficult for the magistrate to resist temptation. Very well, I accept your challenge. Feng Wei, exuding confidence, asked, what if you lose? I shall submit to whatever fate befalls me. Xie Yun spread his hands. Then his gaze turned mischievous as he added, and you? I am the same, Feng Wei replied, a hint of crimson tinting her cheeks as she clenched her silver teeth, saying, if I lose, I shall submit to whatever fate befalls me. The esteemed leader of Feng Wei would still play this game. However, An inner turmoil began to stir within her. If Xie Yun were to win, would he? Forcefully. Feng Wei's thoughts grew increasingly muddled, and her face flushed deeper. In the next moment, darkness enveloped them, the night thick as ink. Two figures clad in dark black robes hovered in the void, their garments gently swaying in the night breeze, emanating an aura that struck fear into the heart. An overwhelming sense of terror enveloped the surroundings. Two fourth-tier martial arts masters. Feng Wei's face paled with dread as he gravely announced, "They have arrived." Chapter 43, Fourth-tier martial arts masters. The 24 celestial guards. What a grand display. Two fourth-tier martial arts experts are orchestrating an assassination against him simultaneously? He, merely a sixth-tier gentleman, pondered the identity of his attackers. The gold medal assassins of the Moonshadow Tower. Feng Wei immediately discerned the attire of the two robed figures, their faces obscured by masks. Yet their formidable fourth-tier energy was unmistakable. An immense pressure bore down on him, saturating the entire courtyard with a heavy atmosphere. If there were only one fourth-tier master, Feng Wei would feel confident in confronting him, but facing two at once left him feeling utterly powerless. Today, it seemed, he was in grave peril. "May I inquire as to your identities?" Xie Yun feigned calmness and tentatively asked, "If you are indeed hired to assassinate me, I could offer double the price. You must understand that I possess such resources." The robed figure coldly snorted, "Enough with your prattle. There is no need for so many words from a dead man." Xie Yun. He believed he had been quite courteous, only to find himself met with indifference. "There is no need for further discussion, my lord." Feng Wei interjected, "They are the gold medal assassins of the Shadow Tower, loyal solely to their master, and it is impossible for them to betray their mission at this juncture." Xie Yun was taken aback, surprised by their evident professionalism. Yet he could not help but wonder if they could exercise a modicum of restraint during an assassination attempt against him. With only one fourth-tier guardian, he could stand a chance. The man in the dark robe sensed the surrounding silence, the only threat being the woman in red. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he turned to his companion and declared, "I shall confront that woman. You handle the task. Let us conclude this swiftly." The mission, of course, was to sever Xie Yun's head and bring it back. With that, the man in dark robes surged forth like a wraith, wielding his 9-section whip, which sliced through the air with a sharp arc. The whip's shadow moved like a serpent, accompanied by a sound that pierced the void, striking fiercely at the Phoenix Guard. As the whip approached, the air seemed to rend, emitting a piercing shriek. Unfazed, the Phoenix Guard retaliated, drawing swords and knives, their cold gleam flashing as they met the assault of the 9-section whip head-on. The clash of their weapons erupted in a deafening roar, waves of force surging forth, dust swirling, as the very heavens trembled in response to this fierce battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gold-clad assassin slowly licked the blade, a bloodthirsty glint gleaming in his eyes. His gaze, akin to a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Xie Yun, the murderous intent radiating from him like a palpable aura. The blade shimmered with a chilling light under the moon's glow, instilling a sense of dread. "Boy, though killing you may be dishonorable and a breach of professional ethics, your identity is too exceptional, prompting the deployment of 2 gold assassins. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. If 2 gold assassins cannot eliminate their target, then our existence bears no significance." In an instant, the blade's light surged forth, laden with an icy aura. At this critical juncture of life and death, Xiao Xian stepped forward, his figure resembling an immovable mountain, shielding Xie Yun. He held the blade, its edge pointed directly at the assassin, speaking coldly, "If you wish to harm my young master, you must first tread over my corpse." Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled like lightning, his internal energy surging like a tempest, his aura suddenly escalating, unleashing the full force of his 5th-tier peak cultivation. The assassin, with a sneer and a momentary pause, looked on with disdain. A mere 5th-tier dares to boast, truly unaware of his own mortality. Simultaneously, a glint of cold light flashed in his hand, a blade imbued with lethal intent quietly unsheathed, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. Yet Xiao Xian showed no fear, his momentum rising. "What of the 5th tier? Should you dare to touch my young master, even if you were a sword immortal, I would not hesitate to slay you." Though the assassin spoke with contempt, he could not afford to be careless. As the two clashed, a tempest of energy erupted, shattering the surrounding trees and stones, dust swirling. Despite his slightly inferior realm, Xiao Xian fought with an indomitable spirit, recklessly disregarding his life in a manner that surprisingly established a semblance of parity. The assassin, taken aback, thought, this lad possesses such formidable combat strength. However, the fifth-tier peak ultimately could not contend with the fourth tier. It would only take a moment for Xiao Xian's internal energy to be exhausted, presenting an opportunity for slaughter. Xie Yun remained steadfast as a mountain, his gaze sharp, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. In his hand, he subtly gripped something, seemingly poised to erupt at any moment. In an instant, the once tranquil lake surface surged violently. A colossal wave soaring into the sky, splashing water like a silver dragon taking flight, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. Amidst the tumultuous waves, 24 dark figures emerged from the depths, clad in flowing black robes, their faces as stern as frost. Brandishing glinting blades aimed directly at Xie Yun in the center of the fishing platform. Their movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times, exuding an aura of lethal intent that pierced the heart. At this critical moment, 72 figures suddenly emerged from the shadows surrounding the lake shore, appearing as silently as phantoms. They swiftly surrounded Xie Yun, forming an impregnable line of defense. The leading shadow guard issued a low command: protect the young master. With 24 against 72, the shadow guards held the numerical advantage, yet Xie Yun furrowed his brow, revealing a grave expression. They were not ordinary assassins. Faced with the calm demeanor of the shadow guards, they could effortlessly handle multiple opponents. It is essential to note that the shadow guards were ranked fourth among the world's protectors, and typical assassins could never be their match, let alone in a one versus many scenario. Unless, of course, they were also. In the Jianzhou royal residence, within the study, a middle-aged man surveyed the battle report presented to him, a cold smile of assured victory curling at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. This time, Xie Yun was undoubtedly doomed. 2 fourth-tier martial arts experts, along with 24 Tianqiong guards, all masters of the 6th tier, were more than sufficient to confront the 72 shadow guards surrounding Xie Yun. As long as they delayed for a moment, assistance would surely arrive. At that point, not only would they easily eliminate Xie Yun, but they could also absolve themselves of any suspicion. Father, is there still something lacking? Inquired the youth beside him, clad in luxurious robes. Bai Yuan, the eldest son of the Prince of Jin, was a figure rarely mentioned in reports, for he concealed himself deeply. The prince regarded his son with admiration. The boy possessed profound cunning and a fierce disposition, reminiscent of his own youth. It was once lacking, but now the timing is quite sufficient. Should it be solely the family of the governor of Qizhou, it would be a challenge to withstand. However, with the presence of 2 fourth-tier martial artists, alongside 24 celestial guardians to assist, the opportunity to exact vengeance, an opportunity bestowed without cost, is singular. I firmly believe he shall not let it slip away. Bai Yuan, with his frigid gaze, slightly nodded and spoke sternly. Father, regardless of the outcome this evening, the 24 celestial guardians dispatched must perish. Only in this manner can we sever ties with the Prince of Jin. The Prince of Jin was momentarily taken aback, but soon revealed a satisfied smile. Nodding in agreement. Very well, let it be as you wish, Your Honor. Tonight, even if Xie Yun does not die, he must meet his end. Chapter 44. The Turnaround? Guardians, heed my command. Protect young Master Xie. In the governor's residence, the expression of Lord Bao Weilin was grave, his eyes betraying profound concern as he paced restlessly in the parlor, letting out a deep sigh. Father, the nemesis of our elder brother, Xie Yun, has already taken residence in Qingfeng courtyard within the city. His second son, Bao Shuanya, remained impassive, his demeanor calm as he remarked. The scouts dispatched from the front have reported that there are now 2 fourth-tier martial experts and 24 elite assassins. They are more than capable of handling the 72 shadow guards. If we do not act now, when shall we? This. Bao Weilin inhaled deeply, voicing his apprehensions. Xie Yun is, after all, a descendant of the contemporary Confucian sage and the son of a high-ranking minister in the court. If I were to kill him, the consequences would be dire. Losing my official position would be the least of my punishments. My very life could be at stake. He longed for vengeance, for how could one remain unmoved in the face of such a grievous wrong? Moreover, he was the son he held in the highest regard. Yet, the significance of Xie Yun's identity was far too great. The forces entangled with him ran too deep, where a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Unless absolutely necessary, Bao Weilin wished to avoid a fatal confrontation. Father, do you believe we can escape this evening? Bao Xuanye inquired, his gaze sharp and his tone heavy. Even if we refrain from taking action tonight, should Xie Yun perish within the confines of Qizhou, we would inevitably be implicated. Who would believe that the governor of Qizhou did not lend his covert support? Presently, there exist 2 fourth-tier martial artists and 24 elite assassins, matched against 72 shadow guards without losing ground. Can you fathom the powers that lie behind them? Those who desire Xie Yun's demise extend beyond the governor of Qizhou. There are others who yearn for his end, lurking just beneath the surface. Should Xie Yun fall, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within the Xie family, and the entire Deqian dynasty shall tremble. With the Xie family unable to safeguard themselves, how could they seek vengeance upon us? With a sudden thud, Bao Xuanye knelt on one knee, clasping his hands and speaking with gravity. Father, this night we cannot evade our fate. Why must we act like a timid turtle, to be looked down upon by others? Eldest brother is gone, and the rightness or wrongness of it requires no explanation. We must seek retribution. A tremor coursed through Bao Weilin's body, and a glimmer of satisfaction shone in his profound gaze. Unable to suppress his emotions, he gently patted his younger son's shoulder and murmured, I never anticipated you would care so deeply for your elder brother's death. I had thought you would be relieved. I have underestimated you. In the past, Bao Pengtao often took advantage of his elder brother's status to bully Bao Xuanye, as they were not born of the same mother, and their relationship was not particularly intimate. Very well. Immediately, Bao Weilin waved his hand decisively and gritted his teeth, saying, Summon thousands of elite soldiers to Qifeng Garden to avenge my son. At this moment, he had finally made up his mind. Xie Yun must perish. Since he could not escape the blame for the assassination of Xie Yun, why not make it a certainty? Father, allow me to handle this matter. Bao Xuanye stepped forward and explained, If I fail, you can shift all the responsibility onto me. I will have stolen your military token and taken troops to avenge my brother, thus placing no burden on you. Upon hearing this, Bao Weilin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Deeply moved, he had not anticipated that Bao Xuanye would consider things so thoroughly. Not only was he willing to go to any lengths for vengeance, but he also wished to shoulder the entire responsibility himself. Xuanye, I have neglected your feelings in the past. From now on, you shall be my most cherished son, the sole heir to the Bao family. After saying this, he waved his hand, and 2 figures emerged from the shadows, exuding a faint yet intimidating presence that sent chills down the spine. These 2 are our family's secret weapons, the left and right protectors, Bao Weilin explained. Both are at the 5th rank of the returning Void Realm, their combat prowess being evenly matched. From now on, your task is to protect Xuanye. He is the hope for our family's future. The 2 nodded and respectfully bowed to Bao Xuanye. Greetings, young master. A subtle smirk unfurled at the corner of Bao Xuanye's mouth, only to be swiftly replaced by a fade of surprise as he exclaimed, Father, you mustn't. The 2 guardians are your personal protectors. How could they be entrusted to me? The 2 5th-grade returning Void Realm warriors appeared to ordinary mortals as if they were celestial beings. It is worth noting that even the leader of the Shadow Guard is merely a 5th-grade returning Void Realm warrior. Bao Weilin waved his hand dismissively, sighing softly. It matters not. I have grown old. The day of my demise is inevitable, and you are the true hope for the future of the Bao family. It is only by entrusting them to you that I can find peace. Tears streamed down Bao Xuanye's face as he accepted this heavy responsibility, declaring, I shall not fail your expectations, father. He emphasized the last 2 words with great intensity. Bao Weilin nodded and urged, Hurry, time is of the essence. With a bow, Bao Xuanye rallied thousands of elite soldiers and surged towards Qingfeng Courtyard with great momentum. At that moment, the battle at Qingfeng Courtyard had escalated into a fierce confrontation. The Phoenix Guards fought desperately, while the golden-clad assassins gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Their expressions contorted with rage as one roared, Second brother, why do you hesitate? Kill him and complete the mission swiftly. On the other side, the token assassin was being held back by Xiao Xian. Although he maintained the upper hand, he could not break free and could only keep his opponent firmly suppressed. This individual was expending his vital essence to protect his master, determined to endure a little longer. Xiao Xian, at the pinnacle of the 5th grade, was forced to consume his internal essence to contend with the 4th grade powerhouse. The vital essence was the last resort of a warrior, a sacrifice made only with the intention of mutual destruction in mind. It is evident that Xiao Xian, driven to desperation, had no choice but to resort to such measures. Even in death, he preferred to perish in front of the young master. As for the clash between the shadow guards and the assassins, both sides suffered grievous losses, with nearly half of their numbers falling. The shadow guards fought valiantly, determined to prevent the assassins from advancing a single step closer to Xie Yun. If they wished to slay the young master, they would first have to eliminate me. Damn those wretches. Let them all die. The shadow guards, driven into a frenzy, surged with an escalating ferocity. Xie Yun gripped tightly the object in his hand, wavering on whether to employ it. At this moment, they had not yet reached the brink of despair. The final fish had yet to be hooked. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, the sound of galloping hooves drawing ever nearer. In the next instant, thousands of elite soldiers poured into Qingfeng courtyard like a tidal wave, their armor clanging, and the glint of blades reflecting their steely visages. The thunderous battle cries reverberated throughout the courtyard, as if attempting to rend the very heavens asunder. Kill the golden-clad assassins. Witnessing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace their lips, revealing a hint of barely concealed delight. They had finally arrived. The ultimate task of slaying Xie Yun should rightfully fall to the governor of Qizhou, a conclusion most exquisite. The Phoenix Guards, with worry etched on Xiao Xian's face, felt the blood and energy within him surge violently, yearning to conclude the battle swiftly and return to Xie Yun's side. Otherwise, in mere moments, the thousands of elite soldiers could turn Xie Yun into mere pulp. Xie Yun snorted coldly, bracing himself for a desperate struggle. However, to his surprise, the leader bore a striking resemblance to Bao Pingtao. He strode directly before Xie Yun, bowed deeply, and respectfully spoke. Young Master Xie, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Having spoken, without waiting for Xie Yun's reaction, he waved his hand and commanded in a deep voice. All soldiers, heed my order. Immediately eliminate the assassins. Protect young Master Xie. Guardians, obey my command. Slay them. Chapter 45. The struggle for the heir, as it has always been. You worthless fool. You have utterly disgraced the Bao family. His meridians blocked. He was unable to cultivate and would remain an ordinary man for the rest of his life. You are unworthy of being my brother. Do not dare to claim you are a scion of the Bao family in front of outsiders. From childhood, Bao Pingtao had relentlessly humiliated and bullied Bao Xuanya. Though he was the second young master of the Bao family, his blocked meridians rendered him incapable of cultivation, reducing him to a mere wastrel, and as a result, his mother also suffered, facing exclusion at every turn. Upon hearing that Bao Pingtao had his legs broken, Bao Xuanya surprisingly burst into a wild laugh. He felt no pity whatsoever and even harbored gratitude towards the yet unmet Xie Yun. Otherwise, he would have to endure Bao Pingtao's humiliation for a lifetime, becoming even less than a dog. Yet this wretched creature dared to insult him even with broken legs. Wastrel, even if my legs are broken, the Bao family is still mine. You shall not covet it. Bao Pingtao spat out the word wastrel without a trace of fraternal affection in his eyes. In that moment, Bao Xuanya made a resolute decision. On that cold, rainy night, the chilling wind carried the rain, pattering against the window panes with a faint crackling sound. The night was as dark as ink. Heavy clouds obscured the moonlight, and only the occasional lightning that split the sky was accompanied by rumbling thunder, sending shivers down one's spine. Bao Xuanya quietly pushed open the door to Bao Pingtao's chamber, his footsteps so light they were nearly inaudible. The room lay shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by the flickering flame of a solitary candle at the bedside, casting a soft glow upon the slumbering visage of Bao Pingtao. Bao Xuanya stood at the edge of the bed, tightly clutching a pitch-black elixir, the fabled Qianhuan magic pill. He leaned down, gently prying open Bao Pingtao's lips, and deftly inserted the pill into his mouth. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing Bao Xuanya's countenance, which, once marked by gentility, now contorted into a semblance of savagery, his eyes ablaze with madness and avarice. Such is the nature of rivalry among heirs. 3 days hence, Bao Pingtao succumbed to the torment of his inner demons. In the hall of mourning, Bao Xuanya was consumed by grief, while the world extolled the profound bond between the brothers, evoking deep emotion. Guardians, take heed, eliminate the assassin, Bao Xuanya commanded. Gesturing towards a fourth-ranked golden-clad killer not far away, his voice resolute. Upon hearing this, thousands of elite soldiers surged forth onto the battlefield, their long spears thrusting decisively at the cloaked assassin. With hundreds coordinating their efforts, bolstered by the assistance of the shadow guards, they swiftly gained the upper hand. Brother, which road do you tread? Thank you for your assistance. The shadow guards, emboldened by the elite soldier's support, eagerly inquired. The soldier replied, "Ji Prefecture's governor." The shadow guards were taken aback. They began to doubt whether the elite soldiers had misidentified their target. The guardians were aware that Bao Weilin's true intention was to aid the assassin in the assassination of Xie Yun, leaving them momentarily stunned and perplexed. They questioned, "Young Master Xuanya, have you erred? Our target should indeed be Xie Yun." Xie Yun, standing nearby, nodded in affirmation, confirming their assertion. Unexpectedly, Bao Xuanya's expression remained impassive, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he declared, "When one is outside, the imperial command is not to be obeyed. Now that your father has entrusted you to me, you shall heed my orders. I command you to assist young Master Xie's guards in eliminating the fourth-grade assassin. Hasten your actions." After a brief moment of hesitation, the left and right protectors acquiesced to Bao Xuanya's command, their bodies radiating the potent aura of fifth-grade mastery as they surged towards the fourth-grade assassin. "You little thief, prepare to meet your end." The assassin, witnessing the two protectors charging towards him, initially believed they were there to aid him in vanquishing Xiao Xian. He then laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Dog-like guards, your demise is at hand. With the assistance of two fifth-grade masters, it will take mere moments to subdue Xiao Xian." The two guardians, their forms flickering like lightning, exuded a calm yet formidable presence, the pressure of their fifth-grade prowess enveloping the surroundings in an instant. The left protector unleashed a fierce gust, akin to a tempest, targeting the assassin's left flank, while the right protector's fist struck with the force of thunder, aiming for the assassin's right side. Their assault was both swift and impeccably coordinated. Before the assassin could react, he found himself ensnared by two overwhelming forces, plunging into a dire predicament. "What the hell? You?" This scene left even Xiao Xian bewildered. Aren't they here to kill me? Do they have a problem with their eyesight? Nevertheless, Xiao Xian could not allow the opportunity to eliminate the assassin to slip away. Instantly, his aura surged to its zenith, the blade in his hand humming with a chilling radiance. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xian darted forward like a wraith, the glimmer of his blade slicing through the air, imbued with an unparalleled ferocity, aimed directly at the assassin's throat. Before the assassin could react, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, blood gushed forth, and his body collapsed with a thunderous crash. In that fleeting moment before death, he could not comprehend why his comrades had turned against him. Had they lost their minds? Witnessing his companion being slain, the last remaining assassin panicked and attempted to flee swiftly, yet the Phoenix Guards afforded him no opportunity to escape. When Feng Xiaoxian and the others arrived to provide support, they executed their task with ruthless efficiency. Thus, two fourth-tier martial arts masters perished, while 3 out of the 24 black-cloaked assassins managed to escape, leaving the remaining 21 to be systematically eliminated. The crisis was averted. Inside the Qingfeng courtyard, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground, the air thick with the stench of death. Xiao Xian remained vigilant, closely observing Bao Xuanya, concerned that he might deceive the young master. For the true peril still lay ahead. The Phoenix Guards were equally watchful, their gaze fixed unwaveringly on Bao Xuanya, ready to strike should he make any move. Xie Yun, too, found himself perplexed by Bao Xuanya's intentions. With tens of thousands of elite troops and 2 fifth-tier masters, they certainly had the means to eliminate him. Yet they directed their blades against the assassins who had harmed him. Was this not a reversal of the heavens? "Young Master Xie, I have long admired your reputation," Bao Xuanya said, completing his actions with a satisfied nod, bowing once more with a benevolent smile as he spoke softly, "A mere trifle, not worthy of respect." Xie Yun fell silent for a moment before responding. "I must remind you that I was the one who severed your brother's legs. Although I did not personally carry out the act, it is not entirely unrelated to you. If it were not for Bao Pintao's severed limbs, he would not have returned to Qizhou, ultimately succumbing to the demons within." Bao Xuanya bowed once more, solemnly expressing, "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, esteemed sir. If you do not mind, I would be honored to follow you in the future." Xie Yun, Feng Wei, Xiao Xian, pray tell, does this make sense? I have harmed your brother, yet you express gratitude. This young man possesses boundless potential. In that singular statement, Xie Yun comprehended the true motive behind Bao Xuanya's assistance. It appears that, like him, Bao Xuanya was ensnared in a feudal script. However, lacking the protection of his elder brother or a system to defy fate, he could only endure the humiliation. The moment he finds the opportunity, he will surely rise in triumph. And he, indeed, is the benefactor of Bao Xuanya. What would you like to do next? Bao Xuanya articulated each word with intention. I humbly request your assistance in seizing control of the Bao family. In time, the warriors of the Bao family shall heed your command. Chapter 46. The Minister of Rights of the Deqian Empire, Xie Yun's father, comes to seek guidance. Bao Xuanya presented his pledge of loyalty, aiding Xie Yun in vanquishing the assassin. He had no grounds for refusal. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Bao Xuanya, eager to serve Xie Yun, naturally could not be turned away. Following this, the two engaged in a profound exchange. With Bao Xuanya articulating his respect for Xie Yun, his eyes filled with reverence, expressing his willingness to follow Xie Yun's lead henceforth. Xie Yun outwardly acquiesced, yet inwardly recognized the depths of Bao Xuanya's cunning and ruthlessness. Should he truly become an ally, he would undoubtedly provide the foundation for future endeavors in the world. The tome titled The Transformation of the Body into Celestial Mysteries serves as the cultivation technique for the Shadow Guards. Observing your command over a formidable army of thousands, I perceive the opportunity to have them cultivate simultaneously. Should any exhibit exceptional talent, we could assemble a remarkably powerful force. Xie Yun presented a manual of techniques, causing Bao Xuanya's pupils to widen in disbelief as he exclaimed, Master Xie. No, Lord Xie, are you truly willing to bestow this upon me? He had heard of the transformation of the body into celestial mysteries before. It is the ancestral practice of the Xie family. The very technique through which the fourth rank of Shadow Guards cultivates, endowing them with unparalleled combat prowess. If he could also forge such a fierce and elite battalion, even without personal cultivation, what of it? He could still emerge as a formidable adversary in the realm of martial arts. Of course, having chosen to follow me, you shall not be treated poorly, Xie Yun stated calmly, as if the reward he offered was trivial. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Tiger Bin Army. After a moment of contemplation, he proclaimed with solemnity, when the tiger roars, mountains and rivers tremble. With bravery that shakes the heavens, wherever the banners point, all foes shall be vanquished. Upon the utterance of these words, silence enveloped the gathering. The thousands of elite soldiers gazed at the youthful figure before them, their hearts ablaze with fervor. A single slogan was sufficient to inspire their unwavering loyalty. With a technique granted, a name bestowed, and a rallying cry given, how could their treatment be anything less than splendid under such a master? The soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resounding through the air. When the tiger roars, mountains and rivers tremble. With bravery that shakes the heavens, wherever the banners point, all foes shall be vanquished. Master Xie, this profound kindness cannot be repaid. Henceforth, I shall toil like an ox or horse at your command. Bao Xuanya reverently clasped his hands in salute. He was utterly astonished by Xie Yun's demeanor. Could this truly be the most notorious scion of the capital? Such formidable presence could only belong to an extraordinary individual. It seems he has indeed placed his bet wisely this time. Since he could not cultivate himself, aligning with a master of such renown would be an admirable choice. Excellent. This is precisely the affirmation I awaited. Xie Yun patted Bao Xuanya's shoulder, revealing a satisfied smile. I am eagerly anticipating your transformation of the Tiger Bin Army. Bao Xuanya felt a surge of passion. He had never experienced such recognition before. His brother had derided him as useless, and even his father held him in contempt. Now, encountering a wise leader, he felt immense gratitude. After bidding farewell to Bao Xuanya, he resolved to reclaim all that rightfully belonged to him. Xiao Xian, with concern, remarked, Young master, you truly entrusted him with the refining body heavenly transformation? That is the cultivation technique of our Shadow Guards. If in the future, the Shadow Guards had risen to be the fourth most formidable protectors in the realm, largely due to the refining body heavenly transformation, it seems rather unwise to relinquish their treasured skill. Xie Yun inquired, what was the toll of this battle on our Shadow Guards? Xiao Xian lowered his head, inhaling deeply before replying. Those 24 black-clad assassins were not mere guards. They held their own against several Shadow Guards, and were likely. He hesitated to continue, as the implications were significant. This group was exceedingly cautious, each one possessing bone-melting pills, which, upon death, would be swiftly ingested, leaving no trace but a puddle of putrid fluid. We are at a loss as to how to uncover their identities. This time, only 28 of us remain, while the other 44 brothers have met their demise. As he spoke, Xiao Xian's expression revealed his unwillingness, his face twisting into a more ferocious grimace. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. Despite facing 3 adversaries alone without faltering, he acknowledged that his skills were insufficient. They could only exchange lives to barely secure a kill. Such occurrences shall not transpire again from this moment forth. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun promptly retrieved the esteemed martial arts manual, Bloodthirsty Demonic Technique, from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Xian, continuing, "From now on, the remaining 28 Shadow Guards shall be renamed as the Heavenly Xian Guards." Practicing the Bloodthirsty Demonic Technique, these brothers have stood by him through thick and thin, sharing life and death. Xie Yun certainly could not treat them unjustly. The stronger the Heavenly Xian Guards became, the more confidence Xie Yun would possess. Xiao Xian gazed at the bloodthirsty demonic technique in his hands, his body suddenly shuddering, his pupils dilating in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, his breath grew increasingly rapid, as his eyes swiftly scanned the pages. The initial shock was gradually supplanted by an indescribable awe. This was a martial art he had never encountered before, dominant and fierce, as if it could devour everything. This technique, Xiao Xian murmured, his voice trembling slightly. He could sense that the bloodthirsty demonic technique was far from ordinary. Such a powerful technique, if he could comprehend it thoroughly, would undoubtedly propel his strength to unprecedented heights, perhaps even to a realm hitherto unattainable. He was but a step away from reaching the 4th grade, returning to purity realm. Had he broken through earlier, he would not have found himself in such a passive position tonight. At that time, the Shadow Guards would also undergo a transformation, evolving into the true Heavenly Xian Guards, rivaling the foremost protectors of the realm. At this moment, he finally comprehended why the young master so readily relinquished the refining body heavenly transformation. With the acquisition of the mad demon bloodthirst technique, the former seemed utterly trivial. Young master, Xiao Xian's gaze was heavy, and his heart was unable to articulate the emotions he felt at this moment. Between us, there is no need for words. He had witnessed Xiao Xian's unwavering commitment to protect him with his life and offered solace. The troubles have been resolved. I shall take my leave to rest, and we will arrive at Jinling City by tomorrow, spoke Feng Wei. Xie Yun inquired with concern, "How are your injuries?" Feng Wei replied softly, "No harm done. A 4th-tier cultivator cannot inflict significant damage upon me. If more time had elapsed, it would have been he who faced demise, but I cannot afford to wait that long." Her cultivation method was suited for prolonged combat, lacking in explosive power. Xie Yun slightly bowed, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Feng, for standing by me through life and death." Feng Wei paused momentarily, murmuring to herself about such a phrase being overly ambiguous. Nevertheless, she clarified, "I have pledged to the Empress to ensure your safety. Even at the cost of my life, I would never allow you to perish." Xie Yun's body stirred slightly. The Empress truly cares for him so deeply? In the Moonshadow Pavilion, a statue in the main hall suddenly opened its eyes, sensing an overwhelming aura surging forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire edifice. The energy was sharp as a blade, as if the very pressure of heaven and earth coalesced within, leaving one's spirit trembling. His gaze fixated ahead, his heart filled with uncertainty. This aura is utterly terrifying. Could it be the Grand Elder of one of the top 3 sects? Or perhaps a reclusive sect master has come to visit. But what business would such a person have with him at Moonshadow Pavilion? As thoughts swirled, the host of the Moonshadow Pavilion dared not linger, promptly revealing his true form. He clasped his hands in salute, his voice steady yet betraying a hint of anxiety. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, who you are and the purpose of your sudden visit to my humble establishment?" Before him, a figure emerged slowly, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the air suffocating, an imposing presence akin to a mountain collapsing. It was none other than the Minister of Rites of the Great Qian Kingdom, the father of Xie Yun, here to seek guidance. Chapter 47, Xie Qinjue, a pinnacle of the 3rd rank. Moments later, Xie Qinjue descended like a fierce tiger unleashed, his fists cutting through the air with a howling ferocity. Each strike imbued with the power to rend mountains and shatter stones. Although the host of the Moonshadow Pavilion also stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, he found himself retreating under Xie Qinjue's relentless onslaught, his breath growing increasingly feeble. Every technique he employed was effortlessly countered by Xie Qinjue, rendering his attacks as futile as marionettes before an impenetrable defense. The host's complexion turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he barely maintained his stance. His voice trembling as he pleaded for mercy. "Brother Xie, please show restraint. I concede. Yet, a glint of coldness flickered in Xie Qianjue's eyes, devoid of compassion. His aura radiating a chilling terror reminiscent of an abyss, seemingly freezing the very air around them. In that instant, Xie Qianjue's presence surged dramatically, his aura even hinting at the might of the second rank's harmonization realm, causing the world to shift in hue. His fist swung forth like a tempest unleashed, each strike carrying the destructive force capable of obliterating all in its path. The air tore apart with a deafening roar as the host of the Moonshadow Pavilion scarcely had time to react, managing only to raise his arms in a feeble defense. However, the torrent of Xie Qianjue's power surged down upon him like a deluge, instantly shattering his defenses. Bang, bang, bang. A fist, akin to thunder, crashed upon the master of the Moonshadow Pavilion, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. His body was sent sprawling like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurting from his mouth, his breath faint to the point of near extinction. Brother Xie, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. At this moment, the master of the Moonshadow Pavilion found himself utterly unable to resist, confronted by a figure that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell. He could only huddle on the ground, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Damn it! Isn't it said that Xie Qianjue is merely at the 5th rank of martial arts? Even a mere bronze-ranked assassin could contend with him. Who would have known? Xie Qianjue's strength is so terrifying, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd rank of indestructibility. What does this signify? It is essential to understand that there are distinctions between ranks, categorized into early, mid, late, and pinnacle stages. Even a minor difference in rank creates an insurmountable chasm. To cultivate to the pinnacle of the 3rd rank is to possess an unparalleled combat prowess in this world. One individual is sufficient to instill fear in an entire city. The master of the Moonshadow Pavilion himself is a prime example, having established the world's foremost assassination organization through his mastery at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, standing unyielding. Whenever he intervenes, his victory rate remains at an astounding 100%. Few in the world can claim triumph over him, save for the sage of the Xie family, the holy king of the divine phoenix, or the empress of the great Qian, the leaders of the 3 supreme sects, alongside a select few deeply concealed ancient beings. He is invincible across the realm. Yet, ironically, the Xie family boasts more than one capable of subduing him. Blast it! A generation's sage, a 2nd generation at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, and a 3rd generation unparalleled prodigy. What is this madness? The master of the Moonshadow Pavilion felt his resolve shatter. He deeply regretted his earlier decision, entranced by the prospect of accepting Wu Taishu's assassination assignment. Not only has he lost 2 elite assassins, significantly diminishing his combat prowess, but as the leader of the Moonshadow Pavilion, he has also endured a severe beating. Fortunately, this incident has not been made public. Brother Xie, although I was the one who initially erred, I have borne the consequences. I humbly ask for your mercy. At this moment, the leader of the Moonshadow Pavilion has lost the imposing authority of a ruler among assassins, displaying an ingratiating expression and pleading pitifully for leniency. He is genuinely frightened now. However, being defeated by Xie Qianjue is not shameful. In fact, he can faintly sense that Xie Qianjue's true strength surpasses what has been revealed, as he has concealed a portion of his combat abilities. If he were to unleash his full power, the leader would not withstand even a moment. It can be said that Xie Qianjue has shown restraint, merely venting his frustrations, delivering a severe beating to instill a lesson. Xie Qianjue gazed at him with an impassive expression, his eyes icy, and spoke in a low voice. If I hear of Yunner's demise today, you would already be a corpse. The leader of the Moonshadow Pavilion trembled, a wave of dread washing over him. He was fortunate. Fortunate that the 2 elite assassins were the least accomplished in the organization and failed to complete their assassination mission. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have met his end today. He felt the need to express his gratitude for the mercy shown. Having been beaten, the leader still found himself thanking his adversary, a source of internal frustration. Yet he had no recourse. Xie Qianjue snorted coldly, from this day forth, I do not wish to hear any further news of the Moonshadow Pavilion attempting to assassinate the direct descendants of the Xie family. Otherwise, next time, it will not be so easy. The leader of the Moonshadow Pavilion understood the terror of Xie Qianjue all too well. Next time, it would likely mean the demise of all involved, with not a single assassin escaping. Even a fool would not dare to continue targeting the Xie family's offspring. Was this not akin to courting death? I shall remember this. Upon hearing this, Xie Qianjue's fury gradually subsided, and his imposing aura swiftly diminished, soon returning to the fifth-tier realm. The owner of the Moon Shadow Pavilion stood in astonishment. What does it mean to play the pig to eat the tiger? This is truly the epitome of such a tactic. A peak third-tier cultivator masquerading as one of mid-fifth tier. Please, take your leave without seeing me off. The pavilion master said with a wry smile, filled with resignation. Xie Qianjue cast a sidelong glance at him, subtly threatening. Where did your injuries come from? Of course, it was you. Before he could finish his words, he felt that heavy aura once more, causing the pavilion master's expression to change dramatically. He quickly recovered, explaining, I was merely cultivating and accidentally injured myself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Xie Qianjue nodded in satisfaction. Good. In truth, he wished to strike him a few more times, but the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of his demonic energy being exposed. He had merely a stick of incense's worth of time to unleash the peak of the third-tier realm. Seeing Xie Qianjue finally depart, the Moon Shadow Pavilion Master felt a wave of relief wash over him, his complexion growing increasingly pale. After taking a deep breath, he lamented, what a monstrous talent. This transaction has resulted in a significant loss, and I have inadvertently attracted a god of slaughter. All of this trouble was brought upon by Wu Tai-su. Just as he finished his thought, Wu Tai-su re-entered the Moon Shadow Pavilion, hurrying along, his robes fluttering, a hint of urgency etched across his brow. However, upon lifting his gaze to behold the pavilion master's bruised and battered visage, his steps came to an abrupt halt, astonishment and confusion flickering in his eyes. He furrowed his brow slightly, his voice low and hurried. Pavilion Master, what has transpired? Who dares to lay a hand on you? The master of the Moon Shadow Pavilion cast a glance at Wu Tai-su, his eyes filled with resentment and coldness. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wished to utter something, but ultimately, he merely offered a cold smile, laced with a hint of sarcasm and self-mockery. It's of my own making. Wu Tai-su. He clearly did not believe it, yet he had no evidence. Few could inflict such a state upon a peak third-tier expert. Yet they had no reason to strike against the master of the Moon Shadow Pavilion. If not, only one explanation remained. He truly had brought this upon himself. Nonetheless, Wu Tai-su had pressing matters at hand. He hastily extended his hand to reveal a spatial ring, declaring, inside, there are the items I promised you last time, along with some new gifts that may pique your interest. The master of the Moon Shadow Pavilion immediately became wary, his brow furrowing slightly. What is the purpose of this? Wu Tai-su replied in a low voice. The assassination plan against Xie Yun has failed, and I wish to request the Moon Shadow Pavilion's assistance once more. As long as Xie Yun has not reached the Divine Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, there is still hope. What say you? Chapter 48. Lewd Thief, you have finally arrived. Moon Shadow Pavilion. Could you repeat that? Just after Xie Qianjue departed, Wu Tai-su returned to commission the assassination of Xie Yun. Do you truly wish for my demise? The master began to suspect that Wu Tai-su intended to use Xie Qianjue's hand to deliberately bring about his end. What? Is it still not enough? Wu Tai-su furrowed his brows and spoke in a deep voice. Rest assured, I shall compensate for the loss of 2 token assassins. If you successfully complete this task, I promise, after I break through to the Sage of Confucianism, I shall assist you in advancing to the second-tier harmonization realm. What do you say? This time, Wu Tai-su was truly investing heavily, nearly exhausting the Wu family's resources. Yet, they had no alternative. To eliminate Xie Yun was worth any cost. The master of the Moon Shadow Pavilion fell silent once more, his gaze revealing a sinister intent as it fixated on Wu Tai-su. What, do you think I would deceive you? Wu Tai-su assumed the master was merely skeptical. Such immense rewards laid before them could not fail to stir desire. Achieving the second-tier realm could elevate one to a status comparable to the leaders of the 3 premier sections. In time, the Moon Shadow Pavilion would ascend to become one of the mightiest forces in the world. How could he possibly relinquish such an opportunity? Wu Sage, please take your leave. The master of the Moon Shadow Pavilion curtly declined, his expression impassive. From this day forth, the Moon Shadow Pavilion shall not undertake any tasks related to the Xie family. I hope for your understanding. Wealth is desirable, but one must also have a life to spend it. Should they eliminate Xie Yun, Wu Tai-su would likely be struck down by Xie Qianjue before he could even ascend to the Sage of Confucianism. The recent events had left a profound psychological scar on him. It was evident that he could never provoke the Xie family in this lifetime. What? Wu Tai-su was taken aback, reiterating, You truly do not wish to break through to the second-tier harmonization realm? Ha! The master of the Moonshadow Pavilion scoffed, then turned away. Returning to his meditative state, I have made my decision. I advise you to seek other opportunities. Of course, this was merely a formality. He could hardly believe that there existed any creature bold enough to challenge Xieyun. It would only be possible if the ancestors of the Xie family and their second generation had perished, allowing the Moonshadow Pavilion to act. Wu Taishu gazed at the vanishing figure of the pavilion master, immediately plunged into contemplation. What circumstances could have led to such a response? Why had the pavilion master exhibited such a profound reaction? Why were they no longer engaging in business? What precisely had transpired moments ago? In the heart of the Divine Phoenix ancient kingdom lies the majestic city of Jinling, standing resolutely upon the vast earth, resembling a phoenix poised to take flight. Surveying the rivers and mountains in all directions, the city walls tower into the clouds, constructed from immense blocks of blue stone. Their surfaces adorned with ancient runes that subtly emanate an enigmatic power. Flanking the city gates, two colossal stone sculptures of phoenixes stretch their wings, lifelike and poised, as if ready to soar into the heavens, safeguarding this millennia-old capital. As Xieyun and his companions approached the city gates in their carriage, he lifted the curtain and beheld the grandeur of the city before him, a wave of emotion surging within him. He exhaled deeply and murmured, "At last, we have arrived." After expending 7 days, they had barely managed to reach their destination within the last half-day. Had they delayed any longer, they would have risked losing their eligibility to partake in the Divine Phoenix trials. Master, once we enter the city and you participate in the Divine Phoenix trials, I shall lead the Tianxian guards into seclusion to diligently cultivate, striving to master the bloodthirsty madness technique at the earliest opportunity, Xiao Xian respectfully stated. Xieyun nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall also retreat to cultivate. After spending some time in the company of Xia Chan, she profoundly understood that if she were merely an ordinary person, she could not remain by the young master's side indefinitely. Thus, she resolved to cultivate her abilities. If you feel uncomfortable, there is no need to force yourself. Xieyun reassured her. As a personal maid, being charming is sufficient. What need is there for martial prowess? I simply wish to cultivate. Xia Chan replied in a playful tone. Very well, Xieyun conceded with a resigned nod, then gestured to lead the group into the city. Moments later, as Xieyun and his entourage approached the city, the sight before them compelled them to halt. A gray-robed, white-haired elder stood leisurely in the center of the path, a magnificent divine blade radiating a chilling light embedded beside him, its blade exuding an intimidating aura. The elder leaned against a rock wall, holding a wine jug, sipping casually. His demeanor relaxed, as if the world around him were of no concern. However, atop the city gate, a bustling scene unfolded. Crowded with talented individuals participating in the Phoenix trial, they either stood or sat, their gazes fixed eagerly on the entrance, wearing expressions of amusement as if they had anticipated this moment. Even the top 3 sect prodigies had gathered to witness this spectacle. Wu Haotian, observing Xieyun below the city wall, smirked with a hint of arrogance, then turned to the ethereal youth beside him and remarked, "Senior brother, this person is the most notorious wastrel of the capital of Deqian. Not long ago, he stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity and broke through to the 7th rank of destiny, which is how he received the Phoenix token." His tone was laced with an air of flattery. Since Wu Haotian cultivated the 9 Heaven Sword technique to the 6th level, he successfully joined the Qinshan sect and became the direct disciple of the second elder, thus elevating his status dramatically. Currently, he follows the senior brother of the Qinshan sect, Wang Xianxian, a genuine genius of the sword path. At a tender age, he has already mastered the pinnacle of the 6th level of the 9 Heaven Sword technique, possessing unfathomable cultivation and terrifying strength. He is also a strong candidate for the champion of the upcoming Phoenix trial. Although he possesses an admirable appearance, it is regrettable that he bears the prestigious bloodline of the Xie family's Confucian sage, which will likely render him insignificant in this trial. Wang Xianxian scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. To be insignificant? Brother Wang surely overestimates him, as well as the Xie family. Meanwhile, Yang Qingfeng, the eldest disciple of the Wujiman, gazed at the elder beneath the city gate with profound reverence and slowly spoke. My master is the 2nd greatest sword saint in the world. Today, at the behest of others, he has blocked his entry at the city gate, thereby stripping him of his qualification to participate in the Phoenix trial. This is a fortunate turn for him. In the eyes of the crowd, what significance did it hold to allow Xieyun to participate in the Phoenix trial? he would only serve as a bottom dweller. Yet now, for the sake of a reckless young man, they enlisted the second greatest sword saint, a third-grade indestructible realm martial artist, to personally obstruct his path. If Xie Yun were to indeed participate in the Phoenix trial, he would merely be a bystander. It would be wiser for him to take advantage of the situation and withdraw, thus avoiding ridicule from the world. Faced with the second greatest sword saint, the third elder of the Wujimen, Xie Yun might well have been paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot, and unable to move. Today, no one had the standing to persuade the sword saint to relent. Xie Yun, unworthy even of entry into the city. Amidst the crowd, the saintess of the Starry Moon Palace, Luo Yueyin, donned in garments as white as snow, resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, surrounded by a faint ethereal glow, as if moonlight had coalesced into a delicate veil upon her. She fixed her gaze intently upon Xie Yun, gritting her silver teeth, whispering softly, "Scoundrel, you have finally arrived." Chapter 49. The Thoughts of Saintess Luo Yueyin. The scoundrel's grievances cleared. Luo Yueyin, the scarlet saintess of the Starry Moon, possessed not only a noble lineage and unparalleled talent, but also beauty that could rival the most exquisite of flowers, acclaimed by all as the most beautiful fairy. The only one who could possibly stand in comparison was the princess of the ancient divine Phoenix Kingdom. One, a top-tier saintess of the Starry Moon Palace. The other, a princess of a dynasty that has endured for millennia. Their cultivation talents, backgrounds, and appearances were perfectly matched. Should one aspect falter, they could never be compared. Thus, the renown of these two fairies echoed throughout every corner of the world, known even to toddlers who could scarcely speak. Recognizing Luo Yueyin of the Starry Moon Palace and the princess of the divine Phoenix Kingdom as the most beautiful fairies in existence. In truth, Luo Yueyin did not relish such attention, being used as a benchmark to compare herself to another. Her life as pursuit was solely the attainment of the supreme path, ultimately inheriting the Starry Moon Palace, as expected by the palace master. Luo Yueyin's background was not as pristine as it appeared. Had it not been for the palace master's nurturing, her extraordinary talents would have remained undiscovered. Therefore, she harbored gratitude, and her sole purpose in life was to fulfill the palace master's aspirations. As for the notion of a partner, it was cast aside and forgotten. To cultivate the Star Moon illusion divine art to its third level is to sever the ties of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, rendering one incapable of romantic inclinations and indifferent to worldly affections. In participating in the Phoenix trial, her paramount objective is not to claim the title of champion, but rather to access the ancient ruins to seek the enlightenment tree and the fruits of enlightenment that have ripened over centuries. Consuming one such fruit would grant her profound insights into the heavenly principles, significantly enhancing her comprehension within the span of a mere incense stick. This is the key to her advancement in the Star Moon illusion divine art to its third level. Xie Yun is merely a transient figure in her life, an inconsequential passerby. Although his insufferable nature and his status as a frivolous wastrel are irksome, as long as he does not impede her, he poses no significant threat. Luo Yueyin wishes to avoid entanglements with such a character. As for the humiliations and slanders she endured at his hands, they have become naught but fleeting memories, evaporating into the ether. In the past, when she had yet to cultivate the Star Moon illusion divine art beyond its second level, she was incensed to hear Xie Yun falsely accuse her of having taken his virginity. Such an affront struck at the very core of her reputation. How dare he? Thankfully, her master intervened, guiding her to quell her fury and ultimately to harness the emotion of rage to transcend the second level of the Star Moon illusion divine art. Thus, a misfortune turned into a blessing, allowing her to relinquish her animosity towards Xie Yun. "Sister, this man has slandered you as a lecher. Now he finds himself barred from the city by the blade saint of the Wujimen," remarked a maidservant accompanying the saintess, a fellow prodigy of the Star Moon Palace, whose duty is to assist the saintess in acquiring the enlightenment fruit. Evil begets evil. This is a case of reaping what one sows. The disciples of the Star Moon Palace mocked and derided him. Luo Yueyin calmly replied, "Silence. Let the past remain in the past. There is no need to revisit it. Currently, the holy maiden and he are mere strangers, unworthy of mockery." Although Xie Yun had insulted her, she seized the opportunity to successfully break through to the second realm of the Starry Moon illusory divine art. Subsequently, Xie Yun offered his apologies. Their enmity has come to an end, and from henceforth, they are simply strangers. "Indeed, Your Holiness," the female disciples responded, bowing respectfully. As time flows, this splendid drama gradually approaches its climax. With only 3 incense sticks worth of time remaining, should Xie Yun fail to enter the city, he would forfeit his qualification for the Divine Phoenix trial and return empty-handed. Xie Yun's expression turned grave as he stepped forward and clasped his hands, inquiring, "Senior, why do you obstruct my path?" Unbeknownst to him, the old man before him was a figure of immense strength, exuding a terrifying aura. If his intention were to take Xie Yun's life, he could do so in an instant. Yet, he simply barred his passage, seemingly indulging in idle mischief. The white-bearded elder took a hearty swig of wine, his face growing increasingly flushed, his gaze drifting into a state of intoxicated reverie. He regarded the youthful figure with a light chuckle, saying, "Apologies, though it may seem somewhat unchivalrous to bully the younger generation, I must, in order to repay a favor, prevent you from entering the city. If you are wise, you shall depart obediently. I have no desire to take your life." The Sword Saint's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes, as he regarded Xie Yun with a gaze sharp as a blade. As if observing an insignificant insect, he remained motionless, yet a formidable aura suddenly erupted around him, sweeping through the surroundings like a cataclysmic avalanche. The oppressive force akin to that of a peak third-grade immortal, causing the heavens and earth to change hue. From the sky above, an ominous sound reminiscent of blade resonance echoed, sharp and piercing, as if countless blades were rending the very air, causing one's eardrums to throb painfully. The sound grew ever closer and clearer, as though an invisible giant sword hung ominously above the crowd, exuding a chilling aura of death, ready to strike and claim lives in an instant. Should Xie Yun persist in his advance, he would likely meet his demise on the spot. "Young master, I shall intercept him. You must hasten into the city," Xiao Xian said, his expression grave as if confronting a formidable adversary. Although he was aware of the elder's terrifying prowess, capable of dispatching him in mere moments, he resolutely positioned himself before Xie Yun, gripping his sword tightly, his spirit escalating in preparation for a desperate struggle. At that moment, Feng Wei appeared, obstructing both of them. Her voice laced with caution. "This man is the second elder of the Wujimen, the second sword saint of the world, at the peak of the third-grade immortal realm. Even I cannot withstand a single strike from him. A head-on confrontation is utterly futile." She understood the terror of the sword saint all too well. Moreover, the disparity in realms was staggering. She herself was only at the late 4th-grade stage. Could they allow that old man to flaunt his power and hinder the young master at the city gates, turning him into a laughingstock for all? Xiao Xian, unwilling to concede, retorted, "As long as young master gives the command, I shall not hesitate, regardless of whether he is a sword saint or a sword immortal." This left Feng Wei in a quandary, to charge or to retreat. Both options seemed fraught with peril. How absurd it was that they dared not take even a step forward. It was truly lamentable. Are these truly the descendants of the Confucian sage? They are utterly incompetent, unable to even enter the city gates. The notorious reputation of the young scions of the capital is indeed well-deserved. They dare to offend the second greatest swordsman in the world. Even his father would have to show utmost respect, unless that venerable Confucian ancestor were to make an appearance. The proud figures atop the city walls openly expressed their scornful derision. In their minds, they deemed Xie Yun utterly unworthy to participate in the Divine Phoenix trials. Even if he were to triumph, he would gain nothing of value, and should he fail, he would be ridiculed by the world. As the saying goes, "Those who are barefoot fear not those who wear shoes." Can he not even compare to the young rakes of the capital? A true waste among wastes. Hao Tian, you are correct. His breakthrough to the 7th rank was merely a stroke of luck. Wang Xianxian, casting a fleeting glance at the ethereal saintess of the Starry Moon Palace, Luo Yueyan, displayed an expression of righteous indignation and languidly remarked, "Fairy Yueyan, such a person is unworthy to stand on equal footing with us. It would be best to eliminate him swiftly to avoid lowering the standards of this year's Divine Phoenix trials." Chapter 50. The Sword Saint. Move again, and you shall perish. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to surpass the beauty of women. Even the eldest disciple of the Qingshan sect, the most gifted swordsman of the younger generation, has fallen beneath the pomegranate skirt of Luo Yueyan. Of course, her celestial beauty is not the sole reason. Her exceptional talent and high status also play a significant role. Luo Yueyan's prowess places her among the pinnacle of young combatants. Her position exalted as the saintess of the Starry Moon Palace, the future heir to the palace. Should Wang Xianxian succeed in winning her favor, his power and influence would ascend to unparalleled heights. Even in the presence of the esteemed Empress of the Great Qian, one must bow with deference. Thus, Wang Xianxian harbored a deep yearning for the favor of Luo Wen, yet opportunities had eluded him thus far. When Wang Xianxian visited the Xingyue Palace for philosophical discourse, Luo Wen was engrossed in secluded cultivation, resulting in their rare encounters. Now that they were gathered together, he was determined to seize the moment. Xie Yun had previously humiliated Luo Wen. If Wang Xianxian could decisively suppress Xie Yun, he might earn Luo Yueyan's admiration. The Holy Maiden, the esteemed senior brother of the Qingshan sect, Wang Xianxian, is advocating for you. He truly possesses an undeniable charm, murmured the disciples of Xingyue Palace. The senior brother of Qingshan sect and the Holy Maiden of Xingyue Palace. What a splendid match of talent and beauty. Senior brother Wang, if Xie Yun truly enters the city and participates in the Divine Phoenix trials, will you stand up for the Holy Maiden? One disciple inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian immediately adopted a suave demeanor, nodding in agreement. Of course, as long as the fairy Yueyan wishes for it. I can assist the esteemed knife saint in blocking Xie Yun from even qualifying to enter the city. He endeavored to ingratiate himself further. O Holy Maiden, with but a word from you, the senior brother of Qingshan sect shall avenge you. Will you not speak? The disciples of Xingyue Palace exclaimed with fervor. In their eyes, Wang Xianxian, both in status and identity, stood as the mightiest of the younger generation. To win his favor, they would willingly sacrifice anything. Yet, they were acutely aware that, given their own appearances and talents, it was unlikely Wang Xianxian would ever notice them. Their only hope lay in assisting the Holy Maiden, hoping for more opportunities to encounter her in the future. A hush fell over the assembly. Luo Yueyan cast a cold glance at her disciples, then closed her eyes in contemplation, isolating herself from all external discourse. Indeed, my lady saint. The disciples of the Starry Moon Palace were startled, hastily covering their mouths. Fair Moon Yin, as long as you speak, I, Wang Xianxian, sought to deepen their connection and win over Luo Yueyan's favor. However, to his dismay, she immediately cloaked herself from external perception, closing her eyes in meditation. That self-important, disdainful woman. Wang Xianxian silently cursed, a profound resentment surfacing within him. Never had a woman dared to disregard him in such a manner. Luo Yueyan was the first. Any woman whom Wang Xianxian set his sights upon would willingly devote herself to him, even to the point of sacrificing her life. Such was the allure of Wang Xianxian. The more challenging the target, the more it ignited his indomitable spirit. Luo Yueyan would undoubtedly become his possession. In the ancient Phoenix Kingdom, the palace stood majestically, its resplendent glazed tiles shimmering under the sun, reminiscent of an ethereal palace descending from the heavens. The interior was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, dragons and phoenixes symbolizing auspiciousness, exuding the grandeur and dignity of royalty. A young girl clad in a flowing gown adorned with 100 phoenixes possessed an unparalleled beauty, her features akin to a painting, as if she had wandered from a realm of deities. In her eyes flickered urgency and pleading as she implored, Father, please lend your aid to that unfortunate child. He is currently barred from entering the city gate, and in a mere incense stick's time, he will lose his chance at the trial. The girl was none other than the princess of the ancient Phoenix Kingdom, Shangguan Yoli, a celestial beauty rivaling the saintess of the Starry Moon Palace. Due to her noble status, she had been unable to venture outside since childhood, and thus her greatest passion became devouring stories of the common folk, romantic tales, and martial adventures, her heart brimming with a sense of justice. Upon witnessing Xie Yun being bullied, I was instantly reminded of the noble heroism, akin to a chivalrous soul who intervenes in the face of injustice. Thus, I beseeched my father for assistance. The man standing before me was none other than the sacred king of the divine Phoenix ancient kingdom. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with a golden phoenix emblem, he radiated an air of both majesty and enigma. His expression was as frigid as ice, and his gaze, profound as an abyss, seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of the world. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. Every movement he made exuded an unsettling pressure that could render one breathless. Lioli, do you know who that elder is? He is the second elder of the Wujiman, the second greatest swordsman in the world. If we were to intervene forcefully, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Furthermore, I have heard of Xie Yun, the most notorious scion of the Dacian capital. His unintentional breakthrough to the 7th rank of destiny has drawn the attention of the high priest. But it may well be nothing more than a fluke. He is ill-suited for the divine phoenix trials and would do better to withdraw gracefully. Although the divine phoenix token was crafted by him, it is the high priest who selects the most formidable talents from across the realm to distribute these tokens. In the eyes of the sacred king, Xie Yun is merely cannon fodder. His participation in the divine phoenix trials is a waste of time. How could he possibly be a match for the prodigies nurtured by the three foremost sects? Can my father foresee the future? By what right does he dismiss others? Even if he is merely a bystander, he still dares to participate in the divine phoenix trials without reservations. Lady Shangwan Liuli spoke, her voice laced with indignation. Father, I do not care. You must assist him. The sacred king, taken aback, had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet Shangwan Liuli was indeed a most exceptional case. If you wish for your father to intervene, you must agree to a condition. Shangwan Liuli inquired, what condition? The holy king revealed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth and slowly spoke, by agreeing to the union with the Xiefeng clan. You shall awaken the fiery phoenix bloodline within you, granting you the opportunity to transcend the realm that your father could never attain in his lifetime. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Liuli's expression darkened immediately, her displeasure evident. Father, I despise you. I have no desire for this union. My destined partner should be chosen by me alone. With that, she stormed off in a fit of anger. The holy king sighed deeply, a helpless expression on his face. Daughter, I only wish what is best for you. At the entrance of Jinling City, there remained merely half a stick of incense's worth of time. Should Xie Yun fail to enter the city within this time frame, he would forfeit his eligibility for the competition. The atmosphere in the arena became tense and fraught with anticipation. The elderly man with a white beard remained unperturbed, displaying an air of calm indifference. For Xie Yun to attempt to bypass him and enter the city was akin to a fool's errand. He could only retreat in the face of insurmountable odds. Young master, we cannot endure this any longer. I am willing to charge forward. Xiao Xian stirred restlessly. This time, even the Fengwei quietly unsheathed their blades, prepared for a desperate struggle. She had pledged to the Empress to ensure Xie Yun's safe participation in the divine phoenix trials. Even if it meant death, she would fulfill the Empress's mission. Do you seek death? The sword saint's gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over the two before him. His form remained stationary, yet an oppressive aura enveloped him, rendering the air around him almost suffocating. As if it had solidified under the weight of his intent, Xiao Xian and Fengwei felt a chilling dread surge from their feet to their spines, as though they had plunged into an endless abyss of ice, making even the act of breathing a struggle. Every inch of skin was enveloped in the chilling breath of death, as if the slightest movement would summon countless blades to shred him to pieces in an instant. The sword saint's gaze remained devoid of any emotion, looking upon them as one would regard mere ants. His voice, frigid and detached, uttered, "Move again, and you shall die." Chapter 51. The Empress's tyrannical protection of her husband. A bloodbath at the Wujiman. The sword saint is about to take a life. What a terrifying intent of the blade. Is this truly the renowned sword saint, the second in the world? Indeed, his reputation is well-deserved. It seems even our ancestors would struggle to withstand a single strike from him. Xie Yun, who foolishly sought trouble, dared not advance and instead sent his guards to their demise, cowardly as a mouse. The talented individuals atop the city walls sensed the tension in the air and began to murmur amongst themselves. It would be wise to clean up and return home quietly, lest they bring shame upon themselves. Saint Lady, the scoundrel who humiliated you is now forced to submit to the sword saint's pressure, unable to move. It appears he is not so formidable after all, the disciples of the Xingyue Palace remarked with glee. Luo Yuan sighed softly, her eyes betraying no emotion. Kill. Xiao Xian's eyes burned crimson, his blood surging as he fixated on the white-bearded elder, preparing for a lethal strike. Though he understood that he was but an insignificant insect attempting to shake a tree, he would not relinquish hope, not even for a moment. At this critical juncture, Xie Yun intervened, halting the reckless actions of Xiao Xian and the others. He issued a stern command, "Do not risk your lives." That old man would truly dare to kill you, but he would not dare to kill me. As the words fell, Xie Yun strode directly toward the city gate, his expression impassive, as if the white-bearded elder before him were merely an ordinary mortal. Old fool, should you dare to strike me today, you shall inevitably pay the price in the days to come. A cold smile escaped Xie Yun's lips as he continued onward, relentlessly approaching the sword saint. Simultaneously, a surge of boundless righteousness erupted around him, as if the true essence of Confucian wisdom had coalesced within his being. This aura, akin to a tempest, swept forth with unbridled force. In that moment, Xie Yun radiated an overwhelming dominance, daring to confront the oppressive presence of the Sword Saint. This spectacle left the assembled elites in a state of astonishment. He truly had the audacity to face the Sword Saint's pressure head-on. Has Xie Yun lost his senses? Does he genuinely fear no death? Is this still the notorious wastrel famed in the capital? This lad possesses a certain intrigue. Wang Xianstian, witnessing this, could not help but admire Xie Yun's extraordinary courage, so unlike that of ordinary men. TCH, ignorance breeds fearlessness. He has never faced the Sword Saint's might and believes he will emerge unscathed. Yang Qifeng sought to restore his master's dignity, hastily explaining, a dignified Sword Saint, cornered by a mere junior, would indeed suffer a grave loss of face. Xie Yun's audacity even shocked Luo Yueyan, who could hardly believe that the frivolous young man who had once trifled with her would dare to confront the Sword Saint's pressure with such composure. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yueyan's perception of Xie Yun began to shift slightly. Beyond his lecherous thoughts, there resided a glimmer of courage. Xie Yun's bold actions had rendered the Sword Saint trapped in a dilemma, an outcome he could never have anticipated, as Xie Yun truly dared to disregard his threats. Advancing step by step, does this fellow not comprehend the sheer strength of the pinnacle of the third rank? Even a mere flicker of murderous intent could lead to his demise 1,000 times over. Yet, Xie Yun has deftly grasped his vulnerability. The Blade Saint agreed to obstruct Xie Yun, merely to strip him of his qualification for the trial, yet he dared not take his life. Should the Blade Saint truly wish to end Xie Yun, he would never consent. The peril is far too great, unless he is courting death. If Xie Yun were to perish, the Confucian sage, who once quelled the demonic emperor of the wilds, would undoubtedly be alerted and would emerge to shatter the formation. My life would be forfeit. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from being the first to stick their neck out. Xie Yun, should you dare to take another step forward, the lives of your 2 guardians will be forfeit. The Blade Saint's aged visage quivered slightly, his gaze flashing with a glimmer of cunning as he directed his overwhelming murderous intent towards Xiao Xian and his companion, revealing a menacing countenance as he threatened them. His reluctance to kill Xie Yun does not imply he would hesitate to eliminate 2 mere dogs. Thus, Xie Yun halted, lost in contemplation. This old wretch is indeed treacherous. Regardless of whether he advances now, the outcome is already sealed. Should he insist on moving forward, Xiao Xian and Feng Wei would surely meet their end. And the world would brand Xie Yun as a heartless and unfeeling individual, leaving no one willing to serve him in the future. If he retreats, the Blade Saint would have fulfilled his task. In either scenario, it aligns with the old man's desires. Such a strategy is exceedingly ruthless. Young master, if he wishes to kill, let him do so. My life is of little concern. With that, Xiao Xian prepared to act decisively, intent on breaking the Blade Saint's seemingly inescapable trap. Let us strike together. Feng Wei echoed, refusing to yield. If battle is what awaits, then let it be war. At that critical moment, the very heavens and earth seemed to freeze, and time itself came to a standstill. Thunder rumbled. A piercing arrow sliced through the vast expanse, accompanied by a chilling whistle, as if it were tearing the very heavens asunder. In its wake, the air resonated with the faint sound of a melodious phoenix cry, suggesting the presence of a divine bird soaring skyward, propelled by the arrow's formidable force. The arrow's velocity was so astonishingly swift that it seemed to materialize like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the location of the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's visage paled abruptly, his eyes betraying a flicker of terror. He was acutely aware of the arrow's formidable might. Should he fail to mount a full defense, his life would surely be forfeit. In an instant, his inner sword intent erupted, coalescing into an invisible barrier of blade energy, striving to withstand this lethal strike. However, the arrow's power far exceeded his expectations. The Sword Saint's barrier crumbled under the arrow's impact, akin to fragile parchment torn asunder. With every ounce of his strength, he poured forth his sword intent, barely managing to mitigate the arrow's ferocity. Yet, even so, the residual force sent his blood surging violently, causing a trickle of crimson to escape from the corner of his mouth as he staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. Such power, remarkably potent, had reached the pinnacle of the second realm of unity. The Sword Saint felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having survived. Had the archer been a shade closer, his life would have surely been extinguished on the spot. In that moment, a majestic voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, seemingly emanating from the very firmament. A radiant decree of golden light materialized, hovering in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Sword Saint, should you persist in obstructing Xie Yun's progress, I shall personally lead the esteemed Qianlong Guard to visit the Wujimen, ensuring that your sect is awash in blood." In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. All the prodigies gazed in a stupor at the golden script, which was profoundly awe-inspiring. Merely the aura it exuded was sufficient to compel submission. The words were laden with dominance and majesty, as if the universe itself acknowledged their singular supremacy. This decree was, astonishingly, pinned by the hand of the Empress of the Great Qian. What have I just witnessed? A royal edict from the Empress herself? It was issued for the sake of the frivolous young master, Xie Yin. How ruthless! Without hesitation, she leads a personal campaign against the Wuji sect, one of the three foremost sects, resulting in rivers of blood. Such formidable strength. This is indeed the Empress of the first dynasty under heaven. Who could have anticipated that she would, for Xie Yun, shoot an arrow across a distance of 80,000 miles, issuing a decree of celestial proportions? At this moment, the Sword Saint was rendered pale with fear. Should the Empress personally lead her forces, the Qianlong Guard, into battle against the Wuji sect, he would undoubtedly become a historical pariah of the Wuji sect. Forgive me. I have erred in my conduct. I shall take my leave. Chapter 52. A decade ago, the Empress commanded the world, sweeping all aside. The Sword Saint fled. Had he delayed any longer, the entire Wuji sect would have suffered dire consequences. No one dared to mock the Sword Saint's ignoble retreat, for all were aware that the decree had been issued by the hand of the Empress of the Great Qin dynasty, one of the world's most formidable champions, capable of contending with the supreme leaders of the three holy sections. Who would not tremble? Across the entirety of the realm, only 5 individuals are known to have attained the second grade of the harmonious Tao. They are the Holy King of the Divine Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, the Empress of the Great Qin dynasty, the Master of the Qishan sect, the Mistress of the Star Moon Palace, and the leader of the Wuji sect. These 5 stand as equals at the pinnacle of the world. Certainly, there exists a Confucian sage of utmost virtue, Wu Taishu, who can barely claim the title of the world's finest. It is primarily due to the inherent martial prowess of the Confucians being generally inferior to that of the warriors. Their skills in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are commendable, yet in genuine combat, the disciples of Confucianism find themselves at a disadvantage. However, they possess an innate restraint against malevolent forces and monstrous beasts, which constitutes their advantage. After the Sword Saint's hasty retreat, Xie Yin felt an immense sense of relief as he managed to enter the city just in time. Thus, all the prodigies of this year's Phoenix trial had gathered, totaling 100, yet only 58 managed to complete the token trial. This implies that the true trial has yet to commence, having already eliminated half of the participants. Those who seize the top position in the Phoenix trial are destined to transcend to the second grade of the harmonious realm, a conclusion universally acknowledged by all. A decade ago, the Empress of Deqian, with an air of sovereign disdain, vanquished the martial prodigies and ultimately attained the second grade of the Tao realm, ascending to the throne. 2 decades prior, the leader of the Qinshan sect single-handedly pierced through the secret realms with a sword, dominating the competition to claim the top spot. 3 decades ago, those who have reigned supreme in the Phoenix trial now hold positions that seem unattainable. In this iteration, the most formidable contenders include the eldest disciple of the Qinshan sect, Wang Xianxian, at the pinnacle of the 6th grade, mastering the 6th level of the 9 heaven sword control technique, a mere step away from the 7th level, which permits the slaying of all demons with a single stroke. The Saintess of the Star Moon Palace, Luo Yueyan, also at the pinnacle of the 6th grade, practices the 2nd level of the Star Moon illusionary divine technique, capable of crafting ethereal dreams that can kill silently, instilling dread in all. The foremost disciple of the Wujimen, Yang Qingfeng, similarly at the pinnacle of the 6th grade, has mastered the 5th level of the 9 stars body technique, possessing terrifying physical prowess capable of confronting 5th-tier beasts head-on. Apart from the prodigies from the 3 top sects, there remain 2 others. In the untamed wilderness, the golden-winged Great Pine, a 6th-tier ancient ferocious beast, comprehends its innate divine ability, couimping across the miles, achieving unparalleled speed. Earning the title of second, none dare to claim the first. In the southern realm of the Witch Kingdom, Prince Chiyu, a master of the arcane arts of poison, employs enigmatic methods and operates with elusive movements. These 5 individuals stand as the prime candidates for this year's champion, while the remaining prodigies possess less than a tenth of a chance. As for Xie Yun, the world sees him as even less, a mere 1 in 100. He is deemed a waste, with naught to contend with. On the following day, the Divine Phoenix trials commenced in earnest. The vast expanse of Jinling City was engulfed in unprecedented fervor and clamor, throngs filling every street and alley, countless gazes converging upon the trial grounds. All yearned to witness the birth of an extraordinary prodigy. When all 58 exceptional individuals arrived, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. Subsequently, the sacred king of the ancient Phoenix Kingdom descended from the heavens, his presence akin to that of a deity, enveloped in an aura of ancient and mysterious energy. Each step he took resonated with golden ripples, invoking involuntary reverence. Standing upon the high platform, the sacred king surveyed the audience with piercing eyes before announcing the rules of the trial in a voice both authoritative and grave. All prodigies would proceed to the Tianyuan ruins, where a divine phoenix pill awaited them. The successful refinement of this pill would elevate one to the title of champion. It is imperative to note that the divine phoenix pill possesses sentience and is capricious in nature, capable of transforming into any creature known to the world, including humans. Naturally, one must not recklessly take lives. The divine phoenix token previously entrusted to you can shield against a life-threatening attack once, proving crucial in times of dire need. As the competition commenced, each individual employed their unique methods to ascend the heavenly ladder and enter the ancient ruins of Tianyuan, where they would refine the divine phoenix pill. Upon this declaration, the fabled heavenly ladder emerged in all its glory, a majestic structure of 99 golden steps coiling upwards like a colossal dragon, piercing the heavens. Each step shimmered with resplendent golden light, seemingly forged from the very sun of the celestial realm. At the pinnacle of the ladder, a vibrant, swirling black hole rotated gently, resembling a gateway to another mystical realm, emanating an aura of enigmatic allure and formidable pressure. One of the ancient relics, the Tianyuan ruins, harbored countless treasures of heaven and earth, along with opportunities for fortuitous encounters, sufficient to elevate any cultivator to unparalleled heights. Witnessing this spectacle, the world trembled. The prodigies revealed fervor in their gazes, their hearts ignited with intense combat spirit. Could it be madness? Previous iterations merely featured ordinary secret realms, yet this time, it was an ancient relic. The divine phoenix Saint King had indeed made a grand gesture, offering even ancient ruins as a battleground for the ambitious. Inside these ancient relics lay a plethora of treasures. Even a mere fragment could elevate an ordinary person to greatness. The rules appeared deceptively simple. Seek and refine the divine phoenix pill, implying that everyone possessed a chance. Perhaps one could discreetly refine it in a secluded spot? It was implausible that the Saint King had overlooked such a glaring flaw. Surely, there was a hidden scheme at play. Martial arts masters who had come to observe began to voice their opinions. In the next moment, the prodigies surged toward the heavenly ladder, driven by a singular thought: to seize the initiative by being the first to enter the Tianyuan ruins. However, the instant they set foot on the first step, their smiles abruptly froze. An invisible pressure descended like a mighty mountain, leaving them nearly breathless, as if they bore the weight of an enormous peak upon their backs, making even the simplest act of lifting a foot an arduous task. Some turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces, while others trembled so violently that they nearly collapsed. What was this phenomenon? Why was it so challenging? The hearts of the prodigies crumbled under the weight. Just as the crowd struggled to advance, a serene figure stepped forward, ascending the celestial ladder with ease. Wang Xianxian, the eldest disciple of the Qingshan sect, donned in a green robe reminiscent of pine, bore an expression of calm detachment. He unleashed the sixth tier of sword intent in an instant, enveloping himself in a swirling aura of sword energy, which transformed into an invisible barrier, effortlessly dissipating the mountain-like pressure. The onlookers were left speechless in awe at his strength. Subsequently, the Saintess of the Star Moon Palace, Luo Yuan, and Yang Qi Feng of the Wujimen, among others, similarly employed their abilities to easily counteract the pressure of the celestial ladder. For ordinary prodigies, the celestial ladder represented an insurmountable peak, yet before true talents, it appeared merely as an unremarkable staircase. The Saint King spoke once more. Remember, you have only the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Should you fail to enter the Tianyuan ancient relic, you will be eliminated on the spot. Upon hearing this, the prodigies turned pale, hastily rushing up the celestial ladder. In the end, only Xie Yun remained. Was that not Xie Yun? Was he about to concede? How could a mere 7th-grade Confucian cultivator compete on the same stage as prodigies? It was utterly laughable that he could not even set foot on the celestial ladder. Xie Yun was truly on the verge of elimination. Get out of Jinling City. The sound of ridicule filled his ears. Xie Yun remained silent, slowly lifting his foot to step onto the celestial ladder. Thunderous echoes resounded. Chapter 53, Ascending the Summit in 30 Breaths, Realizing the 6th Level of the Sword Technique. As Xie Yun stepped onto the first stair of the celestial ascension ladder, he was immediately engulfed by an unprecedented sense of pressure, nearly causing his legs to buckle beneath him, his body trembling slightly. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who erupted in derisive laughter. Xie Yun's cultivation of Confucianism was inherently inferior, rendering him vulnerable in the presence of true martial artists. Was it not a fool's errand for him to insist on participating in the Divine Phoenix trials? Despite the ridicule, Xie Yun was determined to enter the ancient celestial ruins. The other prodigies possessed their own life-bound treasures, which, combined with their martial arts techniques, could mitigate much of the heavenly pressure. In contrast, the Confucian path required one to articulate the profound truths that could summon the forces of heaven and earth, thereby shielding oneself with righteous energy. Yet, how easily could one conjure the Confucian phrases capable of invoking such celestial power? The likes of Xie Yun were hardly worth consideration. How Tian? It seems your chance to teach Xie Yun a lesson within the ruins has been thwarted. He lacks even the qualifications to enter. Wang Xianstin could not help but snicker, deliberately voicing his thoughts for Luo Yuyan's benefit, asserting his own sense of righteousness. Wu Haoyan chuckled softly, remarking that it was a fortunate break for Xie Yun. Fairy Yuyan. The ruins are fraught with peril, and ancient malevolent beasts may lurk within. If Fairy Yuyan does not mind, I would be honored to accompany you, Wang Xianxian said with an air of nonchalance. Luo Yuyan glanced at Wang Xianxian, offering a slight nod of gratitude before coldly declining. I appreciate your offer, but I have no intention of traveling in company. Please feel free to proceed as you wish. Her objective was to locate the legendary Enlightenment Fruit, one of the most coveted treasures of the ancient Tianyuan ruins. She found it hard to believe that Wang Xianxian was unmoved. With an additional expert by her side, the peril deepened. Upon entering the ruins, she acted independently. Yang Qifeng explained, once we traverse the black hole into the ruins, we will randomly be assigned to different locations and cannot proceed together. Oh, I see. Thank you for the clarification, Brother Yang, Wang Xianxian said, grateful for Yang Qingfeng's explanation. Otherwise, he would have faced a merciless rejection, losing face entirely. This woman was indeed a tough nut to crack. No matter how much goodwill he extended, she remained indifferent. Even a pig would have been swayed by his efforts. At that moment, Xie Yun, fueled by sheer determination and his own righteous spirit, painstakingly ascended the steps. Before long, he reached the 34th level. Although the pressure intensified as one climbed higher, given Xie Yun's current state, he stood a good chance of reaching the summit within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Suddenly, a ruthless glint flashed in Wu Haotinen's eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he struck out with fierce fists towards the nearby prodigies. The young elites barely had time to react before being struck by his powerful punches, their bodies soaring like kites with severed strings towards Xie Yun. Bang! 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 In rapid succession, several prodigies were sent flying by Wu Haoyan's forceful blows, hurtling straight towards Xie Yun. Sensing the commotion behind him, Xie Yun turned sharply. But it was too late to evade. He could only swiftly channel the spiritual energy within him to withstand the oncoming impacts. The tremendous impact left Xie Yun unsteady, causing him to retreat step by step on the staircase to the heavens, each footfall resonating dully. He staggered back for several dozen levels before barely regaining his composure. Instantly, a pallor crept onto Xie Yun's face, and a bead of cold sweat formed on his brow. He fixed a piercing gaze on Wu Haoyan, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. This scoundrel, resorting to underhanded tactics? From his elevated position, Wu Haoyan looked down upon Xie Yun with a mocking smile. Xie Yun, traversing the staircase to the heavens is no trivial matter. You would do well to withdraw. With that, he employed the same trick once more, aiming to knock Xie Yun off the celestial steps. Once again, a multitude of prodigies descended upon Xie Yun like a fierce flood. This time, let us see how you evade. Having learned from the previous encounter, each prodigy targeted the blind spots with precision. Just when the crowd believed Xie Yun was on the verge of elimination, a slender figure darted forth like a gust of wind, positioning herself firmly in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized it was a young maiden, clad in simple garments. Although her appearance bore no embellishments, exuding a modest charm, she radiated an ethereal quality, setting her apart from the mundane. With a slight arch of her delicate brows and a glint of icy resolve in her eyes, she raised her jade-like hand. Though her movements appeared gentle, they were imbued with remarkable strength. In an instant, she dispatched the prodigies with effortless grace. A group of bullies, how shameful for your forebears. Picking on the weak, she scoffed, her eyes shimmering with a fervent sense of justice. Turning to Xieyun, she patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Fear not, my friend. For today I shall. Cough, cough. Today, there is a young lady present. They cannot harm you. Xieyun. Upon hearing the girl's explanation, he wore a bitter expression, feeling himself reduced to a position of vulnerability. However, this scene had already ignited a stir among the onlookers, who were left in astonishment. Just moments ago, the girl's speed was astonishing, rendering the oppressive pressure of ascending the heavenly ladder as inconsequential. With a swift and fierce strike, she dispatched several prodigies in an instant. Such terrifying prowess was comparable to the geniuses nurtured by the 3 premier sections. Who could she possibly be? Hao Yin, exercise caution. Wang Xianxian narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, that woman is peerless. He harbored a strong intuition that this seemingly ordinary girl was the most deeply concealed among all the prodigies. Perhaps she possesses some special means. Fear not, senior brother. Wu Haotian gritted his teeth and replied. Luo Yueyan, observing the somewhat disheveled Xieyun, hesitated and paused. Who is that girl? Her decisive actions and formidable strength are striking. Does no one recognize her as a disciple from that celestial lineage? Perhaps she is a genius born from some remote locale. And it is not unusual for us to remain unaware. Curiosity regarding the girl's identity enveloped everyone present. Who could she truly be? Among them, only the Saint King, suspended in the heavens, felt a headache coming on as he instantly discerned the girl's identity. The princess of the divine phoenix ancient kingdom, Shangwan Lioli. This girl has audaciously disguised herself to infiltrate the trials and cause mischief. Moreover, she has chosen to assist the uniquely positioned Xieyun. Since she wishes to draw attention, let her also encounter some hardship. Remember, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Wang Xianstian let out a cold snort. His gaze fixed intently on the young girl as the vital essence around him began to coalesce, forming several formidable strands of sword energy in mere moments. Excellent. With Brother Wang's assistance, they would surely be forced to descend from the celestial ladder. Wu Haoyan mirrored this, instantly gathering sharp sword energies. His sights set firmly on the direction where Xieyun stood. The girl pressed her lips together, sensing a twinge of weariness. Facing both adversaries while protecting Xieyun would indeed prove somewhat taxing. Yet, driven by the noble ideals of a chivalrous heart, she resolved to take the risk. Step back a few paces, allow me to handle this, she declared. Xieyun remained expressionless. The next instant, a notification resonated. Ding. Host has triggered a mission. Ascend within 30 breaths to receive the reward of immediate comprehension of the 6th realm of the 9 heavens sword technique. Chapter 54. The rock soars with the wind. Ascending 90,000 miles. Xieyun had activated a system task to reach the pinnacle in 30 breaths, granting him a profound understanding of the 6th sky of the 9 heavens sword technique. Incredible. Xieyun could not suppress his exhilaration. Although he possessed an innate clarity of sword intent, he had only begun the Divine Phoenix trials less than a month ago, leaving him little time for cultivation. Given his formidable heavenly Tao constitution, achieving a breakthrough to the 5th realm in just half a month had already been his limit. The 6th realm represented a significant threshold. Otherwise, Wang Xianxian and the others would not be ensnared, unable to advance even an inch. Now, with a mere word from the system, he could attain immediate enlightenment of the 6th realm. Xieyun's interest was piqued. Initially, he had intended to keep a low profile, but the system compelled him to showcase his prowess. Very well. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the heavens and earth transformed dramatically. Resplendent rays of colorful light cascaded from the horizon, resembling countless magnificent ribbons soaring towards the sky, as if to rend the firmament asunder. These rays coalesced into a colossal beam of light that enveloped Xieyun in an instant, as though the very essence of cosmic power converged upon him alone. Within this radiant column, Xieyun's figure exuded an unparalleled majesty, surrounded by a brilliant luminescence, akin to a celestial sage descending upon the realm. A grand and boundless righteousness erupted from within him, spreading outward like an unstoppable tide, sweeping across the world. This overwhelming force, imbued with an indomitable strength, reverberated through the hearts of all present. In that moment, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, Everyone was stupefied by this sudden phenomenon. Gazing in awe at the spectacle before them, their hearts swelling with an ineffable reverence. Even the most formidable beings, akin to sacred monarchs, displayed flickers of astonishment in their eyes, revealing their bewilderment. How could such a celestial phenomenon be summoned by Xie Yun? What had he done to invoke such a cosmic spectacle? Meanwhile, the Empress, observing from the palace through the Tianyan mirror, bore an expression of solemnity, her eyes reflecting deep astonishment and contemplation. The Tianyan mirror possesses the ability to glimpse all occurrences in the world, a treasure wielded solely by the 5 most powerful individuals under heaven. Even if bestowed upon others, it remains inoperative. To activate the Tianyan mirror, one must attain the 2nd rank of the harmonious path, enabling the continuous harnessing of celestial power to observe all worldly phenomena. Nevertheless, the Tianyan mirror is not invincible. If obscured by celestial mechanisms or formations, its perception can be effectively shielded. The Empress's gaze fell upon Xie Yun, and upon witnessing his distress as he nearly tumbled from the celestial ladder, an unfamiliar tension gripped her heart. She had never experienced such a peculiar sensation before. Despite having looked down upon Xie Yun in the past, her thoughts now lingered on him incessantly. To this end, she found herself willing to issue a challenge to the Wujiman, a move deemed irrational for a sovereign. Fortunately, the Wujiman was in the wrong. Otherwise, she would have found it intolerable to swallow her pride. The moment she beheld Xie Yun once more invoking anomalies in the heavens and the earth, her pupils trembled violently, leaving her utterly astonished. Words failed to encapsulate the tumult of emotions surging within her. This was the 3rd occurrence of such celestial phenomena. Could it be that he was indeed the reincarnation of the sage of Confucianism? Yet, who was the woman standing beside Xie Yun? What was her intention in drawing near to him? The Empress's instincts sharpened in an instant. Simultaneously, the leaders of the Qingshan sect, the Xingyue Palace, and the Wujiman witnessed the extraordinary celestial phenomena unfolding in Jinling City. Initially, they had employed the Tianyan mirror to observe the circumstances of their disciples, only to be taken aback by the spectacle of Xie Yun stirring the heavens. Was this youth truly the most notorious dandy in the capital? Such an extraordinary demeanor had deceived even the likes of me. The leader of the Qingshan sect, with an air of ethereal grace, slowly spoke. Old sword, have you succumbed to senility? Have you forgotten the unspeakable deeds Xie Yun committed against the holy maiden of Xingyue Palace in years past? Truly disgraceful. The head of the Wujiman interjected. The Lord of the Star Moon Palace, possessing the most authority to speak, revealed a profound astonishment in her gaze as she remarked. When Xie Yun apologized to Yu Yan, I witnessed this young man firsthand. He is indeed a quintessential scion of debauchery, utterly sullied from head to toe. Oh, the master of the Qingshan sect immediately became intrigued. Are you suggesting that the current Xie Yun is not the same person? The Lord of the Star Moon Palace shook her head and replied solemnly, he is indeed the same individual. The master of the Qingshan sect chuckled softly. Then how do you explain this? After a moment of contemplation, the Lord of the Star Moon Palace reached a conclusion. The Xie family, being prominent and conspicuous, may have prompted this young man to feign the demeanor of a wastrel to evade peril, while in truth, he harbors profound thoughts and conceals his true capabilities. Upon hearing this, the other 2 present gasped in astonishment. Truly, he is a descendant of that remarkable individual, exhibiting such exceptional talent, surpassing his predecessors. Given Xie Yun's qualifications, it is reasonable to expect him to eventually transcend the status of a Confucian sage. The old man from the Wu family may very well be driven to madness over this. Nevertheless, one remarked, in the midst of imperial strife, we must refrain from interference. Their fates are of no concern to us. The 3 masters of the top sects, despite being in disparate locations, could utilize the Tianyan mirror as a medium for communication. During this divine phoenix trial, they had dispatched their most esteemed disciples, each eager to maintain their honor. A loss would result in disgrace. Thus they anticipated that Wang Xianxian and his companions would emerge victorious, bringing glory to their sections. Beneath the facade of amiable smiles, turbulent undercurrents swirled. The scene shifted back to the celestial ladder. The young girl stood transfixed, witnessing the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. It was then that Xie Yun slowly began to speak, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an indescribable majesty and solemnity. With the words resonating, the great eagle soars with the wind, ascending 90,000 miles. A thunderous echo reverberated through the heavens and earth, striking awe into the hearts of all. This declaration seemed to awaken a symphony within the cosmos, embodying a magnificent ambition akin to the great eagle unfurling its wings, soaring into the firmament with unparalleled vigor and might, evoking profound reverence. In that moment, Xie Yun appeared to merge with the universe, resembling the majestic eagle gliding above, surveying the myriad beings below, defiantly gazing at the vast sky. Instantly, a torrent of righteous energy surged forth, enveloping Xie Yun like a relentless river. With a casual step, he blossomed with grace and ease. Suddenly, silence blanketed the arena. The audacious ambition of the great eagle soars with the wind, ascending 90,000 miles, echoed in everyone's ears. The holy king stood in stunned silence. The empress bore an expression of disbelief. The leaders of the three foremost sects were rendered speechless in shock. Was this truly not the Confucian sage himself in attendance? At this moment, Wu Haoyan was also left dumbfounded, realizing he had once again encountered Xie Yun, who had summoned a celestial phenomenon, this time directly overshadowing the pressure of the heavenly ladder. Run! Wu Haoyan felt an impending sense of doom, an overwhelming terror surging within him. Now, should Xie Yun wish to eliminate him, it would be effortless. He hastily advanced towards the summit of the heavenly ladder, his gaze fixed intently upon the black void above. Xie Yun smirked coldly, still thinking of escaping? With a delicate tap of his toes, his figure darted like a streak of light across the sky, each step on the heavenly ladder seeming to recede at a dizzying pace beneath him, as if time itself had lost all meaning. In a mere 25 breaths, he had drawn near to the summit, his momentum akin to a mighty rainbow. In an instant, he summoned the Junzi sword, bringing it down fiercely upon Wu Haoyan. Xie Yun bellowed, "Leave me no choice." Chapter 55. This steam bun is truly fragrant and soft. Just as Wu Haotian was about to enter the passage of the Tianyuan ancient relic, Xie Yun suddenly appeared like a ghost, her form as light as a swallow. In her hand, the Junzi sword shimmered with a chilling light, its blade like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the void in an instant. Aimed directly at Wu Haoyan's arm. With a flash of the sword, Wu Haoyan's arm was severed, blood gushing forth and staining half the sky. "Ah, Xie Yun, do you dare to sever my arm? Within the Tianyuan ancient relic, I will make you pay for this." The piercing cries echoed at the edge of the black hole. Wu Haoyan's figure swayed in agony and was subsequently engulfed by the passage, vanishing into the heavenly ladder. The severed arm tumbled down the heavenly ladder, blood trickling down the steps in a gruesome spectacle. Xie Yun has severed Wu Haoyan's arm. This scene shocked all the martial geniuses present. Who is Wu Haotian? A newly emerged prodigy of the sword path, the future successor of Wang Xianxian, a direct disciple of the Qingshan sect, and a descendant of the esteemed Confucian lineage of the Deqian dynasty. With unparalleled talent, a prestigious background, and formidable strength, he stood at the pinnacle, rivaling even the top three prodigies. Even the esteemed Qi Yu of the southern wilderness and the golden-winged rock of the barbaric demon clan could contend with him. Such a radiant genius, and yet he was so cruelly maimed by Xie Yun? What a pity! Still attempting to flee? Xie Yun scoffed coldly and then stepped into the passage, entering the Tianyuan ancient relic. She too wished to discover what this relic from the ancient era truly held. Congratulations to the host for reaching the pinnacle within 30 breaths, directly comprehending the 6th level of the Nine Heavens sword technique. In that fleeting moment, Xie Yun's understanding of the Nine Heavens sword technique deepened significantly, as the previously incomprehensible sword moves became as clear as day, enlightening him profoundly. Such a formidable sword intent. The holy king squinted, seemingly sensing a surge of sword intent soaring into the sky, which vanished in an instant. He gazed at the dozens of prodigies and speculated, could it be that Wang Xianxian has already broken through to the 7th level? If Wang Xianxian truly comprehends the Nine Heavens sword technique to the 7th level, his swordsmanship would be unparalleled in the world, making him the undisputed champion of this divine phoenix trial. The other prodigies would stand no chance, even if they joined forces. The Nine Heavens sword technique is inherently the most powerful sword art, with each level separated by an insurmountable chasm. Achieving the 7th level would result in a complete transformation, allowing one to slay opponents of a higher rank. Once Wang Xianxian reaches the 7th level, at the peak of the 6th grade, he could take down experts of the 5th grade returning to the void. This trial is becoming increasingly intriguing. However, the only concern for the Holy King is his daughter, Shangguan Yoli. This girl has actually infiltrated the Divine Phoenix trial and entered the Tianyuan ancient ruins. While there are indeed numerous rare treasures within, it is also fraught with peril, lurking with ancient ferocious beasts of terrifying strength, making survival, even for prodigies, a daunting challenge. Should one become isolated, death is inevitable. This girl truly gives one no peace of mind. The Holy King wishes for his daughter to marry the top divine beast of the wilds, the Xianfeng clan, hoping to activate her innate fire phoenix bloodline and potentially transform into a genuine top-tier fire phoenix. At that moment, the divine phoenix ancient kingdom would once again ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, thanks to Shangguan Liuli. However, his daughter looked down upon and disdained this. The Holy King closed his eyes in contemplation, burdened with concern. "Brother, wait for me," Shangguan Liuli called out as she watched Xie Yun vanish into the passage. "Am I mistaken?" Luo Yuan fixed her gaze on the direction in which Xie Yun had disappeared, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly. She had distinctly sensed that terrifying sword intent erupting from within him. That formidable sword intent was not inferior even to Wang Xianxian's. Wang Xianxian had cultivated for decades to comprehend the ninth heaven sword control technique to its sixth realm's peak. How had Xie Yun achieved such mastery? In just a few months, even an extraordinary genius from ancient times would find it nearly impossible. Perhaps she was mistaken? With a soft sigh, Luo Weiyan delicately stepped forward, her tender jade-like foot gradually entering the Tianyuan ruins. Her objective was to locate the Enlightenment Tree and break through to the third realm of the Star-Moon illusionary divine technique. Upon stepping into the ruins, Xie Yun felt as if he had entered another world. The heavens were enveloped in a layer of grayish chaos, obscuring the light of the sky and imparting an oppressive, hollow sensation. He raised his gaze and beheld towering ancient trees, their trunks as robust as dragons, their crowns piercing the clouds, as if attempting to shatter the heavens above. These ancient trees stood densely clustered, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the sun. A faint white mist permeated the air, swirling between the trees and rendering the view obscured. The path beneath his feet was also shrouded in this mist, making it easy to lose one's way and become ensnared within this ancient and perilous ruin. Where was this place? Xie Yun pondered, cautiously observing his surroundings. The trial involved refining the divine phoenix pill, which could transform all things in the world, even imitating humans. How could he possibly locate it? The foremost task at hand was to ascertain his geographical position and determine his bearings. The challenge lay in the fact that he had no map. Reluctantly, Xie Yun advanced carefully, the dry leaves beneath his feet producing faint rustling sounds. The surrounding fog blurred his vision, and each step was taken with utmost vigilance. Suddenly, his chest collided with something soft and warm, akin to a freshly steamed bun, still retaining a hint of human warmth. A delicate fragrance of milk wafted through the air. Alarmed, he instinctively tried to retreat, but at that moment, he felt a chilling aura rush towards him. He slowly lifted his gaze, and in an instant, his face turned pale, his heartbeat seemingly frozen. Luo Weiyan had appeared before him, her figure clad in white, ethereal amidst the mist, resembling a ghost. Her eyes were as cold as frost, piercing like a blade, fixed intently upon him, devoid of warmth, radiating an endless chill and a faint hint of murderous intent that sent shivers down his spine. Xie Yun's heart tightened, and he hurriedly began to explain, "Fairy Luo, it is a misunderstanding. The fog is too dense. I truly cannot see the path, and I certainly did not intend to offend." The others stood in shock, realizing that the earlier soft object was none other than Fairy Luo herself. In that moment, he was at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. However, Luo Yuyan's expression grew increasingly frigid, her eyes aflame with fury, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and indignation. She had been so brazenly disrespected by this scoundrel, a humiliation beyond measure. Immediately, she let out a cold snort, disregarding Xie Yun's explanations. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and struck directly at his face, her fingertips curling like claws, as if she truly intended to gouge out his offending eyes. Xie Yun retreated repeatedly, dodging while attempting to clarify, "Fairy Luo, I assure you, it was not my intention. The mist in this relic is so dense that visibility is severely impaired. How could I possibly mean to offend you?" His tone was earnest. Yet Luo Yuan remained unmoved, her assault growing increasingly fierce and lethal. "Rogue, you have finally succeeded," she declared icily, her voice laced with shame. Just as Xie Yun grew impatient, he suddenly shouted, "Do you not bear any fault? With this thick fog, why did you not speak up sooner? Had you alerted me earlier, we would not be in this predicament." Chapter 56. Fairy Luo. "Rogue, you still claim it was unintentional." Luo Yuan. Upon hearing his words, Luo Yueyin abruptly halted her movements, her offensive stance coming to a standstill. She froze in place, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her icy gaze, seemingly stirred by Xie Yun's remarks. It must be acknowledged that the rogue had a point. Had she been forewarned, she would not have fallen victim to his frivolity. Yet, the surrounding conditions were undeniably dire, enveloped in swirling mist that obscured all visibility. If the fairy herself could not discern clearly, how could she justly place blame upon me? Xie Yun, with reason and righteousness, proclaimed, "Your form is esteemed." Am I not equally so? As a scion of a renowned sage, I too have been wronged. The chest of Luo Yueyin is indeed a chest. Can one question its nature? The sole distinction lies in its size. I too am a victim, yet now I am subjected to your oppression. Where can I seek justice? Xie Yun bears his unspoken anguish. Luo Yueyin gazes, astonished, at the aggrieved Xie Yun. After a moment of silence, the anger on her face gradually dissipates, replaced by a subtle contemplation. The surrounding mist continues to swirl, leaving only the faint sound of their breathing in the stillness. Luo Yueyin refrains from making another move. Casting a cold glance at Xie Yun before turning to depart, her figure soon vanishing into the vast white fog, leaving behind a faint remark that lingers in the air. Next time, do not let me see you again. Xie Yun watches as Luo Yueyin disappears into the mist, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the fairy does not possess great intelligence. Otherwise, he might have met his demise today. To avoid encountering Luo Yueyin again, he decides to take a different path. Xie Yun proceeds in the opposite direction from where Luo Yueyin had left. Approximately half a stick of incense later, a familiar sensation envelopes him as his chest is once again greeted by the soft impact of a bun, accompanied by the familiar scent of milk that is refreshing to the soul. Xie Yun offers a gentle smile, greeting the extraordinary fairy before him, Fairy Luo. What a coincidence to meet again. Luo Yueyin retorts, "You rogue, do you dare claim this is unintentional?" Once more, Luo Yueyin strikes, this time with greater ferocity, determined to extract the boy's eyeballs. As Xie Yun flees, he attempts to explain. "Fairy Luo, I am already heading in the opposite direction. It is impossible for us to cross paths. Could it be you have circled back?" Luo Yueyin bit her silver teeth, her eyes slightly reddened, and resolutely declared, "Impossible. As the holy maiden, I possess the map. How could I possibly have gone astray?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yun was instantly filled with elation. A map in Luo Yueyin's possession? How fortunate! If she indeed had a map, he would not have to wander aimlessly like a headless fly within the Tianyuan ruins. Suddenly halting his steps, Xie Yun spoke earnestly. "Since you possess the map, let us simulate our respective paths and ascertain where the fault lies." Luo Yueyin fixed her gaze upon Xie Yun, a tide of resentment surging within her youthful heart. "If it turns out that I was in the wrong, I shall willingly accept the consequences," Xie Yun asserted solemnly. "However, if that is not the case, I implore you, fair maiden, to grant me a condition." With a cold voice, Luo Yueyin retorted, "Not a chance. I see through your intentions. You merely wish to evade responsibility." Xie Yun, harboring a multitude of schemes, pondered the depths of his cunning. How absurd! As a descendant of the Confucian sage, would he truly be so untrustworthy? Xie Yun replied earnestly, "If I can prove that I was at fault, I shall willingly offer my eyes, sparing you the need to dirty your hands. How does that sound?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yueyin nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since you swear by the Confucian sage, your sincerity is assured, and there is no need for deceit. More importantly, I wish to avoid the cruelty of personally extracting your eyes. Otherwise, given my strength, it would be impossible for the mere 6th-grade Confucian practitioner, Xie Yun, to elude me repeatedly. It would be more efficient to let him do it himself." Upon mutual accord, Luo Yueyin produced a portion of the map of the Tianyuan ruins. The map she held was far from complete. It merely indicated the location of the ancient Vine Abyss region. The two resumed their simulation, proceeding as they had before. After a moment of determined footsteps, they finally arrived at an answer. Xie Yun cast a resentful glance at Luo Yueyin, his eyes brimming with disdain. Instantly, Luo Yueyin lowered her head, rendered speechless, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and her delicate hands fidgeting nervously. In that moment of revelation, Luo Yueyin was taken aback. It turned out she had unwittingly circled around according to the route, ultimately finding herself face to face with Xie Yun once more. Xie Yun's words rang true. He had indeed been moving in the opposite direction, without any intention of following her. All along, Luo Yuan had harbored the misconception that Xie Yun held a romantic infatuation for her, his desires swelling with the intent to possess her. It was, in truth, her own folly. I apologize. It was my mistake, Luo Yuan murmured softly, pressing her lips together. Acknowledging one's errors is essential, and one must stand firm in the face of repercussions. As the illustrious saintess of the Star Moon Palace, she was not one to renege on her word. Xie Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of mischief in his gaze as he fixated on the fragile and helpless Luo Yuan, slowly articulating. I accept your apology, but I kindly ask that the esteemed Luo fulfill her promise and grant me one condition. At these words, Luo Yuan's beautiful eyes quivered slightly, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Her gaze was filled with profound trepidation. She had underestimated the situation. She had failed to stipulate beforehand that unreasonable demands could not be met, and that not all requests would be granted. The blame lay solely with her for her excessive confidence. From beginning to end, she firmly believed that it was Xie Yun's fault, rather than her own shortcomings. Thus, she overlooked the constraints of the agreement. Now, Xie Yun could invoke this pact to demand her service in any matter, even in matters of intimacy. Instantly, Luo Yuan was engulfed in despair and fury. She vividly recalled the humiliation she endured at the hands of Xie Yun 2 years ago, when he boasted about having taken Luo Xianzi's virginity. Now, an opportunity lay before him, glaringly apparent. How could he let it slip away? Yet, the two had sworn an oath that could not be breached. Otherwise, the heavens would exact punishment, rendering Luo Yuan's cultivation null and void, leading her to a fate worse than death. What meaning would life hold then? After a prolonged internal struggle, Luo Yuan finally spoke, her gaze resolute. In pursuit of the supreme path, she could not afford to relinquish her aspirations, even if it meant sacrificing certain things. One must lose to gain. In the journey of growth, one inevitably loses precious items along the way. Speak your terms. This holy maiden shall grant any condition you desire. At this moment, Luo Yuan appeared casual, yet her heart was already steeped in despair, tears gently tracing her cheeks. She had ultimately lost the most significant aspect of her life. Observing Luo Yuan's compliance, Xie Yun unabashedly declared, "Then I shall require you." Haha. Chapter 57. The Celestial Maiden is confused. The Empress is jealous. In the city of Jinling Mountain, after all the prodigies entered the Tianyuan ancient relics, the celestial staircase vanished, replaced by a colossal Tianyan mirror. Within it, the fates of each prodigy were displayed in a continuous loop. Of course, the duration for which the Tianyan mirror lingered on each prodigy was not fixed, but rather determined by their individual prowess. The greater one's strength, the longer they linger. After all, everyone revels in witnessing the clash of true prodigies rather than the futile skirmishes among the inept. Coincidentally, the spotlight first falls upon Luo Yuan. As the crowd observes her teleporting to a mist-laden locale, an undercurrent of concern ripples through their hearts, soon to be supplanted by outrage. How dare that lecher? Cursed be Xie Yun. He has savored the most delectable steamed bun in the world. That is none other than the bun of the immortal Luo Yuan. Eliminate Xie Yun and seize the immortal. They cry, filled with indignation. From that moment forth, Xie Yun becomes the public enemy of men everywhere. The throng of Luo Yuan's admirers descends into utter despair, nearly gouging out their eyes, unwilling to witness their goddess subjected to such lasciviousness. They had anticipated that the celestial maiden would deliver a stern reprimand to the lecher, only to their astonishment, she is swiftly persuaded by a few words, even contemplating an apology. The young masters of prestigious families are left weeping openly. Even the holy king, upon witnessing this, cannot suppress a bead of cold sweat. This young man possesses a silver tongue, capable of turning white into black, reminiscent of his own youthful audacity. However, what truly shatters the young master's composure is yet to come. Not only has Xie Yun feasted upon the bun of the immortal once, but he has done so a second time. As fate would have it, they encounter each other once more. Cursed be this day. 2 sumptuous meals in a single day. Do not restrain me. I must slay him, they exclaim in frustration. Upon witnessing the moment the two establish their vow, all followers plunge into profound despair. How foolish. The immortal is besotted. Who is he? The most notorious scion of the capital, his mind awash with depravity. If he were to seize her, would she remain untouched? The most terrifying scenario has indeed unfolded. Luo Yuan has acknowledged her fault and consented to any condition proposed by Xie Yun. It is evident to the simplest mind what this entails. This is a chance to defy fate. Moreover, Xie Yun has always been a rogue, proclaiming in the past his desire to claim Luo Yueyan's purity. Now that an opportune moment lies before him, how could he let it slip away? From this point onward, the goddess has been sullied. Yet, it matters not. Even if tainted, she remains appealing, for she is none other than the enchanting Luo. Within the starry moon palace, an earth-shattering tremor suddenly reverberated, as if the heavens themselves quaked in that instant. The glazed tiles adorning the palace walls shattered, their fragments glistening under the moonlight, resembling fallen stars. The palace master stood upon the high platform, her aura surging like turbulent waves, engulfing the entire hall, her eyes ablaze with fury, intent on tearing Xie Yun to shreds. Xie Yun, should you dare to lay a hand on my disciple, I shall ensure your line is extinguished. The palace master was taken aback. Although Luo Yueyan was naive and lacked worldly wisdom, could she truly be so foolish? To be so easily deceived by Xie Yun's words, sacrificing everything? She shuddered to think of the consequences should Xie Yun actually commit that act. Calm yourself, esteemed master. Why must you be so enraged? The leader of the Qingshan sect chuckled softly and remarked, in my humble opinion, Xie Yun would make a commendable husband. If he were to unite with your esteemed daughter, it would indeed be a fortuitous match. Why not go with the flow and facilitate their union? The leader of the Wujimen let out a hearty laugh. I find the old ghost of the Qingshan sect's words quite reasonable. Young people are fond of such things. Why impede their affections? It is human nature to have emotions and desires, and love is born from this very essence of life. Moreover, how could Xie Yun's heritage and status ever be deemed unworthy of the esteemed holy maiden of your palace? After all, Xie Yun is a descendant of the Confucian sage. Humph. The master of the Xingyue palace sneered. Do not presume that this palace is oblivious to the schemes you harbor. If you truly wed Yu Yin to this good-for-nothing, the entire Xingyue palace would be dragged into disgrace, its reputation tarnished. Xie Yun's name has long been sullied. A waste, devoid of learning and ambition. Marrying the holy maiden to him would be akin to wedded a dog. The leader of the Qingshan sect scoffed. An old woman who has long lost her monthly cycle dares to obstruct her disciples' pursuit of love. Begone. The master of the Xingyue palace immediately erupted in fury, while the Qingshan sect leader obediently sealed his lips. In the grand palace of Deqian, within the Empress's chambers, she sat gracefully upon a soft couch adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix designs, her gaze fixated on the Tianyan mirror before her. In its reflection, Xie Yun's figure was distinctly visible as he engaged in light-hearted banter with the holy maiden of the Xingyue palace, their playful exchanges reaching a climax. The Empress's fingers tightened slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, as if scorched by the scene within the mirror. She pressed her lips together, a wave of indescribable bitterness swelling within her heart, as though an invisible force had seized her very essence, rendering her breath heavier. Xie Yun, she whispered softly, her voice tinged with suppressed emotions. After a brief moment, she let out a soft hum, her tone laced with both warning and anticipation. You had better not disappoint me. Should Xie Yun truly dare to treat Luo Yueyan with levity, she would not hesitate to ensure he faced dire consequences. At worst, she thought, she could forego such matters entirely. That which belonged solely to her was not to be trifled with by others. If someone else were to possess it, she would hold it in disdain. A dignified empress, reduced to using second-hand wares, especially in her own presence. In the ancient ruins of Tianyuan, Xie Yun spoke slowly. Hand over the map you hold. Come forth, you scoundrel. This holy maiden is not afraid of you. Luo Yueyan had mentally prepared herself, opening her arms and closing her eyes, ready to embrace the impending storm. However, Xie Yun's words caught her off guard. What? The map? Was that all he sought? Not the other matter? Xie Yun blinked in puzzlement and asked, Fairy Luo, do you truly look down upon this young master by calling me a scoundrel? I admit, I may have been somewhat excessive in the past. Yet now, my aspirations lie in the pursuit of the ultimate path. Please do not allow your mortal perceptions to cloud this young master's resolve. Luo Yueyan was taken aback. Had she misinterpreted the situation? From the beginning, Xie Yun had only been interested in the map in her possession. Embarrassed, she wished she could dig a hole and hide. Wanting nothing more than to live a quiet life, feeling utterly unworthy to exist in the world. Her thoughts had been even more impure than Xie Yun's. Here, she said, handing the scroll to the young man. Yet, as she attempted to make her escape, she stopped after a short distance, hesitated for a moment, and then, with a skip in her step, returned eagerly to Xie Yun's side. She pouted slightly and softly huffed. This holy maiden is unfamiliar with the way. I shall rely on you from now on. Xie Yun remained silent. In the next instant, a notification echoed. System task triggered. Proceed to the ancient vine abyss and slay the abyssal dragon. Upon success, a 6th grade supreme golden elixir will be rewarded. Chapter 58, Fairy. Please maintain your decorum. There should be no intimacy between men and women. Xie Yun's eyes lit up, revealing an expression of delight. To think it was a 6th grade supreme golden elixir. Once consumed, it would elevate his martial realm directly to the 6th grade gathering spirit realm, making him comparable to those extraordinary talents. The only disparity lay in the comprehension of the distinct meanings of the 6th grade. Wang Xianxian, for instance, stood at the pinnacle of the 6th grade, merely a step away from the 5th grade. An ordinary individual would undoubtedly be no match for him. Yet Xie Yun was adept in both Confucianism and martial arts. With 2 disparate paths of cultivation simultaneously reaching the 6th grade, the power he could unleash would be terrifying beyond measure, certainly beyond what a mere 6th grade pinnacle could withstand. However, the question remained, where exactly was the ancient vine abyss? How formidable was the abyssal dragon? If he were to fall short against the abyssal dragon and perish at its hands, it would be a tremendous loss. Lady Luo, do you know where the ancient vine abyss is? Xie Yun inquired. Luo Yueyin paused for a moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through her beautiful eyes, before slowly replying. The place we currently inhabit is the ancient vine abyss. Xie Yun fell into silence. No wonder towering ancient trees surrounded them. He had inadvertently stumbled into the ancient vine abyss. Are you also searching for it? Upon hearing Xie Yun mention the ancient vine abyss, Luo Yueyin instantly understood his intentions. He was indeed here for the enlightenment tree. The very location of the enlightenment tree was within the ancient vine abyss. Otherwise, how could he possibly know the 4 characters of the ancient vine abyss? Xie Yun nodded. You too? After speaking, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Here was a perfectly good saintess of the Star Moon Palace, not vying for the divine phoenix elixir, but instead pursuing a deep abyss dragon. Could it be that she too had a mission bestowed by a system? If not, what was her motive for slaying the deep abyss dragon? Xie Yun's objective was the deep abyss dragon, while Luo Yueyin sought the martial Dao fruit. Both of them mistakenly believed the other was there to seize their opportunity. Instantly, they regarded each other with heightened vigilance. Well then, it would be advantageous to have an ally. After much contemplation, Luo Yueyin ultimately acquiesced to Xie Yun's intentions, slowly explaining. If there is more than one, shall we divide them equally? She preferred to avoid conflict with Xie Yun, opting instead to establish a prior agreement to share the spoils. Although the enlightenment tree bore flowers after a millennium and fruits after a century, it had been countless years since the last opening of the Tianyuan ruins. There must be more than 2 enlightenment fruits. What the hell? Xie Yun was taken aback, unable to suppress an expletive. There was more than one deep abyss dragon. The creatures that could survive in this place were at least ancient era beasts, possessing strange and unpredictable abilities, with terrifying combat prowess. Slaying even one would be a formidable challenge, let alone 2. Xie Yun's complexion turned pallid. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly agreed. This was indeed the most prudent solution. With Luo Yueyin by his side, they would have a greater assurance in dealing with the deep abyss dragon. Upon hearing Xie Yun's agreement, Luo Yueyin breathed a sigh of relief. Such beings only existed in the core region of the ancient vine abyss. We must continue onward. Xie Yun nodded, following behind the celestial maiden. In the city of Jinling, beneath the celestial mirror, the onlookers observed as Xie Yun accompanied Luo Yueyin, gradually vanishing from sight. As they ventured deeper, the swirling white mist thickened, enveloping them in its ethereal embrace. What could have prompted their companionship? Did they forge some clandestine pact? By what merit did Xie Yun deem himself worthy to walk alongside the celestial maiden, and did he not fear endangering her? As they became engrossed in the unfolding tale of Xie Yun and Luo Yueyin, the scene within the celestial mirror abruptly shifted, revealing the esteemed senior disciple Wang Xianxian of the Qingshan sect. In the vivid portrayal, Wang Xianxian stood resolutely alongside Wu Haoyan, both poised against a formidable 6th-tier white-furred bear beast. Their synchronization was impeccable, a seamless interplay of skill and intent. Wang Xianxian's sword radiated like a streak of light, his movements agile and fluid, as he directed a chilling onslaught toward the beast's vital points. Wu Haoyan mirrored this prowess, each strike imbued with the force to shatter mountains, compelling the beast to retreat under their relentless assault. Ultimately, despite the bear beast's ferocity, it succumbed to their combined might, collapsing with a piercing roar. Yet, the cessation of battle did not deter Wu Haoyan. His gaze remained steely as he advanced unflinchingly. With hands like iron claws, he seized the carcass of the beast, tearing it asunder with ruthless ferocity. Blood erupted forth, and the creature's hide and flesh were methodically stripped away in a gruesome display. What followed was a scene of sheer brutality. Wu Haoyan, without hesitation, devoured the bare beast's flesh, tearing into it with a savage intensity, his visage contorted in a grimace. Even more astonishing, he refined one of the beast's severed limbs, transforming it into a wellspring of immense energy, which he absorbed into his very being. As the surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, Wu Haoyan's aura ascended dramatically. The arm severed by Xie Yun was replaced by a powerful bare limb, even stronger than before. Xie Yun, this time there is no escape, Wu Haoyan roared, fervently unleashing the fury within him, determined to declare to the world that he and Xie Yun were sworn enemies. Xie Yun had severed his arm and forced him to consume flesh. Thus, he demanded a life in recompense. This scene was laid bare before all, prompting gasps of astonishment and profound respect from onlookers. Truly, a ruthless individual, he had fused with the arm of a sixth-tier ferocious beast. The white-haired bear beast, second only to divine beasts in bloodline, had greatly enhanced his power through this fusion. Xie Yun was surely in peril. Why provoke anyone else but this madman, Wu Haoyan? Nevertheless, the crowd secretly hoped to witness Xie Yun's downfall, for he had dared to slight the celestial maiden, making him the adversary of all men. Meanwhile, Xie Yun and Luo Yuan ventured into the heart of the ancient vine abyss, where the surroundings grew increasingly sinister and foreboding. The thick fog swirled in the air like a living entity, obscuring vision, while the path beneath their feet became indistinct, as if every step teetered on the edge of nothingness. The vines coiled around them like colossal serpents, occasionally emitting low hisses that seemed to serve as warnings to intruders. A suffocating stench of decay permeated the air. Suddenly, Luo Yuan furrowed her brows, covering her mouth and nose, unable to suppress a series of coughs. This is bad. There are toxic gases in the air. Her voice trembled with urgency, clearly aware that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Xie Yun's expression grew solemn, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. In an instant, an aura of righteousness emanated from his being, forming an invisible barrier that shielded them from the noxious gas outside. Luo Xianzi, come closer to me, Xie Yun murmured. Luo Yuan hesitated for a moment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she softly replied, "It is improper for men and women to engage in close contact." Xie Yun, devoid of any expression, retorted, "Very well, you may wait here quietly for your demise. If you succumb to poison here, there will be no escape." Luo Yuan stood stunned for a moment before quietly leaning against Xie Yun. An air of subtle intimacy enveloped them. "I sense that the source lies ahead." Suddenly, they halted, confronted by an unfathomable abyss before them. Luo Yuan's consciousness stirred as she summoned her sword to fly. She glanced at Xie Yun, extending her hand, and said gently, "Come up." Xie Yun did not hesitate. He positioned himself behind Luo Yuan, pressing closely against her delicate form, the faint scent of milk wafting towards him. As they journeyed onward, Luo Yuan abruptly halted, her lips trembling as she inquired, "Rogue, what are you pressing against me?" Chapter 59. Does he harbor feelings for me? The fairies guilt Xie Yun. Huh, what nonsense is this? Defamation. This is unequivocally slander. Xie Yun could assure himself that he harbored no improper thoughts. His mind was solely occupied with the details of slaying the abyssal dragon, leaving no room for other musings. He then extracted the hilt of a sword from his waist, suddenly enlightened, and hastily clarified, "Luo Xianzi, I assure you, I am wronged. What pressed against you was merely my sword." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Very well, I misjudged you and offer my apologies." Xie Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. I have grown accustomed to being misunderstood. The prejudices residing in people's hearts are like insurmountable mountains, impervious to any effort to alter them. In the eyes of the world, Xie Yun is merely a frivolous scion, consumed by base thoughts. Even if he were to experience an epiphany and attain the 7th rank of destiny, it would be attributed solely to luck, devoid of any connection to talent. Luo Yuan pressed her lips together, a twinge of guilt surfacing within her. She had indeed been unduly harsh towards Xie Yun. Both instances of misunderstanding had led her to concede the map to him. Furthermore, the saying resonated profoundly: stand firm, and you shall soon traverse the abyss. Luo Yuyan's eyes sparkled with determination as she focused her energy and soared through the skies on her sword. Below them, the abyss churned with dark mist, as if an endless void sought to consume all. Nevertheless, the two remained composed, their swordlight radiant, as they steadily crossed the heart-stopping chasm. At last, they arrived at the very core of the ancient vine abyss. The scenery transformed abruptly, the black mist dissipated, giving way to a realm of tranquility. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious essence, as if time had stood still for millennia. Not far away, a colossal primordial divine tree stood majestically, its trunk robust as a dragon, its foliage lush like clouds. The bark was etched with the marks of time, each groove seemingly narrating tales from antiquity. The divine tree was enveloped in a gentle, sacred radiance, soft and pure. Above the canopy, a golden fruit hung delicately, its surface adorned with faint ancient runes, shimmering like a star fallen to the earth. Luo Yuan gazed at the Dao fruit, a flicker of joy igniting in her eyes. That was the legendary Dao tree, bearing a single Dao fruit. Consuming it would effortlessly enable one to transcend the third tier of the star-moon illusionary divine art, bridging the realms of reality and illusion. Such a breathtaking sight left Xie Yun in a state of astonishment. It turned out that Luo Yuyan's objective was not the abyssal dragon, but rather this resplendent golden fruit. It was evident that this was no ordinary item. It was a true treasure of heaven and earth, existing since ancient times. Ding! The host has triggered a quest. Harvest the Dao fruit to receive 10 martial fruits as a reward. In the next moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, and Xie Yun's gaze ignited with a fierce brilliance, his heart overflowing with boundless joy. This was indeed the Dao fruit, rumored to enhance one's comprehension, allowing for rapid progress in cultivation. Now, simply harvesting it would yield 10 Dao fruits as a reward. What a magnificent bounty! Even if he consumed one, the remaining ones could be bestowed upon his loved ones, elevating their strength significantly, especially for his father, who had been ridiculed by the world, falling short of both his father and descendants. If his father were to consume it, he could at least break through to the 4th grade, returning to purity realm. At that time, no one would dare mock his father's talents. Yet, alas, there was only one Dao fruit. The most worrisome scenario had indeed come to pass. The Dao tree bore only a solitary Dao fruit, entirely insufficient for the two of them to share. Luo Yuyan's face revealed a difficult expression. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke in a deep voice. Since this saintess has already spoken, I shall not take advantage of you. We shall share this martial fruit equally. How does that sound? In this world, rare treasures are possessed by the strong. With her formidable strength, she could easily overpower Xie Yun. Should she persist in her own way and forcefully suppress him, he would never obtain the enlightenment fruit. Yet, Luo Yuyan had already made a promise, despite her reluctance. She could only acquiesce. Xie Yun, his expression devoid of emotion, shook his head. There is no need. I require only one condition from you, Miss Luo. This enlightenment fruit shall be yours. I will not seize it. Moreover, dividing the enlightenment fruit would greatly diminish its efficacy, so there is no need for such an arrangement. After all, merely picking the enlightenment fruit triggers system rewards. 10 enlightenment fruits far surpass the value of a single one. It would be more beneficial to facilitate your acquisition. Consider it a gesture of apology for previously treating you frivolously and for deceiving you about the map you held. Xie Yun felt a twinge of guilt within. Luo Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xie Yun in disbelief. Are you truly speaking the truth? She thought she might have misheard. The enlightenment fruit is one of the most precious treasures in existence, even more vital to practitioners than life itself. Xie Yun was so easily willing to relinquish it? Did he harbor feelings for me? Perhaps this was a form of betrothal gift, albeit unspoken. Half an enlightenment fruit is certainly worth the most extravagant dowry in the world. Of course, once this young master has spoken, my word is as binding as a chariot to its course. Xie Yun, with a demeanor as light as a feather, declared, and my condition is this. I must be the one to pluck the enlightenment fruit and then present it to you. Do you believe me? As the words fell, Luo Yuyan furrowed her brows, revealing a grave expression. Would she allow Xie Yun to seize the martial fruit first, only for him to consume it outright? In such a case, Luo Yuyan would be left with nothing. After enduring countless hardships to participate in the divine phoenix trial, the coveted prize lay tantalizingly within reach. In that moment, she found herself at a loss. If Fairy Luo did not trust her, then let each rely on their own means. The strong would prevail. Xie Yun, too, refrained from idle chatter. He had never believed that Luo Yueyin could place her trust in him. What kind of character did he possess? The common folk could attest to it. At this moment, convincing a former victim to believe in him seemed an insurmountable task. Yet unexpectedly, Luo Yueyin took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. Very well. I believe in you. I hope, young Master Xie, that you will not let me down. She was nearly wagering everything. Although Xie Yun's character was indeed questionable, her perception of him had somewhat shifted during their time together. He was a man who dared to confront the Blade Saint for the sake of his subordinates, and his declaration of ambition, like the great rocks soaring with the wind, ascending 90,000 miles, was truly awe-inspiring. She believed that someone capable of uttering such lofty words could not possibly be a treacherous scoundrel. She was willing to take a gamble, despite the steep price of potential loss. Now it was Xie Yun who found himself momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation. Could it be that Luo Yueyin genuinely wished to trust him? This thought stirred an inexplicable thrill within him. Since his arrival in this world, she was the first stranger willing to trust him unconditionally. Very well, I shall not disappoint you. With that, he soared into the air, extending his hand to grasp the elusive enlightenment fruit. In the next instant, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The vast abyss trembled incessantly, the heavens and earth shifting in hue. A colossal dragon, towering 100 feet, emerged before them, its fierce gaze fixed upon Xie Yun. The abyssal dragon. Slay it. And one could transcend to the 6th tier of spirit-gathering realm. Chapter 60. Xie Yun. Bring forth the sword. A thunderous roar reverberated through the skies as the abyssal dragon surged forth from the depths, its massive form erupting from the ground. Dark scales glinting with an eerie luminescence in the firelight. Its eyes burned like twin infernos, fixated on Xie Yun, who felt the scorching breath of the dragon wash over him, forcing him back several paces. Alarm surged within Xie Yun, prompting him to quickly channel his righteous energy for protection, barely withstanding the searing flames. Raising his gaze, he beheld the abyssal dragon coiling in midair, its immense body casting a shadow that obscured the sun, as if even the very fabric of reality trembled beneath its might. The abyssal dragon. Luo Yueyin's complexion paled, a flicker of terror crossing her features. Though she was a paragon among the younger generation, the presence of this ancient beast instilled a sense of helplessness within her. Yet, Luo Yueyin swiftly regained her composure, whispering to Xie Yun, "This dragon possesses formidable strength. It is unlikely we can withstand it together. I will distract it, allowing you the chance to seize the enlightenment fruit." Xie Yun nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that hesitation was not an option, action was imperative. As her words faded, Luo Yueyin transformed into a streak of light, dashing toward the abyssal dragon, her sword vibrating in her grasp, the blade shimmering like the stars. Star Moon Illusory Divine Art. Second layer, Illusory Moon Space. Luo Yueyin uttered a soft command, her sword tracing an intricate trajectory as her vital energy surged, transforming into countless glimmers of starlight that rapidly coalesced into an ethereal space around the abyssal dragon. This realm seemed to exist independently of the world, with twinkling stars and flowing moonlight, resembling a serene night sky, endeavoring to ensnare the dragon within its confines. Sensing the anomaly, the abyssal dragon's enormous eyes flickered with disdain. It roared defiantly towards the heavens, its voice resonating through the skies, and with a sudden tremor of its colossal form, fiery brilliance erupted from its obsidian scales. In the next instant, it unleashed a cataclysmic breath of flame, a torrent of fire surging forth to rend the illusory space asunder. Boom! The fragile realm crumbled beneath the dragon's rampant might, and the backlash surged towards Luo Yueyin like a relentless tide. Instantly, she felt a crushing pressure in her chest. Her internal energies in disarray, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. Staggering backward, she barely managed to steady herself with her sword to avoid collapsing. Fairy Luo, Xie Yun, witnessing the scene, was gripped by fear and hurried forward to support her. Luo Yueyin, with great effort, raised her head slightly, a trace of blood staining her lips, and whispered, "Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly go and retrieve the enlightenment fruit." I cannot hold on much longer. Pain flickered in Xie Yun's eyes as he gritted his teeth, gently setting Luo Yueyin down before darting forth like lightning towards the enlightenment fruit once more. The abyssal dragon, sensing his movement, let out a furious roar, sweeping its massive tail in a fierce arc, stirring a tempest. With all his strength, Xie Yun evaded like a phantom, and in a moment of peril, he reached out and grasped the enlightenment fruit. The host successfully harvested the enlightenment fruit, receiving 10 fruits as a reward, which were placed into the system's storage for immediate use. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Xie Yun's eyes. He had succeeded. Yet, before he could fully grasp the immense power contained within, the abyssal demon dragon descended into madness. Its eyes blazed crimson, while fierce flames flickered across its scales. As if its entire body was engulfed in fire, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, sending shockwaves that caused the very earth to tremble. With a sudden twist of its colossal form, the dragon's tail swept through the air like a towering pillar, conjuring a tempest that forced Xie Yun back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, the dragon charged at him with the force of a mountain, moving with a speed that rendered him nearly paralyzed. With a resounding crash, the dragon's massive body collided with Xie Yun, unleashing a terrifying force that sent him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Pain exploded in his chest, as if every bone in his body were shattering, and he was uncontrollably flung backward, crashing against the sheer cliffside. However, the abyssal demon dragon showed no intention of sparing Xie Yun. It was determined to bring about his demise. Its gargantuan form relentlessly battered the cliff, causing boulders to plummet like rain, enveloping the area in dust and debris as if the very world were collapsing in that moment. Xie Yun was swiftly engulfed by the cascade of giant stones, vanishing into the swirling clouds of dust. Xie Yun, Luo Yueyin gasped, her complexion paling as terror and despair filled her eyes. Had he perished? Even she, faced with the abyssal demon dragon's ferocious assault, could not have emerged unscathed, let alone Xie Yun, who was merely at the 7th rank of Confucianism. Her frail body was vulnerable, unable to withstand a single blow. I am sorry. It is all my fault. Luo Yueyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart overwhelmed with boundless remorse. Had she not desired to venture into the core of the ancient vine abyss, Xie Yun would not have followed. Had she not consented to let Xie Yun pluck the enlightenment fruit, he would not have met his demise. She attributed Xie Yun's death solely to herself. I am truly sorry. I am deeply, profoundly sorry. Even in death, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Enveloped by a tempest of rage, Luo Yueyin momentarily disregarded her own peril, her voice a low growl, laced with unwavering resolve and madness. Suddenly, her gaze fixed intently upon the massive abyssal dragon in the distance, its colossal form towering like a mountain, its obsidian scales glinting with a chilling sheen beneath the dim light. The dragon emitted a growl that resonated like thunder, seemingly mocking her audacity. Yet, Luo Yueyin showed no sign of retreat. A singular thought consumed her. She would fight to the death. Regardless of the cost to her life, she would avenge Xie Yun. Since it was her error, it was her responsibility to atone. Like a bolt of lightning, she surged towards the abyssal dragon, her sword slicing through the air, leaving a trail of radiant light. However, the dragon's power had already reached its zenith. In a mere instant, she felt an insurmountable force barreling towards her. Boom! Her delicate form was violently hurled away, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, as though her very organs had been shattered. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon roared, a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, its bloodthirsty gaze fixated upon the delicate fairy. In an instant, it opened its cavernous maw, intent on devouring her whole. Luo Yueyin, grievously wounded and unable to move, could only watch helplessly as the merciless demon dragon swallowed her whole. The fairy let out a light laugh, never imagining that her fate would culminate in being consumed by the dragon. How absurd, she thought. Realizing this, she ceased her struggles and slowly closed her eyes, preparing to embrace death. In the next moment, a resonant sound of a sword echoed from the cliff, accompanied by a tearing of the firmament. The sword has arrived. With this proclamation, the heavens and the earth responded with a melodious clash, as if all the brilliance converged in that very instant. In no time, a beam of sword light shot towards the sky, as if to rend the firmament itself. Where the sword's edge passed, the clouds scattered, leaving behind a blinding trail of light. In the blink of an eye, the sword soared to the cliff's pinnacle, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very air around it. The frigid presence, imbued with an endless intent to kill, sent shivers down the spine. The rocks on the cliff, pressed by the sword's energy, emitted faint sounds of cracking. At that moment, a subtle tremor resonated from within the rock face, as if something was emerging from the earth. Gradually, a slender figure materialized from the cliff, as though stepping forth from the void. Xie Yun was largely unscathed, save for minor injuries. He faced the onslaught of the abyssal demon dragon, with his righteous aura serving as a shield. Otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. This illustrates the advantages of mastering both Confucianism and martial arts, where the former embodies defense and the latter embodies aggression. One serves to protect while the other serves to conquer, creating a balance unmatched in the world. At this moment, Xie Yun's gaze was as sharp as the edge of a sword, cold as frost, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet his eyes. The young man reached out to grasp the sword that hung suspended in the air. The blade quivered slightly, as if resonating with his very thoughts. Standing atop the precipice, his garments billowed gracefully in the wind, exuding an aura of chilling intensity that seemed to command the elements to yield beneath his sword. Powerful, terrifying. Upon catching her first glimpse of Xie Yun, Luo Yuyan's mind flooded with myriad images, yet she had never anticipated his reemergence in such a formidable guise. In that moment, even she felt a tremor of unease. He was beyond the reach of mere mortals. Not only did he radiate an endless, righteous energy, but his formidable martial vitality surged through him, resonating with the swordsmanship of the cosmos, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. At that instant, Xie Yun seemed capable of vanquishing deities and demons alike. Was he not considered a waste of potential? Luo Yuan found herself plunged into profound contemplation. Across the realm, it was said that Xie Yun was the most ineffectual scion of the Xie family, a burden that rendered them vulnerable. Yet how could one explain the spectacle before her? The power Xie Yun unleashed was in no way inferior to her own. More significantly, the essence of his sword intent sent shivers down her spine, hinting at a nascent capability to rival Wang Xianxian, the most gifted disciple of the Qingshan sect. Wang Xianxian was heralded as the strongest swordsmanship talent of his generation, a prodigy born once in a century. What, then, was Xie Yun? When had he begun to comprehend the way of the sword? At least 2 or 3 years ago, he was nothing more than a useless individual. How could it be that, in less than 2 years, Xie Yun has cultivated his swordsmanship to a level comparable to that of Wang Xianxian? What kind of terrifying talent is this? A tempest of emotions surged within Luo Yuan, leaving her unable to find tranquility. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. It turned out that the fool was none other than herself. Although she remained unaware of Xie Yun's motives for tarnishing her reputation, perhaps he sought to solidify his own identity as a debauched heir by deliberately slandering her. She surmised that he was a victim of circumstance, burdened with such a heavy sin. Meanwhile, she had continuously underestimated the youth, believing he harbored ill intentions towards her. Had she rejected Xie Yun back then and forcibly claimed the enlightenment fruit for herself, what would the outcome have been? Alas, the abyssal dragon gazed at the resurrected youth. Its enormous eyes, ablaze with dark flames, filled with unending fury and murderous intent. A deafening roar erupted from its throat, as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. Its colossal body writhed in the abyss, scales glimmering with a cold, chilling light, each plate accumulating cataclysmic energy. In an instant, the dragon opened its cavernous maw, its fangs sharp as blades, unleashing a torrent of black flames imbued with a sense of destruction, hurtling towards Xie Yun. Yet, in that moment, Xie Yun appeared as though he were possessed by the spirit of the sword god, enveloped by a fierce sword aura, as if he had merged with the cosmos itself. The long sword in his hand dazzled with resplendent light, its blade seeming to cleave the very void. The 9th heaven sword control technique, 6th layer. With a low shout, he unleashed a sword light that soared skyward, the 6th heaven sword, Dragon Slayer, responding with resounding might. The luminous blade cascaded like the Milky Way, exuding an unrivaled force as it cleaved through the abyssal dragon. The collision of the sword's radiance with the dragon's dark flames erupted into a dazzling brilliance. As if the very heavens trembled at that moment, the roar of the dragon ceased abruptly, its form gradually disintegrating within the sword's glow. Ultimately, the once proud head bowed low, the flames in its eyes dimming to nothingness. The immense dragon body, bereft of all vitality, slowly descended, finally sinking into the endless abyss, transforming into a frigid corpse. Xiaoyun stood in the void, the sword's edge still glimmering with a cold light, his demeanor composed. Congratulations, host, for slaying the abyssal dragon and obtaining the 6th grade supreme golden pill, which will allow a direct breakthrough to the 6th grade gathering spirit realm upon consumption. In an instant, Xiaoyun had felled the dragon. Luo Yueyin stared in astonishment, her internal shock beyond the realm of words. Within her heart, a sliver of fear emerged, an unsettling trepidation. The current Xiaoyun was a stranger, utterly unlike the frivolous youth he once was. Instead, he resembled an immortal, radiating a noble aura that inspired reverence. Miss Luo, how fares your injury? Xiaoyun approached slowly, crouching beside Luo Yueyin to examine her wounds closely. Fortunately, there was no serious harm. A flicker of something unusual crossed Luo Yueyin's gaze as she looked at Xiaoyun, her expression suddenly flustered, completely shedding the demeanor of a celestial maiden. With a hint of anxiety, she replied, I carry healing elixirs with me. My life is not in peril. Xiaoyun, upon hearing this, nodded and subsequently retrieved the gleaming Dao fruit from his bosom, extending it towards the celestial maiden of the mortal realm. Here, this is what I promised you. Luo Yueyin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze reflecting astonishment as she looked at Xiaoyun, awash in confusion. She had not anticipated that he would willingly relinquish the Dao fruit to her. At that moment, had Xiaoyun chosen to do so, he could have easily consumed it right before her. Luo Yueyin would have been powerless to intervene. After all, the Dao fruit was obtained at the peril of his life, having been harvested from the clutches of the abyssal dragon, which he had vanquished with his sword. It seemed that Luo Yueyin had played little part in this endeavor. One must understand that this was a martial fruit, a coveted treasure sought after even by the elders of sects, yet Xiaoyun so casually offered it. As if in his eyes, the promise held greater significance. I said you should take it, so take it, understood? Xiaoyun spoke coldly, his tone carrying a hint of command. Luo Yueyin, resembling a startled kitten, extended her delicate hand to gently accept the Dao fruit, not daring to hesitate. That's a good girl, Xiaoyun remarked with satisfaction. Luo Yueyin bit her lip, feeling a sense of frustration, as if in Xiaoyun's eyes she were merely a child, subject to his whims. This sensation, all right, you shall heal here while I guard you, Xiaoyun said, turning to sit cross-legged. Luo Yueyin nodded gently. Thank you very much, young master. She then closed her eyes, consuming the Dao fruit, and began to comprehend the 3rd level of the Starry Moon Illusion Divine Art. The moment Luo Yueyin ingested the Dao fruit, her body gradually warmed, her skin taking on a faint rosy hue, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. She gently bit her lower lip, involuntarily releasing a soft moan, as if countless insects were crawling over her skin, inducing waves of tingling sensations. Simultaneously, a myriad of chaotic images flooded her mind, as if she were ensnared in a mesmerizing illusion, her spirit drawn by an ineffable force, gradually succumbing. Moreover, a pink aura began to emanate from Luo Yueyin, swirling around her like a delicate mist, infused with an intoxicating sweetness. The air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Nearby insects were similarly affected, eagerly proliferating as if everything in this realm had succumbed to the allure of the pink aura, entrapped in boundless desire. Xiaoyun stood a short distance away, his brow furrowed, sensing an unusual ambience surrounding him. He turned slightly, his gaze falling upon Luo Yueyin, poised to inquire, when unexpectedly, a sweet and soft fragrance enveloped him, akin to a warm bun gently pressed against his face, causing his heart to flutter. Fairy Luo, I implore you to maintain your composure. Xiaoyun was momentarily bewildered. The situation perplexed him. The Luo Yueyin before him had completely shed her icy celestial demeanor, instead exuding an enchanting allure reminiscent of a leading lady from a bygone film. Young Master Xia, my heart is aflame with desire, Luo Yueyin declared, not waiting for Xiaoyun's response before capturing his lips, just as he intended to refuse. A sudden weakness overwhelmed him, robbing him of his will to resist. It dawned on him that the pink aura was indeed problematic. Yet, it was already too late. Luo Yueyin's enchanting, delicate figure captivates the soul, her snow-white skin revealing a hint of rosy hue. Yet at this moment, this celestial being has irrevocably descended into mortality. Pain. Sob. Chapter 62. The Empress's Tears. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of the Starmoon Palace, the tranquil moonlight cascades upon the crystalline glazed floor, casting a gentle silver glow. The palace master sits gracefully upon a high platform, her features akin to a masterpiece, exuding a serene demeanor as if she has melded with the very essence of the universe. However, in that fleeting moment, a subtle frown creases her brow, and an unsettling premonition rises within her heart. Suddenly, her thoughts drift back to her youth, to the moment she broke through the third level of the Star Moon illusionary divine technique. That night, she lost something most precious, relinquished to the person she despised the most. A worthless being she has always looked down upon, and that sentiment remains unchanged. Although the Star Moon illusionary divine technique is one of the most formidable arts in existence, transcending each level entails a manipulation of one's 7 emotions and 6 desires, with the third level specifically entangled in passion. The overwhelming desire is insurmountable, its seductive aura capable of influencing any creature nearby. At that time, her mind was consumed solely by the notion of procreation. Thus, she fervently hopes her disciple does not tread the same path, repeating the tragedy of her past. Before departing, the palace master neglected to remind her, should one obtain the fruit of enlightenment, it must not be consumed on the spot, especially in the presence of men, lest the consequences be dire. Now, all hope rests upon Luo Yuan returning with the fruit of enlightenment, to enter seclusion and cultivate. Simultaneously, within the Empress's chamber, Bai Yuyao sits poised in her resplendent quarters, her eyes closed, radiating an air of unassailable authority. Suddenly, her eyes sprang wide open, a piercing light flickering within, as if an invisible thread of fate tugged at her emotions. The Empress's delicate hand instinctively pressed against her chest, feeling her heart race furiously, as if it sought to break free from its confines. A surge of intense jealousy and unease washed over her, momentarily stalling her breath. This sensation was foreign to her, as if something of great significance was being taken away, leaving her powerless in its wake. Xie Yun, unbidden. The rebellious figure of her indifferent consort surfaced in her mind. Could it be he has encountered misfortune within the ruins? Ever since Xie Yun accompanied the saintess of the Star Moon Palace into the depths of the ancient vine abyss, an overwhelming force had cloaked all external perceptions. The Empress had lost track of Xie Yun, if he faced danger within. At this thought, her heart plummeted, her fingertips trembling slightly, the sharpness in her gaze gradually yielding to a flicker of panic. She was unwilling to admit, and dared not acknowledge, that the formidable Empress could so utterly lose her composure. Suddenly, tears cascaded uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, crystalline and pure, mirroring the unspeakable emotions within her heart. I am crying. Bai Yuyao slowly wiped away her tears, her expression one of disbelief. Why am I shedding tears? 3 days later, Tianyuan ruins. The core of the ancient vine abyss seemed to have undergone a silent metamorphosis. The once murky air was now suffused with a faint glow, resembling countless tiny stars twinkling in the darkness. On the ancient vines, the rough bark began to peel away, revealing the luminous veins within, as if each tendril had been infused with a newfound vitality. The creatures of the abyss had concluded their reproductive fervor. Enormous beetles darted amidst the vines, their exoskeletons glimmering with a metallic sheen, carrying on their backs freshly hatched larvae, diligently safeguarding the nascent lives. Caterpillars crawled between the leaves, their silken threads shimmering with a silvery glow in the dim light, as if weaving a cradle for their impending metamorphosis. With a soft sigh, Xie Yun slowly opened his eyes, a faint stinging sensation sweeping over him, his body aching as though he had endured a vigorous exertion. His mind was a blank slate, as if he had lost the memories of this interval. Who am I? Where am I? After a moment, he began to survey his surroundings, gradually recalling all the memories from before his slumber. Xie Yun, the grandson of the Confucian sage of the Deqian kingdom, the most notorious scion of the capital. After awakening the system, he participated in the divine phoenix trials, subsequently descending into the abyss of ancient vines to slay the dragon. Accompanying him was the saintess of the Star Moon Palace, Luo Yuan. In an instant, Xie Yun's pupils quivered as he recalled the scene before his slumber, where the celestial maiden pounced upon him with ferocity, leading to events that defied description. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something soft. Upon closer inspection, Luo Xinzi, Xie Yun gazed at the disheveled celestial maiden. Her skin is white as jade marred by bite marks. The ethereal being, once untainted by earthly troubles, now appeared utterly disheveled. What have I done? Xie Yun was left in a daze. This is truly not what he desired. It is entirely the fault of that crimson aura, even enticing the desires within him. At that moment, Luo Yueyin rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at Xie Yun, who revealed his sculpted eight-pack abs. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Chapter 63. The Heartless Sword Immortal. After a stick of incense had burned down, Luo Yueyin recalled the unbearable events that had unfolded in her mind, leading to a complete collapse of her resolve. Several attempts to terminate her own existence were thwarted by Xie Yun's intervention. At this juncture, she was overwhelmed with sorrow, lost in melancholia. She had never imagined that one day she would engage in indescribable relations with Xie Yun. And the most alarming part was that it was she who took the initiative. Had it not been for that pink aura, perhaps matters would not have escalated to such an irretrievable state. Ultimately, Xie Yun succumbed as well, unleashing his inner turmoil like a beast in a frenzy. The suffering was all hers, with her snow-white skin marred by numerous wounds and bite marks. A pool of blood on the ground was a shocking sight. With a heart full of grievance, Luo Yueyin wept, tears streaming down her cheeks, her pouting lips resembling a wronged little rabbit. For a moment, Xie Yun found himself at a loss. Faced with the saintess of the Star Moon Palace, that ethereal being who seemed untouched by the world, now reduced to a lamenting figure, was utterly heart-wrenching. Yet, he too was a victim in this tale. If one were to assess the situation, he was the one who had been forced. He himself did not weep, yet it was Luo Xianzi who was in tears. Such a tragic plight. With a weary sigh, Xie Yun shook his head in resignation. Luo Xianzi glared at him with her beautiful eyes, fixing her gaze upon Xie Yun, and pouted in inquiry. What? Are you not happy? Now that I have surrendered my body, your grand ambitions have come to fruition, utterly confirming that saying. In the past, Xie Yun boasted extravagantly that he had claimed the maidenhood of the celestial Luo. Now, with dreams realized, he presents a visage of discontent, inciting the ire of Luo Yueyin. Am I truly so lacking? After all, I am the saintess of the Star Moon Palace, possessing a beauty that could rival that of heavenly beings. Yet I find myself scorned by a notorious young scion of the capital. This is the final straw, leading to my complete unraveling. That statement was not made with genuine intent. If I have caused offense, I hope for your understanding. Xie Yun clasped his hands and spoke slowly. Since events have transpired, I am, after all, of noble lineage. As you have just witnessed, my prowess is undoubtedly on par with that of the esteemed disciples of our sect. If you were to marry me, dear celestial maiden, you ought to rejoice. He paused before continuing to offer solace. One must take responsibility for their actions. Having already established a marital bond, I shall not abandon you and your child. Once the Divine Phoenix trials conclude, I can formally propose. Had it been the former Xie Yun, despite his status, he would have been unworthy of Luo Yueyin. Yet, the current Xie Yun is a transformed man, to speak candidly. Even if Wang Xianxian were present, he would have confidence in his ability to prevail. He possesses both noble status and exceptional talent. Xie Yun is indeed qualified to be Luo Yueyin's husband. No, Luo Yueyin pleaded, I do not wish for you to make a formal proposal. I do not want the world to know of this matter. This matter is indeed my fault. I failed to consider the uncontrollable desires unleashed by the third level of the Star Moon illusionary divine technique, which led to indescribable occurrences. We only engaged once, so the likelihood of pregnancy is minimal. Thus, it shall be regarded as an unfortunate accident. From this point forward, we shall each walk our own path. It is not that Luo Yueyin looks down upon Xie Yun. Rather, she is simply unaccustomed to the notion of becoming a wife. This situation is too premature for her, as she lacks the psychological preparedness. Luo Yueyin aspires to the supreme path, to inherit the Star Moon Palace, and to strengthen the sect. She has long severed emotional ties and will never seek a partner in this lifetime. As for this incident, let it be considered a mere accident, which inadvertently benefits Xie Yun. Is this truly the case? Xie Yun raised an eyebrow, inquiring earnestly. Clearly, he had anticipated Luo Yueyin's response. How could the celestial maiden Luo Yueyin easily acquiesce to his proposal? If she were to agree, it would indeed be a cause for suspicion. Xie Yun had reason to doubt the authenticity of the situation. Upon seeing that Luo Yueyin did not consent, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had no desire for marriage or children, wishing only for a carefree existence. This holy maiden's word is as solid as a mountain, devoid of falsehood. Luo Yueyin scoffed lightly, then raised her delicate hand to heaven, swearing an oath. If you harbor any doubts, This holy maiden can swear before the heavens that I shall never impose upon you nor threaten you with marriage due to this unforeseen incident. Very well. There is no need for such oaths. The situation is not so dire. Xie Yun was taken aback and quickly interrupted Luo Yuan's reckless behavior, explaining, I still trust the character of Fairy Luo. There is no need for oaths to the heavens. Luo Yuan fixed her gaze upon Xie Yun, solemnly stating, I have but one request of you, and I hope you will acquiesce. Xie Yun nodded in agreement. Luo Yuan articulated each word with care. I do not wish for you to divulge the events of today. This secret must remain between the two of us. To have shared a night with the Holy Maiden of the Star Moon Palace is indeed a tremendous honor. Luo Yuan harbored doubts that Xie Yun would keep this matter to himself, fearing he would inevitably boast about it. Given his nature, the tale would surely become public knowledge, tarnishing the Holy Maiden's reputation. However, unexpectedly, Xie Yun swore an oath, his voice grave. I, Xie Yun, solemnly swear to the heavens that I shall never disclose the events of today to anyone, not even my parents. As a descendant of the Confucian sage, he had not sunk to the depths of disgrace by tarnishing the Holy Maiden's name, nor would he ever stoop to such cowardice. That was his bottom line. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yuan was momentarily stunned. In Xie Yun's eyes, she perceived unwavering determination. Did he truly not harbor a shred of hesitation? In that instant, a pang of bitterness welled up within her. Once, he had boldly declared his intent to claim her virginity and announced it to the world, eager for all to know. Yet now that he had succeeded, he seemed indifferent. Indeed, all men are the same. Once they possess something, they no longer cherish it. Then I shall swear as well. Xie Yun raised his hand, interjecting, There is no need. I trust in the character of the Holy Maiden. Upon hearing this, the tumult of emotions within Luo Yuan deepened. Why did she perceive indifference in Xie Yun's gaze, as if he cared not for her at all? Could it be that he truly harbored no affection for her? If it were anyone else, the events of today would have been proclaimed far and wide, accompanied by threats of marriage to ensure a lifelong bond. Yet, Xie Yun was an exception. His merciless gaze bore no semblance of deceit. You. Luo Yuan pressed her lips together, hesitation flickering across her fair cheeks, and slowly spoke. Since we have acquired the opportunity here, let us part ways. Xie Yun respectfully clasped his hands towards Luo Yuan and replied, Upon leaving, I shall certainly not tarnish the reputation of the saintess. Henceforth, we shall remain strangers. With that, Xie Yun soared into the sky on his sword, transforming into a fleeting streak of light that vanished within the depths of the ancient vines. Watching the youth's receding figure, a sense of reluctance surged within Luo Yuan, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion as she murmured, Strangers, is it? Chapter 64. The Wrath of the Holy King. In a certain location within the Tianyuan ancient ruins, several figures soared on their swords in pursuit of a fiery red silhouette, relentlessly chasing one another. Wu Haoyan, with a stern expression, led the disciples of the Qingshan sect like a tumultuous wave toward the direction of the young girl. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on the fleeing figure ahead as he shouted, Surrender the divine phoenix pill, and I shall spare your life. As his words fell, the disciples of the Qingshan sect behind him unleashed their attacks, cold, glinting blades of light shooting forth towards Shangguan Liuli. The blades fell like a torrential rain, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. Yet, Shangguan Liuli moved with remarkable agility, dodging left and right as the blades narrowly missed her, leaving deep gashes on the ground and trees behind her. Damn it! This group has pursued her relentlessly for an entire day and night. Are they truly intent on annihilation? Shangguan Liuli had never felt so humiliated. As the esteemed princess of the divine phoenix ancient kingdom, she found herself mercilessly hunted by a band of inept swordsmen, reduced to such a pitiful state. This predicament stemmed solely from her possession of a divine phoenix pill, the ultimate treasure that would secure victory in the current competition. As the divine phoenix princess, acquiring the pill should have been as effortless as issuing a command, summoning it to her side. Yet, unexpectedly, she had caught the attention of these individuals, led by Wu Haoyan, disciples of the Qingshan sect, who relentlessly pursued her. Were it not for their sheer numbers and their status as elite disciples, she would not have been forced to flee in such disarray. Just wait until this princess emerges. You shall see what is to come. At this moment, Shangguan Liuli's face had drained of color. After a day and night of evasion, her steps grew unsteady, her strength visibly waning. Her garments were torn in several places, her hair disheveled, yet her eyes shone with a fierce determination, refusing to relent. Even if it meant feeding the divine phoenix pill to the dogs, she would never surrender it to the disciples of Qingshan's sect. A pack of bullies. Wu Haoyan, seeing his attacks thwarted, grew increasingly irate, bellowing, "Increase your speed. Do not let her escape." At his command, the disciples of Qingshan's sect quickened their pace, advancing menacingly towards Shangwan Liuli. In truth, the pursuit of Shangwan Liuli by Wu Haoyan is fueled by personal vendetta. It was this very woman who stood against him, preventing his elimination of Xie Yun, resulting in the loss of his arm. The fleeing girl bears her share of responsibility. Thus, he is resolute in ensuring she pays the price. As for fearing the girl's identity, Wu Haoyan could not suppress a scoff, his expression dripping with disdain. What a farce! A scion of the esteemed Confucian lineage, a direct disciple of the Qingshan sect, a genius of the sword. How could he possibly fear a mere girl? Even if he were to kill her, the forces behind her would not dare to retaliate. This is the superiority that power and status bestow. Kill! Wu Haoyan roared. Above the city of Jinling, the holy king stood amidst the clouds, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixated on the scene unfolding within the Tianyin mirror. The girl's figure darted among the ruins, disheveled and panic-stricken. His expression grew increasingly grim, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, as if he could freeze the very heavens. His aura surged violently, a tempest of murderous intent sweeping through the air, causing even the sky to tremble. Wu Haoyan. The holy king's voice was low and frigid, each word laced with boundless fury and authority. What a remarkable Wu Haoyan! What a paragon of Confucian virtue! What an esteemed disciple of the Qingshan sect! How dare he pursue the holy king's daughter? And what madness drives him to take lethal action? Is it truly necessary? At this moment, the holy king was prepared. Should his daughter find herself at the brink of life and death, he would tear through the very fabric of space to ensure that wretch pays dearly. Who is that girl, that she can evade capture for so long? Observing the techniques she just employed, she does not appear to be a scion of any renowned aristocratic family. Could she possibly be a prodigy from the ancient lands of the southern wilderness? Something feels amiss. Just now, I sensed a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupting from above us. Goodness, I too felt as though I were on the brink of death. Could it be emanating from the Holy King? That seems improbable. Who could provoke him to such a state? The Holy King has always been cultured and amiable, having refrained from exhibiting murderous intent for decades. It is inconceivable that he would release such overwhelming hostility without cause. Surely, it must be another formidable being present. To my astonishment, that young lady has swiftly located the Phoenix elixir, her fortune indeed defying the heavens. The leader of the Qingshan sect narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young girl in the mirror, an involuntary smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. Gentlemen, it appears that the champion of this Phoenix trial shall undoubtedly belong to my Qingshan sect. Once the young lady exhausts her strength, Wu Haoyan will immediately seize the opportunity to snatch and refine the Phoenix elixir. By then, my Qingshan sect will boast two prodigies of the sword. And a century hence, the world shall remember only Qingshan sect. The leader of the Wu Ji sect inhaled deeply, exhaling a sigh. Indeed, you old rascal have stumbled upon fortuitous luck. The Phoenix elixir, originally discovered by that young lady, will ultimately fall into the possession of the Qingshan sect. The leader of the Qingshan sect revels in triumph, while the Wu Ji sect leader laments. Only the mistress of the Xingyu palace perceives the anomaly. Her keen eyes fixated intently on the silhouette of the young girl, suddenly trembling in astonishment as an expression of realization dawns upon her. I remember now. What? The leader of the Qingshan sect chuckled softly, initially believing that the lord of the Xingyu palace was rendered speechless by anger. That young woman was the princess of the divine Phoenix ancient kingdom, although she was currently disguised. Her aura and the techniques she employed unmistakably belonged to a princess of her realm. The lord of the Xingyu palace had encountered the divine Phoenix princess on several occasions. Not only was her beauty astonishing, rivaling that of Luo Yueyin, but her innate talent was equally remarkable. She had even extended an invitation to the divine Phoenix princess to join her sect, only to be firmly rejected by the Holy King. My daughter possesses the means to cultivate her into a formidable power, so there is no need for the Xingyu palace to worry. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Qingshan sect appeared momentarily stunned, revealing a hint of trepidation. The Holy King of the divine Phoenix ancient kingdom was also at the second tier of the harmonization realm, his strength unfathomable. If Wu Haoyan were to truly harm the divine Phoenix Princess, the consequences would be dire. Even he would be unable to protect Wu Haoyan's life, and it could potentially implicate the Qingshan sect as well. Witnessing this situation, the leader of the Qingshan sect completely abandoned his arrogant demeanor. His face clouded with concern as he sighed in resignation. Reckless one, do not strike with lethal intent. In the Tianyuan ruins, Wu Haoyan sensed the opportune moment and suddenly bellowed, formed the sword formation. In the next instant, several disciples of the Qingshan sect moved with astonishing swiftness, scattering in an instant only to swiftly converge, encircling Shangwan Liuli at the center. Simultaneously, the sound of swords being drawn echoed piercingly through the stillness of the ruins. As strands of spiritual energy began to intertwine between the blades, gradually weaving into an intricate web of power that ensnared Shangwan Liuli tightly within its grasp. Wu Haoyan stood amidst the sword array, commanding the deadly forces with a cold, penetrating gaze fixed upon the young maiden. He spoke with an air of authority. Surrender the divine phoenix pill quickly, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, do not blame the merciless blades. Chapter 65, Revelation of Swordsmanship Talent. Wu Haoyan's words resonated with an overwhelming power that struck at the heart. In the face of his aggressive aura, Shangwan Liuli exhibited no sign of retreat. Instead, her eyes blazed with indomitable fury. A mere swordsman dared to mock her in her presence? Were it not for his numerical advantage, he would have long since been slain, and there would be no need to endure his boastful proclamations. Yet, Shangwan Liuli found herself outnumbered and forced to flee in defeat. In a final surge of vitality, she resolved to break through the array. In an instant, thunder and flames erupted from her hands. The lightning danced like a nimble silver serpent, weaving through the flames that surged with ferocity, threatening to incinerate everything in their vicinity. The two elements intertwined, merging into a formidable force that surged towards the sword array. However, the sword array formed by the disciples of the Qingshan sect was no ordinary formation. The array shimmered with a brilliant radiance of spiritual energy, coalescing into a solid shield. As Shangwan Liuli's tempestuous onslaught struck, the shield merely quivered slightly before effortlessly absorbing the powerful attack. Reeling from the counterattack, Shangwan Liuli's body swayed, as if bereft of support. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, and her once bright eyes dulled with exhaustion, clearly indicating her fatigue. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Haoyan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he coldly remarked, is that the extent of your abilities? To harbor such delusions of defiance is nothing short of absurdity. Surrender the divine phoenix pill and divulge the whereabouts of Xie Yun, and I shall spare your life. His true desire was to eliminate Xie Yun. The girl was merely an appetizer, while his genuine mortal enemy would always be Xie Yun. Upon hearing these words, Shangwan Liuli let out a disdainful laugh. You arrogant brute, how shameless you are. Do you truly wish to know the fate of that gentleman? Only if this young lady perishes. Wu Haoyan, incensed, responded with a mocking fury. You refuse to heed my warning. He had never encountered a girl with such unyielding spirit. Even when faced with imminent death, she remained defiant. Did she truly believe that the sword in his hand was merely a decoration? Then let him commence with her. He would seize the divine phoenix pill and subsequently claim Xie Yun's life. With his eyes ablaze, Wu Haoyan unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. He summoned the sword formation, which erupted with an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. The sword chi, akin to a dragon, spiraled upward, piercing the heavens. In an instant, every sword within the formation seemed to come alive, emanating a chilling gleam and an oppressive, murderous aura. At the center of the formation stood a towering divine sword, radiating a blinding light as if capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the universe. Its blade pointed ominously downward, hovering mere inches above the girl's head. The entire space felt as though it had frozen, time momentarily suspended. With only the suffocating aura of death from the sword formation and the oppressive might of the divine sword lingering in the air, it was as if, in the next heartbeat, the girl's form would vanish into the void of existence. Upon witnessing the scene, the Holy King's gaze turned frigid, poised to rend the very fabric of space and deliver a fatal blow to Wu Haoyan, thereby rescuing his daughter. Although the divine phoenix token could withstand a single lethal strike, it was evident that the current sword formation far exceeded the token's defensive capabilities. With a single stroke, his daughter would surely perish. The Holy King would never passively observe his daughter's demise before his eyes. At this moment, not only was the Holy King tense, but so were the leaders of the three premier sections. The head of the Qingshan sect incessantly chanted to himself, "Do not act. Under no circumstances should you act. If the divine phoenix princess is slain, I cannot guarantee your safety. Such a calamity would spell doom for the elite disciples of the Qingshan sect. A culmination of decades of cultivation. Should they perish, the sect would suffer grievously." Meanwhile, the leader of the Wujimen reveled in the turmoil, exclaiming, "Kill. Do it swiftly. What are you hesitating for? Stop dawdling. Are you not a man?" He eagerly anticipated Wu Haoyan's decisive action, which would inevitably lead the Qingshan disciples into disaster. The matriarch of the Xingyue Palace wore a worried expression, dreading a scenario of mutual destruction. Should the divine phoenix princess fall, the Holy King's wrath would be unleashed, and chaos would ensue, an unstoppable tempest of fury. I shall ask you once more, will you surrender the divine phoenix pill and disclose Xie Yun's whereabouts? Wu Haoyan's murderous intent surged as he posed the question. In the face of Wu Haoyan's lethal aura, Shangwan Liuli remained unfazed, her expression as frosty as ice, devoid of any tremor. A slight smile, sharp as a blade, graced her lips as her voice pierced the air with chilling clarity. "If you possess the capability, then kill this young lady." Her tone dripped with disdain and provocation, rendering Wu Haoyan's prowess utterly insignificant. In that moment, there would be no escape for him. She was acutely aware of the consequences Wu Haoyan would face for his actions. Since this individual was obstinately unyielding, there was little more to be said. It is difficult to counsel a dying man. Upon hearing her words, a cold glint flashed in Wu Haoyan's eyes, and he hesitated no longer. His sword technique abruptly transformed, activating the sword formation in an instant. The colossal sword suspended above the girl emitted a deafening roar, its blade carrying an earth-shattering might, descending with the intent to cleave both the girl and the very heavens apart. Just at this critical juncture, a resounding hum echoed through the air, accompanied by the piercing sound of a sword tearing through space. A brilliant beam of sword light streaked across the sky like a meteor, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that forcefully countered the assault of the sword formation. The colossal sword collided with the radiant sword light, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the heavens and earth, sending shockwaves in all directions and altering the very fabric of reality. As the dust settled, a simple sword was revealed, firmly planted before the girl, emanating a chilling luminescence that stirred the hearts of all who beheld it. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished, including the holy kings, sect leaders, and Empress outside the Tianyuan ruins. They collectively recalled a singular notion, an exceptionally formidable sword. Who could this individual be? Was it the esteemed senior brother Wang Xianxian of the Qingshan sect? Apart from him, none within the ruins could have executed such a stroke. This extraordinary display of swordsmanship compelled the Holy King to exhale with relief. It appeared that the Qingshan sect had shown discernment, possessing a disciple of understanding. Otherwise, today might have resulted in rivers of blood. The leader of the Qingshan sect was similarly affected. Fortunately, Wang Xianxian intervened in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The master of the Wujimen let out a soft sigh, lamenting the narrow escape. The expression of the Moonlight Palace's master grew grave, for that sword strike was formidable, even surpassing the original prowess of Wang Xianxian. Could it be that Wang Xianxian had comprehended the seventh heaven within the ruins? If so, the divine phoenix pill would be rightfully his. The Empress raised an eyebrow, her delicate fingers lightly tapping, as she savored a grape, her expression composed and unfazed. In the ruins, nothing had yet piqued her interest, save for. However, in the next moment, the Empress was momentarily frozen, her gaze bewildered as she beheld the figure of a young man gradually materializing within the Tianyan mirror. Her pupils quivered in astonishment, and she murmured in disbelief, "Is he?" Chapter 66. Could it be my husband? Senior brother, what brings you here? Wu Haoyan, witnessing the earth-shattering sword strike, initially presumed it to be Wang Xianxian's intervention. He hastily donned a flattering smile and inquired. The other disciples of the Qingshan sect stepped forward to pay their respects, collectively exclaiming, "We greet you, Senior Brother Wang." Only Wang Xianxian had the capability to shatter the formation with a single sword strike. This was a shared sentiment among them all. Even Shangwan Liuli shared this sentiment, snorting disdainfully. I did not expect that the Qingshan sect still harbored sensible disciples who dared to attempt to take the life of this princess. They seek their own demise. She believed that Wang Xianxian had recognized her identity as the princess of the ancient Phoenix Kingdom, hence his arrival to dismantle the formation. Just as everyone fixated on the figure about to emerge, the wielder of the sword gradually stepped into view. Wu Haoyin gazed at the youth, his eyes wide with terror, his mouth agape in disbelief as he uttered 2 words in shock. Xie Yun, you are actually Xie Yun? Where is senior brother Wang? The others were equally stupefied. The master of that previous sword strike was, astonishingly, Xie Yun? How could this be? Who is Xie Yun? A notorious scion renowned throughout the capital. How could he possibly wield a sword with power rivaling that of Wang Xianxian? It was utterly absurd. Moreover, was this individual not a Confucian disciple who had recently attained the 6th rank of the Confucian Tao? How could he possess such martial prowess? A terrifying thought quietly surfaced in the minds of all present: the dual cultivation of Confucianism and martial arts. If Xie Yun truly practiced both, his talent would be unparalleled. The first of his kind in centuries, a prodigious genius of extraordinary caliber. Some individuals excel in Confucianism, while others shine in martial arts. But it is exceedingly rare to find one who masters both. The difficulty is immense. Dedicating oneself to any single discipline demands an endless investment of time and comprehension, leaving little opportunity to cultivate a divergent path. One cannot split their focus. In the past, many prodigies attempted to pursue 2 schools of thought simultaneously, only to find themselves stagnating and ultimately surpassed, reduced to the ranks of ordinary practitioners. Thus, few dare to tread the treacherous path of dual cultivation, for the challenges are formidable and nearly insurmountable. The world presumed Xie Yun to be a Confucian sage, destined to ascend to the rank of a Confucian saint, while his martial potential was deemed inferior, even to that of an ordinary person. After all, Xie Yun had never demonstrated any aptitude for martial arts since childhood. Even if Xie Yun were to cultivate from the womb, it would be inconceivable for him to simultaneously elevate his Confucian martial arts to the 6th rank. Otherwise, how could they, all being prodigies, settle for merely the 6th rank in martial arts, rendering them inferior to even the most inept? Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them. Irrefutable. The holy king stood in stunned silence, his face a portrait of bewilderment. It was him, Xie Yun, that notorious scion of privilege whose name resonated throughout the realm. Once ridiculed by the masses for being a wastrel, a descendant of the Confucian sage who indulged solely in pleasure, he now unveiled his extraordinary talent for dual cultivation of Confucianism and martial arts, rightfully claiming the title of the strongest prodigy in a century. How intriguing! The holy king appeared to recall something amusing, his perception of Xie Yun undergoing a profound transformation, accompanied by a twinge of regret for not aiding him when the sword saint had obstructed his path outside Jinling City, thus missing an opportunity for a fortuitous connection. What a pity! The 6th rank of martial arts, the gathering spirit realm, the 9th layer of the 9 heavens sword technique. The master of the Qingshan sect fixated his gaze upon Xie Yun, unable to quell the tumultuous excitement within. His eyes glued to him as if he had stumbled upon a treasure gem. What constitutes a swordsmanship genius? This is the true embodiment of a swordsmanship prodigy. Yet, he remained unaware of when Xie Yun had commenced his practice of the 9 heavens sword technique, or how he had ascended to the 6th layer. The senior disciple of the Qingshan sect, Wang Xianxian, had dedicated 9 years to reach the pinnacle of the 6th rank, already recognized as one of the foremost swordsmanship talents in the world. Judging by the earlier display of prowess, Xie Yun should be no less formidable than Wang Xianxian. Even if he spent 10, 11, or 12 years, what of it? Let us not forget, Xie Yun is a dual cultivator of Confucianism and martial arts. The time and innate talent required for such an endeavor will undoubtedly surpass all expectations. From a certain perspective, even if Xie Yun took 12 years to comprehend the Jiutian Yujian Ju to the 6th realm, he is still comparable to the swordsmanship prodigy Wang Xianxian. This level of strength and talent is unfathomable. Xie Yun is indeed worthy of becoming a direct disciple of the Qingshan sect. This young man has captured my heart. The sect leader of Qingshan could not help but entertain thoughts of accepting him as a disciple. Humph, what a beautiful thought. The leader of the Wujimen poured cold water on this notion, stating, the Qingshan sect has opposed him at every turn, with their direct disciples repeatedly attempting to harm him and even threatening his life. Do you truly believe he would choose to join the Qingshan sect? I rather think he is destined to be with Wujimen. Should he desire it, I would gladly accept him as the sole disciple of swordsmanship in our sect. What does this signify? It is well known that since ancient times, disciples of Wujimen have practiced sword techniques, leading to the emergence of top-tier powerhouses like the Sword Saint and Sword Immortal. Yet now, We are willing to make an exception for Xie Yun, breaking the ancient rules established by our ancestors to recruit a genius of swordsmanship. This speaks volumes about the extent of Xie Yun's terrifying talent. Old ghost, how much better off are you? The Qingshan sect leader scoffed in derision. Do you still remember who barred him from entering the city gates? The second elder of Wujimen, a renowned sword saint, stooped to bullying a junior. This blemish is likely to remain forever. The leader of Wujimen gritted his teeth and declared, as for the sword saint's actions, I will personally explain to him and impose severe punishment upon the sword saint. If it satisfies him, I am willing to comply. Humph, but the sword saint would not agree. The leader of the Qingshan sect smiled faintly. How could a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the third-grade Undying Realm, a revered sword saint of the mortal realm, ever compromise or bow his proud head before a junior? As long as the conflict between Xie Yun and the sword saint remained unresolved, joining the Wuji sect was simply out of the question. He still had opportunities ahead. Silence, everyone, interrupted the master of the Starry Moon Palace, her tone frost-laden. It was indeed a disgrace for the esteemed leader of the Qingshan sect and the master of the Wuji sect, the strongest individuals in the world, to quarrel over a junior. Feeling a bit envious, are we? After all, your Starry Moon Palace only accepts female disciples. Xie Yun could never join you, could he? The two remained utterly dismissive of the Starry Moon Palace's threat. However, the master of the Starry Moon Palace chuckled lightly. If the Wuji sect can break ancestral precedents, why can't my Starry Moon Palace do the same? Should Xie Yun be willing, he would become the very first male disciple of my esteemed Starry Moon Palace. At this proclamation, the expressions of the two prominent figures darkened instantly. Such a breach of martial ethics. To become the sole male disciple of the Starry Moon Palace was an irresistible temptation, one that even their youthful selves would have aspired to. It must be noted that the Starry Moon Palace was filled with enchanting fairies. Even the chance to pluck a single blossom would plunge one into an abyss of insatiable desire and immerse them in beauty beyond compare. A pleasure surpassing that of earthly emperors. When the female emperor of the palace beheld Xie Yun, she was utterly astonished, her usual regal demeanor evaporating in a rare display of shock. Who could have imagined that the prodigy who cleaved through the sword formation was, in fact, her husband?